and Joe Biden regarding their stands on various topics on social media platforms. Now, the second part about this suspect who has been now detained by the officials in Florida is that he was a strong supporter of Ukraine and had been trying to and had apparently taken to social media platform X in 2022 and said, quote unquote, we need to burn the Kremlin to the ground. Now, I'm getting this information based on reports in local media news in the US. Now, he has said that he was also encouraging foreigners to fight the Ukraine war in October 2023. He had written multiple posts on social media platforms X and on Facebook urging people to, join the Ukraine war and fight for Ukraine. Now, this is not the end of it. We are getting to know more and more details about the suspect who has been detained, Wesley Ruth. Wesley Ruth also had previous run-ins with the law where he had allegedly put his hand on a firearm while driving and had barricaded himself into a store. There are, according to public records, there are several cases involving Ruth in the 1990s. Where there have been, very, very frivolous cases where he has tried to push for settlements. Now, putting all of this into context and based on the assassination attempt on Donald Trump, the mental, stability and the mental health of this suspected shooter could very well come into question if he has multiple times criticized Trump on social media platforms and has also, urged people to fight the Ukraine war on behalf of the US.
Right, thank you, Gautam. I'll come back to you because right now we'll show our viewers exactly what happened and the entire sequence of events which took place. So we'll play out those graphics for our viewers. Let's go to those graphics right now, viewers, where we will tell you exactly what happened minute by minute. Second assassination bid on Donald Trump. Now, let's start with our graphics where we'll tell you what happened. Okay, so Trump assassination attempt 2.0. 2.0, viewers. First report of shots fired at 1:30 p.m. EST. That is what we came to know. Shots fired in Trump International Golf Club. Now, remember, this is a golf club in Florida where Trump goes to play golf. He plays golf very often here. Shots fired when Trump was at Florida vicinity. Like we said, this was in Florida. There's a mansion there of Donald Trump. He spends a lot of time there. Now, this area has been sealed off after the shots were fired. This entire area, of course, has been sealed off. Secret Service was already aware and was on high alert that time. Suspect jumped out of the bushes. So the suspect was just 400-500 yards away, hiding in the bushes when he was spotted. The suspect jumped into a black Nissan, viewers. The suspect tried to run away, but later he was caught. The witness has reported cars and license plate. So the witness has already has seen the car, what that car looked like, the plate of that car. Suspect pulled over at I-95. And of course, the suspect right now has already been caught right now. There was very fast movement by the Secret Service. Suspect taken into custody by the authorities. The suspect is already in custody. Like Gautam was telling us a short while back that the suspect is being taken into custody. The investigation is on. And the suspect has been identified by the witness. Trump assassination attempt 2.0. We'll of course play out some more details for you right now. But like we just told you a short while back, this is the second assassination attempt on the life of the former president, Donald Trump. US President Joe Biden has said he has directed his team to ensure that the Secret Service has resources to maintain former President Donald Trump's safety. So Joe Biden, the president, is quite aware and has stepped up the security. I want to go across to our guest joining us right now on Republic TV. Let's go to Purnima Nath, geopolitical analyst, joining us live. Thank you for joining us, Ms. Purnima Nath. We are glad you're joining us here because our viewers really want to know what really happened. The first time that assassination bid took place, the Trump security was stepped up. So it is coming as such a very big surprise right now, Ms. Nath, that a second assassination attempt was on Donald Trump's life. If you could take our viewers through what really happened and how did this situation come to head in the first place?
You see, well, thank you so much, first of all, for having me. What we know at this point of time is that it was a private golf event that just actually not publicized at all, where obviously President Trump was playing, and Secret Service and other entities that we have in the United States actually don't officially perhaps not involved, but they actually do look at the area and involve because of his status as a prior president of this country. However, in the bush, somebody was actually waiting for and aiming for this shot. So when they noticed, they actually chased him, and they have the license plate number and etc. But what's more concerning about this is, if this is not a publicized event, then somebody must know within. So it must have been leaked or so. And there's another thing that is happening. The die-hard Democrat fans are actually trying to push a narrative that it is a fake assassination attempt. As you said, this is a second attempt. Now, what I'm concerned about is the violence and the terror and the horror of Democrat Party, which I often align with the Congress Party and the left Islamo-Marxist Party of India. It's very disturbing that this is exactly what's happening in United States as well. I didn't expect nor realize that somewhere along the line in my lifetime I will be seeing certain things that we have witnessed in India or in other parts of the world to happen over here. And we are extremely disturbed at this point of time. And I personally feel that his security has to be amped up. And I think after this second attempt, I think it's not an exaggeration to even say or connect a couple of dots saying that the Democrats are extremely violent and dangerous at this point of time, and they're actually desperate to take him on, remove him from the presidential candidate position in order to install their own. And I think that is where things are going down too. And I'm quite disturbed at this point of time. And I think our country needs to heal when the Democrat Party, that their top politicians come to the forefront and say the violence doesn't belong in America. What we have seen in the past, whether it's 2020 BLM Antifa riot or even Kamala Harris going out there actually raising funds for the rioters and the rapists and you name it. It's just quite fascinating how the political landscape has changed in America.
Also, Ms. Purnima Nath, we have to also talk a little bit more about how will this affect Donald Trump's campaign trail. We know at the U.S. presidential debate, he actually mentioned his first assassination attempt. He said, "I almost took a bullet to my head." He's used this a couple of times. If you could take our viewers through, what you feel will change now after the second assassination attempt on Donald Trump in terms of his campaign, his rallies, and his prospects.
Well, first of all, if such kind of attacks happens, the first reaction of a candidate or any person actually is to hide. What we saw in the first assassination attempt for Donald Trump was absolutely opposite. He actually stood up and said, "Fight, fight, fight," with the fist up in the air. It actually energized his base as well. And one innocent Trump supporter had to take the bullet. And obviously it was aimed at him. Now, what question comes towards that, why the shooter was not even taken off before that assassination attempt actually happened. So we still don't know exactly what happened. I mean, I'm pretty sure the investigation is going, and I'm pretty sure that hopefully United States is going to be able to communicate to the people of America as well as the world actually what really happened here from a Secret Service perspective, from an FBI perspective. Now, from a second assassination attempt. You mentioned, that Donald Trump used the phrase that he took a bullet, almost took a bullet. There is no lie in it. Could you please tell me what is the lie that he told in this particular sentence? And if I was me, I would use probably 50 times. So I would say it is right for him to tell this is the truth to the people. So why shying down? Or at the same time that the people, leftists are out in the open, armed leftists are trying to take him on. And then normal people, you won't even expect these people to be so violent. They have such an angst, such an hate against the Republican Party, against President Donald Trump, against conservatives at this point of time. I am a conservative as a brown Hindu Indian American. I take the flag all the time. That how can I be a Republican, on top of it President Donald Trump supporter, and in America as an immigrant? And then I have to tell them, look, this is a particular person who was a billionaire already before he became a politician, and he's not a career politician. He actually lost his worth after he came into the politics. So he's actually not there in order to grow his wealth. You take everybody, whether it's Obama, whether it's a Kamala Harris, whether it's a Biden, Clinton, you take name one after another, you will see all of them actually raise their wealth after they came to politics. His case is different. So to answer your question, this is concerning to me as a supporter, as an Indian American, as an American in this soil today. Whether he uses this phrase twice, thrice, 50 times, I think this is the truth that needs to be spoken to maximum number of people at this point of time.
Well, thank you so much for joining us, Ms. Purnima Nath, geopolitical analyst, for joining us here on Republic TV, helping our viewers understand this story from different perspectives. Thank you so much, Ms. Purnima Nath. We have to move ahead right now, viewers, to some of the other stories we are tracking. We still put our focus on international stories. Thousands of Tunisians marched against the current serving president as the presidential campaign season officially begins. The demonstrators slapped the current government and the president to worsening the state of the country. Here is the full report on this big global development.
Ahead of the Tunisian election, thousands of demonstrators, politicians and human rights groups took to the streets to protest against the president for failing the economy and in many important fronts. Politicians, including a former assembly member, Samia Abo, took part in the protest.
هل يمكن يا قيس سعيد أن يواصل بإدارة الدولة بعد اللي شفناه من قيس سعيد على مستوى التسيير، على مستوى الإدارة، على مستوى السلطة، على مستوى المؤسسات، على مستوى القضاء، على مستوى الأمن، على مستوى الأسعار، على مستوى العلاقات الخارجية، على مستوى الهجرة النظامية، على جميع المستويات.
Along with other demonstrators, she slammed the country's economic and political problems that grouped together in increasing prices of staple items. The concern also includes civil liberties and rights. Demonstrators are worried that under Sayed's rule, as journalists, activists, civil society figures, and political opponents were arrested for protesting against him.
رئيس الجمهورية من فك يقوم بإيقافات وإيداع بالسجن لمحامين، لنشطاء سياسيين، لمدونين، لنقل تعسفي للقضاة. فنحن اليوم خرجنا لنقول لا للاعتداء على الحقوق والحريات.
Tunisia's largest opposition party claims its senior members were arrested en masse. Sayed wooed voters promising anti-corruption, which resulted in plaguing the youth economy. He promised to chart a new course for the country in his second term. The unemployment rate steadily increased to 16%. The young population of Tunisia were hit particularly hard. This is not the first time that the country is holding a massive demonstration against a president. In 2011, President Zine El Abidine Ben Ali was toppled by a nationwide protest that unleashed revolt across the Arab world.
A view was a major development in Bangladesh as a high-level US delegation met with interim government head Muhammad Yunus. The meeting, raising eyebrows, comes amid growing speculation about US involvement in country's affairs, with American leaders pledging support. Some are questioning the true intent behind this engagement. Here is a full report on that.
A high-level United States delegation met the head of Bangladesh's interim government, Nobel laureate Muhammad Yunus. According to the American Embassy in Dhaka, this meeting comes to affirm the dedication to fostering inclusive economic growth. Earlier, Republic Editor-in-Chief Arnab Goswami had hinted how Muhammad Yunus might be a possible pawn of the American deep state. In fact, Yunus has been seen with many top leaders from the Democratic camp in the United States. Yunus on Sunday said he sought United States support to rebuild the country, carry out vital reforms, and bring back stolen assets. The meeting was attended by key faces of America's diplomatic apparatus. Among the big names were Brent Neyman, Assistant Secretary for International Finance at the US Department of Treasury, and Donald Lu, Assistant Secretary of State for South and Central Asian Affairs. They met with several officials in Dhaka, including Tawhid Hussain, the country's advisor to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The United States aid also signed an agreement to provide $202.25 million in aid to Bangladesh. Some questions are now looming large. The same United States that did not approve of Bangladesh's democratic processes. The same United States that has its eyes on St. Martin's Island in Bangladesh. Why is that same United States now playing the card of inclusive economic growth? The main question, does this come under the garb of high-level US deep state involvement in Bangladesh's internal affairs?
Arvind Kejriwal all set to resign as a Chief Minister of the National Capital by tomorrow. The BJP calling it a move to gain sympathy. Kejriwal on the other side wanting the verdict of the people. Viewers, do stay tuned as we will come right back after this short break. Our rolling coverage will continue.
रेसलिंग से मुझे जुड़ने का मौका मिला था। मैं रेसलिंग फेडरेशन ऑफ इंडिया का पहला ब्रांड एम्बेसडर था 2014-15 में। तो अभी रेसलिंग बहुत फेमस थी, कुछ 2-3 साल से, मतलब पिछले साल तो बहुत फेमस रही। ब्रिजभूषण जी का हुआ, फिर जो हमारे जो रेसलर्स हैं, जो युवा रेसलर्स हैं, उनका कुछ हुआ। तो वो रेसलिंग पीछे आ रही थी। तो वो जो हो रहा था ना, वहां पे बैठे थे वो, मैं कहूँगा कि कौन सही कौन गलत है, मगर वो कुश्ती पीछे जा रही थी।
किस वजह से?
क्योंकि जब आप बैठते हैं कि रेसलिंग पे ऐसे एलिगेशन लगते हैं कि भैया सही पारदर्शिता नहीं हो रही, कोई मोलेस्टेशन का ये हो गया, कोई दूसरा हो गया, तो क्या होता है, वो चीज़ पीछे जाती है। कोई भी विवाद होता है, वो चीज़ आगे नहीं आती, वो विवाद से चीज़ हाईलाइट होकर पीछे जाती है। जैसे पहले कुछ मीडिया ने भी रेसलिंग को डिफरेंट लिया, पहले बोलते थे कि भैया 2 पहलवान बुला लाओ, 2 पहलवानों कर लाओ। तो क्या था कि पहलवान का अर्थ पता क्या होता है? पहलवान प्रथम आह्वान माने हर चीज में, जो इंसान शारीरिक रूप से, मानसिक रूप से, अनुशासन रूप से प्रथम होता है, वो पहलवान होता है। विद द पर्सन इज फिजिकली मेंटली डिसिप्लिन फर्स्ट, ही और सी इज रेसलर। तो मुझे अनुराग जी से ही मेरी बात हुई, जो हमारे खेल मंत्री थे। बाकी ये सब हुआ, यार क्या करना चाहिए, ये तो ये वो है। अब मैं चुपचाप सुन रहा था, देख रहा था दोनों साइड, क्योंकि मैंने ब्रिजभूषण जी के साथ काम किया, ही वाज वेरी गुड। मैं क्योंकि कुश्ती के दौरान कुश्ती को बढ़ावा देने के लिए मुझे उससे अच्छा प्रेसिडेंट नहीं लगा अब तक का। अच्छा। मैंने बहुत प्रेसिडेंट देखे हैं, सबका अपना अलग अलग वो था। फिर बाकी ये बच्चे हैं, जैसे बजरंग है, साक्षी है, विनेश है, मेरे सामने आई, मतलब ये जिनकी मैंने ग्रोथ देखी है। तो ये छोटे भाई बहन है। तो फिर मैंने सोचा कि मैं किसके लिए बोलूँ, क्या बोलूँ, मुझे खुद नहीं पता। मैं एमेच्योर रेसलिंग से काफ़ी दूर हूँ। तो फिर किसी ने, बहुत समझदारों ने बोला कि आपको रेसलिंग करना चाहिए, क्योंकि काफ़ी पेरेंट्स अपनी बच्चियों को इनको रेसलिंग में डाल रहे हैं। अच्छा। मतलब वो थोड़ा सा वो कर रहे हैं कि भाई रेसलिंग इतना सेफ नहीं है या ये नहीं है। तो मौका मिला, फिर मैंने 7 साल बाद रेसलिंग किया।
आप मानते रेसलिंग में प्रॉब्लम्स है?
देखिए, आप पूरा नाम क्या लिखते हैं?
रक्षिता मिश्रा।
रक्षिता मिश्रा। देखिए रक्षिता जी, पता है क्या है कि प्रॉब्लम हर जगह और प्रॉब्लम कहीं भी नहीं है। वो कहते हैं मानो तो गंगा माँ, ना मानो तो बहता पानी। क्या होता है कि घास से कैसी हो, चश्मा हरा होना चाहिए, सब कुछ हरा हरा दिखाई देगा। तो कई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, और कुछ ऐसी जगह जहां पे प्रॉब्लम है। मैं नहीं कहूंगा कि प्रॉब्लम है या नहीं है। जब मैं एक्चुअली एमेच्योर रेसलिंग करता था ना, आज तो देखो कोई मेडल आता तो वो करोड़पति बन जाता है। हम जब, मुझे आज भी याद है, जब मैं 2005 में सीनियर वर्ल्ड रेसलिंग चैंपियनशिप में जा रहा था, मेरे पास वीजा फी के पैसे नहीं होते थे। हम सुबह से शाम तक
A very good morning. Thank you for tuning into Republic TV. You're watching live this morning with Priyanka Das. The big story coming in from the US, a second assassination attempt was made on Donald Trump. He is safe, but we'll bring you more details shortly. But first, let's take a quick look at the top headlines.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand. Firing incident reported at Donald Trump's golf course in Florida. The former US president says he is safe. FBI probes apparent assassination attempt on Trump. AK-47 style firearm recovered from the Florida golf club. Former principal of RG Kaur Sandeep Ghosh and Tala Police Station SHO Abhijit Mondol's CBI custody now extended till the 17th of September. Ahead of the Jammu and Kashmir Assembly polls, BJP star campaigner, Union Home Minister Amit Shah is all set to hold 2 mega rallies in Kishtwar. Prime Minister Modi to visit Gandhinagar and Ahmedabad today. The Prime Minister will also interact with the beneficiaries of the Prime Minister's Surya Ghar Muft Bijli Yojana. Big breaking news coming in. The BJP-led NDA government is pushing to implement the One Nation, One Election within its current term, confident of securing the cross-party support. Prime Minister Narendra Modi highlighted the initiative in his Independence Day speech while advocating for simultaneous elections to foster national progress. A panel now led by former President Ramnath Kovind has been recommending the conducting of the simultaneous Lok Sabha and State Assembly elections, with the Law Commission potentially proposing synchronized polls for all the government levels starting in 2029. A big breaking news coming in. The One Nation, One Election is being considered, and a committee has been set up to be led by former President Ramnath Kovind. This comes after Prime Minister Narendra Modi had spoken about it during his Independence Day speech. This is in terms of integrating the nation and aligning the Lok Sabha and the State Assembly elections for an integrated country. It could be a reality soon, but the timeline and the expected dates for the approval are yet to come in. More details are still being awaited. The One Nation, One Election is likely to come through as the NDA's manifesto promise is being considered seriously, with former President Ramnath Kovind also likely to lead the committee, in fact. This is in line to align with the Lok Sabha and the State Assembly elections in the country and bringing a unified country together, even in terms of the elections. Viewers, we have Riyanka joining us live from Delhi. Riyanka, could you help us understand the proposed timeline that we can expect?
See, as of now, what we know that one nation, one election, which has been the primal focus of the Modi government, and it was initially mentioned in the manifesto of the BJP during the elections in the Lok Sabha, is all set to come in place because the NDA-led government is pushing for the implementation of one nation, one election. Remember, in his speech as well in the Independence Day from the Red Fort, Prime Minister had urged all the parties, all the opposition parties as well, to come together and give one decision regarding the one nation and one election process. It is being seen by the panel which is led by former President Mr. Ramnath Kovind. The fact that it is a cumbersome in nature, it halts the development work when there are several elections that are being held over in a span of 3 to 4 months. We are seeing that just after the culmination of Lok Sabha elections, then we have the assembly elections coming up in Haryana and Jammu and Kashmir, and after a few months, after that, we have the elections in Jharkhand and Maharashtra. To curtail elections that happen on and on after a few months, which halts the development work, which has been found out by the panel. The government is pushing for one nation, one election. Remember, what we are also getting to know, the fact that it is the promise which was made by Modi government, and it will come to power in Modi's term itself. That is what the NDA government has been pushing for. We have to wait and see as to when this very one nation, one election comes in power, as it gets a green signal from all the parties, because there is a necessity required in terms of getting a yes from all the parties, a green flag from all the parties to get this thing rolling. But a timeline which has been set, it can begin from 2029 if everything is synchronized, if the Law Commission potentially proposes the synchronized polls for all the government level, which means that the Lok Sabha elections as well as the assembly elections in the state will be held together, which is why it is seen that from the year 2029...
Thank you, Riyanka, coming in with... We'll get back to you shortly. Thank you for those details on the one nation, one election. But the big breaking news coming in that gunshots were exchanged near Donald Trump's West Palm Beach Golf Club, leading to the arrest of the 58-year-old Ryan Wesley Ruth, who allegedly aimed a scoped rifle into the club. Now, Secret Service agents have intervened after spotting the rifle barrel, which is protruding from a fence, which was reportedly just 300 to 500 yards away. The White House has confirmed that President Biden and Vice President Harris were briefed on the incident. Following the event, Biden expressed relief that Trump was unharmed, praised the Secret Service and the law enforcement for the quick response, and underscored the political violence has no place in the country, assuring that Trump's safety will be a priority. Viewers, we are joined by Utsav Chakraborty. Utsav Chakraborty, who is a geopolitical analyst. Mr. Chakraborty, a very good morning, firstly, from India. I would like to understand now, with this second attempt on Donald Trump, it seems to sort of signal a security failure from the US side. So how would that maybe dent the image of US, the brand US image? Is that likely to be affected as well on the global stage?
Yes, this is a big concern within the US about the way in which two attempts could be made, and two really close attempts. The first one actually hit President Trump, and the second one obviously just a few yards away, and he already was able to fire a few shots at him. So this is really concerning, and there are a lot of people here who are beginning to question the efficiency of our Secret Service as well as the Justice Department and the Department of Homeland Security in their ability to protect somebody who is such a high value to the country, because he has been a president and he's currently the candidate for the president's role. So there is a lot of concern, and I completely agree that globally it makes our country look not only inefficient, but it creates a lot of other questions in terms of our ability to protect our leadership.
Mr. Chakraborty, also now that we have sort of affirmed that there was a security failure in some sense, what are the measures that are likely to be taken from the security point of view?
I think the security, there needs to be a proper investigation into how President Trump's schedule, which was not announced, publicly. The fact that he was playing golf, the fact that he would be in that area and at any given point of time was not publicly known. So there needs to be an investigation into trying to figure out how the shooter was able to get to that point so easily and how he knew at what time President would be in that vicinity. I think there needs to be some serious questioning done. And I think the US Congress, which has the oversight authority on this issue, will be arranging hearings, and I can see a lot of work in that area in the future.
Right. Also from the point of view that, like you mentioned, that the image of the US might be hit with, because this is the second attempt in less than
I cannot hear you clearly, so if the
sure.
producer could increase the
Mr.
sound
Chakraborty,
slightly, I cannot hear you clearly.
Yes, am I audible to you, sir?
Not that well. So if you could, if somebody could help me with the sound, that would help. You very low sound. So
I'm just trying
Please
to
go ahead.
understand. I'm trying to understand from you now. This is the second attempt in less than 60 days. So how will that also affect the upcoming elections in terms of the public sentiment, sir?
Yes. So already, as we can see, there are quite a few people, especially those who are fence sitters in terms of making decisions on the voting. They are beginning to question the intentions and the impact of this attack. So there will be impact on the election. The elections are still quite far away, and so the impact might. It all depends on how information comes out and what information comes out, because the attacker has been apprehended, so he is under arrest. So a lot of details will come out, and there will be a tug of war between both the political parties in terms of trying to explain the intent behind the attack. But I do believe that this certainly provides a lot of impetus to the narrative that President Trump is up against a system that is not purely intent on protecting everybody. So that theory will get more strength, and there will be more and more people who will probably have sympathy for former President Trump in this situation.
Thank you, Ms. Chakraborty, for joining us live and sharing your insights. They've been very, very helpful. Thank you so much for joining us, sir. Appreciate it. The big story that's coming in from the US is that a second attempt was made second assassination attempt was made on Donald Trump on Sunday. The suspect has been apprehended. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have both issued statements that they are happy that he's unharmed, Donald Trump is unharmed, and they are definitely looking into the investigations very closely. They're tracking it as well, very detailed, as are we. Arvind Kejriwal made a big announcement Sunday that he will be stepping down as the Chief Minister of Delhi and name a new one. While the BJP has called Kejriwal's move a mere gimmick, the big question is what's in Kejriwal's mind for preponing the polls, and who will he name the Delhi Chief Minister now? Watch a detailed report for more.
Out on bail after 6 months, Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal made the headline of the day when he announced his resignation.
2 दिन के बाद, आज से 2 दिन के बाद मैं सीएम की कुर्सी से इस्तीफा देने जा रहा हूं, और मैं तब तक सीएम की कुर्सी पे नहीं बैठूंगा जब तक जनता अपना फैसला ना सुना दे। मैं जनता के बीच में जाऊंगा, गली गली में जाऊंगा, घर घर में जाऊंगा, और जब तक जनता अपना फैसला ना सुना दे कि केजरीवाल ईमानदार है, तब तक मैं सीएम की कुर्सी के ऊपर नहीं बैठूंगा।
Kejriwal also sought early elections in November. BJP meanwhile saw red in Kejriwal's resignation, calling the announcement a mere gimmick. BJP also questioned why does the chief minister need 48 hours to resign.
बाहर आए हैं तो जेल में रह के तो आपने इस्तीफे की बात की नहीं, बाहर आके इस्तीफा देने की बात क्यों हो रही है? और ये 48 घंटे बाद की बात क्या है? ये 48 घंटे में क्या क्या सेटल करना है? भारत के इतिहास में कोई ऐसा उदाहरण नहीं होगा कि मुख्यमंत्री के ऊपर यह प्रतिबंध हो, उसके बाद भी 48 घंटे किस चीज के लिए चाहिए? सरकारी काम तो कर नहीं सकते?
जब एक नई नवेली पार्टी चुनाव जीती और वो दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री बने, उन्होंने मुख्यमंत्री पद से सिर्फ इसलिए इस्तीफा दे दिया क्योंकि वो भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ कानून नहीं ला पाए जो वादा करके आए थे वो दिल्ली के लोगों का। अगर अरविंद केजरीवाल जी एक चीज है जो बर्दाश्त नहीं कर सकते हैं, वो है भ्रष्टाचार।
Why does he need another 48 hours? क्या उनकी पार्टी में सत्ता के मुंह को लेकर किसी प्रकार का दंगल चल रहा है क्या? और ये जो निर्णय है उनका, ये नैतिकता के आधार पर नहीं है, ये एक राजनीतिक स्वांग है। अगर नैतिकता इसका आधार होता तो 177 दिन पहले उन्होंने इस्तीफा दे दिया होता।
पूरी दुनिया के इतिहास में इकलौता ऐसा मुख्यमंत्री है जो अपनी मुख्यमंत्री की कुर्सी पे इस्तीफा देके कह रहा है कि अगर मैं ईमानदार हूं तो मुझे वोट देना, वरना मुझे वोट मत देना। ये बहुत बड़ी बात है।
Social activist Anna Hazare also spoke on Kejriwal's decision.
वो टाइम बार बार मैं कह रहा था कि राजनीति में नहीं जाना, समाज सेवा ये अपने जीवन में आनंद दे दिए, आनंद में डूबे रह रहा हूँ, लेकिन उसके दिल में ले रहा कोई बात आई नहीं। और आज जो होना तो हो गया।
Meanwhile, as the names of Kejriwal's wife Sunita and Delhi ministers Atishi and Gopal Rai as his probable replacement are doing the rounds, the big question remains: who will Kejriwal decide on to be his successor?
Home Minister Amit Shah is scheduled to address 3 rallies in the Chenab Valley today, marking the final day of campaigning for the first phase of Jammu and Kashmir Assembly elections. Shah will be speaking at Ramban, Kishtwar and Padar. The first phase, set for September 18th, will cover 24 assembly segments in the Chenab Valley districts of Doda, Kishtwar and Ramban, and South Kashmir's Anantnag, Pulwama, Kulgam and Shopian. Viewers, we are joined live by Gursimran from Kishtwar. Gursimran, could you help us understand the day's event of Amit Shah while he's being the star campaigner in the J&K elections today?
See, BJP is giving a full push to its election campaign in Jammu and Kashmir as Union Home Minister Amit Shah will be holding 3 mega rallies in the Kishtwar and the Ramban district today. The first rally will be at the Padar Nagseni Assembly constituency, from where a close confidant of Amit Shah and also a senior BJP leader and the General Secretary Sunil Sharma candidate, while the second rally Amit Shah will be in the Kishtwar town, wherein he will be addressing the rally in favor of BJP candidate Shagun Parihar. Shagun Parihar is daughter of Ajit Parihar, the BJP leader who was brutally killed by the Hizbul Mujahideen terrorists in 2018, and this time, the BJP has stood firm with the victim of terrorism, sending a loud and clear message that the end of the terrorism is the BJP's message that they want to convey. Now, what we are also picking up from the sources that after the third rally, Union Home Minister will also be holding meetings with the BJP leader. The third rally is in the favor of BJP candidate from Ramban, Rakesh Thakur. It will be roughly around 4:35 in the evening when Amit Shah will be addressing the third poll rally. So it is going to be back-to-back rallies by the Union Home Minister in the Kishtwar and the Ramban district as BJP goes all out against the opposition, as today is the last day of the campaigning and the voting will take place 18th, that is a day after tomorrow. The voting will take place in the Doda, Kishtwar and Ramban, where the 8 seats are going to the poll. A total of 24 seats, but the BJP is mainly focusing on these 8 seats so that they can win a major chunk. Because in 2014, the BJP won 4 out of the 6 seats. Now after delimitation, there are 8 seats. So BJP wants to repeat that vote percentage which they managed. Somewhere, they want to touch the 66%, 70% victory in all these seats. So here also BJP eyeing 5 to 6 seats, but it has to be seen how things pan out, because on the other side it is the Grand Alliance that the National Conference has formed.
Thank you, Thank you, Gursimran, for bringing us those details. As Amit Shah is all set to campaign today in 3 mega rallies in the Jammu and Kashmir Assembly elections, which are slated to start on September 18th. An extensive anti-terror operation is underway in the Bani area of Kathua after reports of terrorist activity surfaced. The situation has intensified this morning when suspected militants clashed with the joint security forces. Here's a full story. Take a look.
With just days to go until the J&K elections, forces at the border have intensified their crackdown on terrorists. In Kathua, an ongoing anti-terror operation has escalated in the Bani area. Reports indicate that suspected terrorists from the Jaish-e-Mohammed group have engaged in gunfire with joint security forces.
After Kishtwar and the Poonch encounter, now another encounter broke out in the Bani area of the Kathua district. Today, after getting the specific intelligence input, the SOG Bani launched an anti-terror operation, after which they established the contact, and for roughly 30 minutes there was a heavy exchange of fire with the hiding terrorists. Though taking the advantage of the dense fog in the area, the terrorists managed to escape. Now the search operations are on in the area. It's important to mention that this is also a Jaish-e-Mohammed group that has been trapped in the Bani area.
The operation is concentrated in the upper Lawang area. Security personnel are currently involved in a fierce gunfight with 2 to 3 terrorists believed to be trapped. Searches and security operations are in full swing as authorities work to neutralize the threat. This comes on the heels of Baramulla encounter, where the forces successfully neutralized 3 terrorists. With the landmark elections in Jammu and Kashmir just 3 days away, Indian troops remain on high alert.
Second assassination attempt on former President Donald Trump. The shooter has been identified, who was spotted just 400 to 500 meters away from Donald Trump with an AK-47, and this with just months to go for the US elections. That's going to be one of our top focus stories heading into a very short break for now.
Amity University is organizing an international conference on semiconductor technologies, materials to chips, with over 200 speakers and delegates from top organizations and global academic institutions from 11 countries. This is another initiative by Amity, aligned with the Government of India's semiconductor mission.
Capsule, you can see it turning a little bit with the drogue parachutes. And there are the 4 main chutes now deployed. They'll slowly open up to their full deployment here in just a few seconds.
Incredible views of the Polaris Dawn crew return. We can see the Polaris Dawn crew nestled in their seats there on the left-hand side of your screen as they anticipate their splashdown.
200, we're bracing.
Copy, 200 embraced.
Bracing for splashdown.
That will be the final call we hear from Jared until contact with the ocean surface. Standing by for a splashdown of the Polaris Dawn crew. And there you can see.
Perfect, copy, easy splash.
As you can see on your screen, and by the cheers behind us, the Polaris Dawn crew has successfully splashed down.
Welcome back to planet Earth, Polaris Dawn. Excitement, our second.
It's pretty cool to see that they are coming out, standing up on their own 2 feet and walking off.
SpaceX, Dragon, this is the final call. Sign up.
Some dance moves.
That's pretty great. I think that move should be added to the required choreography. We heard Jared get one last call out.
A very good morning. You're watching Republic TV, where we bring you the latest. The political war of words between the JDU and the RJD seems to be escalating, with the RJD alleging that the Nitish government is snooping on the Lalu family. Take a look at this detailed report.
Former Bihar Deputy Chief Minister Tejaswi Yadav has levelled big allegations against CM Nitish Kumar. Tejaswi has claimed that the Nitish government is spying on the Lalu family. He further went on to claim that Chief Minister Nitish is sending CID and special branch officers into RJD meetings.
ताजुब की बात है, जहां भी हम बैठक कर रहे हैं एक जगह, हमारे बैठक के अंदर सीआईडी वाले और स्पेशल ब्रांच वाले बैठे हुए थे, नोट कर रहे थे। पता चला कि भाई सीआईडी, और हम लोगों को लगा भाई पत्रकार है, क्योंकि इंटरनल पार्टी की बैठक होती है तो उसमें फोटो तो लेना होता, लेकर के फिर जो है बाहर चले जाते हैं पत्रकार लोग, क्योंकि पार्टी की इंटरनल बैठक है। लेकिन कुछ लोग जो है हिलने का नाम नहीं ले रहे थे। बाद में पता चला कि वो स्पेशल ब्रांच और सीआईडी के लोग हैं। कार्ड उन्होंने दिखाया बकायदा। तो मुख्यमंत्री पूरी तरीके से जासूसी करा रहे।
This is not the first time that Tejaswi has accused Nitish of snooping. In 2018, Tejaswi claimed that Chief Minister has trained one of the CCTV cameras in his bungalow across the wall and towards the home of Yadavs. Unlike 2018, when the Chief Minister maintained his silence on Tejaswi Yadav's attacks. This time, JDU has refuted claims of its former ally, saying that Tejaswi is fabricating lies on the spying issue. JDU has also said the special branch officers roam with Tejaswi on his consent.
तेजस्वी यादव जी जासूसी आपका करेगा, इसकी आवश्यकता क्या है? अरे स्पेशल ब्रांच के लोग तो आपके साथ घूमते हैं, आपकी सहमति से आपके साथ चलते हैं, ये तो सामान्य प्रोटोकॉल है। और सुरक्षा घेरे में आप चलते हैं, तो जासूसी किस बात का? राजनीतिक दल की मीटिंग में क्या प्रशिक्षण दे रहे हैं आप?
The snooping claims have added a new twist to the ongoing RJD-JDU tussle. The moot point remains. Are the charges valid, or is Tejaswi just shooting in the dark?
Arvind Kejriwal all set to resign as the Chief Minister of the National Capital by tomorrow. The BJP calling it a move to gain sympathy. Kejriwal on the other side wanting the verdict of the people. Viewers, do stay tuned as we will come right back after this short break. Our rolling coverage will continue.
Capsule, you can see it turning a little bit with the drogue parachutes. And there are the 4 main chutes now deployed. They'll slowly open up to their full deployment here in just a few seconds.
Incredible views of the Polaris Dawn crew return. You can see the Polaris Dawn crew nestled in their seats there on the left-hand side of your screen as they anticipate their splashdown.
200, we're bracing. Copy, 200 embraced.
Bracing for splashdown.
That will be the final call we hear from Jared until contact with the ocean surface. Standing by for a splashdown of the Polaris Dawn crew. And there you can see.
Surface copies, easy splash.
as you can see on your screen, and by the cheers behind us, the Polaris Dawn crew has successfully splashed down.
Welcome back to planet Earth, Polaris Dawn. Such excitement, our second.
It's pretty cool to see that they are coming out, standing up on their own 2 feet and walking off.
SpaceX, Dragon, this is the final call. Sign up.
Some dance moves.
That's pretty great. I think that move should be added to the required choreography. We heard Jared get one last call out on.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Second assassination attempt on former President Donald Trump with just months to go for the US elections. Suspect Ryan Ruth has been arrested. We'll get you the latest details. Beginning first up with the headlines.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
Trump narrowly escapes yet another assassination attempt after shooting at his Florida golf course. FBI and Secret Service arrest 58-year-old Ryan Ruth after second assassination attempt on Donald Trump. Trump issues statement after second assassination bid, says he is safe and nothing will bow him down. Top government sources have informed that one nation, one election to be implemented in this tenure itself. As campaigning enters its final leg in J&K, Amit Shah to lead 3 mega rallies ahead of first phase of elections beginning 18th of September. As CBI goes after cover-up, focus now shifts to police role. Sources say SHO's phone records now being probed by the agency.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
Now, 58-year-old Ryan Ruth has been arrested by the Secret Service agency after alleged assassination bid on former President Donald Trump. It said that the suspect was hiding in the bushes with an AK-47 that was spotted by the Secret Service men. In fact, a lot of reactions coming in. Before we get you more details of the suspect who's been arrested by the officials, let's listen in to that statement coming in by the Australian Prime Minister.
This incident in the United States is of concern again. It is good that President Trump has said that he is safe and that the incident, the details of which are still coming out, so it's not quite clear all of those details. But what is clear is that President Trump is safe. That is a good thing.
All right, so Australian Prime Minister also expressing his concerns. Joining us on the broadcast is Dr. Sampath Shivangi. She's Mississippi Republican delegate. Appreciate you joining us on the broadcast for your time. First up, your first thoughts on this assassination attempt on former President Donald Trump. Do you think that the Secret Service agency has a lot to answer, given that this is a second assassination attempt with just months to go for the US elections?
Thank you for the invite. Absolutely, I think it's beyond somebody's imagination that an attempt will be done within the last 2 weeks of his existence on the earth is very condemnable. I think with all the Secret Service, FBI, local police, they could not stop the second attempt on his life. When the first attempt happened a few weeks ago, I had a opportunity to meet him in Milwaukee, where I was a delegate. He came on the second day of attempt on his life. Actually, he had an injury on his right ear, but he still showed up. He's a tough guy. I don't think he's going to bow down for a second attempt, which was really hardly hurt him, except his feelings and, of course, his safety features may be at the stake, but he is hale and healthy. He is in good spirit. I think that is the biggest news of today. We wish him well. I think President Biden and Kamala Harris, who are his other party candidates, maybe they are in the power. I think they should pay more attention to the safety of his opponent. I think 2 times in a row, I think it's unthinkable and unimaginable. I think the US has such a high... Sorry, go ahead, please.
Yes, and sir, the very fact that this is, as you also mentioned, second such attempt in 60 days, do you believe that the Secret Service agencies will have a lot to answer, given that the security for Donald Trump has been significantly enhanced after that first assassination attempt? And that being said, this happened just when Donald Trump was just 300 to 400 yards away from this alleged assassin.
Absolutely, I agree with you. I think what made Secret Service a little bit lax was it is the property of past President Donald Trump. It is his own property. So they thought it has all kind of safety features. They took it a little bit easy on this action. I think they haven't done the best job I can think of. I think the Democratic administration is answerable to questions of US citizens. I concur with you.
Right. A statement that's coming from the Secret Service says that the threat is high for Donald Trump. That being said, your thoughts on the US elections, which are just 2 months away, this happening with just days to go for the US elections, and the very fact that the suspect who's been identified has strongly rooted for Ukraine. In fact, he's also been advocating for mercenaries to be hired to fight in the Russian cities for Ukraine.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. He's a Democrat. As you know, Biden has given the largest amount of donation to Ukraine, largest amount of ammunition, I think supplied by any country in the world is USA. So he's not in, President Biden is not in best terms with President Putin. That also has added to fire. And Mr. Ryan was involved in Ukraine. I think he was helping Ukraine. As you know, if President Trump gets elected, and probably the war will end, he's promising within 24 hours of his taking office as a US president, he will stop the war between Russia and Ukraine, because he's close to President Putin. I think he says if he was a president, this war would not have taken place. So it is possible that Ryan is upset with Trump because Trump is close to Russia, and the war may stop at the cost of Ukraine. That is the problem.
Sir, last question before we let you go. In your view, what do you think could be the motive behind such assassination attempt, given that this now looks a well-orchestrated plan to target the former president?
Two most recent happenings in US is one is Vice President Harris. She has done well in many circles. The debate that happened between President Trump and Vice President Harris, I think she has a lot of support from mostly African Americans and of course Democrats. And as you know, even US is still a divided country. between black and white. So the whites would support Trump, and black Americans and rest of the citizens may support Ms. Harris. The biggest thing happened was the new artist. She supported Ms. Harris. She is a white lady, and everybody thought she's going to support Trump, and she supported Ms. Harris. Almost, she has about 200 million plus votes for not for Harris, but for the entertainer who endorsed Harris against Trump. And that made a big difference in U.S. black and white history. So I think that may be one of the reasons. And the support Ms. Harris is getting, she is not too much ahead. She is only 2 to 4% at the max. She is ahead of Trump. It's not a very difficult task for President Trump to overcome. So that may be another problem with Ryan, who felt that Trump might win. He wants to finish him before the election comes in.
All right, Sampath, Shivangi, we'll have to leave it at that. Appreciate you joining us on the broadcast. To the viewers also, that being said, the accused, the suspect has been arrested by the officials. It's Ryan Ruth, who's been arrested by the Secret Service Agency. In fact, 2 assassination attempts which have been carried out in last 60 days. Let's quickly run you through these graphics to get a better understanding of these 2 assassination attempts on former President Donald Trump. The first assassination bid was on 13th of July in Pennsylvania when Donald Trump was addressing a rally, the second being on Sunday, which happened at the Palm Beach County in Florida when Donald Trump was at his golf course. So 2 assassination attempts. In the first assassination bid, Donald Trump had narrowly, of course, escaped. He sustained a bullet injury on his ear. Shooter had used AR-15 style rifle, who was later, of course, shot dead. The second assassination bid being on Sunday, where the shooter was hiding in the bushes with an AK-47 style rifle. So AR-15 rifle that was used in the first assassination attempt, and the second AK-47 that the alleged assassin was carrying. The first assassination bid, the shooter had fired from the rooftop where Donald Trump was addressing that rally in Pennsylvania, and the second being in Florida. The shooter was just 400 to 500 yards away from Donald Trump while Trump was at his golf course. He was hiding behind the bushes, and that's the reason that the servicemen, the Secret Service has given for not being able to identify or locate, given that the shooter was hiding behind the bushes. Let's also now tell you about Ryan Ruth, a 58-year-old man, the suspect who's been taken into custody. He's said to be the alleged assassin. He was hiding in the bushes as per the officials. He hid in the bushes with AK-47, 2 backpacks and a GoPro as well. So this AK-47 that was left behind by the shooter while he escaped in his SUV in Nissan. So he was spotted with an AK-47 rifle. He was hiding in the bushes when Donald Trump was at his golf course. He's said to be a North Carolina resident with a criminal record. So that being said, it's said that Ryan Ruth has a criminal record. In fact, he strongly advocated for Ukraine in the past. He's been trying to hire mercenaries as well to fight for Ukraine. He wanted to recruit mercenaries, as we mentioned, former construction worker from North Carolina. In fact, he'd shifted to Hawaii in 2008. So he has a criminal background, and the very fact that he had this AK-47 as well, which he had left behind while he ran away from that location. He'd even expressed willingness to fight and die in Ukraine. Also note that the alleged assassin, Ryan Ruth, his social media account has now been suspended. In that very social media account, he had posted a lot of anti-Trump posts and strongly supported Ukraine as well in its fight against Russia. Let's once again give you a brief of what we know so far about this assassination attempt that was carried out on the former president. First report of shots fired at 1:30 local time in Florida while Donald Trump was at his golf course in Palm Beach. The shots were fired in Trump's International Golf Club. So let's also tell you that this was not part of his public schedule. So the question being raised at this stage is to how did the shooter manage to know that Donald Trump is going to be at his golf course at this particular time? The area was sealed off after the shots were fired. So the Secret Service men who were guarding while Donald Trump was at his golf course, identified, they located and spotted the suspect, after which shots were fired and the assassin, of course, left the location. The suspect jumped into a black Nissan, into an SUV. He left behind a GoPro, AK-47, beg your pardon, after which he was caught by the officials. The witness reported car and license plate. So while he left that spot, his license plate was noticed by the witnesses. Eyewitnesses, the suspect pulled over at I-95 highway. That is where the suspect was caught by the Secret Service officials. The suspect has now been taken into custody by the authorities. That being said, an official statement is still awaited as to the role that Ryan Ruth allegedly played in plotting that assassination of Donald Trump, which was foiled. The suspect has been identified by witnesses, as we told you, who later told the Secret Service men. For now, we should focus to the other news break that's coming in. This is from West Bengal. The role of SHO, the Tala SHO, that's long been under scanner for that tampering with evidence, which is being probed by the Central Bureau of Investigation. It's said that SHO, the Tala SHO's phone records are being scanned by the Central Bureau of Investigation, as it seems that orders from above were received by the Tala police station officials. So Sandeep Ghosh, the former principal of Arjikar, as well as the SHO, who've been sent to CBI remand until 17th of this month. It's Sandeep Ghosh as well as the Tala SHO, the duo who've been sent into CBI custody until the 17th. So local court has granted the Central Bureau of Investigation custody of Sandeep Ghosh, the former principal of Arjikar, as well as Abhijit Mondal, the officer in charge of the Tala police station, until 17th of this month. Note that the mystery over that 40-minute time period, which is from 9:30 a.m. till 10 a.m. still remains. This is on 9th of August, when the body of Abhaya was located by Soumitra Roy, the doctor who was on duty. She'd found the body of the victim in a semi-naked position on the 3rd floor of the emergency ward in the seminar hall. And that is when the hospital staff were notified about this crime which had been carried out in this hospital. It was after 40 minutes that the police officials had arrived to the Arjikar hospital. So the question essentially is that why did the hospital take so much time, in fact 40 minutes so as to say, to notify the police officials about this crime? Let's go across to Kishle. He's joining us live from the Bangla newsroom. Kishle, the role of SHO has long been under scanner. Once again, if you can talk to us about that 40-minute mystery, which is exactly the time period between 9:30 a.m. till 10 a.m. of 9th of August.
Well, exactly. Good morning, Samiksha. We have been talking about this time period where things are very sketchy. Now, this was the time period when multiple calls were made from Sandeep Ghosh's phone number to different influential people, including, we are getting to know from sources that he made calls to Tala police station SHO. Now, this Tala police station SHO, who is arrested by CBI now, also was making multiple calls to very senior Kolkata police officials. One of the officials in one of the highest positions of Kolkata police as well is what we are getting to know from sources. So it was not something which was confined within Arjikar. There were phone calls being made and there were plans and strategies being devised out in order to tackle the situation, and probably that gave out the whole idea of tampering with the evidence activities that happened later on, probably. So whether the tampering of evidence and allowing people inside the whole area where the body was found of Abhaya is a question, that whether this was done after all these phone calls were made and all these activities were done intentionally to tamper with the evidence. And also the FIR copy, which is now in the hands of Republic Network, raises various questions, including the fact that it is written in the FIR copy that the rape and murder has been committed by an unknown miscreant. How the police came to know without investigating that there was one unknown miscreant and not multiple miscreants is a question, because when complaint was lodged by Abhaya's parents, it was about unknown miscreants. Multiple people might have been connected to this whole criminal activity is what the parents claimed. That was in the complaint copy. So how the police before investigation came to know about one miscreant is also a question. So all these questions are now being investigated by the CBI, and SHO is being continuously questioned, as well as Sandeep Ghosh. Samiksha.
Sir, Kishle, requesting you to stay with us. In fact, if you can talk to us about the other angle here, that being the demand of the protesting doctors. They remain adamant that they want the meeting with the Chief Minister to be live streamed. They've been protesting at a stretch, demanding that their 5-pronged demand must be met by the West Bengal government. Kishle, of course, continues to be with us. Kishle, once again, if you can run us through that 5-pronged demand by the protesting doctors who want not just the live streaming to happen, but also the resignation of the Kolkata top cop.
Well, exactly. Now the doctors were putting forth various demands, and we saw several attempts by the doctors to have a meeting with the Chief Minister. Now, to be fair, the Chief Minister also came down to the protest site of the doctors and later on called them to her house. The doctors went there. They agreed after the Chief Minister said that it's not possible to live stream the whole meeting. They even agreed to that. They said that at least make a video recording of it. The Chief Minister did not agree to it. She said that it's now under sub judice. It's a sub judice matter now under Supreme Court. Video recording won't be available until and unless the hearing is over. The doctor agreed to it. They said at least make a minute of the whole meeting and we will both sign over on this particular minute that is being written in front of us. The Chief Minister and the State Health Minister Chandrima Bhattacharya allegedly told them that time is over, now go home, take your bus, go away. So they were in a way driven out of the Chief Minister's house, insulted. The doctors are saying that they were insulted and they were almost thrown out. So those 5-point demands, including whether the meeting has to be live streamed, including the fact that the police commissioner needs to be expelled, the Secretary of Health or the Principal Secretary of Health needs to be expelled, security of the doctors needs to be taken care of, and also justice for Abhay is all the demands that they were always making. Now, whether all those demands could be now taken forward to the Chief Minister and a meeting could be held is a question, because the Chief Minister is adamant of not live streaming it, even though the doctors accepted her clause, but she ultimately drove them out of her house. That is what the allegation is. So the doctors were insulted. Now the people of West Bengal are angry about it. We have to see what happens next.
Well, absolutely, Kishle, and you know, what is being seen as of now is nothing but travesty of justice as well. For now, we switch focus to more news break coming in. This one from J&K. This is Ajaz Guru, the brother of Afzal Guru, who said that he will be contesting the J&K elections as an independent. So Ajaz Guru, who's the brother of Afzal Guru, who was convicted for the 2001 Parliament attacks, has said that he will be fighting the elections in J&K as an independent. Listen in to that statement that's coming from Ajaz Guru.
हमारे सोपुर के ऊपर एक लेबल लगा है एंटी लेबल, उस एंटी लेबल में हमारा घर भी आता है। इस एंटी लेबल को हटाने के लिए मैं आगे आया हूँ। अब सोपुर वालों तक है कि वो मुझे अपना नुमाइंदा बनाना चाहते हैं कि नहीं, मुझे वोट डालना चाहते हैं कि नहीं।
All right, let's go across to Arawat also. Arawat, we just heard Ajaz Guru. He says that he will be contesting from Sopore. But the question, of course, being that who exactly is even going to vote for him, who's a brother of the convict of 2001 Parliament attacks? Does he even have a stronghold in this particular region where he will be contesting from?
Yeah, absolutely. Earlier we have seen these kind of people remain the part of the violence in the Kashmir Valley, but now they have chosen the ballot box. Also, if we'll talk about the Ijaz Guru, who is the brother of Afzal Guru, has said yesterday that he is contesting the upcoming elections to remove the anti-nationalist tag from the North Kashmir Sopore. Also, he has appealed people of Sopore to vote. We have seen that he has not having any background of the political family, but yes, this time he has joined in the politics fray in the North Kashmir, as we have already seen that the Jamaat Islamiyah members and other peoples who used to put the violence in the Kashmir Valley, but now they have chosen the ballot box, and also they are appealing the youth of Kashmir to vote for the betterment of the society. If we'll talk about the Ijaz Guru, who is the brother of Afzal Guru, he has said yesterday that he is contesting the election to remove the anti-national tag from his family. As we have seen, this is the positive, the scenes that we have seen after the abolition of Article 370. The brothers and the family members of the terrorists, also Jamaat Islamiyah family members we have seen already that these kind of people were having the negative image because they used to push the violence here in the Kashmir Valley. Right. But this is the time when these separatist leaders and the family members of terrorists are choosing the ballot box now. Yes, Samiksha, back to you.
All right, Arawat, we leave it at that. So Ijaz Guru, the brother of Afzal Guru, says that he will be contesting as an independent. With that, we head into a very short break, but tracking a lot of news breaks and top stories after this very short break.
Arvind Kejriwal all set to resign as a chief minister of the national capital by tomorrow. The BJP calling it a move to gain sympathy. Kejriwal on the other side wanting the verdict of the people. Viewers, do stay tuned as we will come right back after this short break. Our rolling coverage will continue.
Director, the taste of success.
Amity University is organizing an international conference on semiconductor technologies, materials to chips, with over 200 speakers and delegates from top organizations and global academic institutions from 11 countries. This is another initiative by Amity, aligned with the Government of India's semiconductor mission.
ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಮ್ಮಿಟ್ಗಳ ಇತಿಹಾಸದಲ್ಲೇ ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ಮೈಲುಗಲ್ಲು ಸೃಷ್ಟಿಸೋಕೆ ವೇದಿಕೆ ಸಿದ್ಧವಾಗಿದೆ. ರಿಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ಕನ್ನಡ ಮಹಾಸಂಗಮ. ಇದು ಕನಸಿನ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ದಿಗ್ಗಜರ ಸಮಾಗಮ ಅತಿ ಶೀಘ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ.
सर, आपको बचपन में रूमेटॉइड आर्थराइटिस हुआ. ये ऐसी कंडीशन होती है जहाँ पर किसी का चलना उठना बहुत दिक्कत की बात होती है. वहाँ से आप स्पोर्ट्स में जाते हैं, रेसलिंग में जाते हैं और आज आप फिट इंडिया एम्बेसडर बन जाते हैं. ये ज़रा हमें बताएं कि ये कैसा रहा जर्नी.
देखिए क्या है कि मोस्टली मैं एक बहुत हम्बल फैमिली से आया हूँ. मेरा जन्म हुआ हरियाणा में, एक छोटा सा गांव पड़ता हमारा मदीना. अब थोड़ा बड़ा हो गया गांव. तो जब मैं पैदा हुआ तो आम बच्चों की तुलना में थोड़ा कमज़ोर था. फिर जब मैं 3-3.5 साल का हुआ तो मुझे पैरों में दर्द स्टार्ट हो गया. फिर ये धीरे धीरे दर्द यहाँ तक आया, घुटनों तक आया, घुटनों से फिर वो आगे आया. तो फिर धीरे धीरे एक टाइम ऐसा आ गया था कि मैं अपने हाथ से अपना मुंह धो सकता था. फिर खाना कम हो गया, फिर स्टोव पे आ गया, फिर घर वालों ने यहाँ दिखाया, वहाँ दिखाया, इधर उधर. तो क्या था कि फिर वो जर्नी ऐसी थी.
हेलो मोटो.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand, brings you the latest breaking news updates from across the country only on Republic TV.
मैं अपने आप को उतना पुश नहीं कर सका। मेंटली मैं रेडी था, लेकिन फिजिकली कहीं ना कहीं मैं रोक रहा था खुद को। जो लेग वर्क होना चाहिए रनवे में वो इतना अच्छा नहीं था, और उसको बचाने के लिए मैं काफी एफर्ट लगाने की कोशिश कर रहा, लेकिन उतना एफर्ट लग नहीं पा रहा था। तो बिल्कुल वो जो सेकंड वाली थ्रो थी वो जस्ट नदीम ने जब थ्रो किया,
Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in, and we have the top story ready for you. That is second assassination attempt on Donald Trump. That is right. 9 weeks after the first one, we see that there has been an attempt on Donald Trump's life yet again. That's the top story. We'll tell you everything you need to know. But as usual, the headlines. Let's get started. Trump narrowly escapes yet another assassination attempt after shooting at his Florida golf course. FBI and Secret Service arrest 58-year-old Ryan Routh after second assassination attempt on Trump. Trump issues statement after second assassination bid, says that he's safe and nothing will bow him down. Top government sources have informed that one nation, one election to be implemented in this tenure. As campaigning enters its final leg in Jammu and Kashmir, Shah to lead 3 mega rallies today. As CBI goes after cover-up, focus shifts to the police's role. Sources say SHO's phone records being probed. We're live and breaking, and we go to the top big story coming in right now. Delhi CM Arvind Kejriwal announced that he will resign in 2 days. He said this yesterday and called for early polls, stating that he will not return to the CM's chair until people grant him a certificate of honesty. Released on bail in the Liquorgate case, Kejriwal plans to hold a meeting with Aam Aadmi Party MLAs to choose his successor, with names like his wife Sunita and ministers Atishi and Gopal Rai being considered. Now, the BJP criticized his announcement as a PR exercise and drama, while Kejriwal has vowed to reassume leadership only when the public affirms his integrity. All right, let's go ahead, viewers, and play out the reactions coming in from the BJP.
The Honorable Supreme Court of India had also indicated in their order that he ought to resign on the ground of morality. But if you remember, various courts of this country have found Mr. Kejriwal to be the kingpin of the liquor scam. The bail condition which has been imposed on him by the Honorable Supreme Court of India is very strict, very stringent. It disallows him from functioning as a CM, particularly because it does not allow him to sign any files. It does not allow him to enter the CM's secretariat. ऐसा लगता है जैसे वो अपनी बेल कंडीशन की विवशता पर एक नैतिकता का आवरण डाल रहे हैं और ये राजनीतिक स्वांग रच रहे हैं.
All right, let's go straight across to my colleague joining us right now, Riyanka, who has been tracking the story from the ground. Riyanka, if you could take our viewers through, what to expect. There's a big suspense, Riyanka. Who will succeed Kejriwal? Who will take over from him? This is the big announcement he made yesterday. What can we expect now? Next, Riyanka, go ahead.
That's right. Firstly, Arvind Kejriwal announcing his resignation only yesterday, and he said in the next 48 hours he will be putting down his papers, which is tomorrow when we can expect Arvind Kejriwal to step down. Finally, the Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal will be stepping down. Now, on this, there is a suspicion as to who will replace him, or which leader from the Aam Aadmi Party will be chosen or decided to be taking the position of Arvind Kejriwal, that is the Chief Minister of the national capital. There are several rounds and suspicion that is increasing amongst the minds of the people after Kejriwal's resignation sent shockwaves to the political fraternity as well as the people of the national capital. Now, what we are seeing that in the next 2 days that was announced yesterday with the Kejriwal's resignation, there will be also the announcement of the next person taking over as Kejriwal's position as the Chief Minister of the national capital. Now, on this point, what we are also getting to know that Arvind Kejriwal announcing the fact that he and Manish Sisodia, who was earlier the Deputy Chief Minister of the national capital, both of them will be not holding any positions anymore till there is a mandate, there is a verdict by the people of the national capital. While announcing his resignation, Kejriwal also demanded and urged that the Delhi election slated to happen next February 2025 to take place, or rather to take place in the month of November itself. We have to wait and see whether the Delhi polls will be happening in the month of November or whether it will be happening in its scheduled time upcoming next year in the month of February. That is something that needs to be seen. But Kejriwal insisting the fact that he will be going one-on-one, he will be meeting the people of the national capital, and that is when he wants to see the verdict of the people, and then he will come back as the Chief Minister of the national capital. On the other hand, there is sharp criticism that is being coming in from the BJP since the very start of the excise policy case. The BJP calling Kejriwal's move as just nothing but a PR stunt, rather saying that he's trying to gain sympathy. BJP calling constantly for Kejriwal's resignation since he was sent to the Tihar in the excise policy case. But we have to wait and see again what happens next in this matter. Big suspicion, big announcement is awaited tomorrow as to who will be taking over the position of Arvind Kejriwal as the Chief Minister of the national capital.
Right, exactly, Riyanka. The big question is, who will it be? Who will succeed Kejriwal? It's going to be a very big announcement from Arvind Kejriwal, and we'll get our viewers the top updates right here on Republic TV. We have to move ahead right now, viewers, to Jammu and Kashmir. Home Minister Amit Shah is scheduled to address 3 rallies in Chenab Valley today, marking the final day of campaigning for the first phase of Jammu and Kashmir Assembly elections. Shah will speak at Ramband, Kishtwar and other areas. The first phase, set for September 18, will cover 24 assembly segments in Chenab Valley districts of Doda, Kishtwar and Ramband, and South Kashmir's Anantnag, Pulwama, Kulgaon and Shopia. So viewers, what we see right now are back-to-back details coming in. Amit Shah is scheduled to address 3 rallies in Chenab Valley today. He has been there earlier. He's addressed many other rallies. So has PM Modi. If I want to go across to Gursimran, okay, we have Gursimran with us. Let's go to Gursimran. Gursimran, you know, we are counting down to that crucial, historic Jammu and Kashmir polls, and we have got our viewers all the top updates about what's happening, the alliances, the BJP strategy. If you could take our viewers to what we can expect today, Amit Shah will be addressing more rallies today as we see that it's a final day of campaigning for the first phase of the 3-phase Jammu and Kashmir polls. Go ahead, Gursimran.
Yes, Union Home Minister will be arriving in the Kishtwar district at around 1. That is what we are picking up. First, he will be addressing a public rally in the Gulabgarh area of the Paternak-Seni constituency, from where a close confidant of Amit Shah and the BJP General Secretary Sunil Sharma is in fray. The second rally he will be addressing, he will be in the Kishtwar town only, wherein he will be addressing the rally in support of the BJP candidate Shagun Parihar, the youngest female candidate any party has given. She is the lone woman candidate the BJP has fielded in these elections, and she is the daughter of BJP leader Ajit Parihar, who was killed by the Hizbul Mujahideen terrorists in 2018 in broad daylight in the Kishtwar town itself. And this time the BJP, standing by the victims of the terrorism, has given the mandate to Shagun Parihar. Right now we are outside the venue of the Amit Shah's second rally. The third rally is in the Ramband district, wherein he will be addressing the public gathering at around 4:30. So with the end of the campaign, Amit Shah will be ending his campaign from the Ramband district for the first phase, where the 8 seats, 3 in the Kishtwar, 3 in the Doda and 2 in the Ramband, will be going to the polls. I'll request Sarjeevan if we can show you that the arrangements for the rally of the Union Home Minister are in full swing. The security arrangements have been kept in full swing. Reason being that there have been security concerns because we are a couple of days to the terror attack that has taken place in the Chatru area. So there lies a security threat, and keeping that in view, the adequate security arrangements have been made. Amit Shah will be holding a rally here. He will be speaking. What we are picking up for roughly 45 minutes is the time that is as per his schedule, and now the security arrangements have been put in place. Jammu and Kashmir Police, along with the ITBP, the bulletproof bunkers, all have been put in place so that there is no compromise with the security, and around the clock vigil is being kept because Kishtwar being communally also sensitive, and also the security threat that persists here makes it really very challenging for the security forces to ensure that the smooth conduct of the free and fair elections takes place. And that is why the high level of the security has been in place. And apart from that, at this very place, the second venue, it will be around 3 when the Union Home Minister Amit Shah will be addressing the rally.
Right. Okay, Gursimran, thank you for getting at those details. I'll be coming back to you as Amit Shah will be addressing multiple rallies there in Jammu and Kashmir. It's going to be a very big event. And Gursimran will be there covering it for us. Thank you so much, Gursimran. We move ahead right now to the other top stories that we are tracking.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Prime Minister to address more than 1 lakh party workers in Ahmedabad today. Communal tensions in Mangaluru as Bajrang Dal stages protest ahead of Eid procession. As Kejriwal's resignation deadline nears end, speculation rife over his successor. Mega crackdown on terror in Jammu and Kashmir. Encounter underway in Kathua and Pooch. Terrorist Afzal Guru's brother eyes political debut. Ajaz Guru says, will fight from Sapor. And viewers, an extensive anti-terror operation is underway in the Bani area of Kathua after reports of terrorist activity surfaced. The situation intensified this morning when a suspected militants clashed with joint security forces. Here is a full story on that development coming in.
With just days to go until the J&K elections, forces at the border have intensified their crackdown on terrorists. In Kathua, an ongoing anti-terror operation has escalated in the Bani area. Reports indicate that suspected terrorists from the Jaish-e-Mohammed group have engaged in gunfire with joint security forces.
After Kishtwar and the Poonch encounter, now another encounter broke out in the Bani area of the Kathua district. Today, after getting the specific intelligence input, the SOG Bani launched an anti-terror operation, after which they established the contact, and for roughly 30 minutes there was a heavy exchange of fire with the hiding terrorists. Though taking the advantage of the dense fog in the area, the terrorists managed to escape. Now the search operations are on in the area. It's important to mention that this is also a Jaish-e-Mohammed group that has been trapped in the Bani area.
The operation is concentrated in the upper Lawang area. Security personnel are currently involved in a fierce gunfight with 2 to 3 terrorists believed to be trapped. Searches and security operations are in full swing as authorities work to neutralize the threat. This comes on the heels of Baramulla encounter, where the forces successfully neutralized 3 terrorists. With the landmark elections in Jammu and Kashmir just 3 days away, Indian troops remain on high alert.
And viewers, we move ahead to the other stories we're tracking in our next segment, Bharat in 2 minutes. Junior doctors in Kolkata continue their protest for the 6th consecutive night at Swasth Bhavan in the Salt Lake area. The demand remain unmet as tensions between the doctors and the state government persist with no signs of resolution in sight. According to top sources, the government is likely to kick-start the long-pending census soon, with discussions around the One Nation, One Election proposal gaining momentum. It's expected that both initiatives may be pursued within the current tenure of the government, signaling a push for administrative and electoral reforms. In Gujarat, Surat, businesses and auto rickshaw drivers are celebrating Prime Minister Narendra Modi's 74th birthday by offering special discounts. Posters with birthday wishes and discount offers can be seen across shops, marts and vehicles as the city gears up to honour the Prime Minister on September 17th.
आज 17 तारीख को नरेंद्र मोदी साहब के जो जन्मदिन है, तो हमने उस दिन हमारा सूरत शहर के अंदर आनंद 14 से तो उस दिन बंद रहेगी, लेकिन एक दिन पहले यानी कि 16 तारीख को हम एक दिन के लिए 100% फ्री में पैसेंजर ले जाने के लिए हम तैयार हो गए।
Surat police conducted a flag march to ensure peace and security ahead of Eid. Eid-Milad-un-Nabi celebrations tomorrow. Now, the march was carried out across key areas of the city with a strong emphasis on maintaining law and order during the festival.
सूरत शहर पुलिस ने पिछले कई दिनों से काफ़ी तैयारियां की हैं। हम लोगों में कॉन्फिडेंस बिल्डिंग मेजर के तरीके पूरे हिंदू मुस्लिम विस्तारों में लोगों के साथ दोनों को इकट्ठा करके काफ़ी जो हम लोगों ने चर्चाएं किया उनके साथ मीटिंग में ये एश्योरेंस भी मिला है कि एकदम खूब अच्छे से दोनों त्यौहार मनाएंगे। पुलिस के पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से हम लोगों ने कोई कसर बाकी नहीं रखी है।
And viewers, let's move ahead right now to the other stories that we're tracking. We're getting some visuals coming in. Let's have a look at that. This is a raw video of the Houthis who have confirmed that they have used a hypersonic ballistic missile in their attack on Tel Aviv, marking the first instance of a Iran-made hypersonic missile being deployed in an assault on Israel. Let's move ahead right now to some of the international stories coming in. A powerful explosion shook a pasta factory in Turkey, leaving 21 people injured, including 2 in critical condition. Here is a report. Listen in.
A powerful explosion rocked a pasta factory in Turkey, leaving 21 injured, including 2 in critical condition. The explosion was followed by a fire that sent plumes of smoke across the district. Emergency services from nearby cities and districts were quickly deployed to the scene. Firefighters were also forced to deploy a crane to rescue a worker who was trapped in a silo. After being given first aid on site, the injured worker was sent to a hospital for further treatment. The cause of the explosion remains under investigation as authorities work to understand what happened that triggered the blast.
Second assassination attempt on former President Donald Trump. The shooter has been identified, who was spotted just 400 to 500 meters away from Donald Trump with an AK-47, and this with just months to go for the US elections. That's going to be one of our top focus stories heading into a very short break for now.
Amity University is organizing an international conference on semiconductor technologies, materials to chips, with over 200 speakers and delegates from top organizations and global academic institutions from 11 countries. This is another initiative by Amity, aligned with the Government of India's semiconductor mission.
Viewers, getting some quick updates coming in from across the globe. Religious groups in Rio de Janeiro marched calling for greater tolerance in Brazil amid rising religious tensions. Participants, including men, women and children, carried banners, danced and performed rituals to celebrate the nation's religious diversity. Rio, which has a significant Afro-Brazilian religious population, has seen a surge in Pentecostal Christianity, leading to an alleged increased cases of intolerance against African-influenced religions. Thousands of Houthi supporters in Sana'a gathered to celebrate the birth of Prophet Muhammad and express solidarity with Palestinians in Gaza just hours after the group launched a missile targeting Israeli military forces. The Houthis have claimed to intensify attacks against Israel, pledging continuous coordination with Palestine. At least 41 people were wounded when a Russian aerial bomb struck a multi-story residential building in Kharkiv, igniting a fire that spread across 4 stories. The guided bomb hit the 10th floor, with 12 other buildings also damaged in the attack. Polish military personnel initiated rescue operations in southwestern town of the country after severe flooding led to mass evacuations and the loss of lives. Several Central European nations have already been hit by a lot of flooding, including Austria, the Czech Republic, Poland and Romania. Now the floods come as a result of a low-pressure system from northern Italy, dumping record rainfall in the region. Flooding in Myanmar triggered by Typhoon Yagi has killed at least 113 people and displaced more than 320,000 people across the country. Officials urged Myanmar's ruling military council to initiate operations to locate 64 people who are still missing and 14 others were injured during the floodings.
Arvind Kejriwal all set to resign as the Chief Minister of the National Capital by tomorrow. The BJP calling it a move to gain sympathy. Kejriwal on the other side wanting the verdict of the people. Viewers, do stay tuned as we will come right back after this short break. Our rolling coverage will continue.
Capsule, you can see it turning a little bit with the drogue parachutes. And there are the 4 main chutes now deployed. They'll slowly open up to their full deployment here in just a few seconds.
Incredible views of the Polaris Dawn crew return. We can see the Polaris Dawn crew nestled in their seats there on the left-hand side of your screen as they anticipate their splashdown.
200, we're bracing.
Copy, 200 embraced.
Bracing for splashdown.
That will be the final call we hear from Jared until contact with the ocean surface. Standing by for a splashdown of the Polaris Dawn crew. And there you can see.
Perfect, copies, we see splash.
As you can see on your screen, and by the cheers behind us, the Polaris Dawn crew has successfully splashed down.
Welcome back to planet Earth, Polaris Dawn. Such excitement, our second.
Pretty cool to see that they are coming out, standing up on their own 2 feet and walking off.
Viewers, getting some top updates from the world of sports. We start off with the first story where Karim Benzema has scored a hat-trick as Al Ittihad consolidated top spot on the Russian Saudi League table with a thumping 7-1 victory over Al Wahda on Sunday. The French striker opened and closed scoring for their host with another goal just after half-time as they ran rampant over mid-table Al Wahda. Mikel Arteta spoke to the media after Arsenal's 1-0 win over traditional rivals Tottenham Hotspur in the North London derby in London. on Sunday. The derby was tight and a heated affair with 7 yellow cards awarded in the first half at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Oscar Piastri overtook Charles Leclerc to win the Azerbaijan Grand Prix on Sunday. McLaren's Piastri has started second behind Leclerc, but took the lead with a daring swoop past the Ferrari driver into the first corner of lap 20 of 51 after the victory. Piastri stated that it was the most stressful afternoon of his life. He also lauded his crew's contribution over the past year.
Well, super happy, obviously. We know what it means to our club, to our people, to win a London derby. And we have the power to try to make them very happy. So hopefully we have achieved that, and that makes it very special. On the performance, we had moments in the game, some really good ones, some others that we have to suffer. We suffer because we have to adapt a little bit the plan because of the players that we had available.
Spain won the deciding doubles match against Australia to top Group B in Davis Cup in Spain. Spain's Marcel Granollers and Pedro Martinez came through a 3-set epic thriller, 5-7, 6-2, 4, 6-4 against Australia's Matthew Ebden and Max Purcell, with Carlos Alcaraz watching on in delight from the sidelines.
Sonora, close the door. Yeah, I think considering where we started when I joined the team last year, we were literally last, and now we are leading the World Championship. So it's a full credit to the team for the turnaround we've managed to have in my 18 months here. Firstly in terms of improving the car, but helping me improve as well. Results like this definitely weren't possible 12 months ago for myself. So it's a massive team effort, and excited to see what the future holds.
Spain won the deciding doubles match against Australia to top Group B in Davis Cup in Spain. Spain's Marcel Granollers and Pedro Martinez came through a 3-set epic thriller.
In a last push for the BJP's campaign in Jammu and Kashmir for the first phase of assembly elections, Union Home Minister Amit Shah will be holding back-to-back 3 rallies in the Kishtwar and the Ramban district. Shah will be kick-starting his campaign on the last day of the campaign for the first phase with paying obeisance at Shri Machel Mata Temple in the Gulabgarh and then starting his campaign. For more, stay tuned to Republic TV right after this short break.
Director, the taste of success.
रेसलिंग से मुझे जुड़ने का मौका मिला था। मैं रेसलिंग फेडरेशन ऑफ इंडिया का पहला ब्रांड एम्बेसडर था 2014-15 में। तो अभी रेसलिंग बहुत फेमस थी, कई 2-3 साल से, मतलब पिछले साल तो बहुत फेमस रही। ब्रिजभूषण जी का हुआ, फिर जो हमारे जो रेसलर्स हैं, जो युवा रेसलर्स हैं, उनका कुछ हुआ। तो वो रेसलिंग पीछे आ रही थी। तो वो जो हो रहा था ना, वहां पे बैठे थे, वो मैं नहीं कहूँगा कि कौन सही कौन गलत है, मगर वो कुश्ती पीछे जा रही थी।
किस वजह से?
क्योंकि जब आप बैठते हैं कि रेसलिंग पे ऐसे एलिगेशन लगते हैं कि भैया सही पारदर्शिता नहीं हो रही, कोई मोलेस्टेशन का ये हो गया, कोई दूसरा हो गया, तो क्या होता है, वो चीज़ पीछे जाती है। कोई भी विवाद होता है, वो चीज़ आगे नहीं आती, वो विवाद से चीज़ हाईलाइट होकर पीछे जाती है। जैसे पहले कुछ मीडिया ने भी रेसलिंग को डिफरेंट लिया। पहले बोलते थे कि भैया 2 पहलवान बुला लाओ, 2 पहलवानों कर लाओ। तो क्या था कि पहलवान का अर्थ पता क्या होता है? पहलवान प्रथम आह्वान माने हर चीज में। जो इंसान शारीरिक रूप से, मानसिक रूप से, अनुशासन रूप से प्रथम होता है, वो पहलवान होता है। विद द पर्सन इज अ फिजिकली मेंटली डिसिप्लिन फर्स्ट, ही और सी इज रेसलर। तो मुझे अनुराग जी से ही मेरी बात हुई, जो हमारे खेल मंत्री थे। बाकी ये सब हुआ, क्या करना चाहिए, ये तो ये वो है। अब मैं चुपचाप सुन रहा था, देख रहा था दोनों साइड, क्योंकि मैंने ब्रिजभूषण जी के साथ काम किया। ही वॉज वेरी गुड। मैं क्योंकि कुश्ती के मतलब कुश्ती के दौरान कुश्ती को बढ़ावा देने के लिए मुझे उससे अच्छा प्रेसिडेंट नहीं लगा अब तक का। अच्छा। मैंने बहुत प्रेसिडेंट देखे हैं, सबका अपना अलग अलग वो था। फिर बाकी ये बच्चे हैं जैसे बजरंग है, साक्षी है, विनेश है, मेरे सामने आई मतलब।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good morning and thank you for tuning in. You're watching Live and Breaking at 10. I'm Soesha Samant and we'll begin this edition with the latest on Arvind Kejriwal, who was granted bail on Friday, but on Sunday, that is yesterday, he announced that he will step down as the Delhi Chief Minister within 2 days. Not just that, he's also called for early elections. What may happen next and how this will impact the strategy of the Aam Aadmi Party, we'll tell you in this edition. First, a quick check of the headlines.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
Trump narrowly escapes yet another assassination attempt after shooting at his Florida golf course. FBI and Secret Service arrest 58-year-old Brian Ruth after second assassination attempt on Trump. Trump issues statement after second assassination bid, says that he is safe and nothing will bow him down. Top government sources have informed that one nation, one election to be implemented in this tenure. As campaigning enters its final leg in Jammu and Kashmir, Amit Shah to lead 3 mega rallies today. As CBI goes after cover-up, focus shifts to police's role. Sources say SHO's phone records are being probed.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
And first up, we get you details on Arvind Kejriwal, where we are gathering that Manish Sisodia is at Arvind Kejriwal's residence as we talk. Now, this amid speculation over whether Manish Sisodia will take over as the next Chief Minister of the national capital. This despite, as is being reported, where Kejriwal has said that Manish Sisodia will not succeed him. But remember, Arvind Kejriwal, who's called for the all-important AAP MLAs meet, and the discussion for who will be the next Chief Minister in this time is to be done. The meeting that is expected to include discussions on selecting a new Chief Minister for the national capital. And let me cut across to Riyanka, who's tracking all the developments very closely. She's joining us from outside Kejriwal's residence. Good morning to you. Do tell us what this meeting is going to be all about. Sisodia meeting Kejriwal. This is Kejriwal has clarified that Sisodia will not succeed him.
That's right. You know, this is the first meeting that is going to be taking place at Arvind Kejriwal's residence, where Manish Sisodia will be visiting Kejriwal first time after he has announced his resignation. Now, Manish Sisodia meeting Kejriwal is all about discussions as to who will be taking over the position of the Delhi Chief Minister. Remember, earlier, as you rightly mentioned, that Arvind Kejriwal, as he announced his resignation, also announced the fact that neither him nor Manish Sisodia, who earlier held the position of the Deputy Chief Minister of the National Capital. Both of these leaders will not be holding any position in the Delhi cabinet. So now the question is, who will be next? So today's meeting with Arvind Kejriwal, Manish Sisodia will be discussing on as to who will become the next face of Aam Aadmi Party Delhi Chief Minister. That is the big speculation that is still making the rounds. Remember, the discussions, all the discussions happening today, the announcement is likely to take place tomorrow. Given Kejriwal is going to put down his papers tomorrow, he had asked for 48 hours, and in these 48 hours comes Kejriwal's resignation as well as the announcement of the new Delhi Chief Minister. Also, Kejriwal has urged that the Delhi polls be held before the month of February, as it has been slated for the next year 2025 in the month of February. He's urged that it happens in the month of November itself, given that it is a time when Kejriwal is seeking the verdict of the people in the national capital to come back as the Chief Minister.
Oh yes, absolutely. We wait and watch what happens next, Priyanka. In the meanwhile, we also play out all the political reactions that are coming in on this story. This amid speculation over who will be the next Chief Minister face of Delhi. Listen in.
The Honorable Supreme Court of India had also indicated in their order that he ought to resign on the ground of morality. But if you remember, various courts of this country have found Mr. Kejriwal to be the kingpin of the liquor scam. The bail condition which has been imposed on him by the Honorable Supreme Court of India is very strict, very stringent. It disallows him from functioning as a CM particularly, because it does not allow him to sign any files. It does not allow him to enter the CM's secretariat. ऐसा लगता है जैसे वो अपनी बेल कंडीशन की विवशता पर एक नैतिकता का आवरण डाल रहे हैं और ये राजनीतिक स्वांग रच रहे हैं.
सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने जो उनको जमानत दी है वो कंडीशनल है. फाइलों पे दस्तखत नहीं कर सकते, फाइलों के फैसले नहीं कर सकते. तो अगर वो फाइलों के फैसले नहीं करेंगे, फाइलों पर दस्तखत नहीं करेंगे, तो वो मुख्यमंत्री कैसे रह सकते हैं? फिर तो फाइलों का अंबार लग जाएगा. इसलिए उनकी मजबूरी है कि वो इस्तीफ़ा दें. 2 दिन के लिए शायद वो ये तय नहीं कर पा रहे कि कौन मुख्यमंत्री बने. कहा जाता है कि वो अपनी पत्नी को बनाना चाहते हैं. जिसको भी बनाना चाहते हों, इसीलिए गालिबन वो 2 दिन का टाइम ले रहे हैं, वरना तो उन्हें इस्तीफ़ा दे ही देना चाहिए था.
And moving on, as a major road accident that occurred late Sunday night on the Kingaon-Ambejogai road in Latur in Maharashtra, resulting in the deaths of 3 individuals that also include 2 women and a minor girl. The incident happened when a speeding Tata Sumo collided with a truck that was parked on the roadside. The injured, including the driver of the Tata Sumo, have been hospitalized in Ambejogai for treatment. Let me cut across to Satya Prakash, who joins us from Mumbai to take us through the details of how this accident happened. Satya Prakash.
शिवेशा, बीती रात की घटना है जब एक तेज रफ्तार टाटा सोमो ने ट्रक पीछे खड़ी थी और जोरदार टक्कर मारी. इस एक्सीडेंट में 3 लोग की मौत हुई है. जो हादसा था बहुत भीषण एक्सीडेंट था और इस एक्सीडेंट में 3 लोग की मौत हुई, जिसमें महिलाएं भी हैं. फिलहाल लातूर पुलिस इस मामले की जांच कर रही थी. एक्सीडेंट की वजह क्या है, किसकी वजह से ये एक्सीडेंट हुआ है, कि ड्राइवर की लापरवाही है या ड्राइवर शराब के नशे में गाड़ी चला रहा था. फिलहाल इस एक्सीडेंट में 3 लोग की मौत हुई है और 2 लोग घायल हुए हैं. लातूर के अस्पताल में उनका इलाज चल रहा है. लेकिन जिस रफ्तार में टाटा सुमो थी और पीछे से आके ट्रक को टक्कर मारी, जिसके बाद ये एक्सीडेंट हुआ. सुयशा.
Satya Prakash, thank you for getting us those details. Of course, we'll keep coming back to you. For the moment, we also take a quick check of the other top stories that are making news across the country. These are stories in brief on Bharat in 2 minutes. Yes, junior doctors in Kolkata continue their protest for the 6th consecutive night at Swasthya Bhavan in the Salt Lake area. Their demands remain unmet as tensions between the doctors and the state government persist, with no signs of resolution in sight. According to top sources, the government is likely to kickstart the long-pending census soon, with discussions around the One Nation, One Election proposal gaining momentum. It is expected that both initiatives may be pursued within the current tenure of the government, signaling a push for administrative and electoral reforms. In Gujarat, Surat businesses and auto rickshaw drivers are celebrating Prime Minister Narendra Modi's 74th birthday by offering special discounts. Posters with birthday wishes and discount offers can be seen across shops, marts and vehicles as the city gears up to honor Prime Minister on September 17.
आज 17 तारीख को नरेंद्र मोदी साहब की जो जन्मदिन है, तो हमने उस दिन हमारा सूरत शहर के अंदर आनंद 14 से तो उस दिन बंद रहेगी, लेकिन एक दिन पहले यानी कि 16 तारीख को हम एक दिन के लिए 100% फ्री में पैसेंजर ले जाने के लिए हम तैयार हो गए।
Surat police conducted a flag march to ensure peace and security ahead of Eid-e-Milad-un-Nabi celebrations. The march that was carried out across key areas of the city with a strong emphasis on maintaining law and order during the festival.
सूरत शहर पुलिस ने पिछले कई दिनों से काफ़ी तैयारियां की हैं। हम लोगों में कॉन्फिडेंस बिल्डिंग मेजर के तरीके पूरे हिंदू मुस्लिम विस्तारों में लोगों के साथ दोनों को इकट्ठा करके काफ़ी जो हम लोगों ने चर्चाएं की उनके साथ मीटिंग में ये एश्योरेंस भी मिला है कि एकदम खूब अच्छे से दोनों त्यौहार मनाएंगे। पुलिस के पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से हम लोगों ने कोई कसर बाकी नहीं रखी है।
And well, a man named Navendra Jha was shot dead on Sunday night in Noida's Sector 142 area over a suspected property dispute. This, according to the police, as the incident occurred near Sector 137 metro station, happened around 7 p.m. After which Jha was admitted to Felix Hospital, where he later died. Initial probe has revealed that Jha was involved in an ongoing property dispute. The police has informed teams to track down and arrest those who are responsible for the killing. Let's listen in to what the top cops have to say.
थाना 142 के अंतर्गत दो पक्षों के बीच में प्रॉपर्टी को लेकर कुछ वार्ता चल रही थी। इसी वार्ता के दौरान वाद विवाद बढ़ा। एक पक्ष के द्वारा दूसरे पक्ष को गोली मार दी गई, जिसे तत्काल हॉस्पिटलाइज किया गया, जहां डॉक्टर ने उनको मृत घोषित कर दिया गया है। जो आरोपी पक्ष है उसके विरुद्ध नामजद तहरीर घर वालों ने दी है। पुलिस की 6 टीमें लगा दी गई हैं उनको पकड़ने के लिए। शेष जो विधिक कार्रवाई है वो की जा रही है।
Cutting across to Soumya joining us live. Soumya, do give us details of how this happened.
Yes, Suesha. So, this particular incident, if we talk about, is related to a property dispute based out of Sector 142 of Noida. A person named Navendra Jha was shot dead near Sector 137 metro station of Noida last night at 7 p.m. This is what police had to say in its statement. The police further clarified that this was related to a fallout because of property disputes. So the late Navendra Jha was taken to hospital right after he was shot dead. However, he died during the treatment itself. And now, as per the statement given by Pushpraj Singh, who happens to be the police station in charge of Sector 147, he said that a person, it was a fallout between Navendra Jha and a person named Naveen Gupta. And the property dispute is already in court. The matter is in court. However, it is suspected that it was because of this property dispute that the shooting happened last night, and in which Navendra Jha lost his life. However, police went on to say that a proper team has been formed for further investigations and arrests will be made in this regard. Back to you.
All right, many thanks for getting us those details. For the moment, we move on to other news. And yes, a political war of words that ensues between JDU and the RJD, seeming to be escalating, where RJD has alleged that Nitish government is snooping in on the Lalu family. Getting you all the details in this report.
Former Bihar Deputy Chief Minister Tejaswi Yadav has levelled big allegations against CM Nitish Kumar. Tejaswi has claimed that the Nitish government is spying on the Lalu family. He further went on to claim that Chief Minister Nitish is sending CID and special branch officers into RJD meetings.
ताजुब की बात है, जहां भी हम बैठक कर रहे हैं एक जगह, हमारे बैठक के अंदर सीआईडी वाले और स्पेशल ब्रांच वाले बैठे हुए थे, नोट कर रहे थे। पता चला कि भाई सीआईडी, और हम लोगों को लगा भाई पत्रकार है, क्योंकि इंटरनल पार्टी की बैठक होती है तो उसमें फोटो तो लेना होता, लेकर के फिर जो है बाहर चले जाते हैं पत्रकार लोग, क्योंकि पार्टी की इंटरनल बैठक है। लेकिन कुछ लोग जो है हिलने का नाम नहीं ले रहे थे। बाद में पता चला कि वो स्पेशल ब्रांच और सीआईडी के लोग हैं। कार्ड उन्होंने दिखाया बकायदा। तो मुख्यमंत्री पूरी तरीके से जासूसी करा रहे।
This is not the first time that Tejaswi has accused Nitish of snooping. In 2018, Tejaswi claimed that Chief Minister has trained one of the CCTV cameras in his bungalow across the wall and towards the home of Yadavs. Unlike 2018, when the Chief Minister maintained his silence on Tejaswi Yadav's attacks. This time, JDU has refuted claims of its former ally, saying that Tejaswi is fabricating lies on the spying issue. JDU has also said the special branch officers roam with Tejaswi on his consent.
तेजस्वी यादव जी जासूसी आपका करेगा, इसकी आवश्यकता क्या है? अरे स्पेशल ब्रांच के लोग तो आपके साथ घूमते हैं, आपकी सहमति से आपके साथ चलते हैं, ये तो सामान्य प्रोटोकॉल है। और सुरक्षा घेरे में आप चलते हैं, तो जासूसी किस बात का? राजनीतिक दल की मीटिंग में क्या प्रशिक्षण दे रहे हैं आप?
The snooping claims have added a new twist to the ongoing RJD-JDU tussle. The moot point remains. Are the charges valid, or is Tejaswi just shooting in the dark?
And we now get you details of a powerful explosion that shook a pasta factory in Turkey that left 21 people injured, including 2 in a critical condition. Getting you all the details in this report.
A powerful explosion rocked a pasta factory in Turkey, leaving 21 injured, including 2 in critical condition. The explosion was followed by a fire that sent plumes of smoke across the district. Emergency services from nearby cities and districts were quickly deployed to the scene. Firefighters were also forced to deploy a crane to rescue a worker who was trapped in a silo. After being given first aid on site, the injured worker was sent to a hospital for further treatment. The cause of the explosion remains under investigation as authorities work to understand what happened that triggered the blast.
Religious groups in Rio de Janeiro marched calling for greater tolerance in Brazil amid rising religious tensions. Participants, including men, women and children, carried banners, danced and performed rituals to celebrate the nation's religious diversity. Rio, which has a significant Afro-Brazilian religious population, has seen a surge in neo-Pentecostal Christianity, leading to an alleged increased cases of intolerance against African-influenced religions. Tens of thousands of Houthi supporters in Sana'a gathered to celebrate the birth of Prophet Muhammad and express solidarity with Palestinians in Gaza just hours after the group launched a missile targeting Israeli military forces. The Houthis have claimed to intensify attacks against Israel, pledging continued coordination with Palestine. At least 41 people were wounded when a Russian aerial bomb struck a multi-story residential building in Kharkiv, igniting a fire that spread across 4 stories. The guided bomb hit the 10th floor and 12 other buildings that were damaged in the attack. Polish military personnel initiated rescue operations in southwestern towns of the country after severe flooding led to mass evacuations and the loss of lives. Several Central European nations that have already been hit by severe flooding, including Austria, Czech Republic, Poland and Romania. The floods come as a result of low-pressure system from northern Italy dumping record rainfall in the region. Flooding in Myanmar triggered by Typhoon Yagi has killed at least 113 people and displaced more than 320,000 people across the country. Officials urged Myanmar's ruling military council to initiate operations to locate 64 people who were still missing and 14 others were injured during the floods.
In a last push for the BJP's campaign in Jammu and Kashmir for the first phase of assembly elections, Union Home Minister Amit Shah will be holding back-to-back 3 rallies in the Kishtwar and the Ramban district. Shah will be kick-starting his campaign on the last day of the campaign for the first phase with paying obeisance at Shri Machel Mata Temple in the Gulabgarh and then starting his campaign. For more, stay tuned to Republic TV right after this short break.
रेसलिंग से मुझे जुड़ने का मौका मिला था। मैं रेसलिंग फेडरेशन ऑफ इंडिया का पहला ब्रांड एम्बेसडर था 2014-15 में। तो अभी रेसलिंग बहुत फेमस थी, कई कुछ 2-3 साल से, मतलब पिछले साल तो बहुत फेमस रही। ब्रिजभूषण जी का हुआ, फिर जो हमारे जो रेसलर्स हैं, जो युवा रेसलर्स हैं, उनका कुछ हुआ। तो वो रेसलिंग पीछे आ रही थी। तो वो जो हो रहा था ना, वहां पे बैठे थे वो, मैं नहीं कहूँगा कि कौन सही कौन गलत है, मगर वो कुश्ती पीछे जा रही थी।
किस वजह से?
क्योंकि जब आप बैठते हैं कि रेसलिंग पे ऐसे एलिगेशन लगते हैं कि भैया सही पारदर्शिता नहीं हो रही, कोई मोलेस्टेशन का ये हो गया, कोई दूसरा हो गया, तो क्या होता है वो चीज़ पीछे जाती है। कोई भी विवाद होता है वो चीज़ आगे नहीं आती, वो विवाद से चीज़ हाईलाइट होकर पीछे जाती है। जैसे पहले कुछ मीडिया ने भी रेसलिंग को डिफरेंट लिया, पहले बोलते थे कि भैया 2 पहलवान बुला लाओ, 2 पहलवानों कर लाओ। तो क्या था कि पहलवान का अर्थ पता क्या होता है? पहलवान प्रथम आह्वान माने हर चीज में। जो इंसान शारीरिक रूप से, मानसिक रूप से, अनुशासन रूप से प्रथम होता है वो पहलवान होता है। विद अ पर्सन इज अ फिजिकली मेंटली डिसिप्लिन फर्स्ट, ही और सी इज रेसलर। तो मुझे अनुराग जी से ही मेरी बात हुई, जो हमारे खेल मंत्री थे। बाकी ये सब हुआ यार, क्या करना चाहिए, ये तो ये वो है। अब मैं चुपचाप सुन रहा था, देख रहा था दोनों साइड, क्योंकि मैंने ब्रिजभूषण जी के साथ काम किया, ही वाज वेरी गुड। मैं क्योंकि कुश्ती के दौरान कुश्ती को बढ़ावा देने के लिए मुझे उससे अच्छा प्रेसिडेंट नहीं लगा अब तक का। अच्छा। मैंने बहुत प्रेसिडेंट देखे हैं, सबका अपना अलग अलग वो था। फिर बाकी ये बच्चे हैं जैसे
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
And a quick check of the headlines. Prime Minister to address more than 1 lakh party workers in Ahmedabad today. Communal tension in Mangaluru as Hindu groups stage protests ahead of Eid procession. As Kejriwal's resignation deadline nears end, speculation rife over who his successor will be. Mega crackdown on terror in Jammu and Kashmir, encounter underway in Katwa and Pooch. Terrorist Afzal Guru's brother eyes political debut. Ajaz Guru says he will fight from Sopor. And shifting focus to the J&K polls, where a new alliance has emerged in Jammu and Kashmir that could reshape the region's upcoming assembly elections. The Awami Ittehad Party, led by Lok Sabha member Sheikh Abdul Rashid, commonly known as Engineer Rashid, has joined forces with former members of the Jamaat-e-Islami. Getting you all the details in this report.
In a significant political development, the Awami Ittehad Party, led by Lok Sabha member Sheikh Abdul Rashid, also known as Engineer Rashid, has forged a strategic alliance with former members of Jamaat-e-Islami. Listen in to what Rashid had to say.
इलेक्शन के जो हमारा अलायंस है उसकी बुनियाद खुलूस पे है और उसका मकसद सिर्फ ये है कि कश्मीर और कश्मीरियों की बात करें, कश्मीर मसले के हल के लिए कोशिश की जाए, जो इंसानी हुकूक की पामालियाँ हो रही हैं उसके खिलाफ आवाज़ उठाई जाए और नई दिल्ली को पुरअमन मुज़ाकरात के लिए आमादा किया जा सके। उसके लिए इलेक्शन में हम अलायंस कर रहे हैं। जहाँ जहाँ पर जमात इस्लामी के उम्मीदवार हैं हम उनकी हिमायत करेंगे, जहाँ हमारे उम्मीदवार हैं वहाँ वो हमारी हिमायत करेंगे।
Legislative Assembly elections are scheduled to be held in Jammu and Kashmir from 18th September to 1st October 2024 in 3 phases to elect 90 members of Jammu and Kashmir Legislative Assembly. The votes will be counted and the results will be declared on 8th October 2024.
The forex market has stalled as traders await a potential rate cut by the Federal Reserve. Market participants are holding off on significant moves, anticipating that a Fed decision to lower interest rates could have major implications for currency values globally. British ministers in the Gulf to negotiate a trade deal with the Gulf Cooperation Council is being reported as the potential deal aims to boost economic ties between the UK and Gulf nations, enhancing trade, investment and cooperation across various sectors. US lenders are challenging Baiju's claim regarding its debt obligations, demanding full repayment of a $1.2 billion loan. The dispute centers around the terms and conditions of the loan agreement, with lenders seeking immediate and complete settlement of the outstanding amount. The UK housing market is experiencing a boost following the Bank of England's recent interest rate cut. The reduction in rates has made borrowing cheaper, stimulating demand in the property sector. However, uncertainties regarding economic conditions and potential future rate adjustments continue to weigh on the market. The Confederation of All India Traders, that is the CII, has written to the Commerce Minister urging the suspension of operations of Amazon and Flipkart in India. CAIT's request stems from concerns over alleged violations of e-commerce regulations and unfair practices by these platforms. The organization demands strict regulatory action to ensure compliance with local laws and fair competition. According to PwC India, 90% of financial institutions are now focusing on artificial intelligence and generative AI technologies. This shift highlights the growing emphasis on advanced technologies to enhance operations, improve decision-making, and drive innovation within the financial sector. The adoption of AI and generative AI is seen as a strategic move to stay competitive and meet evolving customer demands. With that, it's a wrap on this edition of the news. On the other side, we get to the latest and more political reactions have come in after the second failed assassination bid on Donald Trump. That and much more after this short breather, to stay tuned.
Second assassination attempt on former President Donald Trump. The shooter has been identified, who was spotted just 400 to 500 meters away from Donald Trump with an AK-47, and this with just months to go for the US elections. That's going to be one of our top focus stories heading into a very short break for now.
ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಮ್ಮಿಟ್ಗಳ ಇತಿಹಾಸದಲ್ಲೇ ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ಮೈಲುಗಲ್ಲು ಸೃಷ್ಟಿಸೋಕೆ ವೇದಿಕೆ ಸಿದ್ಧವಾಗಿದೆ. ರಿಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ಕನ್ನಡ ಮಹಾಸಂಗಮ, ಇದು ಕನಸಿನ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ದಿಗ್ಗಜರ ಸಮಾಗಮ ಅತಿ ಶೀಘ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ.
मैं अपने आप को उतना पुश नहीं कर सका। मेंटली मैं रेडी था, लेकिन फिजिकली कहीं ना
Very good morning. It's 10:30. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. Our top focus remains on the assassination bid, assassination attempt on former President Donald Trump. A 58-year-old suspect has now been taken into custody. We'll get you the details, beginning first with the headlines. Trump narrowly escapes yet another assassination attempt after shooting at his Florida golf course. FBI and Secret Service arrest 58-year-old Ryan Ruth after second assassination attempt on Donald Trump. Trump issues statement after second assassination bid, says that he's safe and nothing will bow him down. Top government sources have informed that one nation, one election to be implemented in this tenure. As campaigning enters its final leg in J&K, Amit Shah to lead 3 mega rallies today. As CBI goes after cover-up angle, focus now shifts to police role. Sources say SHO's phone records now being probed. And we begin first up with news that's coming in from Karnataka's Mangaluru, where clashes erupted between the police officials and the VHP workers. In fact, this days after communal clashes broke out in Mandya district of the state. So, days after those communal clashes that erupted in Mandya district of the state, Hindu groups staged protest, and there were clashes between the VHP activists and the police officials in the Mangaluru district of the state. The visuals of which is on your screens. You see how the police is trying to control the situation with the VHP activists who'd planned a protest in this particular location today. And this days after communal clashes broke out in Mandya district of the state, which the state government had admitted, saying that there were lapses on part of the state police. Before we go across to our Republic Kannada newsroom, listen in to that statement also coming in from the police official on the clashes between the police officials and the VHP activists.
Today, on the eve of Eid Milad festival, we have made adequate bandobast around the district, and there was a call for a protest in the Bantwal town at BC Road, for which we have made adequate bandobast also. We are making sure that no untoward incidents take place in Bantwal or anywhere in the district.
What was the reason for the...
there is some issue that is happening amongst a few people, and I cannot disclose what the issue is, and we just wanted to make sure that everything remains peaceful. In that regard, we have made sufficient bandobast, and we have ensured that peace is prevailed in Bantwal as well as Dakshin Kannada district, and we will continue to do so in the future also.
What was the condition now still?
No, we did not impose any such condition. We just wanted peace, and we told them also that anything which disturbs peace would attract legal actions and consequences, and that is our communication to them, and the organizers or the protesters also had agreed to that, that they will protest peacefully, and we will continue to keep a watch and keep our bandobast intact, and make sure that the city and the district remain peaceful.
All right, so that was the Mangaluru SP ambiguous in his statements as to what essentially led to these clashes between the police officials and the VHP activists. This while the latter had planned a protest march in this particular location ahead of a procession. So tensions have flared up in this particular region of Mangaluru district of the state. So this comes days after clashes broke out in Mandya district. The police says that the situation has now been brought under control, and this while the VHP workers gathered in large numbers to stage a protest. And shifting focus to news that we are tracking from the state of Uttar Pradesh. This is with reference to the remarks that were made by the Samajwadi Party Supremo Akhilesh Yadav, in which he'd likened the seers with the mafias in the state. Remarks that have drawn massive backlash from across the board. In fact, Hindu seers have now hit back, accusing Akhilesh Yadav of lacking morals, and have urged Hindus to reject this insult. The call for boycotting the Samajwadi Party across the state has only been echoing, with chants demanding an apology from Akhilesh Yadav, who remains unapologetic despite the massive backlash that he's been facing. Listen into the reactions coming in.
हाल ही में श्रीमान अखिलेश यादव राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष समाजवादी पार्टी पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री जिस प्रकार से साधु संतों को मठाधीश को माफिया जोड़कर बताया और माफिया से उनकी तुलना की, उन्होंने कहा मठाधीश और माफिया में कोई बहुत ज्यादा अंतर नहीं होता है। इससे पूरे देश में फैले करोड़ों साधु संतों को उन्होंने व्यक्तिगत टारगेट किया है और साधु संतों को माफिया बताने का प्रयास किया है। आज हम सभी साधु संत इस बात से आहत होकर मां सरयू की घाट पर सरयू जी में जो जानती हैं कि समाजवादी पार्टी ने कैसे 90 के दशक में लाखों साधु संतों के सहित हिंदुओं का निर्ममता पूर्वक नरसंहार कर दिया था और कैसे रामचरितमानस को जलवाने का काम स्वामी प्रसाद मौर्य के नेतृत्व में अखिलेश यादव साहब ने किया था, और उसी प्रकार से अब साधु संतों को मठाधीशों को माफिया बताने का काम कर रहे हैं। उन्हीं मां सरजू को और अयोध्या के समस्त साधु संतों को साक्षी मानकर मैंने समाजवादी पार्टी को और अखिलेश यादव साहब को तिलांजलि दे दी है। हमारे शास्त्रों में यह बताया गया है कि जब किसी व्यक्ति के अंदर धर्म, संस्कृति, संस्कार मर जाए, जब वो अपने माता पिता, अपने गुरुओं का, साधु संतों का सम्मान करना भूल जाए, तो शास्त्र कहते हैं ऐसे व्यक्ति को तज देने चाहिए, ऐसे व्यक्ति को तिलांजलि देके उन्हें विसरा देना चाहिए। और साथ ही साथ मैं हिंदुओं से भी आग्रह करते हुए अपील करता हूँ कि यह व्यक्तिगत प्रहार अब साधु संतों को कतई नहीं स्वीकार्य है। आपके धर्मगुरु क्या जो है माफिया हैं, क्या वो अपराधी हैं? जो साधु संत अपना सर्वस्व त्याग कर देता है, क्या वो साधु संत माफिया हो सकता है? जो साधु संत राष्ट्र निर्माण में समर्पित होकर स्वयं को आहूत करते धर्म और संस्कृति का प्रचार करता है, मठों और मंदिरों की सुरक्षा करता है। जिन साधु संतों ने 1947 में इस स्वतंत्रता और स्वाधीनता में नागा साधुओं के रूप में अपने प्राणों की आहुति दी थी, जिन्होंने अपने मठ मंदिरों को बचाने के लिए अनेकों बार अपने आप को आहूत किया था, क्या वो साधु संत माफिया होते हैं? और यदि नहीं तो अखिलेश यादव का और समाजवादी पार्टी का पूरे प्रदेश से बहिष्कार किया जाना चाहिए और ऐसे व्यक्ति की सिर्फ तिलांजलि देनी चाहिए, ऐसे राजनीतिक पार्टी की सिर्फ तिलांजलि देनी चाहिए। और मैंने आज तिलांजलि दे दी है, अब बारी आप सभी हिंदू समाज की है। मैं पुनः आप सभी लोगों से आग्रह करता हूं कि ऐसे समाजवादी पार्टी को आगे आइए और ऐसे समाजवादी पार्टी का नेतृत्व कर रहे नेताओं को तिलांजलि दीजिए।
All right, let's go across to Raghavendra. He's joining us live from Lucknow. Raghavendra, these remarks by Akhilesh Yadav have been deplorable. Any apology that's come as of yet from Akhilesh Yadav, and is that the overall stand of the Samajwadi Party when it comes to that statement that he gave, likening the Hindu seers with the mafias in the state?
हाँ, देखिए अखिलेश यादव ने जो बयान दे दिया है, अब उस पर वो पीछे कैसे हटेंगे या उसके बारे में वह खुद सोच रहे होंगे कि आखिर मैंने ये क्यों और कैसे बोल दिया। हालांकि जो वो सवाल था, खुद रिपब्लिक भारत ने वो सवाल किया था, यानी कि मैंने किया था 4 से 5 दिन पहले, जब मैंने कहा कि योगी आदित्यनाथ ने कहा है कि अखिलेश यादव समाजवादी पार्टी माफियाओं में, यानी कि गुंडों माफियाओं में जाति और धर्म ढूंढते हैं। तब अखिलेश यादव ने कहा, मुख्यमंत्री के ऊपर टारगेट करते हुए। लेकिन मुख्यमंत्री एक महंत है, साधु संत है, उन्होंने कहा कि मठ और मठाधीश में ज़्यादा फर्क नहीं होता है। यह बयान देने के बाद हिंदुस्तान के विभिन्न हिस्सों से साधु संतों में आक्रोश देखा गया। साधु संत वहां से प्रतिक्रिया देने लगे। जिस तरह का बयान अभी आप सुन रहे थे, कितना आक्रोश निकल रहा था साधु संतों के मन से, कितनी कुंठा निकल रही थी, किस तरह से आपने साधु संतों को लाकर खड़ा कर दिया एक माफिया के लेवल में। क्या साधु संत और माफिया एक जैसे होते हैं, एक बराबर होते हैं? ये सपा के जो राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष है, पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री रहे हैं इतने बड़े स्टेट के उत्तर प्रदेश के, जहां पर अयोध्या, काशी, मथुरा जैसे धर्मस्थल हैं, वहां के आप सीएम हुए थे। अब आपने इस तरह का बयान दिया, आपने साधु संतों को और माफियाओं को एक लाइन में खड़ा कर दिया। यह पीड़ादायक बयान था जिसकी आज आलोचना हो रही है। हिंदुस्तान के अलग अलग हिस्सों से बयान आ रहे हैं, चाहे वो मथुरा के साधु संत हो, चाहे प्रयागराज के साधु संत हो, चाहे बनारस के साधु संत हो, चाहे अयोध्या के साधु संत हो। हर जगह से प्रतिक्रियाएं आ रही हैं, हर जगह से वो आक्रोश आ रहा है। जैसा कि आज सरयू नदी में तमाम साधु संत अयोध्या के इकट्ठा होकर गए हैं और सोचिए कि बयान क्या दे रहे हैं, क्या कह रहे हैं कि किस तरह के जब मुलायम सिंह यादव की सरकार थी किस तरह से साधु संतों के ऊपर गोलियां चलाई गई थी, और उसके बाद अब अखिलेश यादव का यह बयान कि माफिया और साधु संत एक जैसे होते हैं। तो कहीं ना कहीं ये जो बयान है यह बहुत ही निंदनीय बयान है, बहुत ही सवाल उठाने वाला बयान है, जिसकी चारों तरफ निंदा भी हो रही है। राजनीतिक दल के भी तमाम लोग इसकी निंदा कर रहे हैं, भाजपा के लोग भी निंदा कर रहे हैं, साथ ही साधु संत तो सड़क पर उतर ही आए हैं। जी
All right, Raghavendra, thank you for the moment. So while Akhilesh Yadav remains unapologetic, Hindu groups uniting calling for boycott of the Samajwadi Party as a whole. Let's now switch focus to the other big story. We are tracking the centre's resolve on one nation, one poll remains firm. In fact, remember that Prime Minister Modi had even spoken about one nation, one poll. In his Independence Day speech, he'd said that one nation, one poll will soon be a reality, and it seems that the centre has been working aggressively to push for one nation, one poll soon. So it's also a manifesto promise of the NDA. Let's go across to Harsha. She's joining us from the national capital. Harsha, it seems that the centre's resolve on one nation, one poll is very firm. The question, of course, being that when can we expect one nation, one poll to become a reality?
So Samiksha, right now we know that the government is all committed to implement one nation, one poll in its tenure only, and the sources clearly stated that Prime Minister Narendra Modi also in his Independence Day speech clearly stated that in this tenure of the NDA government only one nation, one poll will be implemented. But yes, this year, next year, when it will be implemented exactly, the dates are not out yet. But the committee which was formed to discuss elaborately on the one nation, one poll, that committee has already submitted its report to the government and to the Law Commission, and the Law Commission has given the report to the Law Ministry as well. Exactly what is the entire category in which the one nation, one poll election should be conducted. And right now we know that before 2029, this is very important to implement. If in 2029, if the Lok Sabha, State Assembly and the local body elections are to be conducted together, but the bigger challenge for government right now is the opposition parties, because opposition is right now staunchy as they are stating that it is not under the constitutional promises which has already been made, and also how it will be conducted. It is the face in the dine of the Lok Sabha election, and the hurdles are majorly if there will be hung assembly, if there will be no confidence motion, then exactly how the government will move forward in ensuring that there is a unity in all these states when the one nation, one poll is conducted. But right now we know that the major alliance of the NDA and the BJP party all are in together when it comes to one nation, one poll. The bigger challenge is now to speak with the states like Tamil Nadu, like West Bengal and the other states where there's an opposition party government, exactly what is their consensus, where they are together in this one nation, one poll or not, because the government has clearly stated that a lot of money is being wasted and the country's progress is somehow diminishing if the one nation, one poll will not be conducted. So yes, all the cards are in the plate, and now we have to wait exactly the date when it will be announced that one nation, one poll will be a reality in our country. Back
Absolutely,
to you.
Harsha. So, Ramnath Kovind-led panel has been working to get everyone on the same page. For now, here's a look at other stories that we're tracking. Bharat in 5 minutes. Students from IP University staged a protest against the university's administration following the recent suicide of an MBA student. The protesters have been demanding accountability and answers from the administration regarding the circumstances leading to the student's death. They are calling for a thorough investigation and measures to address student grievances and mental health issues within the institution.
पर उसका मैसेज था कि पापा वार्डन के जरिए मुझे झूठा आरोप लगा के प्रताड़ित किया जा रहा है। मैं कूदने जा रहा हूँ, मैं आत्महत्या करने जा रहा हूँ, मुझे क्षमा कर देंगे पापा मम्मी भैया भाभी सभी लोग मुझे माफ़ कर देंगे। ऐसा कुछ नहीं है, गलत आरोप लगा के मैं अपनी प्रयास किया हूँ और अब मैं अपना आत्महत्या करने जा रहा हूँ। ऐसी कोई थी उस चीज़ को वो सहन नहीं कर पाया या तो साजिश के तहत उसे धकेल दिया गया या मार दिया गया या क्या हुआ भगवान जाने, हमें कुछ पता नहीं है।
Rajasthan Chief Minister Bhajan Lal Sharma quoted he made a courtesy visit to Union Home Minister Amit Shah's residence. The visit underscored the ongoing communication and collaboration between the state and central government. Prime Minister Modi extended Eid greetings to the nation. In his post, Prime Minister wished for harmony and togetherness, expressing hopes for joy and prosperity in the country. A vibrant bike rally was held to promote voter awareness in J&K ahead of elections. The rally aimed to encourage voter participation as the region prepares for polling in 3 phases on 18th, 25th and 1st of October.
सर बाइक रैली का पर्पज़ ये था कि हमने अपना वोट ज़ाया नहीं करना है, हमने वोट कास्ट करना है चाहे कोई भी सिचुएशन हो, बारिश हो धूप हो, अगर बर्फ़ भी होगी तो हमने वोट अपना कास्ट करना है। और ये नहीं है कि मेरे एक वोट से क्या होगा, मेरे एक वोट से सरकार बदल सकती है। हमारा जो वोट होगा वो वोट फॉर चेंज होना चाहिए।
In Noida, a man was shot dead in Sector 142 over a suspected property dispute. The police is investigating the incident to determine the motive and identify the assailant involved.
थाना 142 के अंतर्गत 2 पक्षों के बीच में प्रॉपर्टी को लेकर कुछ वार्ता चल रही थी। इसी वार्ता के दौरान वाद विवाद बढ़ा। एक पक्ष के द्वारा दूसरे पक्ष को गोली मार दी गई, जिसे तत्काल हॉस्पिटलाइज किया गया, जहां डॉक्टर ने उनको मृत घोषित कर दिया गया है। जो आरोपी पक्ष है उसके विरुद्ध नामजद तहरीर घर वालों ने दी है। पुलिस की 6 टीमें लगा दी गई हैं उनको पकड़ने के लिए। शेष जो विधिक कार्रवाई है वो की जा रही है।
The water level of the Saryu River has risen significantly due to heavy rains in the region. This increase in water level poses potential risks of flooding and has even prompted local authorities to monitor the situation closely and prepare for possible emergencies.
तो कुछ पानी डैम से आ रहा है और बाकी पहाड़ों पर बारिश लगातार हो रही है, इसकी वजह से ये जलस्तर बढ़ रहा है।
कब तक बढ़ने का क्या स्थिति?
अभी तो फिलहाल बढ़ रहा है, आने वाले 24 घंटे में स्थिति साफ हो जाएगी।
अयोध्या में डेंजर लेवल क्या है, कितनी स्थिति है?
अयोध्या में डेंजर लेवल 92.730 है, जो कि वर्तमान में अभी 93.290 पे चल रहा है।
A devastating road accident was reported in Latur, Maharashtra. A speeding vehicle collided with a truck that was parked on the roadside that resulted in 3 fatalities on the spot, including 2 women and a minor. In Bahraich of Uttar Pradesh, an 11-year-old boy was attacked by a wolf while sleeping on the roof of his house. The incident occurred in Pipri Mohan village in Mahasi area. The man-eating wolf injured the boy, who has been referred to Medical College Bahraich after initial treatment at Community Health Center. Now, in news that we are tracking from JNK as the valley gears up for the first phase of elections beginning 18th of September, it's Ejaz Guru, the brother of Afzal Guru, who says that he will be contesting elections as an independent candidate. In fact, the brother of Afzal Guru says that he's contesting the elections from Sopore and fighting, in fact, these polls to remove the anti-national tag.
As the Jammu and Kashmir assembly polls draw near, new faces are making headlines. One of those names is Ejaz Guru. He is the brother of Afzal Guru, who was the key conspirator in the 2001 parliament attack. He was executed in 2013. Ejaz has filed his nomination papers from Sopore as an independent candidate. He says he is contesting the election to remove the anti-national tag.
इसलिए आया हूँ कि हमारे सोपोर कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी के ऊपर एक लेबल लगा है एंटी लेबल। उस एंटी लेबल में हमारा घर भी आता है। इस एंटी लेबल को हटाने के लिए मैं आगे आया हूँ। अब सोपोर वालों तक है कि वो मुझे अपना नुमाइंदा बनाना चाहते हैं कि नहीं, मुझे वोट डालना चाहते हैं कि नहीं।
The Sopore constituency will go to the polls in the third phase of the elections on the 1st of October. Arvind Kejriwal all set to resign as the Chief Minister of the National Capital by tomorrow. The BJP calling it a move to gain sympathy. Kejriwal on the other side wanting the verdict of the people. Viewers, do stay tuned as we will come right back after this short break. Our rolling coverage will continue.
In the next couple of minutes, we're going to go down into the tunnel shaft 20 meters below where the hostages were murdered. The tunnel shaft was in a children's room, in a house. Those are the walls of this children's room with Snow White and Mickey Mouse on the wall, and a tunnel shaft where hostages were murdered downstairs, 20 meters below the ground. Hamas used those letters in the tunnel, and there was a hiding floor. All he needed to do is to break the floor and then go out through the children's room, inside to the street, and go back into the tunnel. This is how Hamas built this tunnel.
The shaft goes down about 20 meters into the ground, using 4 separate letters. There, it connects to a narrow tunnel with no rooms that is so low you can't stand up straight in it. The tunnel is about 120 meters long and ends in a blocked iron door. This short blocked part of the tunnel is where the hostages were held and murdered.
We know that between 2 to 6 terrorists were here with the hostages. We are gathering all the stuff here for forensics, for intelligence. We can see magazines, an AK-47 magazine, chargers, all by used by the terrorists, Quran books, a hairbrush. We need to check who used it. But there were women here in the tunnel. This is their blood.
Now, one of the big global stories that we are tracking is the assassination bid on Donald Trump, which he narrowly escaped in Florida. Let's quickly run you through these graphics to understand these 2 assassination attempts that have been carried out in last 60 days, and this with just 2 months to go for the US elections. The first assassination bid, note, was on 13th of July, in which it was in Pennsylvania when Donald Trump was addressing a rally. The second being, of course, on Sunday in Florida at that golf course where Donald Trump was present. So the first being on 13th of July, the second being yesterday on Sunday. In fact, the first assassination bid in which the shooter had used an AR-15 style rifle while Donald Trump was holding an election rally. In this particular assassination attempt, the shooter used an AK-47 rifle, this while he was hidden in the bushes, and Trump was just 400 to 500 yards away. The first assassination bid in which shooter fired from the rooftop. Note that Trump had sustained a bullet injury on his left ear. In the second assassination bid, the shooter was hiding behind the bushes, and this while Secret Service personnel were there to look at the security situation in this particular area where Donald Trump was. Let's tell you more about Ryan Ruth, the shooter, the suspected shooter who's now been taken into custody by the Secret Service officials. This is the 58-year-old man who has been arrested for assassination attempt on Donald Trump. He hid in bushes with an AK-47, 2 backpacks and a GoPro. And that is when Secret Service men noticed this particular man who was hiding in the bushes with an AK-47 and fired shots at him, after which he left the location with his leaving behind his AK-47, but those other items that were recovered after he was finally nabbed. He's said to be a resident of North Carolina, resident with criminal record. So he has a criminal record, and he's said to be a resident of North Carolina, after which he shifted to Hawaii in 2008. Ryan Ruth, he wanted to recruit mercenaries to fight Ukraine in Ukraine. A very strong point here, given that Ryan Ruth has very vociferously advocated for Ukraine. In fact, he said that he would fight or die. He's even ready to die for Ukraine and wanted to hire mercenaries for Ukraine. Former construction worker, he's expressed his willingness, like we told you, to fight and die in Ukraine. In fact, in his social media posts as well that he's been putting out, he'd expressed strong support for Ukraine. His social media post that's now been deleted. Not just that, it's even said that he's associated with the Democrat Party. That is still a matter of investigation, but important to note here that the Secret Service and the FBI has a lot to answer, given that this is the second assassination attempt on Donald Trump in last 60 days. For now, we'll head into a very short break, but when we come back, we'll get you the reactions as well that we're tracking on this big story from the US.
In a last push for the BJP's campaign in Jammu and Kashmir for the first phase of assembly elections, Union Home Minister Amit Shah will be holding back-to-back 3 rallies in the Kishtwar and the Ramban district. Shah will be kick-starting his campaign on the last day of the campaign for the first phase with paying obeisance at Shri Machel Mata Temple in the Gulabgarh and then starting his campaign. For more, stay tuned to Republic TV right after this short break.
डायरेक्टर द टेस्ट ऑफ सक्सेस।
सर, आपको बचपन में रूमेटॉइड आर्थराइटिस हुआ, ये ऐसी कंडीशन होती है जहाँ पर किसी का चलना उठना बहुत दिक्कत की बात होती है। वहाँ से आप स्पोर्ट्स में जाते हैं, रेसलिंग में जाते हैं और आज आप फिट इंडिया एम्बेसडर बन जाते हैं। ये ज़रा हमें बताएं कि ये कैसा रहा जर्नी।
देखिए, क्या है कि मोस्टली मैं एक बहुत हम्बल फैमिली से आया हूँ। मेरा जन्म हुआ हरियाणा में, एक छोटा सा गांव पड़ता हमारा मदीना, अब थोड़ा बड़ा हो गया गांव। तो जब मुझे पैदा हुआ तो आम बच्चों की तुलना में थोड़ा कमज़ोर था। फिर जब मैं 3-3.5 साल का हुआ तो मुझे पैरों में दर्द स्टार्ट हो गया। फिर ये धीरे धीरे दर्द यहाँ तक आया, घुटनों तक आया, घुटनों से फिर वो आगे आया। तो फिर धीरे धीरे एक टाइम ऐसा आ गया था कि मैं अपने हाथ से अपना मुँह धो सकता था। फिर खाना कम हो गया, फिर स्टोव पे आ गया, फिर घर वालों ने यहाँ दिखाया, वहाँ दिखाया, इधर उधर। तो क्या था कि फिर वो जर्नी ऐसी थी कि डॉक्टर ये बोलते हैं कि ये बीमारी 99.9% क्योरेबल नहीं है, रूमेटिक आर्थराइटिस। मैं कहता हूँ कि बीमारी 200% क्योरेबल है। कोई ऐसी बीमारी है ही नहीं कि जो क्योरेबल नहीं है, या कोई ऐसी बीमारी है ही नहीं कि जो क्योरेबल नहीं है, ठीक नहीं हो सकती। बाकी वो हमारे माइंड के ऊपर है कि हमारे।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
It's 11 a.m. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. Our focus this hour is on the assassination bid that's been foiled, assassination attempt on former President Donald Trump. We'll get you the details, beginning first with the headlines.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
Trump narrowly escapes yet another assassination attempt after shooting at his Florida golf course. FBI and Secret Service arrest 58-year-old Ryan Root after second assassination attempt on Donald Trump. Trump issues a statement after second assassination bid, says that he's safe and nothing will bow him down. Top government sources have informed that one nation, one election to be implemented in this tenure. As campaigning enters its final leg in Jammu and Kashmir, Amit Shah to lead 5 mega rallies today. After CBI goes after cover-up, focus now shifts to police role. Sources say SHO's phone records now being probed.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
We begin first up with the latest that we are tracking on the Arjikar rape and murder case. Note that Abhijit Mondal, the Tala police station SHO, as well as Sandeep Ghosh, the former principal of Arjikar, have been sent to CBI custody until 17th of this month. In fact, it's tampering with evidence angle that's in top focus of the Central Bureau of Investigation. That being said, the Central Bureau of Investigation is investigating as to what really was the reason for the delay on part of the hospital officials to notify the police about the crime which had happened on 8th of August. So this is the time period between 9:30 a.m. till 10:10 a.m., the 40-minute time gap in that call that was made to the police station. Let's go across to Kishle. Kishle, the CBI, as we understand, is trying to get more details of the call records of the Tala police station SHO Abhijit Mondal. Take us to the details.
Well, the call records are right now the key focus for CBI officials. Right now, the investigation is based a lot on call records and conversations, because we know primarily body of Abhaya was cremated hurriedly. So the body is not there itself. So the documents, photos of the body, call records, who came in and what conversations happened are the key links which CBI is using to understand and chain up the events, sequences of events that happened that particular fateful night. Now, CBI is looking into the call records of the SH or the OC of Tala police station, and allegedly, according to sources, there were panic calls made. Multiple number of times calls were made to some of the highest police officials of Kolkata police. Why it was done? What was the conversation, and why, in spite of having been in contact with the highest officials, such grave mistakes were done while lodging the FIR are some of the questions to which the CBI is looking for answers. We know in the FIR copy there have been grave mistakes, including the fact that it was written very clearly that the rape and murder, the FIR was lodged around 11:45 on 10th. Now it was written very clearly that on 9th, on 9th, 11:45, the FIR was lodged. It was written very clearly that rape and murder by unknown miscreant. How the police came to know without investigating that there was one miscreant? Usually in FIR it is written miscreant/S, which means or miscreants. So there could be one person, there could be more than that. But this time it seems Kolkata police, Tala police officials, especially Obhijit Mondal, was sanguine and sure about that there was one person included in this crime. Did he know about the crime when it was happening and he already had information about it or not is a question that CBI is looking into also. All those panic calls made from the phone records of Sandeep Ghosh, including the ones that were made to very influential people, are the ones that CBI is scanning, and also the phone calls made by Obhijit Mondal, the OC who is now arrested. He is giving out a lot of information according to sources. Samiksha.
Right, Kishli, stay with us. In fact, protests have been taking place for over a month now, and this while West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee has voiced frustration after talks with the doctors protesting the rape and murder of the doctor failed for the second time this week. In fact, know that the doctors who've been on strike since Tuesday have demanded that the meeting be live streamed, a condition that Mamata Banerjee has refused to adhere to. Kishle continues to be with us. Kishle, once again run us through those 5 demands that have been made by the doctors, saying that they want the live streaming of the meeting with Mamata Banerjee, that is, if it happens with the Chief Minister.
Yes, of course, those 5 demands are important, and also before mentioning all those 5 demands, I'll remind our viewers that today from 12 to 1 p.m. there has been a pen down protest by FORDA, or Federation of Resident Doctors Association, across the country. So from 12 to 1 p.m. the resident doctors and junior doctors will not be working across the OPDs throughout the country. We saw that there were several protests across the country after this incident. So today is one of those days where from 12 to 1 hour, all the resident doctors across the country have called this pen down or cease of work across the OPDs throughout the country, length and breadth. So that is one of the important protests or events that is going to happen today. At 3 p.m. today, the junior doctors are going to hold a press conference at Delhi, will be giving out certain very crucial information and declarations. So we will keep an eye on that. On the other hand, tomorrow is the hearing of the Supreme Court. So key developments at one hand. On the other hand, the 5 demands, including justice for Abhaya, safety and security for the junior doctors and all the doctors, in fact, removal of the OC, removal of the health secretary, and taking action against all corrupt officials are some of the demands that the doctors have been putting forward. And now we see that meeting did not happen on the day when the junior doctors reached the Chief Minister's residence. In fact, they were thrown out allegedly by the Chief Minister. In a way, the doctors felt insulted. So now we have to see when the next meeting may take place, if it at all happens.
All right, Kishli, the standoff, of course, remains between the doctors and Mamata Banerjee. Remains to be seen if there's going to be any headway soon or not. For now, here's a look at the top headlines that we're tracking.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Prime Minister Modi to address more than 1 lakh party workers in Ahmedabad today. Communal tension in Mangaluru as Hindu groups stage protest ahead of Eid procession in the region. As Kejriwal's resignation deadline nears, end speculation over his successor rife. Mega crackdown on terror in Jammu and Kashmir, encounter underway in Kathua and Poonch. Terrorist Afzal Guru's brother eyes political debut. It's Ajaz Guru who says that he will contest from Sopore. And getting a news break from Karnataka. This is in Mandya, where BJP fact-finding team, including former ministers Ashwath Narayan Gowda, along with retired IPS officer Bhaskar Rao and retired IRS officer Lakshmi Ashwin Gowda, visited Nagmangala to investigate the unrest after communal clashes broke out a few days ago. So the fact-finding team of the BJP engaged with locals to informate the clashes that erupted last week in this region. fact-finding team which has members including Ashwath Narayan, Narayan Gowda, along with bureaucrats, retired IPS officer Bhaskar Rao and retired IRS officer as well. All right, we'll try and go across to Nagendra as well from our Kannada newsroom. But this is about the communal clashes that broke out in Mandya last week. A fact-finding team that visited this location and interacted with the locals to gather information. Let's go across to our executive editor Niranjan joining us. Niranjan, that's another update. Take us through what do we know about this fact-finding team that's also said to have visited the location where the clashes broke out.
Well, last week we saw those pictures of the communal clashes, which seemed engineered, orchestrated, and the fact-finding team of the BJP has visited Nagamangala now, and the committee comprising former ministers like Ashwath Narayan, who's also been a former deputy chief minister, Bharati Basavaraj, senior leader of the BJP, Narayan Gowda, retired IPS officer and former commissioner of Bengaluru, Bhaskar Rao, and retired IRS officer Lakshmi Ashwin Gowda. Now, all of them have gone there and collected information. The allegation of the BJP has been that this entire communal violence was orchestrated, primarily given that even last year, when the violence took place in a similar area, the police knew that it was a sensitive area, and despite that, this year there was no additional reinforcement. And it's also important to note that the state government has much to answer for, because some of the allegation is that some of those accused, their names are not even included in this particular FIR that was filed as accused. And the state government is under pressure because it appears pre-orchestrated, and they've also suspended a police officer in connection with this investigation. So on that front, it is a controversy in Karnataka, and the BJP has sent its whole fact-finding team now to gather more details. It's important to note that some of them are former IPS and IAS officers who also have capability to perhaps assess on their own experience what went wrong there.
All right, Niranjan, thank you for those details. So this is about the clashes that broke out in Mandya, clashes that are said to be communal, for which the state government has admitted to lapses on part of the police officials. All right, so this note comes after the state government admitted that there were lapses on part of the state police, after which a police official was also suspended. It was State Home Minister who had admitted that there was negligence on part of the police officials in the Mandya district. So BJP fact-finding team, including former ministers Ashwath Narayan and Narayan Gowda, visited the location and even interacted with locals to gather more information. Let's now shift focus to business stories that we are tracking. In fact, this is the news that's coming in about Bajaj Housing Finance Limited that has debuted on BSE and NSE after recording the highest bid value in Indian history. In fact, the listing has found favor with investors across the board. Priyanka Das is joining us from the business desk. Priyanka, tell us, how is the stock performing after the listing has found favor with investors across the board? Take us through the details.
Yes, indeed, the Bajaj Housing Finance did make its debut on the Bombay Stock Exchange and the National Stock Exchange sometime back, ringing the bell in at 10 a.m. In fact, the listing has come on very strong, some terming it as a bumper and blockbuster listing with rupees 150 per share. This is a premium of about 114% That's a massive 114% premium of its IPO issue price, and its shares are right now trading at more than double of reaching about intraday high of about rupees 161 already. Please note that the listing has come just about an hour ago and it's already hit 161. All its issue price was rupees 70 per share. Now again, those shares were allotted to the successful IPO bidders on the 13th of September who are definitely making some decisions whether to hold on to them or sell them. Definitely something to look out for them as well. And the IPO, like you mentioned, was subscribed over 63 times, making a record massive actually of 3.23 lakh crore. This is the highest bid ever recorded in Indian history. So this was expected. So the optimism and the investor sentiment have been largely very strong with the Bajaj Housing Finance. Now, just a quick recap of what Bajaj Housing does is they primarily provide mortgage loans to the high-end individual home buyers and large-scale developers in India, and is also part of the diversified conglomerate with interests across varied sectors backed by the Bajaj Group. Now, you also have to understand the Bajaj being a conglomerate with a lot of interests. The stocks from the group have historically gained a lot of returns for its investors, and this is no different with the Bajaj Housing Finance listing as well. And the IPO really was able to capitalize again on the market reputation and the brand's strong track record as well. So that's all for now. We'll keep a track of how the shares perform through the trading session. Over to the studio.
All right, Priyanka, we will come back to you when the session ends for the day. But Bajaj Housing shares having doubled after India's biggest IPO of this year, listed at more than 100% premium. In fact, let's now move on to international stories that we are tracking. This one coming in from the Czech border, Poland, where heavy rains have triggered some of the worst floods in history and has led to collapse of a bridge as well, the visuals of which is on your screens that shows the aftermath, where floods have disrupted transport connectivity and has led to dispatch of emergency crews who are working on relief operations. So the visuals on your screens, it shows the aftermath of the floods that have disrupted transport connectivity and led to dispatch of emergency crews as well. This is, of course, aerial footage, bridge that has collapsed near Czech-Poland border amid the widespread floods. Let's now shift focus to news that we are tracking from the Valley J&K with just 3 days to go for assembly elections that are to begin. Anti-terror operations are, of course, in the full swing. Note that Prime Minister, while he addressed a campaign rally in Doda, made it clear that terrorism is in its last leg in the valley.
With just days to go until the J&K elections, forces at the border have intensified their crackdown on terrorists. In Kathua, an ongoing anti-terror operation has escalated in the Bani area. Reports indicate that suspected terrorists from the Jaish-e-Mohammed group have engaged in gunfire with joint security forces.
After Kishtwar and the Poonch encounter, now another encounter broke out in the Bani area of the Kathua district. Today, after getting the specific intelligence input, the SOG Bani launched an anti-terror operation, after which they established the contact, and for roughly 30 minutes there was a heavy exchange of fire with the hiding terrorists. Though taking the advantage of the dense fog in the area, the terrorists managed to escape. Now the search operations are on in the area. It's important to mention that this is also a Jaish-e-Mohammed group that has been trapped in the Bani area.
The operation is concentrated in the upper Lawang area. Security personnel are currently involved in a fierce gunfight with 2 to 3 terrorists believed to be trapped. Searches and security operations are in full swing as authorities work to neutralize the threat. This comes on the heels of Baramulla encounter, where the forces successfully neutralized 3 terrorists. With the landmark elections in Jammu and Kashmir just 3 days away, Indian troops remain on high alert.
And you And a quick look at news in brief. Junior doctors in Kolkata continue their protest for the 6th consecutive night at Swasthya Bhavan in Salt Lake area. The demands remain unmet as tensions between doctors and state government persist with no signs of resolution in sight. According to top sources, government likely to kickstart the long-pending census soon, with discussions around One Nation, One Election proposal gaining momentum. It's expected that both initiatives may be pursued within the current tenure of the government, signaling a push for administrative and electoral reforms. In Gujarat, Surat businesses and auto rickshaw drivers are celebrating Prime Minister Modi's 74th birthday by offering special discounts. Posters with birthday wishes and discount offers can be seen across the shops, marts and vehicles as the city gears up to honour the Prime Minister on 17th of September.
आज 17 तारीख को नरेंद्र मोदी साहब की जो जन्मदिन है, तो हमने उस दिन हमारा सूरत शहर के अंदर आनंद 14 से तो उस दिन बंद रहेगी, लेकिन एक दिन पहले यानी कि 16 तारीख को हम एक दिन के लिए 100% फ्री में पैसेंजर ले जाने के लिए हम तैयार हो गए।
Surat police conducted a flag march to ensure peace and security ahead of Eid celebrations. The march was carried out across key areas of the city with a strong emphasis on maintaining law and order during the festival.
सूरत शहर पुलिस ने पिछले कई दिनों से काफ़ी तैयारियां की हैं। हम लोगों में कॉन्फिडेंस बिल्डिंग मेजर के तरीके पूरे हिंदू मुस्लिम विस्तारों में लोगों के साथ दोनों को इकट्ठा करके काफ़ी जो हम लोगों ने चर्चाएं की उनके साथ मीटिंग में ये एश्योरेंस भी मिला है कि एकदम खूब अच्छे से दोनों त्यौहार मनाएंगे। पुलिस के पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से हम लोगों ने कोई कसर बाकी नहीं रखी है।
Kejriwal all set to resign as the Chief Minister of the National Capital by tomorrow. The BJP calling it a move to gain sympathy. Kejriwal on the other side wanting the verdict of the people. Viewers, do stay tuned as we will come right back after this short break. Our rolling coverage will continue.
रेसलिंग से मुझे जुड़ने का मौका मिला था। मैं रेसलिंग फेडरेशन ऑफ इंडिया का पहला ब्रांड एम्बेसडर था 2014-15 में। तो भी रेसलिंग बहुत फेमस थी, कोई 2-3 साल से, मतलब पिछले साल तो बहुत फेमस रही। ब्रिजभूषण जी का हुआ, फिर जो हमारे जो रेसलर्स हैं, जो युवा रेसलर्स हैं, उनका कुछ हुआ। तो वो रेसलिंग पीछे आ रही थी। तो वो जो हो रहा था ना, वहां पे बैठे थे वो, मैं कहूँगा कि कौन सही कौन गलत है, मगर वो कुश्ती पीछे जा रही थी।
किस वजह से?
क्योंकि जब आप बैठते हैं कि रेसलिंग पे ऐसे एलिगेशन लगते हैं कि भैया सही पारदर्शिता नहीं हो रही, कोई मोलेस्टेशन का ये हो गया, कोई दूसरा हो गया, तो क्या होता है वो चीज़ पीछे जाती है। कोई भी विवाद होता है वो चीज़ आगे नहीं आती, वो विवाद से चीज़ हाईलाइट होकर पीछे जाती है। जैसे पहले कुछ मीडिया ने भी रेसलिंग को डिफरेंट लिया, पहले बोलते थे कि भैया 2 पहलवान बुला लाओ, 2 पहलवानों कर लाओ। तो क्या था कि पहलवान का अर्थ पता क्या होता है? पहलवान प्रथम आह्वान माने हर चीज में। जो इंसान शारीरिक रूप से, मानसिक रूप से, अनुशासन रूप से प्रथम होता है वो पहलवान होता है। विद द पर्सन इज फिजिकली मेंटली डिसिप्लिन फर्स्ट, ही और सी इज रेसलर। तो मुझे अनुराग जी से ही मेरी बात हुई, जो हमारे खेल मंत्री थे। बाकी ये सब हुआ यार, क्या करना चाहिए, ये तो ये वो है। अब मैं चुपचाप सुन रहा था, देख रहा था दोनों साइड, क्योंकि मैंने ब्रिजभूषण जी के साथ काम किया। ही वाज वेरी गुड। मैं क्योंकि कुश्ती के दौरान कुश्ती को बढ़ावा देने के लिए मुझे उससे अच्छा प्रेसिडेंट नहीं लगा अब तक का। अच्छा। मैंने बहुत प्रेसिडेंट देखे हैं।
Now, one of the top international stories that we are tracking, former President Donald Trump narrowly escaped an assassination bid when gunshots were heard near his golf course in Florida. In fact, the law enforcement has apprehended the suspect who carried an AK-47. This is his second assassination. This is the second assassination attempt on Donald Trump in 60 days. Here's a full report.
In what seems like a second assassination attempt at former US President Donald Trump, gunshots were reported near his vicinity in Florida. The incident happened around 1:30 a.m. EST. The Secret Service says Trump is safe and they're looking into the incident.
In the bushes where this guy was is an AK-47 style rifle with a scope 2 backpacks which were hung on the fence that had ceramic tile in them, and a GoPro, which he was going to take pictures of. So those are being processed right now. The Secret Service agent that was on the course did a fantastic job. What they do is they have an agent that jumps one hole ahead of time to where the president was at. And he was able to spot this rifle barrel sticking out of the fence.
Palm Beach County Sheriff Rick Bradshaw said that the gunman was about 400 yards to 500 yards away from Trump and hiding in shrubbery. FBI says it is investigating what appears to be an attempted assassination attempt of the Republican presidential candidate.
We have stopped the vehicle that the FBI, the Secret Service, and the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office asked all law enforcement to look for. We had the vehicle description, and we had a tag number. We mobilized out on the interstate. 2 of my marked units picked up the vehicle. We followed it for a bit. We were able to contain it using some of our bigger vehicles that we use for specialized stops. We got the vehicle stopped. Since then, the FBI and the Secret Service have responded to the scene. It does appear that we certainly have the vehicle.
Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office says that Trump was at the golf court when the gunshots were fired.
The FBI has assumed the role as the lead federal law enforcement agency in the investigation of the incident that occurred earlier today at Trump International Golf Course here in West Palm Beach, Florida. We've deployed a number of resources, including investigative teams, crisis response team members, bomb technicians, and evidence response team members as well. What we need right now is for the public to avoid the area around the golf course. We will continue to support this investigation with the full resources of the FBI, alongside our partners with the United States Secret Service and the Palm Beach Sheriff's Office, as well as Martin County Sheriff's Office and state and local law enforcement.
Officials say that the person fled in an SUV and was later apprehended in a nearby county by local law enforcement.
I'm here because our prosecutors are currently working up warrants and a motion for pretrial detention for the suspect. In that way, he will be kept in custody. But our filing of these warrants and charges at the state level does not preclude federal charges that could be coming. But in the meantime, it looks like the warrants and the pretrial detention motion will happen first.
AK-47. Shortly after the incident, Donald Trump issued a statement. According to the officials, Trump said that he is safe and well.
Former President Donald Trump is safe and unharmed following a protective incident shortly before 2 p.m. on Sunday at Trump International Golf Club at West Palm Beach. The U.S. Secret Service personnel opened fire on a gunman located near the property line, and this matter is under investigation.
Vice President Kamala Harris took her social media platform to condemn the attack on Trump and said that violence has no place in America. Member of the Republican Party and Vice Presidential nominee J.D. Vance said that he is glad that Trump is safe, and he also spoke to Trump before the news went public.
In a last push for the BJP's campaign in Jammu and Kashmir for the first phase of assembly elections, Union Home Minister Amit Shah will be holding back-to-back 3 rallies in the Kishtwar and the Ramban district. Shah will be kick-starting his campaign on the last day of the campaign for the first phase with paying obeisance at Shri Machel Mata Temple in the Gulabgarh and then starting his campaign. For more, stay tuned to Republic TV right after this short break.
Capsule. You can see it turning a little bit with the drogue parachutes. And there are the 4 main chutes now deployed. They'll slowly open up to their full deployment here in just a few seconds.
Incredible views of the Polaris Dawn crew return. We can see the Polaris Dawn crew nestled in their seats there on the left-hand side of your screen as they anticipate their splashdown.
200, we're bracing.
Copy, 200 embraced.
Bracing for splashdown. That will be the final call we hear from Jared until contact with the ocean surface. Standing by for a splashdown of the Polaris Dawn crew. And there you can see.
Perfect, copies, we see splash.
As you can see on your screen, and by the cheers behind us, the Polaris Dawn crew has successfully splashed down.
Viewers, top headlines as CBI goes after cover-up, focus shifts to police's role. Sources say SHO's phone records being probed. Top government sources have informed that one nation, one election to be implemented in this tenure. As campaigning enters its final leg in Jammu and Kashmir, Shah to lead 3 mega rallies today. Trump narrowly escapes yet another assassination attempt after shooting at his Florida golf course. FBI and Secret Service arrest 58-year-old Ryan Routh after second assassination attempt on Trump. Trump issues statement after second assassination bid, says that he is safe and nothing will bow him down. Breaking up, Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in on India's #1 news channel, Republic TV. In a mega exclusive, Republic has accessed CBI remand copy in RG Kaur rape and murder investigation. The CBI remand note nails the role of former principal of RG Kaur, Sandeep Ghosh. The note mentions that despite having information about the incident, he did not reach the hospital immediately. Not only this, viewers, Ghosh did not insist on registration of FIR. Furthermore, he tried to downplay the incident and peddle a suicide theory instead. Big update coming in, viewers, on Republic TV. And like we told you a short while back, the remand letter of the CBI has been accessed, viewers, by Republic. And this has clearly revealed that Sandeep Ghosh, the former principal, did not want the FIR to be registered in this case. That is the big update that we are getting for our viewers. Remember, already we have told you that this remand letter has revealed what the investigation is pointing at. We also are learning that Abhijit Mondal, Tala police station police officer, tried to divert the investigation in the case. Remember, the hospital is under the jurisdiction of Tala police station. I want to go straight across to my colleague joining us, Kishale joining us. Kishale, if you could take our viewers, through what really happened, joining us from the Republic Bangla newsroom. This remand letter shows that definitely Sandeep Ghosh was dragging his heels to register the FIR in this case.
Well, the exclusive remand copy that Republic TV has accessed, now we have explosive information from that, including the fact that there were, in fact, very clear intentions of, at one hand, tampering with the evidence, and number two, to, in a way, hide the criminals, in a way to make sure that the criminals get some protection. How is that happening? Now, number one, the FIR was lodged at 11:45 in the midnight. Now, that is what we also heard in the court. CBI was telling the same thing. Now, in that particular 11:45 FIR, there are the number that is given of the GDE is not matching with the GDE copy that is that was there. The GDE copy was 577. In the FIR copy, the GDE was mentioned as 576. Now, why this difference of numbers in between among this remand FIR copy and the GDE is a question that CBI is asking at one hand. On the other hand, the timings are also important. 11:45 the FIR is lodged in the midnight, whereas the GDE was registered at 10:10 a.m. in the morning. The UD case or the unconscious... am I audible? I'm getting some feedback from the PCR. I'll request if they can reduce that. Now, coming back to the point, the remand copy also mentions about the glitches in the timeline of the whole case.
All right, Kishore, I'll come back to you. You fixed that issue that you are having. You fixed that. I want to go to Shravan Sen, a senior editor joining us. Shravan, clearly remand letter showing there was an attempt to divert the case and to deceive the investigators. If you could take our viewers through the latest coming in and what Republic TV has accessed.
Well, in fact, this remand copy makes a note of the role of former principal of RG Kaur Hospital, Dr. Sandeep Ghosh. There are 8 points that I would like to take our viewers through. This is what the CBI basically suspects from the investigation that has been carried out so far. The role of Sandeep Ghosh. All this while, remember, the entire focus was only on the prime accused Sanjay Roy. And the attempt that was made by the Kolkata police was to squarely blame Sanjay Roy and say, and they had indicated that there was no one else that was involved. Now, with the 2 arrests that have been made by the Central Bureau of Investigation, 2 things have become very clear, that there is a larger conspiracy at play. And this is what the CBI says. Now, in this particular remand note that has been accessed by Republic TV, in which I'll just request our producers to just take you through this copy of the remand that I am putting out right now. There are 8 points that they have made. Point number 1, and I'm reading this out. He was the head principal of RG Kaur Hospital, got the information around 9:58 in the morning, but despite having the information, did not reach the hospital immediately. So he did not reach the hospital despite being informed by an associate professor. Remember, around 9:30 in the morning, as per the Kolkata police's timeline, is when the associate professor at RG Kaur Hospital was aware that a body has been found. 9:58 is when Dr. Sandeep Ghosh was informed. This is what the CBI says in its remand. He did not make any formal complaint immediately. Rather, he made a vague complaint at a later stage to the medical superintendent cum vice principal, even after the declaration of the death of victim at 12:44. Now, this is point number 2 that the CBI has made in the remand copy that we have accessed. He says that he did not try to get the FIR lodged immediately. Rather, a new theory of suicide was introduced, which is not possible as per the external injury visible on the body of the victim being underdressed by lower part. Important to point out here, right from the day this story has been reported by Republic TV, we've been saying that there has been a deliberate attempt, particularly by the hospital authorities, to pass this off as a suicide case. This is exactly what Abhaya's parents also had to say, that the first call that was received by them, the hospital authorities told them that her daughter had died by suicide. Now, that is the claim that was made by Abhaya's parents. Now, this has been corroborated in the remand copy of the Central Bureau of Investigation. They also go on to say that the act of the principal looks like here he intentionally did not insist for the registration of the FIR despite being in consultation with advocate. The other thing that emerges from here is that from 9:58 in the morning, when he was informed that the body was found, he was already in touch with the advocate. If he was in touch with the advocate, why exactly did he not insist that the FIR should be registered? In fact, CBI says that Sandeep Ghosh tried to downplay the incident of rape and murder to suicide, which led to destruction of probable evidence. He was also in touch with the officer in charge, Abhijit Mondal. Remember, Abhijit Mondal happens to be the officer in charge who has been taken into custody by the Central Bureau of Investigation. Now, CBI says that around 10:03 in the morning, is when he got in touch with the officer in charge, Abhijit Mondal. Around 1:40 in the afternoon, again with the advocate. He did not meet the family. Being the head of the medical college, CBI says he failed to ensure timely completion of all formalities on the part of the hospital immediately after he directed his subordinates to send the dead body to morgue hurriedly. The officer in charge was informed by him at 10:03 in the morning about the incident. The OC claimed that he had asked his subordinate to do the needful. However, the UD case, the unnatural death case, was registered at that too at around 11:30 in the evening. That is almost 14 hours after the incident was reported. Now, all of this, remember, these are questions that the CBI has already asked Dr. Sandeep Ghosh in the polygraph test that has been carried out. Net, just big takeaways. Takeaway number one, that Dr. Sandeep Ghosh was aware of the incident. He was told around 9:58 in the morning. That's takeaway number one. Takeaway number two is that he was already in touch with the officer in charge of Tala police station. This was just few minutes after he was already told that the dead body was found, but he never insisted that the FIR should be registered. In fact, the FIR was registered 14 hours later. The third aspect is that he did not even meet the family members. And the fourth big takeaway is the fact that he not only downplayed this entire incident, he also made an attempt to pass this off as a suicide case.
Right. Okay. Well, I just want to go back to Kishanay joining us from Republic Bangla newsroom. Kishanay, Shawan taking us through what that remand letter says. Republic TV has accessed it. If you have something to add to it, especially we know that there is a remand letter, Abhijit Mondal's remand letter, and we also have Sandeep Ghosh's remand letter. Just take us through what these remand letters say. Any other point that you want to add?
Well, exactly, Shawan was mentioning the most important points that we are getting from these remand letters. Now, I'll also mention here how the CBI mentions that in the remand letter of Abhijit Mondal, that Abhijit Mondal, with malified intention, initiating the investigation with an attempt to vitiate the evidence and vital data related to this case. Now, did that happen? It happened from the time when we saw in that viral video police officials being present at the site where Abhaya's body was found. In spite of that fact, in spite of the police official being present, there were outsiders freely roaming around the whole area, touching things and not really respecting how a particular body has been found in an area, and that area has to be secured as soon as possible. So whether it also, we were talking about the call records of Abhijit Mondal, and there were alleged reports from sources that he was making panic calls to his seniors and some of the most highest police officials of Kolkata police. Now, what he was talking and what instructions he was exactly getting is something that CBI is looking into. And as Shawan was saying, there were and there are very calling evidences of how this particular officer in charge of Tala police station was completely not doing his duty, what he was supposed to do, and maybe was following orders. Now, whose orders, that is yet to be seen, and that might be revealed soon after CBI investigation.
All right, thank you so much for joining us there, Shawan Sen and Kishalay from Republic Bangla newsroom. We will be coming back on these stories and updates, because as you can clearly see, viewers, a lot of details in that remand letter accessed by Republic TV. We move ahead right now because there's one more big story which is making the headlines. Who next after Arvind Kejriwal? Amid speculation over the next CM face in the national capital, Manish Sisodia is all set to visit Arvind Kejriwal's residence, marking their first meeting since Kejriwal's announcement of his resignation. The meeting is expected to include discussions on selecting a new CM for Delhi. So that is what we're learning of right now in Republic TV, viewers. I'm going to go straight across to my colleague who's going to join us right now. Riyanka is joining us live. Riyanka, if you could take our viewers through, what we can expect next. Sisodia to meet Arvind Kejriwal. There's some probable names up in the air. Who will be the successor of CM Arvind Kejriwal when he steps down? If you could, okay, we will go back to Riyanka in just a moment. But this is a very big meeting which will take place right now, viewers, where Manish Sisodia will also be meeting Arvind Kejriwal. And we have to go to some political reactions coming in right now. Then we can talk a little bit more about what we can expect next as a meeting to decide the successor of Arvind Kejriwal will be taking place later today. Let's go ahead and see those reactions coming in.
Mr. Arvind Kejriwal is a fountainhead of corruption. With all these corruption charges against him being the kingpin of this liquor scam, he is afraid to go to the people. So, with this resignation drama, he's trying to, in this drama of deceit, I would call it, he's trying to dupe and cheat the people by going to them and trying to win over them in a very surreptitious way.
The Honorable Supreme Court of India had also indicated in their order that he ought to resign on the ground of morality. But if you remember, various courts of this country have found Mr. Kejriwal to be the kingpin of the liquor scam. The bail condition which has been imposed on him by the Honorable Supreme Court of India is very strict, very stringent. It disallows him from functioning as a CM particularly, because it does not allow him to sign any files. It does not allow him to enter the CM's secretariat. ऐसा लगता है जैसे वो अपनी बेल कंडीशन की विवशता पर एक नैतिकता का आवरण डाल रहे हैं और ये राजनीतिक स्वांग रच रहे हैं.
सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने जो उनको जमानत दी है वो कंडीशनल है. फाइलों पे दस्तखत नहीं कर सकते, फाइलों के फैसले नहीं कर सकते. तो अगर वो फाइलों के फैसले नहीं करेंगे, फाइलों पर दस्तखत नहीं करेंगे, तो वो मुख्यमंत्री कैसे रह सकते हैं? फिर तो फाइलों का अंबार लग जाएगा. इसलिए उनकी मजबूरी है कि वो इस्तीफ़ा दें. 2 दिन के लिए शायद वो ये तय नहीं कर पा रहे कि कौन मुख्यमंत्री बने. कहा जाता है कि वो अपनी पत्नी को बनाना चाहते हैं. जिसको भी बनाना चाहते हो, इसीलिए गालिबन वो 2 दिन का टाइम ले रहे हैं, वरना तो उन्हें इस्तीफा दे ही देना चाहिए था.
All right, let's go to Riyanka joining us live from New Delhi. Riyanka, very interesting developments expected now next few hours in the national capital. Now, the big question is who will be Arvind Kejriwal's successor? Now, Kejriwal has said it will not be Manish Sisodia, but Manish Sisodia will be meeting Arvind Kejriwal later in the day. What we can expect, what discussions are likely, and big question, possible names for the next successor of Arvind Kejriwal.
Well, that's right. There is a speculation that is rising as to who will be replacing Arvind Kejriwal and be taking over the seat of the Chief Minister of the national capital, as Kejriwal is set to resign tomorrow. He had announced this only yesterday, and he said that he will be taking this step in 2 days' time. Now, in these 2 days, it will also be decided as to who will be the next person taking on the chair of the Chief Minister in Delhi. For this, there is going to be a crucial meeting between Manish Sisodia and Arvind Kejriwal today at Kejriwal's residence, where they will be deciding upon what next and who will be the probable face for the Chief Minister's position. We just heard a while ago Saurabh Bhardwaj, the Delhi minister, speaking to the media and saying that tomorrow when Kejriwal puts down his papers, that a meeting of the legislature assembly will be called in. All the MLAs will be coming together, and then they will be proposing on to who will be the next Chief Minister. So that is going to be a crucial meeting which will be held tomorrow. Remember, yesterday Arvind Kejriwal had met with the Speaker of the Rajya Sabha, and there were, of course, several discussions made at that point as well. So the speculation is just rising. On the other hand, it is the BJP that continues to criticize and drawing a flack about Kejriwal's resignation, saying that it is nothing more than a publicity, a PR stunt, a sympathy-gaining move that Kejriwal is attaining to at this point in time. He should have resigned earlier itself. So we have to wait and see what happens next. Today, important meeting with Manish Sisodia and Kejriwal, and tomorrow, once Kejriwal puts down his papers, there's going to be a meeting of all the MLAs where it will be decided as to who becomes the next Chief Minister of the national capital.
All right, thank you, Riyanka, for getting us those details. I'll be coming back to you when Manish Sisodia will be meeting Arvind Kejriwal. We'll keep a close eye on this development. Big story coming in from the national capital. Now we move ahead, viewers, to some of the other stories we're tracking in our next segment, Bharat in 5 minutes. All right, students from IP University staged a protest against the university administration following the recent suicide of an MBA student. The protesters are demanding accountability and answers from the administration regarding the circumstances leading to the student's death. They're calling for a thorough investigation and measures to address student grievances and mental health issues within the institution.
उसी ग्रुप पर उसका मैसेज था कि पापा वार्डन के जरिए मुझे झूठा आरोप लगा के प्रताड़ित किया जा रहा है। मैं कूदने जा रहा हूँ, मैं आत्महत्या करने जा रहा हूँ, मुझे क्षमा कर देंगे पापा मम्मी भैया भाभी सभी लोग मुझे माफ़ कर देंगे। ऐसा कुछ नहीं है, गलत आरोप लगा के मैं अपनी प्रयास किया हूँ, मैं अपना आत्महत्या करने जा रहा हूँ। ऐसी कोई थी उस चीज़ को वो सहन नहीं कर पाया और सहन नहीं कर पाया, या तो साजिश के तहत उसे धकेल दिया गया या मार दिया गया या क्या हुआ भगवान जाने, हमें कुछ पता नहीं है।
Rajasthan CM Bhajan Lal Sharma made a courtesy visit to Union Home Minister Amit Shah's residence. A visit underscored the ongoing communication and collaboration between the state and central governments. Prime Minister Narendra Modi extended his Eid greetings to the nation. In a tweet, PM Modi wished for harmony and togetherness, expressing hopes for joy and prosperity across the country. A vibrant bike rally was held to promote voter awareness in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir ahead of the upcoming assembly elections. The rally aimed to encourage voter participation as the region prepares for polling in 3 phases on September 18, September 25th and October 1st.
सर बाइक रैली का पर्पस ये था कि हमने अपना वोट ज़ाया नहीं करना है, हमने वोट कास्ट करना है, चाहे कोई भी सिचुएशन हो, बारिश हो, धूप हो, अगर बर्फ़ भी होगी तो हमने वोट अपना कास्ट करना है। और ये नहीं है कि मेरे एक वोट से क्या होगा, मेरे एक वोट से सरकार बदल सकती है। हमारा जो वोट होगा वो वोट फॉर चेंज होना चाहिए।
In Noida, a man was shot dead in Sector 142 over a suspected property dispute. Police are investigating the incident to determine the motive and identify the assailant involved.
थाना 142 के अंतर्गत 2 पक्षों के बीच में प्रॉपर्टी को लेकर कुछ वार्ता चल रही थी। इसी वार्ता के दौरान वाद विवाद बढ़ा। एक पक्ष के द्वारा दूसरे पक्ष को गोली मार दी गई, जिसे तत्काल हॉस्पिटलाइज किया गया, जहां डॉक्टर ने उनको मृत घोषित कर दिया गया है। जो आरोपी पक्ष है उसके विरुद्ध नामजद तहरीर घर वालों ने दी है। पुलिस की 6 टीमें लगा दी गई हैं उनको पकड़ने के लिए। शेष जो विधिक कार्रवाई है वो की जा रही है।
The water level of the Saryu River has risen significantly due to heavy rainfall in the region. This increase in water level poses potential risks of flooding and has prompted local authorities to monitor the situation closely and prepare for possible emergencies.
तो कुछ पानी डैम से आ रहा है और बाकी पहाड़ों पर बारिश लगातार हो रही है, इसकी वजह से ये जलस्तर बढ़ रहा है।
कब तक बढ़ने का क्या स्थिति?
अभी तो फिलहाल बढ़ रहा है, आने वाले 24 घंटे में स्थिति साफ हो जाएगी।
अयोध्या में डेंजर लेवल क्या है, कितनी स्थिति है?
अयोध्या में डेंजर लेवल 92.730 है, जो कि वर्तमान में अभी 93.290 पे चल रहा है।
A devastating road accident occurred on the Kingaon Ambe Jogai Road in Latur in Maharashtra. In fact, a speeding sumo collided with a truck which was parked on the roadside, resulting in 3 fatalities on the spot, including 2 women and a minor girl. In Bahraich, an 11-year-old boy, Arman Ali, was attacked by a wolf while sleeping on the roof of his house. Incident occurred in the Pimpri Mohan village area, and the man-eating wolf injured Arman, who has been referred to the medical college Bahraich after initial treatment at the community health center.
In a last push for the BJP's campaign in Jammu and Kashmir for the first phase of assembly elections, Union Home Minister Amit Shah will be holding back-to-back 3 rallies in the Kishtwar and the Ramban district. Shah will be kick-starting his campaign on the last day of the campaign for the first phase with paying obeisance at Shri Machel Mata Temple in the Gulabgarh and then starting his campaign. For more, stay tuned to Republic TV right after this short break.
capsule. You can see it turning a little bit with the drogue parachutes. And there are the 4 main chutes now deployed. They'll slowly open up to their full deployment here in just a few seconds.
Incredible views of the Polaris Dawn crew return. We can see the Polaris Dawn crew nestled in their seats there on the left-hand side of your screen as they anticipate their splashdown.
200, we're bracing.
Copy, 200 embraced.
Bracing for splashdown.
That will be the final call we hear from Jared until contact with the ocean surface. Standing by for a splashdown of the Polaris Dawn crew. And there you can see.
Surface copies, we see splash.
As you can see on your screen, and by the cheers behind us, the Polaris Dawn crew has successfully splashed down.
Welcome back to planet Earth, Polaris Dawn. Such excitement, our second.
It's pretty cool to see that they are coming out, standing up on their own 2 feet and walking off.
Getting some top entertainment updates, viewers. Ebon Moss-Backrack clinched the Outstanding Supporting Actor Award for his role in The Bear, marking his 2nd consecutive win in this category. The award was presented by Steve Martin, Martin Short, Selena Gomez, celebrating Moss-Backrack's standout performance in the acclaimed comedy drama series. Elizabeth Debicki won her first Emmy for Outstanding Supporting Actress in a Drama Series for her role in The Crown. This marks a significant milestone in her career, highlighting her exceptional performance in the critically acclaimed series.
Arvind Kejriwal all set to resign as a Chief Minister of the National Capital by tomorrow. The BJP calling it a move to gain sympathy. Kejriwal on the other side wanting the verdict of the people. Viewers, do stay tuned as we will come right back after this short break. Our rolling coverage will continue.
Director, the taste of success.
ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಮ್ಮಿಟ್ಗಳ ಇತಿಹಾಸದಲ್ಲೇ ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ಮೈಲುಗಲ್ಲು ಸೃಷ್ಟಿಸೋಕೆ ವೇದಿಕೆ ಸಿದ್ಧವಾಗಿದೆ. ರಿಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ಕನ್ನಡ ಮಹಾ ಸಂಗಮ. ಇದು ಕನಸಿನ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ದಿಗ್ಗಜರ ಸಮಾಗಮ ಅತಿ ಶೀಘ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ.
सर आपको बचपन में रूमेटॉइड आर्थराइटिस हुआ. ये ऐसी कंडीशन होती है जहाँ पर किसी का चलना उठना बहुत दिक्कत की बात होती है. वहाँ से आप स्पोर्ट्स में जाते हैं, रेसलिंग में जाते हैं और आज आप फिट इंडिया एम्बेसडर बन जाते हैं. ये ज़रा हमें बताएं कि ये कैसा रहा.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
afternoon and thank you for tuning in. You're watching Live and Breaking at 12. I'm Suesha Sawant. In this edition, we'll get you details as top government sources have told Republic that one nation, one poll will be a reality soon and it will be implemented in this tenure. That and much more in this edition. First, a quick check of the headlines we're tracking.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
As CBI goes after cover-up, focus shifts to police's role. Sources say SHO's phone records are being probed. CBI remand note reveals clincher details. Sandeep Ghosh downplayed the crime and peddled a suicide theory. Top government sources say that one nation, one election will be implemented in this tenure. As campaigning enters its final leg in Jammu and Kashmir, Amit Shah to lead 3 mega rallies today. Trump narrowly escapes yet another assassination attempt. Suspect Ryan Ruth arrested. Trump issues statement after second assassination bid, says that he is safe and nothing will bow him down.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
And while the BJP-led NDA government is pushing to implement one nation, one election within its current term, confident of securing cross-party support, Prime Minister Narendra Modi highlighted the initiative in his Independence Day speech, advocating for simultaneous elections to foster national progress. A panel led by former President Ram Nath Kovind has recommended conducting simultaneous Lok Sabha and State Assembly elections, with the Law Commission potentially proposing synchronized polls for all government levels starting in 2029. Let me cut across to Harsha, who joins us live with more details. Harsha, while we gather this from top government sources, point also is that there is a lot of curiosity to how soon it can be implemented and, most importantly, whether support will come in from the opposition.
So, Suesha, the bigger challenge for government is to get all the opposition parties on one plate and unanimously support this one nation, one poll, which is not going to happen anytime soon, because in the morning when we spoke to CPI General Secretary D. Raja, he clearly stated that opposition will staunchly oppose this one nation, one poll because it has a lot of hurdles, and also the states can't stand united when there's a hung assembly, when there's a no confidence motion, and if there's a dissolution of assemblies, and government has to abide by the constitution laws, which clearly states that India is a union of a state and every state has to go for independent election. And also the bigger challenge is the 10,000 crore investment on the polling booths, on the polling machines, EVMs. That's a bigger task. But yes, what we know right now is that from the ramparts of Red Fort also, Prime Minister Narendra Modi stated that this time government is committed to implement one nation, one poll. But Suesha, is it going to happen this year or is it going to happen next year? But if government is committed to implement it, but anyhow it should get implemented before 2029, and the states which will be going for election near to 2029, their assemblies will be dissolved 1 year, or we can say 6 months before, and the Lok Sabha, State Assembly and the Panchayat election, the local body election, will be conducted together. But yes, there are a lot of hurdle to speak to the states where the opposition is ruling right now. If we talk about Karnataka, Himachal, Tamil Nadu and also Telangana, these are the states where the oppositions are there, and to speak to them is a bigger task. But Ram Nath Kovind 7-led panel has already submitted its report to government, and in that report it clearly states that if there's a hung assembly and no confidence motion, all states will have to come united. And near future, this doesn't seem to be happening as far as the opposition states are concerned. So I have to wait and watch exactly what is going to be the date when the One Nation, One Poll will be implemented. Back to you.
Oh yes, absolutely, Harsha. While it's not going to be an easy task to achieve, fact is that with the kind of information coming in, looks like that it is work in progress. So much so that given the push by the Modi government, it could well be implemented. We wait and watch what happens. Several political reactions that have come in on it. Let's listen in.
The Communist Party of India is not in favor of one nation, one election. We have reasons for that. In a country like ours, it is not possible, practical at all. And this issue is not a new issue. This issue was debated, discussed earlier also. After that only, the Constituent Assembly decided to have a permanent election commission. Why we have permanent election commission? And that too, that election commission draws all powers from the very constitution. Election commission gets mandate from the very constitution. And election commission has the mandate to conduct free and fair elections. Election commission has the mandate to provide level playing field to all political parties. So it is a permanent commission. It means India will have more frequent elections. This is number one. Number two, Indian constitution makes it clear. India is union of states. Union of states. State legislative assemblies are there and parliament is there. And constitution has fixed the tenure of Lok Sabha, tenure of state legislative assemblies. But when the elections are over, a government may lose its confidence on the floor of the house. Government has to resign. Then what happens? Or in a particular state, the chief minister, with the advice of cabinet, can advise dissolution of assembly. Then what happens? Union government cannot snatch away the powers of the state governments. Union government cannot snatch away the rights of the people. If people do not want a particular government, that particular government loses confidence.
सवाल ये है कि जिस सरकार में कई राज्यों के चुनाव एक साथ नहीं हो पा रहे हैं, 2 राज्यों के चुनाव घोषित होते हैं, 2 राज्यों के चुनाव घोषित नहीं होते हैं। आम आदमी पार्टी के नेता आदरणीय अरविंद केजरीवाल जी वो अपील करते हैं कि फरवरी की जगह नवंबर में चुनाव कर लिए जाए। तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी केवल राजनीतिक नफा नुकसान को देख के चुनाव की बात करती है, वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन की बात करती है, और ये सब मुहावरे हैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी के। समाजवादी पार्टी समझती है कि लोकतंत्र में जनता का जो आवाज़ होती है, जनता के फैसले होते हैं, लेकिन वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन भारतीय जनता पार्टी अगर उसको लेके आएगी तो उसको देखने के बाद, उस ड्राफ्ट को पढ़ने के बाद समाजवादी पार्टी इस पे कोई टिप्पणी करेगी।
मैं सिर्फ इतना कह सकता हूँ, भाजपा जो चारों तरफ से घिर गई है, सरकार महंगाई, बेरोजगारी, जाति जनगणना, देश के सामने बढ़ता हुआ चारों तरफ से एक माहौल, इससे ध्यान हटाने के लिए एक फिजूल की एक्सरसाइज कर रही है। क्या इस सरकार के पास दम और संख्या है कि अगर संविधान संशोधन की जरूरत पड़ी तो उसे पारित करा लेगी? राज्यसभा की संख्या देख लो, लोकसभा की संख्या देख लो।
देखिए, सैद्धांतिक तौर पर वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन को लेकर हमारी प्रतिबद्धता है और इस स्टैंड के साथ हमारी पार्टी है।
And we now get you a detailed report of protests that were held by the Bajrang Dal in Mangaluru. This following the recent Pandya unrest, as the demonstration has led to heavy deployment of security to maintain law and order. Take a look.
The Bajrang Dal called for a massive demonstration in Karnataka's Mangaluru on Monday. Protesters broke down barricades amid heavy security deployed across the city.
Some issue that is happening amongst a few people, and I cannot disclose what the issue is, and we just wanted to make sure that everything remains peaceful. In that regard, we have made sufficient bandobast and we have ensured that peace is prevailed in Batpal as well as Dakshin district, and will continue to do so in the future also.
The protest follows recent clashes during the Nagamangala Ganesh procession in Mandya. The situation in Mangaluru remains volatile, with heightened tensions resulting in massive police deployment to maintain order in the region.
And we cut across to more breaking news. After Manish Sisodia, who was at Arvind Kejriwal's residence this morning, we are picking up how Raghav Chadha is also there. Remember, the Aam Aadmi Party has announced that Arvind Kejriwal will be tendering his resignation as Delhi Chief Minister tomorrow. And the decision on who will be the next Chief Minister of the national capital will be taken soon after the meeting with all the Aam Aadmi Party MLAs will be called. At the moment, we're also playing out those pictures of the hectic parlays that are underway at Arvind Kejriwal's residence. First Manish Sisodia and now Raghav Chadha. Let me cut across to Riyanka, who's outside Kejriwal's residence, to get the latest of what's happening there. Over to you.
Right, with Kejriwal announcing his resignation that he will be putting down tomorrow, we are seeing that there are several meetings that are now underway at Arvind Kejriwal's residence here in Civil Lines. It was Manish Sisodia and now Raghav Chadha who are indulged in this crucial talks with Arvind Kejriwal. Remember, all of these discussions are in order to understand what next and who will be the next Chief Minister of the national capital. Also today, there is going to be the Aam Aadmi Party PAC meeting this evening, where around 11 members who are a part of the PAC will be joining in. There will be discussions held in terms of what will happen once Kejriwal resigns and who will be the next person taking over the Chief Minister's chair. The PAC includes Arvind Kejriwal, Manish Sisodia, Sanjay Singh, Durgesh Pathak, Atishi Singh, Gopal Rai, Imran Hussain, Raghav Chadha, Rakhi Bidlan, Pankaj Gupta and ND Gupta. So these are the members of the Aam Aadmi Party PAC that will be meeting today evening at Arvind Kejriwal's residence. And tomorrow there is going to be a meeting of all the MLAs who will be coming together once Kejriwal resigns, and then there will be a decision that will be taken as to who will become the next Chief Minister, and then the declaration on that.
All right, Priyanka, many thanks for getting us the latest. Of course, we'll keep coming back to you for further updates. For the moment, we also take a quick check of the other top stories making news across the country on Bharat in 5 minutes. Students from IP University staged a massive protest against the university administration following the recent suicide of an MBA student. The protesters are demanding accountability and answers from the administration regarding the circumstances leading to the student's death. They are calling for a thorough investigation with measures to address student grievances and mental health issues with the institution.
उसी ग्रुप पर उसका मैसेज था कि पापा वार्डन के जरिए मुझे झूठा आरोप लगा के प्रताड़ित किया जा रहा है। मैं कूदने जा रहा हूँ, मैं आत्महत्या करने जा रहा हूँ, मुझे क्षमा कर देंगे पापा, मम्मी, भैया, भाभी, सभी लोग मुझे माफ़ कर देंगे। ऐसा कुछ नहीं है, गलत आरोप लगा के मैं अपनी प्रयास किया हूँ, मैं अपना आत्महत्या करने जा रहा हूँ। ऐसी कोई थी, उस चीज़ को वो सहन नहीं कर पाया और सहन नहीं कर पाया, या तो साजिश के तहत उसे धकेल दिया गया या मार दिया गया या क्या हुआ भगवान जाने, हमें कुछ पता नहीं है।
Rajasthan Chief Minister Bhajanlal Sharma made a courtesy visit to Union Home Minister Amit Shah's residence. The visit underscored the ongoing communication and collaboration between the state and central governments. Prime Minister Modi extended his Eid-e-Milad-un-Nabi greetings to the nation. In his tweet, PM Modi wished for harmony and togetherness, expressing hopes for joy and prosperity across the country. A vibrant rally was held to promote voter awareness in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir ahead of the upcoming assembly elections. The rally aimed to encourage voter participation as the region prepares for polling in 3 phases on September 18, September 25 and October 1.
सर बाइक रैली का पर्पज़ ये था कि हमने अपना वोट ज़ाया नहीं करना है, हमने वोट कास्ट करना है, चाहे कोई भी सिचुएशन हो, बारिश हो, धूप हो, अगर बर्फ़ भी होगी तो हमने वोट अपना कास्ट करना है। और ये नहीं है कि मेरे एक वोट से क्या होगा, मेरे एक वोट से सरकार बदल सकती है। हमारा जो वोट होगा वो वोट फॉर चेंज होना चाहिए।
In Noida, a man was shot dead in Sector 142 over a suspected property dispute. Police are investigating the incident to determine the motive and identity the assailant involved. I beg your pardon, to identify the assailant involved.
थाना 142 के अंतर्गत दो पक्षों के बीच में प्रॉपर्टी को लेकर कुछ वार्ता चल रही थी। इसी वार्ता के दौरान वाद विवाद बढ़ा। एक पक्ष के द्वारा दूसरे पक्ष को गोली मार दी गई, जिसे तत्काल हॉस्पिटलाइज किया गया, जहां डॉक्टर ने उनको मृत घोषित कर दिया गया है। जो आरोपी पक्ष है उसके विरुद्ध नामजद तहरीर घर वालों ने दी है। पुलिस की 6 टीमें लगा दी गई हैं उनको पकड़ने के लिए। शेष जो विधिक कार्रवाई है वो की जा रही है।
Water level of Saryu River has risen significantly due to heavy rainfall in the region. This increase in water level poses potential risks of flooding and has prompted local authorities to monitor the situation closely and prepare for possible emergencies.
तो कुछ पानी डैम से आ रहा है और बाकी पहाड़ों पर बारिश लगातार हो रही है, इसकी वजह से ये जलस्तर बढ़ रहा है।
कब तक बढ़ने का क्या स्थिति?
अभी तो फिलहाल बढ़ रहा है, आने वाले 24 घंटे में स्थिति साफ हो जाएगी।
अयोध्या में डेंजर लेवल क्या है, कितनी स्थिति है?
अयोध्या में डेंजर लेवल 92.730 है, जो कि वर्तमान में अभी 93.290 पे चल रहा है।
A devastating road accident occurred in the Kingaon-Ambejogai road in Latur in Maharashtra. A speeding sumo collided with a truck that was parked on the roadside, resulting in 3 fatalities on the spot, including 2 women and a minor girl. In Bahraich, an 11-year-old boy, Arman Ali, was attacked by a wolf while sleeping on the roof of his house. The incident occurred in Pipri Mohan village in the Mahasi area. The man-eating wolf injured Arman, who has been referred to Medical College Bahraich after initial treatment at the community health center. And we are getting you these breaking details. It is a Republic exclusive in the Arjikar case, revealing that Mamata Banerjee's aide promoted a suicide narrative. The latest revelations intensify scrutiny and allegations. This, as Republic also had access CBI's remand copy, which clearly stated that Dr. Sandeep Ghosh, former principal of RG-Kar, downplayed the entire case. Not just that, there was a clear cover-up attempt and a suicide theory that was pushed on purpose, FIR that was not registered on time, and more details that are hinting towards a clear cover-up in this case. Yes, this is in connection with a complaint letter that has been accessed by Republic, and this is yet another document that shows how there was a cover-up attempt. This, as Mamata Banerjee has called to meet with junior doctors yet again at 5 p.m. We understand what had happened the last time around. Doctors who still are not convinced, and despite the several demands that they had placed which had not been accepted by the Mamata government. Of course, a clear eyewash when Mamata Banerjee had announced that she is ready to tender her resignation if there is such a state of affairs and the people are not convinced with her governance module. However, this is the latest, as Mamata Banerjee is once again reaching out to junior doctors for a meet at 5 p.m. Let me cut across to senior editor Shravan Sen, who joins us with all these details of the documents accessed by Republic. Shravan, and of course this latest meeting that is to happen at 5 p.m. Over to you.
Well, in fact, as far as the interaction between the Chief Minister and the protesting doctors, remember there has been a deadlock over the last few days. In fact, you've had the first meeting that was scheduled to be at Nabunno with the Chief Minister putting out a video stating that for almost 2.5 hours that she was actually waiting for the protesting doctors. And thereafter, what happened on Saturday was certainly being seen as an insult on the part of the Chief Minister, where the protesting doctors were made to wait outside her residence. And there was a tussle over the videography of that very meeting that was supposed to take place. Remember, there is another indication now coming in that the doctors once again putting out details of the demands that they've made. Their topmost demand, even today, remains the removal of Kolkata Police Commissioner Vineet Goyal. And there is a reason behind it. Now, the documents that have been accessed by Republic TV clearly goes on to indicate that there was a cover-up. And the cover-up essentially was being led by none other than the former principal of RG Kaur Hospital, Dr. Sandeep Ghosh. If you take a closer look at the remand copy of the Central Bureau of Investigation, where they're clearly stating that there was an attempt that was made by Dr. Sandeep Ghosh to pass this off as a suicide case. He, in fact, downplayed this entire incident of rape and murder that was reported. In fact, he was told around 9:58 in the morning. Now, we've accessed the entire copy of the remand. Apart from that, we're also going to put out the letter that was actually written to the officer in charge of Tala Police Station. And surprisingly, there's not a single mention of the nature of the injuries that were inflicted upon Abhaya. It does not make a mention of rape or murder. It does not make a mention of the grievous injuries that was sustained. Now, take a look at these 8 points that have been made by the Central Bureau of Investigation in the Sialda court. First, they state that Dr. Sandeep Ghosh, the principal of RG Kaur Hospital, was informed around 9:58 in the morning. Interestingly, within about just a few minutes, less than 5 minutes, he dials the officer in charge of Tala Police Station, that is Abhijit Mondol. Abhijit Mondol, remember, has also been taken into custody by the Central Bureau of Investigation. In this remand, they say that Dr. Sandeep Ghosh tried to downplay the incident of rape and murder to suicide, which led to destruction of probable evidence. He was in touch with the OC Abhijit Mondol, Tala Police Station on 10:03 in the morning and the advocate around 1:40 in the afternoon. In fact, the CBI goes on to indicate that there was a 14-hour delay in filing the FIR. And it turns out that during this entire period, he was actually in touch with an advocate. If he was in touch with an advocate, then why exactly did he not insist that the FIR should be registered immediately? Remember the 40-minute mystery that we've also been talking about, Samiksha. It is between 9:30 in the morning to about 10:10 in the morning when the body was found, and around 10:10 is when, as per the Kolkata police timeline, they say that around 10:10 in the morning is when Tala Police Station was actually informed by the RG Kaur Hospital. So what really happened in those 40 minutes? Were there any instructions that were provided? Was there an attempt that was made to destroy any evidence? Because that scene of crime was also left unattended for almost an hour. And this is an admission that has been made by Kolkata police themselves. So these are some unanswered questions. And that is the reason why we have been saying right from day one that there is an operation cover-up which ought to be exposed.
Oh yes, absolutely, Shravan, and even as we see all fingers pointing at the Mamata government and of course her cops, she's reaching out to the junior doctors yet again, and the meeting that is to take place at 5 p.m. I want to go to Kishale joining us from the Bangla newsroom to take us through the details of what's expected will happen today. Kishale.
Well, exactly. Now, before I speak about that particular meeting that is supposed to be held at 5 p.m., at least the Chief Minister has called for that meeting at 5 p.m. today. I'll be showing that document, but before that, I'll show you this exclusive document where we got the particular complaint letter, or the letter which was sent by RG Kaur Hospital to Tala police station, and as Shawan was talking about the timeline, I'll just show you. This is memo number RGK3384. This is written to the officer in charge of Tala police station. Now what is written here? This is from RG Kar hospital sent to the Tala police station. It is written here, as informed over phone at around 9:45 a.m. by Associate Professor so and so, a body of a female second year PGT Department of Respiratory Medicine has been found in the chest seminar room. This is being signed by the medical super. So here we get a time of 9:45 when the body was found, and the hospital is saying we called the Tala police station and informed. On the other hand, here I have a copy of that particular receipt note by the Tala police station, which says one confidential letter wide memo number RGKH has been dated 9/8 has been received, and that memo number is the same that I was showing previously, and this is being signed by officer in charge of Tala police station, Kolkata, and the time is given here at 14:45, which is 2:45 p.m. in the afternoon. So 9:45 a.m. the hospital calls police station and informs them about a body being found. Nowhere it is mentioned that it is a murder or rape or anything, just a body found. It was in a pool of blood, and whatever was there, nothing is mentioned here. On the other hand, the call was made at 9:45, but the receipt of this particular letter is 2:45 in the afternoon, and then in night 11:45 a particular FIR is lodged. So this whole timeline of this lapse of hours together is clearly showing how the police was delaying to take actions at every step. Now this is at one hand. On the other hand, I'll also try to show you the letter of the chief secretary, which has been given by the chief secretary. I'll be showing you that particular letter for that meeting. Now here's the letter. Now it's written here, again the chief secretary writes to the junior doctors, in view of the Honorable Supreme Court's order. What is the chief secretary saying here? This is the fifth and final time we are reaching out to you for a meeting between Honorable Chief Minister and your delegates. So in a way, the chief secretary is threatening the doctors that this is the final time we are calling you. This is the final time we are calling you. This is the last chance you are getting. After this, no chance. And then he's saying, we trust that good sense will prevail and you will be coming at 5 p.m. today. So the timing is given again 5 p.m. today at Chief Minister's residence. Also, it is written here very clearly that there will be no live streaming. There will be no live streaming or videography of the event. So at one hand, details emerging from the Tala police station about the FIR and all the complaint copies. On the other hand, the doctors are again being called by the Chief Minister for a meeting. Both of those documents are on the surface right now. Back to the studio.
Getting us details of the cover-up attempt. This, as we understand, that Mamta is to meet the junior doctors for yet another time at 5 p.m. We'll continue to keep you up to speed with the latest. For the moment, a short commercial break.
अपने आप को उतना पुश नहीं कर सका। मेंटली मैं रेडी था, लेकिन फिजिकली कहीं ना कहीं मैं रोक रहा था खुद को। जो लेग वर्क होना चाहिए रनवे में वो इतना अच्छा नहीं था और उसको बचा।
Mamata government reaches out to protesting doctors, says this will be the fifth and the final meet. CBI remand note reveals clincher details. Ghosh downplayed the crime and peddled a suicide theory. As CBI goes after cover-up, focus shifts to police's role. Sources say SHO's phone records are being probed. Top government sources have informed that one nation, one election to be implemented in this tenure. As campaigning enters its final leg in Jammu and Kashmir, Amit Shah to lead 3 mega rallies today. Donald Trump narrowly escapes yet another assassination attempt. Suspect Ryan Root arrested.
Very good afternoon, viewers. Let's start with the top story we're tracking today. Many speculations right now over the next chief ministerial phase in the national capital. Manish Sisodia now is set to visit Arvind Kejriwal's residence, marking their first meeting since Arvind Kejriwal's announcement of his resignation. Now, the meeting is expected to include the discussions on selecting a new chief minister for Delhi. So the suspense continues. Aam Aadmi Party is right now in a huddle, and top ministers, top leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party huddling out there at the Aam Aadmi Party office over at the Chief Minister's residence. Let's take a listen to all the reactions that have been coming in throughout the day.
मोटे तौर पे टाइमलाइन ये है कि कल ये फैसला मुख्यमंत्री जी ने जनता के बीच में रखा है। कल इतवार था, आज ईद की छुट्टी है, लिहाजा कल यानी कि मंगलवार को जो पहला वर्किंग डे आता है उसमें मुख्यमंत्री अपने इस्तीफे को दे देंगे और इस्तीफा जैसे ही मंजूर होगा उसके बाद विधायक दल की जो है बैठक होगी। विधायक दल अपना एक नेता चुनेंगे। जो नेता चुना जाएगा वो अपना स्टेक टू पावर, जो अपना क्लेम है, वो उपराज्यपाल के माध्यम से राष्ट्रपति को अपना क्लेम देंगे। क्योंकि कोई ऐसी दिक्कत नहीं है, हमारे 60 विधायक हैं, तो जाहिर सी बात है उनको बुलावा आएगा और जब वो बुलावा आएगा तो फिर वो जो है अपनी शपथ लेंगे। तो इस तरीके का है और मुझे लगता है कि ज़्यादा दिन नहीं, एक हफ्ते के अंदर ये सारी की सारी प्रक्रिया हो जानी।
Mr. Arvind Kejriwal is a fountainhead of corruption. With all these corruption charges against him being the kingpin of this liquor scam, he is afraid to go to the people. So, with this resignation drama, he's trying to, in this drama of deceit I would call it, he's trying to dupe and cheat the people by going to them and trying to win over them in a very surreptitious way.
The Honorable Supreme Court of India had also indicated in their order that he ought to resign on the ground of morality. But if you remember, various courts of this country have found Mr. Kejriwal to be the kingpin of the liquor scam. The bail condition which has been imposed on him by the Honorable Supreme Court of India is very strict, very stringent. it disallows him from functioning as a CM particularly, because it does not allow him to sign any files. It does not allow him to enter the CM's secretariat. ऐसा लगता है जैसे वो अपनी बेल कंडीशन की विवशता पर एक नैतिकता का आवरण डाल रहे हैं और ये राजनीतिक स्वांग रच रहे हैं।
सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने जो उनको जमानत दी है वो कंडीशनल है। फाइलों पे दस्तखत नहीं कर सकते, फाइलों के फैसले नहीं कर सकते। तो अगर वो फाइलों के फैसले नहीं करेंगे, फाइलों पर दस्तखत नहीं करेंगे, तो वो मुख्यमंत्री कैसे रह सकते हैं? फिर तो फाइलों का अंबार लग जाएगा। इसलिए उनकी मजबूरी है कि वो इस्तीफ़ा दें। 2 दिन के लिए शायद वो ये तय नहीं कर पा रहे कि कौन मुख्यमंत्री बने। कहा जाता है कि वो अपनी पत्नी को बनाना चाहते हैं, जिसको भी बनाना चाहते हों, इसीलिए गालिबन वो 2 दिन का टाइम ले रहे हैं, वरना तो उन्हें इस्तीफा दे ही देना चाहिए था।
Now, viewers, the Congress has come down heavily on Union Minister Ravneet Singh Bittu for his remarks on Rahul Gandhi. Now, Ravneet Bittu has accused Rahul Gandhi of speaking the language of terrorists after the latter's remarks, after Rahul Gandhi's remarks on Sikhs in the US. Take a look at the reactions.
राहुल गांधी मेरी ख्याल से एक तो पहले वो हिंदुस्तानी नहीं, उनको ज़्यादा टाइम उन्होंने क्योंकि दुनिया के बाहर बिताया है, उनके दोस्त वहाँ पे हैं, उनकी फैमिली वहाँ पे है, इस करके मेरी ख्याल से कहीं ना कहीं उनको अपने देश के साथ ज़्यादा प्यार नहीं है।
Union Minister and 3-time Lok Sabha MP Ravneet Bittu's terrorist remark for Rahul Gandhi has sparked a fresh controversy. Responding to Ravneet Bittu's remarks, Congress referred to him as the snake in the grass.
उसको भेजा था मेरे खिलाफ, वो पार्टी छोड़ के गया था लड़ने के लिए। लुधियाना में मैं गया, हराया, और आज वो कह रहा है कि राहुल गांधी तो आतंकवादी है। शर्म आनी चाहिए उस व्यक्ति को जिसको 3 बार मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट बनाया। बिट्टू एक बच्चा था, गुरकीरत उससे काबिल था, इसको कुछ नहीं आता था। इसके बावजूद राहुल गांधी ने इसको 3 बार एमपी बनाया।
Ravneet Bittu, a Congress turncoat who is now a union minister, alleged that Rahul attempted to divide the society with his remarks. Rahul Gandhi's remark on religious freedom have threatened a political storm, with the BJP accusing him of defaming the country.
And now let's take a quick look at some stories making news from across the country. Prime Minister Narendra Modi inaugurated the 4th Global Renewable Energy Investment Meet and Expo 2024 at Mahatma Mandir. The event aims to boost global investment in renewable energy, showcasing India's commitment to green energy development.
सौ 40 करोड़ भारतीय भारत को तेजी से टॉप 3 इकोनॉमीज में पहुंचाने का संकल्प लेकर काम कर रहे हैं। इसलिए आज का ये इवेंट आइसोलेटेड इवेंट नहीं है, एक बड़े विजन, एक बड़े मिशन का हिस्सा है। ये 2047 तक भारत को डेवलप्ड नेशन बनाने के हमारे एक्शन प्लान का हिस्सा है।
Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister Mohan Yadav met with the Rajasthan Chief Minister Bhajan Lal Sharma in Gandhinagar. Yadav is in the city to attend the 4th Global Renewable Energy Investors Meet and Expo, underscoring efforts to boost collaboration on renewable energy initiatives.
गुजरात मॉडल है एक तरह से विकास के सभी क्षेत्रों में, खास करके ऊर्जा के क्षेत्र में। और ऊर्जा में भी अब नवकरणीय ऊर्जा को जिस प्रकार से माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी देश में एक अभियान की तरह, एक आंदोलन की तरह ले रहे हैं, उसी का आज एक पार्ट हमारे यहाँ गुजरात में आज एक दिन का पूरा कार्यक्रम है, जिस कार्यक्रम में नवकरणीय ऊर्जा के अलग अलग प्रयोग, जिसके माध्यम से कार्बन उत्सर्जन कम करना, सूर्य आधारित अलग अलग प्रकार की व्यवस्थाओं पे, सोलर एनर्जी, विंड एनर्जी, हाइड्रल पावर, इन सब सेक्टर में जो प्रोत्साहन देने का माननीय मोदी जी का प्रयास है।
Union Minister Prahlad Joshi praised Prime Minister Narendra Modi's vision for renewable energy, highlighting that India is not only the fifth largest but also the world's fastest growing economy under his leadership.
The visionary leader who has propelled India to a leading position in global renewable energy sector, whose leadership has been pivotal in achieving India's renewable energy goals, is Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji.
A BJP fact-finding committee consisting of former ministers Ashwath Narayan, Bharati Basavaraj, Narayan Gowda and retired officers Bhaskar Rao and Lakshmi Ashwin Gowda visited Nagmangala to investigate the communal riots. The committee is gathering detailed information on the incident. The Rapid Action Force has been deployed in Mangaluru after workers from the Vishwa Hindu Parishad and Bajrang Dal staged a protest. The demonstration sparked by a controversial social media post leading to heightened security in the area. Saurabh Bharadwaj said that Arvind Kejriwal has resigned on grounds of morality, comparing his decision to Lord Ram. Bharadwaj emphasized that Kejriwal's step mirrors the values of sacrifice and integrity, similar to those embodied by Lord Ram.
अरविंद केजरीवाल अकेले लड़के उससे बाहर आए हैं और उन्होंने इनके सारे षड्यंत्र कल फेल कर दिए जब उन्होंने कहा कि मैं जनता की अदालत में जाऊंगा, जनता के सामने अग्नि परीक्षा दूंगा। अगर जनता कहेगी कि हमारा मुख्यमंत्री ईमानदार है तो मैं इस कुर्सी पे बैठूंगा, वरना नहीं बैठूंगा।
Junior doctors in Kolkata continue the protest for the sixth consecutive night at Swasthya Bhavan in the Salt Lake area. The demands remain unmet as tensions between the doctors and the state government persist, with no signs of resolution in sight. Doctors from the Postgraduate Institute of Medical Education and Research have staged a protest by forming a human chain in Chandigarh. The demonstration was held to condemn the recent rape and murder incident at RJ Kaur Hospital, expressing their solidarity and demanding justice. Aam Aadmi Party leader Sanjay Singh has accused the BJP of dismantling democracy in Jammu and Kashmir, alleging that the region is being run solely under governor's rule without elected representation. Singh's remarks add to growing opposition criticism against the current administration in Jammu and Kashmir. Fire broke out in a factory located at G58 Lawrence Road Industrial Area, Delhi. A total of 19 fire tenders were deployed to the site. The fire is now under control. Now, following recent remarks by Samajwadi Party Supremo Akhilesh Yadav, who labelled Mathadish as mafias, significant backlash has now surfaced. Now, Hindu seers have hit back at him, accusing Akhilesh Yadav of lacking morals and urging Hindus to reject this perceived insult. Now, the call for boycotting the Samajwadi Party across the state was echoed by chants demanding an apology from Akhilesh Yadav.
हाल ही में श्रीमान अखिलेश यादव राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष समाजवादी पार्टी पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री जिस प्रकार से साधु संतों को मठाधीश को माफिया जोड़कर बताया और माफिया से उनकी तुलना की, उन्होंने कहा मठाधीश और माफिया में कोई बहुत ज्यादा अंतर नहीं होता है। इससे पूरे देश में फैले करोड़ों साधु संतों को उन्होंने व्यक्तिगत टारगेट किया है और साधु संतों को माफिया बताने का प्रयास किया है। आज हम सभी साधु संत इस बात से आहत होकर मां सरयू की घाट पर सरयू जी में जो जानती हैं कि समाजवादी पार्टी ने कैसे 90 के दशक में लाखों साधु संतों के सहित हिंदुओं का निर्ममता पूर्वक नरसंहार कर दिया था और कैसे रामचरितमानस को जलवाने का काम स्वामी प्रसाद मौर्य के नेतृत्व में अखिलेश यादव साहब ने किया था और उसी प्रकार से अब साधु संतों को मठाधीशों को माफिया बताने का काम कर रहे हैं। उन्हीं मां सरयू को और अयोध्या के समस्त साधु संतों को साक्षी मानकर मैंने समाजवादी पार्टी को और अखिलेश यादव साहब को तिलांजलि दे दी है। हमारे शास्त्रों में यह बताया गया है कि जब किसी व्यक्ति के अंदर धर्म, संस्कृति, संस्कार मर जाए, जब वो अपने माता पिता, अपने गुरुओं का, साधु संतों का सम्मान करना भूल जाए, तो शास्त्र कहते हैं ऐसे व्यक्ति को तज देने चाहिए, ऐसे व्यक्ति को तिलांजलि देके उन्हें बिसरा देना चाहिए। और साथ ही साथ मैं हिंदुओं से भी आग्रह करते हुए अपील करता हूं कि यह व्यक्तिगत प्रहार अब साधु संतों को कतई नहीं स्वीकार्य है। आपके धर्मगुरु क्या जो है माफिया हैं? क्या वो अपराधी हैं? जो साधु संत अपना सर्वस्व त्याग कर देता है, क्या वो साधु संत माफिया हो सकता है? जो साधु संत राष्ट्र निर्माण में समर्पित होकर स्वयं को आहूत करते धर्म और संस्कृति का प्रचार करता है, मठों और मंदिरों की सुरक्षा करता है, जिन साधु संतों ने 1947 में इस स्वतंत्रता और स्वाधीनता में नागा साधुओं के रूप में अपने प्राणों की आहुति दी थी, जिन्होंने अपने मठ मंदिरों को बचाने के लिए अनेकों बार अपने आप को आहूत किया था, क्या वो साधु संत माफिया होते हैं? और यदि नहीं तो अखिलेश यादव का और समाजवादी पार्टी का पूरे प्रदेश से बहिष्कार किया जाना चाहिए और ऐसे व्यक्ति की सिर्फ तिलांजलि देनी चाहिए, ऐसे राजनीतिक पार्टी की सिर्फ तिलांजलि देनी चाहिए। और मैंने आज तिलांजलि दे दी है, अब बारी आप सभी हिंदू समाज की है। मैं पुनः आप सभी लोगों से आग्रह करता हूं कि ऐसे समाजवादी पार्टी को आगे आइए और ऐसे समाजवादी पार्टी का नेतृत्व कर रहे नेताओं को तिलांजलि दीजिए।
And now we will let's switch our focus to a video that is right now doing the rounds on social media. This coming in from Tel Aviv. The Houthis now have confirmed that they used a hypersonic ballistic missile in their attack on Tel Aviv, that is in Israel, marking the first instance of an Iran-made hypersonic missile being deployed in an assault on Israel. You have the visuals coming in. Houthis confirming the use of this hypersonic ballistic missile, and you can see how the West Asia tensions in West Asia continue, and Houthis escalating the offensive against Israel. This latest in the attacks on Israel. That's the latest update we have right now, and visuals of the same right now on your screens. And now an incident has been is unfolding near an incident occurred near Donald Trump's property, where the gunshots were reported near his vicinity in Florida. Now, in the vicinity of his house, the law enforcement has apprehended the suspect who carried this AK-47, and this is second assassination attempt on Donald Trump in just a matter of 60 days. We were right ahead of those presidential elections. Here's a report.
In what seems like a second assassination attempt at former US President Donald Trump, gunshots were reported near his vicinity in Florida. The incident happened around 1:30 a.m. EST. The Secret Service says Trump is safe and they're looking into the incident.
In the bushes where this guy was is an AK-47 style rifle with a scope, two backpacks which were hung on the fence that had ceramic tile in them, and a GoPro, which he was going to take pictures of. So those are being processed right now. The Secret Service agent that was on the course did a fantastic job. What they do is they have an agent that jumps one hole ahead of time to where the president was at. And he was able to spot this rifle barrel sticking out of the fence.
Palm Beach County Sheriff Rick Bradshaw said that the gunman was about 400 yards to 500 yards away from Trump and hiding in shrubbery. FBI says it is investigating what appears to be an attempted assassination attempt of the Republican presidential candidate.
We have stopped the vehicle that the FBI, the Secret Service, and the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office asked all law enforcement to look for. We had the vehicle description and we had a tag number. We mobilized out on the interstate. Two of my marked units picked up the vehicle. We followed it for a bit. We're able to contain it using some of our bigger vehicles that we use for specialized stops. We got the vehicle stopped. Since then, the FBI and the Secret Service have responded to the scene. It does appear that we certainly have the vehicle.
Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office says that Trump was at the golf court when the gunshots were fired.
The FBI has assumed the role as the lead federal law enforcement agency in the investigation of the incident that occurred earlier today at Trump International Golf Course here in West Palm Beach, Florida. We've deployed a number of resources, including the investigative teams, crisis response team members, bomb technicians, and evidence response team members as well. What we need right now is for the public to avoid the area around the golf course. We will continue to support this investigation with the full resources of the FBI, alongside our partners with the United States Secret Service and the Palm Beach Sheriff's Office, as well as Martin County Sheriff's Office and state and local law enforcement.
Officials say that the person fled in an SUV and was later apprehended in a nearby county by local law enforcement.
I'm here because our prosecutors are currently working up warrants and a motion for pretrial detention for the suspect. In that way, he will be kept in custody. But our filing of these warrants and charges at the state level does not preclude federal charges that could be coming. But in the meantime, it looks like the warrants and the pretrial detention motion will happen first.
Donald Trump Jr. said that the law enforcement has recovered an AK-47. Shortly after the incident, Donald Trump issued a statement. According to the officials, Trump said that he is safe and well.
Former President Donald Trump is safe and unharmed following a protective incident shortly before 2 p.m. on Sunday at Trump International Golf Club at West Palm Beach. The U.S. Secret Service personnel opened fire on a gunman located near the property line, and this matter is under investigation.
Vice President Kamala Harris took her social media platform to condemn the attack on Trump and said that violence has no place in America. Member of the Republican Party and Vice Presidential nominee J.D. Vance said that he is glad that Trump is safe, and he also spoke to Trump before the news went public.
Top government sources informed that one nation, one election to be implemented in this tenure. As campaigning enters its final leg in Jammu and Kashmir, Amit Shah to lead 3 mega rallies today. We'll get you all that and much more. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
मैं अपने आप को उतना पुश नहीं कर सका। मेंटली मैं रेडी था, लेकिन फिजिकली कहीं ना कहीं मैं रोक रहा था खुद को। जो लेग वर्क होना चाहिए रनवे में वो इतना अच्छा नहीं था, और उसको बचाने के लिए मैं काफी एफर्ट लगाने की कोशिश कर रहा, लेकिन उतना एफर्ट लग नहीं पा रहा था। तो बिल्कुल वो जो सेकंड वाली थ्रो थी वो जस्ट नदीम ने जब थ्रो किया उसके थोड़ी बाद में ही थी। उस टाइम मैं बहुत ही पॉजिटिव था, और उसके तुरंत बाद मैंने वो अपनी थ्रो वो अच्छी निकाली। लेकिन उसके बाद से फिर जैसे ही और टाइम बढ़ता चला गया तो वही है, फिर से वो चीज कहीं ना कहीं फिजिकली वो रुकावट आने लग गई। तो मैंने मेंटली बहुत ज्यादा पुश किया, लेकिन जब तक लेग वर्क अच्छा नहीं है, टेक्निक अच्छी नहीं है, तो कितना भी जोर लगा लो वो।
In footage from Czech border, Poland, where heavy rains triggered some of the worst floods in the history and led to the collapse of a bridge. The visuals coming onto screens describe the aftermath, where severe floods have disrupted transport, connectivity, and led to the dispatch of emergency crews who are working on relief operations. There you have the visuals coming in, the drone footage. Bridge collapsing near Czech-Poland border amid the floods, and you can see the entire region inundated. An explosion shook a pasta factory in Turkey, leaving 21 people injured, including 2 in critical condition. Here's a report.
A powerful explosion rocked a pasta factory in Turkey, leaving 21 injured, including 2 in critical condition. The explosion was followed by a fire that sent plumes of smoke across the district. Emergency services from nearby cities and districts were quickly deployed to the scene. Firefighters were also forced to deploy a crane to rescue a worker who was trapped in a silo. After being given first aid on site, the injured worker was sent to a hospital for further treatment. The cause of the explosion remains under investigation as authorities work to understand what happened that triggered the blast.
Now in Jammu and Kashmir, the Roam Air Force of the Indian Army, in collaboration with Poonch Police, is providing automatic rifle training to members of the company. Here's a report.
लेट के पोस्टर डिटेल भर नंबर 8 चैम्बर टेक टारगेट को देखिए ट्रिगर प्रेस आदेश दूंगा कि भर तो उसमें क्या करना है तुम्हें मैगजीन चढ़ानी है तो राउंड ग्रुपिंग फाइट चल दौड़ के चल
पुलिस और आर्मी मिल के वीडीसी कमेटियों को ये ट्रेन कर रहे हैं, समय समय पे फायरिंग करवा रहे हैं। ज़बरदस्त तरीके से जोश है हमारे विलेज डिफेंस कमेटी के मेंबरों में, और ये विलेज डिफेंस कमेटी के मेंबर इतने सक्षम हैं कि अगर कहीं आनन फानन में मिलिटेंटों के साथ अगर आमना सामना हो जाता है, ये अपने इरादे इतने मजबूत रखते हैं कि ये अपने आप को सेफ्टी करने के लिए और अपने गांव की सेफ्टी करने के लिए इनके पास बहुत हिम्मत है, बहुत ताकत है।
Amity University is organizing an international conference on semiconductor technologies, materials to chips, with over 200 speakers and delegates from top organizations and global academic institutions from 11 countries. This is another initiative by Amity, aligned with the Government of India's semiconductor mission.
Capsule, you can see it turning a little bit with the drogue parachutes. And
There are the 4 main chutes now deployed. They'll slowly open up to their full deployment here in just a few seconds.
Incredible views of the Polaris Dawn crew return. We can see the Polaris Dawn crew nestled in their seats there on the left-hand side of your screen as they anticipate their splashdown.
200, we're bracing.
Copy, 200 embraced. Bracing for splashdown. That will be the final call we hear from Jared until contact with the ocean surface. Standing by for splashdown.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
It's 1 p.m. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. One of the big development that's coming in the Arjikar case is that the West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee has invited the protesting doctors at her residence for talks to be held at 5 p.m. This while the doctors persist that there should be live streaming of the meeting. We'll get you the details as well of the CBI remand copy that we've accessed. First up, the headlines.
Presented by Royal Global University, Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
Mamata government reaches out to protesting doctors, says this will be the 5th and the final meet. CBI remand note reveals clincher details. Ghosh downplayed the crime and peddled a suicide theory. As CBI goes after cover-up, focus now shifts to police's role. Sources say SHO's phone records now being probed. Top government sources have informed that one nation, one election to be implemented in this tenure. As campaigning enters its final leg in J&K, Amit Shah to lead 3 mega rallies today. Trump narrowly escapes yet another assassination attempt. Suspect Ryan Ruth arrested.
Presented by Royal Global University, Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
Now, the focus of the CBI investigation in the Arjikar rape and murder case is a cover-up angle and the tampering with evidence for which the role of Sandeep Ghosh as well as the Tala police station officer Abhijit Mondal is under the scanner. In fact, the duo have now been sent into custody until 17th of this month. Let's run you through these graphics that has details of the CBI remand copy that we've accessed. So, the CBI in its remand copy has mentioned that Sandeep Ghosh was informed about the crime at 9:58 a.m. on 9th of August. In fact, you'd remember that it was Dr. Sumitra Roy who had informed the senior hospital staff at 9:30 a.m. about this crime which had happened in the seminar hall of the hospital, and it was minutes after that Sandeep Ghosh was in touch with the Tala police station as well as his legal team. So at minutes after he was informed, Sandeep Ghosh was in touch with not just the SHO Abhijit Mandal but also his legal team at around 1:40 p.m. So despite the principal having been informed about this crime of such serious nature, he did not rush to the hospital immediately. He did not reach the hospital immediately, and this while he was already in touch with the police officers as well as his legal team. Let's take a look at the other highlights from the CBI remand copy. So there was, CBI in its remand copy has particularly mentioned that there was a 14-hour delay in filing the FIR. So the question being raised at this stage is to, despite the hospital having been told about this crime at 9:40 or 9:30 a.m., why was there an undue delay in getting that FIR registered? In fact, Sandeep Ghosh did not make a formal complaint immediately, and he tried to push that suicide angle by the vice principal of the college. So even that complaint that was lodged at the Tala police station was not by Sandeep Ghosh, but by the vice principal of the Arjikar college. He did not get the FIR registered immediately, as we told you. He pushed the suicide theory despite the body being found in a semi-naked state. So despite Abhaya's body that was found in semi-naked position in the seminar hall, there was an unnatural death case that was lodged and not what was apparent from the scene at the seminar hall of the Arjikar hospital. He attempted to downplay the rape and murder as per the CBI remand copy, which is why CBI has said that it wants custodial interrogation of Sandeep Ghosh along with Abhijit Mondal, the SHO of the Tala police station. In fact, note that the mystery, the 40-minute mystery still remains. This is the time period between 9:30 a.m. to 10:10 a.m. Despite the hospital having been told about this crime at 9:30 a.m. The first call that went to the Tala police station was at 10:10 a.m. He directed the staff to send the body to the morgue hurriedly. This is another claim which has also been made by the family of Abhaya, that the cremation was in a hurried manner, and that unnatural death case was registered after 14 hours. So first, there was an undue delay on part of Sandeep Ghosh. He did not even reach the hospital immediately. And that FIR was registered after a gap, a formal FIR was registered after a gap of 14 hours. So the details by the CBI in its remand copy also has mention of the version that's been found to be deceptive on certain issues, which is why the CBI had sought the custodial interrogation of Sandeep Ghosh along with Abhijit Mondal, the SHO of the Tala police station. So while that distance between the Arjikar hospital and the police station is not more than 1 kilometer, Sandeep Ghosh took a long time to even reach the hospital, and even the police officials for that matter, who took almost 20 minutes to reach the hospital despite that distance that could have been covered in not less than 5 minutes. We'll try and go across to Kishle also. All right, he is joining us live right now. Kishle, we've just put out details of the CBI remand copy. If you can once again help us connect the dots. When we talk about that 40-minute time lag, which is the time when the hospital staff was first told about the crime, which is 9:30 a.m. and that first call that was made to the police station, which was at 10:10 a.m.
Exactly. Now, a while back, I was showing that particular complaint letter by the hospital, and there it is mentioned that as per the phone conversation that we had, please lodge a FIR, and that again the time of receipt is 2:45 p.m. in the afternoon. So morning 10:10 a.m. the call goes, but in the letter it is written that as per the conversation at 9:45 a.m. then the call particular letter is sent at 10:10 a.m. and the police receives that letter at 2:45 p.m. in the afternoon and lodges an FIR at 11:45 p.m. Just imagine the delay happening at every interval that we are talking about. Now, right now I have that remand letter of Abhijit Mondal, the Tala police station OC or SHO. It's written here that the registration of the GD entry number 542 mentioning the body of PG trainee was found lying in an unconscious state in the seminar room, where authorities and other unknown persons intentionally mentioned wrong facts, whereas the dead body was already examined by a doctor and found the victim dead, which means that already the victim, the body was found dead. The doctors had already examined her, but the GD entry mentions after such examination that an unconscious body is found. So this is completely false information in the GD entry, which was at 10:10 a.m. in the morning, the first call that was received by Tala police station. Already there was a doctor who confirmed that the person is dead. There was a medical examination, preliminary medical examination, but the GD entry mentions no case of death, mentions about an unconscious body, might be living as well. So this is one discrepancy. On the other hand, it is also mentioned that the OC of the police station of Tala failed to ensure registration of the FIR as per provision of section 173 BNSS in such type of heinous crime, in spite of having known that it was a cognizable crime. Police knew that it was a crime. A body has been found, blood all over, murdered, raped. But the police does not lodge an FIR till the time the police does not lodge a FIR till the time the hospital goes ahead and writes a letter. Please lodge a FIR, a body has been found. So all these discrepancies directly under the supervision of the OC of Tala police station, who was in contact with Sandeep Ghosh every moment allegedly over phone, clearly shows how the whole case was manipulated, and therefore the CBI has now taken up this explosive information and put it in the remand copy, which Republic has its hand on exclusively. And now tomorrow in Supreme Court there will be a report by the CBI and more explosive information might just come out. Samiksha.
Right, Kishle is requesting you to stay with us. In fact, let's also talk here about the parallel development. Mamata Banerjee having invited the protesting doctors for talks at her residence this evening at 5 p.m. Kishle, what do we make of this? Has Mamata Banerjee agreed for the live streaming of the talks with the doctors? And has she agreed to the demands, the specific demands that have been made by the protesting doctors? But before we go across to Kishle, in fact, let's listen into the voices of the doctors who remain up in arms, have been protesting outside the Swasthya Bhavan, demanding nothing less than resignation of the Kolkata Police Commissioner, Vineet Goyal.
You say that they know this is the final time they're calling you. Let's see what they do. Nothing, because our demands are very justified, and if they want to scare us, we'll not be afraid of their taunts.
So WBJF will agree to this demand, this call?
I think they will not, because I know my seniors. We saw yesterday that they have gone to the chief minister and they basically pleaded her, but they kept their spine straight. I don't think we'll bend down again. Let's see. It will be a subject to discussion amongst everyone, and let's see what the discussion comes up to be.
जैसे पहला भी बात था कि ये जो लड़ाई है हमारी, ये केवल डॉक्टर्स की लड़ाई नहीं है, ये कॉमन पीपल की भी लड़ाई है। इसलिए हम लोगों ने डिमांड किया था कि ये चीज़ लाइव हो। अगर लाइव नहीं हो रही है तो दोनों पार्टी अपना वीडियोग्राफर लें, वो कंप्लीट जो भी मीटिंग हो रहा है उसका वीडियो। इसका क्या रीज़न है कि जो भी डॉक्टर्स जा रहे हैं रिप्रेजेंट करने के लिए, वो पूरे इंडिया को रिप्रेजेंट कर रहे हैं इस केस पे। तो बाकी जो इंडिया के लोग जो इस मूवमेंट में हमारे साथ हैं, हमारे साथ खड़े हुए हैं, उनको जानने का पूरा ये हक है कि अंदर क्या हो रहा है, नहीं हो रहा है, प्रॉपर ट्रांसपेरेंसी के लिए। इसलिए हमारा डिमांड था कि ये चीज़ लाइव हो, और मतलब अगर लाइव नहीं हो पा रहा तो वीडियोग्राफी एटलीस्ट जरूर हो। अभी जैसा आया है कि ये 5th और फाइनल है, हम लोग एक बार आपस में डिस्कस करते हैं, जो भी वेस्ट बंगाल जूनियर डॉक्टर फ्रंट के भी मेंबर्स हैं, उसके बाद जो हमारा डिसीजन होगा वो हम आपको जरूर बताएंगे।
All right, let's go across to Kishle again. Kishle, we understand that Mamata Banerjee has refused for the live streaming of the meet with the doctors. What are you learning from the protesting doctors on the ground? Are they willing to meet Mamata Banerjee in the first place at her residence this evening?
Now, Samiksha, GB meeting is on right now as we speak. Therefore, the doctors are meeting. And the doctors' general body meeting is happening right now, and they are deciding on what to do next. We saw they went to Mamata Banerjee's residence last day, and they were just outside the residence. They even accepted that, okay, we don't want live stream, make a minute of the meeting, we will sign it, you also sign it. But then they were almost driven out, saying that you ran out of time. You ran out of time, so you have to go back now, take the bus, go, or we'll throw you out. That is how the doctors narrated the whole event. Now, specifically, we are getting to know that again the Chief Secretary has written a letter stating that by 4:45 p.m. today, come again at the Chief Minister's residence. Again, we are calling you for a meeting, and he is threatening in a way, saying this is the 5th and last time. We won't call you after this. So 5th and last time, either you come or you face the consequences. The tone is like that. So fifth and last time, whether the doctors are going there or not is a thing that is to be seen, because the GB meeting is still on. We are waiting what happens after this. The doctors might be having a press conference and they might as well declare what will happen after this.
All right, Kishle, so yet another thread by Mamata Banerjee. Thank you for the moment. Here's a look at other stories that we're tracking. This is Bharat in 5 minutes. Prime Minister Modi inaugurated the 4th Global Renewable Energy Investment Meet and Expo RE Invest 2024 at Mahatma Mandir. The event aims to boost global investment in renewable energy, showcasing India's commitment to green energy development.
140 करोड़ भारतीय भारत को तेजी से टॉप 3 इकोनॉमीज में पहुंचाने का संकल्प लेकर काम कर रहे हैं। इसलिए आज का ये इवेंट आइसोलेटेड इवेंट नहीं है, एक बड़े विजन, एक बड़े मिशन का हिस्सा है। ये 2047 तक भारत को डेवलप्ड नेशन बनाने के हमारे एक्शन प्लान का हिस्सा है।
Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister Mohan Yadav held a meet with Rajasthan Chief Minister in Gandhinagar. Mohan Yadav is in the city to attend the 4th Global Renewable Energy Investors Meet, underscoring efforts to boost collaboration on renewable energy initiatives.
गुजरात मॉडल है एक तरह से विकास के सभी क्षेत्रों में, खास करके ऊर्जा के क्षेत्र में। और ऊर्जा में भी अब नवकरणीय ऊर्जा को जिस प्रकार से माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी देश में एक अभियान की तरह, एक आंदोलन की तरह ले रहे हैं, उसी का आज एक पार्ट हमारे यहाँ गुजरात में आज एक दिन का पूरा कार्यक्रम है, जिस कार्यक्रम में नवकरणीय ऊर्जा के अलग अलग प्रयोग, जिसके माध्यम से कार्बन उत्सर्जन कम करना, सूर्य आधारित अलग अलग प्रकार की व्यवस्थाओं पे, सोलर एनर्जी, विंड एनर्जी, हाइड्रल पावर, इन सब सेक्टर में जो प्रोत्साहन देने का माननीय मोदी जी का प्रयास है।
Union Minister Prahlad Joshi praised Prime Minister's vision for renewable energy, highlighting that India is not only the 5th largest but also the world's fastest growing economy under its leadership.
The visionary leader who has propelled India to a leading position in global renewable energy sector, whose leadership has been pivotal in achieving India's renewable energy goals, is Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji.
A BJP fact-finding panel consisting of former ministers Ashwath Narayan Gowda and retired officers Bhaskar Rao and Lakshmi Ashwin visited Nagamangala to investigate communal clashes that broke out in the district. The committee is gathering information on the incident. The Rapid Action Force has been deployed in Mangaluru after workers from the Vishwa Hindu Parishad and Bajrang Dal staged a protest. The demonstration was sparked by controversial social media posts that led to heightened security in the area. AAP leader Saurabh Bharadwaj has stated that Arvind Kejriwal has resigned on grounds of morality, comparing his decision to Lord Ram. The AAP leader emphasized that Kejriwal's step mirrors the values and value of sacrifice and integrity similar to those embodied by Lord Ram.
अरविंद केजरीवाल अकेले लड़के उससे बाहर आए हैं और उन्होंने इनके सारे षड्यंत्र कल फेल कर दिए जब उन्होंने कहा कि मैं जनता की अदालत में जाऊंगा, जनता के सामने अग्नि परीक्षा दूंगा। अगर जनता कहेगी कि हमारा मुख्यमंत्री ईमानदार है तो मैं इस कुर्सी पे बैठूंगा, वरना नहीं बैठूंगा।
Junior doctors in Kolkata continue their protest for the sixth consecutive night at Swasthya Bhavan in Salt Lake area. Mamata Banerjee has now invited the protesting doctors at her residence for talks this evening. Doctors from the Postgraduate Institute of Medical Education and Research also staged a protest by forming a human chain. The demonstration was held to condemn the rape and murder of a doctor in Kolkata Medical College, expressing their solidarity and demanding justice from the government. AAP leader Sanjay Singh has accused the BJP of dismantling democracy in J&K, alleging that the region is being run solely under governor's rule without elected representative. Singh's remarks add to growing opposition criticism against the current administration in J&K. In the national capital, a fire broke out in a factory located at G58 Lawrence Road industrial area. A total of 9 fire tenders were rushed to the location. The fire has now been brought under control. Now on to the other big story that we've been tracking. This is the One Nation, One Poll resolve by the central government. In fact, remember, it was Prime Minister Modi in his Independence Day speech in which he said that One Nation, One Poll will soon be a reality. In fact, a lot of reactions coming in as the former President Ramnath Kovind-led panel has been trying to get all the stakeholders on a single page on the One Nation, One Poll promise while drafting the One Nation, One Poll. Let's try and go across to Harsha. She's joining us from the national capital. Harsha, while there have been back-to-back meetings of the panel led by Ramnath Kovind, take us through the reactions you're picking up from the opposition leaders. Do they agree with the One Nation, One Poll pitch by the central government?
So, Samiksha, none of the opposition leaders right now want the One Nation, One Election to be implemented, and that is the reason why they have been opposing it. When even the panel was formed, which was led by Ramnath Kovind, the former president of the country. But we know that the panel has already submitted its report to the government, and now it is to the government that when they want to implement the One Nation, One Poll. But Samiksha, if you remember from the ramparts of Red Fort, also Prime Minister Narendra Modi aggressively stated that how this government will be implementing One Nation, One Poll and is committed towards it. So the One Nation, One Poll clearly states that the state assembly election, Lok Sabha election and the local body election will go hand in hand, will be together. But before 2029, it has to be implemented. And the top sources clearly state us that government is very positive on it. And also by the end of this year or by next year, something concrete date could come for One Nation, One Poll, because the assemblies which will be going for election before 2029, they all will have to be dissolved for going along the election in 2029 together. But opposition has staunchly opposed it by stating that India is a union of a state and none of these states will come together when as far as the One Nation, One Poll is implemented. And when we spoke to D. Raja, he also went on by saying when the government will approach us, will clearly deny to implement One Nation, One Poll. So the bigger challenge and task for government here is how to convince the opposition ruled state, the opposition parties, so that unanimously One Nation, One Poll could be implemented and lot of resources of the country and the money of the country could be saved, because yes, it's a huge task to implement One Nation, One Poll, and Election Commission has already stated that how much polling machines and the EVMs will be required. There's a lot of money to be invested also for more EVMs to be made, and that is the biggest challenge here. So when a larger discussion with the opposition party is still to take place, but yes, we know that the stakeholders which spoke during the panel committee meeting, they clearly stated that yes, it is the suggestion that India right now should implement One Nation, One Poll. It is a demand of the country. So we have to wait and watch exactly when this entire One Nation, One Poll will be implemented, when government is going to adhere it, and also when government is going to speak to the opposition parties majorly on this. Back to you.
All right, Harsha, thank you for the moment. In fact, sources even tell Republic that a consensus exercise is likely to be rolled out very soon when it comes to the One Nation, One Poll promised by the central government. And while there have been back-to-back meetings that Ramnath Kovind-led panel has been holding, the opposition remains up in arms, resisting the One Nation, One Poll pitch. So listen into the reactions coming in.
The Communist Party of India is not in favor of, is not in favor of one nation, one election. We have reasons for that. In a country like ours, it is not possible, practical at all. And this issue is not a new issue. This issue was debated, discussed earlier also. After that only, the Constituent Assembly decided to have a permanent election commission. Why we have permanent election commission? And that too, that election commission draws all powers from the very constitution. Election commission gets mandate from the very constitution. And election commission has the mandate to conduct free and fair elections. Election commission has the mandate to provide level playing field to all political parties. So it is a permanent commission. It means India will have more frequent elections. This is number one. Number two, Indian Constitution makes it clear India is union of states. Union of states. State legislative assemblies are there and parliament is there. And Constitution has fixed the tenure of Lok Sabha, tenure of state legislative assemblies. But when the elections are over, a government may lose its confidence on the floor of the House. Government has to resign. Then what happens? Or in a particular state, the chief minister, with the advice of cabinet, can advise dissolution of assembly. Then what happens? Union government cannot snatch away the powers of the state governments. Union government cannot snatch away the rights of the people. If people do not want a particular government, that particular government loses confidence.
मैं सिर्फ इतना कह सकता हूँ, भाजपा जो चारों तरफ से घिर गई है, सरकार महंगाई, बेरोजगारी, जाति जनगणना, देश के सामने बढ़ता हुआ चारों तरफ से एक माहौल, इससे ध्यान हटाने के लिए एक फिजूल की एक्सरसाइज कर रही है। क्या इस सरकार के पास दम और संख्या है कि अगर संविधान संशोधन की ज़रूरत पड़ी तो उसे पारित करा लेगी? राज्यसभा की संख्या देख लो, लोकसभा की संख्या देख लो।
Arvind Kejriwal all set to resign as the Chief Minister of the National Capital by tomorrow. The BJP calling it a move to gain sympathy. Kejriwal on the other side wanting the verdict of the people. Viewers, do stay tuned as we will come right back after this short break. Our rolling coverage will continue.
Director, the taste of success.
रेसलिंग से मुझे जुड़ने का मौका मिला था। मैं रेसलिंग फेडरेशन ऑफ इंडिया का पहला ब्रांड एम्बेसडर था 2014-15 में। तो अभी रेसलिंग बहुत फेमस थी, कोई 2-3 साल से, मतलब पिछले साल तो बहुत फेमस रही। ब्रिजभूषण जी का हुआ, फिर जो हमारे जो रेसलर्स हैं, जो युवा रेसलर्स हैं, उनका कुछ हुआ। तो वो रेसलिंग पीछे आ रही थी। तो वो जो हो रहा था ना, वहाँ पे बैठे थे वो, मैं नहीं कहूँगा कि कौन सही कौन गलत है, मगर वो कुश्ती पीछे जा रही थी।
किस वजह से?
क्योंकि जब आप बैठते हैं कि रेसलिंग पे ऐसे एलिगेशन लगते हैं कि भैया सही पारदर्शिता नहीं हो रही, कोई मोलेस्टेशन का ये हो गया, कोई दूसरा हो गया, तो क्या होता है, वो चीज़ पीछे जाती है। कोई भी विवाद होता है, वो चीज़ आगे नहीं आती, वो विवाद से चीज़ हाईलाइट होकर पीछे जाती है। जैसे पहले कुछ मीडिया ने भी रेसलिंग को डिफरेंट लिया, पहले बोलते थे कि भैया 2 पहलवान बुला लाओ, 2 पहलवानों कर लाओ। तो क्या था कि पहलवान का अर्थ पता क्या होता है? पहलवान प्रथम, आवान माने हर चीज में, जो इंसान
Mamata government reaches out to protesting doctors, says this will be the fifth and the final meet. CBI remand note reveals clincher details. Ghosh downplayed the crime and peddled a suicide theory. As CBI goes after cover-up, focus now shifts to police's role. Sources say SHO's phone records being probed. Top government sources inform that one nation, one election to be implemented in this tenure itself. As campaigning enters its final leg in J&K, Amit Shah to lead 3 mega rallies today. Trump narrowly escapes another assassination attempt. Suspect Ryan Ruth arrested.
Good afternoon and thank you for tuning in. You're watching Live and Breaking at 1:30. I'm Suesha Savant joining you live from the newsroom as we get you all the top updates we are tracking for you this afternoon. This as we begin this edition with the latest coming from Manipur. Yes, Chief Minister N. Biren Singh in an exclusive conversation with Republic spoke about the Kuki insurgent who has been arrested and how he will be handed over to the NIA. In fact, he reiterated on the involvement of external forces in the ongoing tensions in the state. He spoke about the arrest of KNAB cadre with proof of arms supply. Let's listen in to that conversation.
So one KNAB cadet has been arrested from very close to the Indo-Myanmar border. How do you react to this?
No, I really appreciate the Assam Rifles who arrested KNAB cadres from Myanmar, and also the media report says that this particular KNAB personnel cadre was supplying arms and ammunition to the militants operating in the Manipur. So it clearly shows that I, from the very beginning, claiming that the crisis in Manipur is not a mere law and order. It is with the hand of the outsider. So it has proved. I appreciate the Assam Rifles.
So now since it has been proved that a foreign hand is involved, are you going to take up the matter with the higher authorities?
Definitely this case will be handed over to the NIA, and I have already requested to the ministry, and they will definitely take up.
And cutting across to Anirudh, who now joins us live on the broadcast. Anirudh, this certainly is some sense of good news of how that Kuki insurgent has been arrested and he will be handed over to the NIA. But the task that is much bigger in order to solve the ongoing tension in Manipur and how several steps are being taken towards it. Do take us through the details of this arrest and how the state government is dealing with it.
Yes, Teresa, though this is a small development, if we talk about the entire ongoing ethnic situation in the Manipur, but this small step is a giant leap, and this is a major breakthrough in this entire investigation. And as Republic is the only channel to break this news yesterday, after that, there has been, several theories being propagated. There have been theories saying that this is not a KNAB cadre. There were also theories being floated that he is a mentally challenged person. But today we have the Chief Minister of Manipur coming on record confirming that he is a KNAB cadre who has been arrested very close to the Indo-Myanmar border. In fact, he has been arrested from Chandel district. He lives in a village called Kampat, which is close to the Indo-Myanmar border. And this area from More to Khampat, if we see, this is an area which is basically controlled by the Kuki National Army, Burma, that is KNAB. And KNAB has been very instrumental as far as this ongoing crisis in Manipur is concerned, though their involvement was also being raised on several platforms earlier. There were no concrete evidence as the involvement of the KNAB in this entire conflict is concerned. But now, with the arrest of Thanliangpa, who has been nabbed by the Assam Rifles and later handed over to the Manipur police during the interrogation also, we have got to know that he has admitted that he is a KNAB cadre. He was doing recce of the jungle tracks in order to probably supply arms and ammunitions to the insurgents in Churachandpur and Kangpokpi. In fact, our sources along the border, sources of Republic TV who lives along the border have also confirmed us that there have been movement of several trucks along the border in the last few days, and this truck probably carry consignment which is meant to be delivered through to the insurgents, particularly in the hill areas of Churachandpur and Kangpokpi. And this news break, which we broke exclusively yesterday, change most of the dynamics as far as this ethnic violence in Manipur is concerned. And today, the Chief Minister of the state has confirmed the Republic Newsbreak and has also said that this case will be handed over to the NIA. He is already in touch with the Ministry of Home Affairs as far as the arrest of this Kuki insurgent from Burma is concerned. And N. Biren Singh has also once again confirmed the involvement of a foreign hand in the ongoing ethnic violence of Manipur. Shweta.
All right, Anirudh, many thanks for getting us those details. Of course, we keep coming back to you for further updates as we once again listen in to what Manipur Chief Minister N. Biren Singh said on this development.
So one KNAB cadet has been arrested from very close to the Indo-Myanmar border. How do you react to this?
No, I really appreciate the Assam Rifles who arrested KNAB cadres from Myanmar. And also the media report says that this particular KNAB personnel cadre was supplying arms and ammunition to the militants operating in the Manipur. So it clearly shows that I, from the very beginning, claiming that the crisis in Manipur is not a mere law and order. It is with the hand of the outsider. So it has proved. I appreciate the Assam Rifles.
So now, since it has been proved that a foreign hand is involved, are you going to take up the matter with the higher authorities?
Definitely, this case will be handed over to the NIA, and I have already requested to the ministry, and they will definitely take up.
And we now shift our focus to Arvind Kejriwal as he is all set to step down as the Delhi Chief Minister as per the Aam Aadmi Party that will be enacted upon tomorrow. But most importantly, how hectic parleys are underway at his residence since this morning. First it was Manish Sisodia, then Raghav Chadha and several top Aam Aadmi Party leaders who have been visiting him as soon after his resignation, he has called a meeting with all the AAP MLAs to decide who the next Chief Minister of Delhi will be. Several responses that have come in so far. Let's listen in.
मोटे तौर पे टाइमलाइन ये है कि कल ये फैसला मुख्यमंत्री जी ने जनता के बीच में रखा है. कल इतवार था, आज ईद की छुट्टी है, लिहाजा कल यानी कि मंगलवार को जो पहला वर्किंग डे आता है उसमें मुख्यमंत्री अपने इस्तीफे को दे देंगे और इस्तीफा जैसे ही मंजूर होगा उसके बाद विधायक दल की जो है बैठक होगी. विधायक दल अपना एक नेता चुनेंगे. जो नेता चुना जाएगा वो अपना स्टेक टू पावर, जो अपना क्लेम है, वो उपराज्यपाल के माध्यम से राष्ट्रपति को अपना क्लेम देंगे. क्योंकि कोई ऐसी दिक्कत नहीं है, हमारे 60 विधायक हैं, तो जाहिर सी बात है उनको बुलावा आएगा और जब वो बुलावा आएगा तो फिर वो जो है अपनी शपथ लेंगे. तो इस तरीके का है और मुझे लगता है कि ज़्यादा दिन नहीं, एक हफ्ते के अंदर ये सारी की सारी प्रक्रिया हो जानी चाहिए.
Priyanka joining us live on the broadcast with all the latest details. Do tell us what has been happening at Kejriwal's residence since this morning and how exactly are they going to strategize this move?
See, first things first, we know Arvind Kejriwal is all set to give in his resignation tomorrow. And before he resigns, there are several meetings that have been conducted, starting with visit of Manish Sisodia and Raghav Chadda at Kejriwal's residence. A while ago, both of them had left after meeting Kejriwal for over an hour. So a while ago, we saw Manish Sisodia as well as Raghav Chadda leaving from Arvind Kejriwal's residence. Now, on the other hand, there is going to be an important meeting today in the evening at 5 p.m. of the PAC of Aam Aadmi Party, where around 11 Aam Aadmi Party leaders are going to be present. That includes leaders such as Manish Sisodia, Atishi, Sanjay Singh, Raghav Chadda, also Durgesh Pathak, Gopal Rai, Imran Hussain and Pankaj Gupta, ND Gupta as well. And on this, there will be several discussions that will be done in terms of who will be chosen as the next Chief Minister of National Capital, replacing Arvind Kejriwal. Now, also there will be a meeting that will be held tomorrow after Kejriwal resigns. This is going to be the meeting of the MLAs who will be coming together to further bring in more strength as to decide who is going to be finally taking over the position, and then there will be a declaration that is expected tomorrow itself. So these are the current developments coming in. Kejriwal all set to resign and discussions continue over who will be the next Chief Minister.
And while we await that decision, let's also play out several political reactions that have come in until now. Let's listen in.
Mr. Arvind Kejriwal is a fountainhead of corruption. With all these corruption charges against him being the kingpin of this liquor scam, he is afraid to go to the people. So, with this resignation drama, he's trying to, in this drama of deceit, I would call it, he's trying to dupe and cheat the people by going to them and trying to win over them in a very surreptitious way.
The Honorable Supreme Court of India had also indicated in their order that he ought to resign on the ground of morality. But if you remember, various courts of this country have found Mr. Kejriwal to be the kingpin of the liquor scam. The bail condition which has been imposed on him by the Honorable Supreme Court of India is very strict, very stringent. It disallows him from functioning as a CM particularly, because it does not allow him to sign any files. It does not allow him to enter the CM's secretariat. ऐसा लगता है जैसे वो अपनी बेल कंडीशन की विवशता पर एक नैतिकता का आवरण डाल रहे हैं और ये राजनीतिक स्वांग रच रहे हैं.
सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने जो उनको जमानत दी है वो कंडीशनल है. फाइलों पे दस्तखत नहीं कर सकते, फाइलों के फैसले नहीं कर सकते. तो अगर वो फाइलों के फैसले नहीं करेंगे, फाइलों पर दस्तखत नहीं करेंगे, तो वो मुख्यमंत्री कैसे रह सकते हैं? फिर तो फाइलों का अंबार लग जाएगा. इसलिए उनकी मजबूरी है कि वो इस्तीफा दें. 2 दिन के लिए शायद वो ये तय नहीं कर पा रहे कि कौन मुख्यमंत्री बने. कहा जाता है कि वो अपनी पत्नी को बनाना चाहते हैं. जिसको भी बनाना चाहते हो, इसीलिए गालिबन वो 2 दिन का टाइम ले रहे हैं, वरना तो उन्हें इस्तीफा दे ही देना चाहिए था.
And moving on, as we now get you details of how the Bajrang Dal is staging a huge protest in Bengaluru. This over the recent unrest in Mandya, and there is heavy security deployment to ensure that the law and order situation stays in place. Here's that report.
The Bajrang Dal called for a massive demonstration in Karnataka's Bengaluru on Monday. Protesters broke down barricades amid heavy security deployed across the city.
Some issue that is happening amongst a few people, and I cannot disclose what the issue is, and we just wanted to make sure that everything remains peaceful. In that regard, we have made sufficient bandobast and we have ensured that peace is prevailed in Badpal as well as Dakshin district, and will continue to do so in the future also.
The protest follows recent clashes during the Nagamangala Ganesh procession in Mandya. The situation in Mangaluru remains volatile, with heightened tensions resulting in massive police deployment to maintain order in the region.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi inaugurated the 4th Global Renewable Energy Investment Meet and Expo 2024 at Mahatma Mandir. The event aims to boost global investment in renewable energy, showcasing India's commitment to green energy development.
$140 करोड़ भारतीय भारत को तेजी से टॉप 3 इकोनॉमीज में पहुंचाने का संकल्प लेकर काम कर रहे हैं। इसलिए आज का ये इवेंट आइसोलेटेड इवेंट नहीं है, एक बड़े विजन, एक बड़े मिशन का हिस्सा है। ये 2047 तक भारत को डेवलप्ड नेशन बनाने के हमारे एक्शन प्लान का हिस्सा है।
Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister Mohan Yadav met with Rajasthan Chief Minister Bhajan Lal Sharma in Gandhinagar. Yadav is in the city to attend the 4th Global Renewable Energy Investors Meet and Expo, underscoring efforts to boost collaboration on renewable energy initiatives.
गुजरात मॉडल है एक तरह से विकास के सभी क्षेत्रों में, खास करके ऊर्जा के क्षेत्र में। और ऊर्जा में भी अब नवकरणीय ऊर्जा को जिस प्रकार से माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी देश में एक अभियान की तरह, एक आंदोलन की तरह ले रहे हैं, उसी का आज एक पार्ट हमारे यहाँ गुजरात में आज एक दिन का पूरा कार्यक्रम है, जिस कार्यक्रम में नवकरणीय ऊर्जा के अलग अलग प्रयोग, जिसके माध्यम से कार्बन उत्सर्जन कम करना, सूर्य आधारित अलग अलग प्रकार की व्यवस्थाओं पे, सोलर एनर्जी, विंड एनर्जी, हाइड्रल पावर, इन सब सेक्टर में जो प्रोत्साहन देने का माननीय मोदी जी का प्रयास है।
Union Minister Prahlad Joshi praised Prime Minister Modi's vision for renewable energy, highlighting that India is not only the 5th largest but also the world's fastest growing economy under his leadership.
The visionary leader who has propelled India to a leading position in global renewable energy sector, whose leadership has been pivotal in achieving India's renewable energy goals, is Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji.
A BJP fact-finding committee consisting of former ministers Ashwath Narayan, Bhairathi Basavaraj, Narayana Gowda and retired officers Bhaskar Rao and Lakshmi Ashwin Gowda visited Nagamangala to investigate communal riots. The committee is gathering detailed information on the incident. RAF has been deployed in Mangaluru after workers from Vishwa Hindu Parishad and Bajrang Dal staged a protest. The demonstration was sparked by a controversial social media post, leading to a heightened security in that entire area. Saurabh Bharadwaj stated that Arvind Kejriwal has resigned on the grounds of morality. Comparing his decision to Lord Ram, Bharadwaj emphasized that Kejriwal's step mirrors the values of sacrifice and integrity similar to those embodied by Lord Ram.
अरविंद केजरीवाल अकेले लड़के उससे बाहर आए हैं और उन्होंने इनके सारे षड्यंत्र कल फेल कर दिए जब उन्होंने कहा कि मैं जनता की अदालत में जाऊंगा, जनता के सामने अग्नि परीक्षा दूंगा। अगर जनता कहेगी कि हमारा मुख्यमंत्री ईमानदार है तो मैं इस कुर्सी पे बैठूंगा, वरना नहीं बैठूंगा।
Junior doctors in Kolkata continue their protest for the 6th consecutive night at Swasthya Bhavan in the Salt Lake area. Their demands remain unmet as tensions between the doctor and the state government persist, with no signs of resolution in sight. Doctors from the Postgraduate Institute of Medical Education and Research have staged a protest by forming a human chain. The demonstration was held to condemn the recent rape and murder incident at Kolkata's RG Kar Medical College, expressing solidarity and demanding justice. AAP leader Sanjay Singh has accused the BJP of dismantling democracy in Jammu and Kashmir, alleging that the region is being run solely under governor's rule without elected representation. Singh's remarks add to growing opposition criticism against the current administration in J&K. A fire broke out in a factory located at G58 Lawrence Road Industrial Area at Delhi. A total of 19 fire tenders were deployed to the spot. The fire is now under control. Moving on, as more than 100 striking workers were detained today as they were protesting at the Samsung Electronics plant in Chennai. This as they also wanted to escalate these protests and hold a march. There has been ongoing tension with regards to growing demands by the workers' union at the Samsung plant. Let me get more details from my colleague Priyanka, who joins us from the business desk to tell us why these protests have been ongoing, what are the demands of the workers' union, and what is the ongoing situation.
Right, so yeah, sure. So the protests, like you mentioned, have been ongoing for about a week now. Today, 104 of the protesters, the workers who were protesting, wanted to essentially take out a march, and they were denied permission to do so. The police officials said that they denied the permissions on the grounds that it would affect the area, as the area had schools, colleges, and hospitals. But the matter of the fact remains that the police officials have also said that they do not have a timeline on the people, the protesting workers who have been detained at the moment. And again, this is a Sri Perumbudur plant of Samsung Electronics near Chennai. And this is also somewhere where the workers have been boycotting work for about a week now. And this is an indefinite strike because the workers are seeking higher wages and better work timings. This comes as India is largely looked at as a source of cheap labor for most of the foreign companies that have set up their manufacturing plants in the country across regions. The plant is essentially known for making products such as the televisions, refrigerators, washing machines, which contributes no less than about 20 to 30% of Samsung's annual $12 billion of revenue in India alone. That's about 2030. So the operations have definitely been hampered because the plant, which employs about 1,800 workers, of which 1,000 workers are on strike as we speak, and is an indefinite strike. And the point being that the Samsung company has denied, they don't want to associate themselves with any outsider labor unions that might want to get involved with the protest and with their workers. That's why there's like a contentious point of issue coming up. Meanwhile, even the state government has not really worked on any resolution as of now or gotten involved at this point. This again, comes in close heels where Samsung did say that they plan to have job cuts across the globe, including in India. So not looking very rosy for Samsung at the moment in India, so yeah, sure.
All right, we'll continue to track the situation very closely. For the moment, Priyanka, thank you for joining us as we also get our viewers the other top stories we are tracking of what is making headlines as far as business news is concerned. Forex market has stalled as traders await a potential rate cut by the Federal Reserve. Market participants are holding off on significant moves, anticipating that a Fed decision to lower interest rates could have major implications for currency values globally. English ministers are in the Gulf to negotiate a trade deal with the Gulf Cooperation Council. The potential deal aims to boost economic ties between the UK and Gulf nations, enhancing trade, investment and cooperation across various sectors. US lenders are challenging Baiju's claim regarding its debt obligations, demanding full repayment of a $1.2 billion loan. The dispute centers around the terms and conditions of the loan agreement, with lenders seeking immediate and complete settlement of the outstanding amount. UK housing market is experiencing a boost following the Bank of England's recent interest rate cut. The reduction in rates has made borrowing cheaper, stimulating demand in the property sector. However, uncertainties regarding economic conditions and potential future rate adjustments continue to weigh in on the market. Confederation of All India Traders has written to the Commerce Minister urging the suspension of operations of Amazon and Flipkart in India. CAIT's request stems from concerns over alleged violations of e-commerce regulations and unfair practices by these platforms. The organization demands strict regulatory action to ensure compliance with local laws and fair competition. According to PricewaterhouseCoopers, India, 90% of financial institutions are now concentrating on artificial intelligence and generative AI technologies. This shift highlights the growing emphasis on advanced technologies to enhance operations, improve decision-making and drive innovation within the financial sector. The adoption of AI and generative AI is seen as a strategic move to stay competitive and meet evolving customer demands. Time now for a short commercial break. On the other side, Mamata government reaches out to protesting doctors, says this will be the fifth and the final meeting that is slated for 5 p.m. today. Stay tuned.
रेसलिंग से मुझे जुड़ने का मौका मिला था। मैं रेसलिंग फेडरेशन ऑफ इंडिया का पहला ब्रांड एम्बेसडर था 2014-15 में। तो भी रेसलिंग बहुत फेमस थी, कुछ 2-3 साल से, मतलब पिछले साल तो बहुत फेमस रही। ब्रिजभूषण जी का हुआ, फिर जो हमारे जो रेसलर्स हैं, जो युवा रेसलर्स हैं, उनका कुछ हुआ। तो वो रेसलिंग पीछे आ रही थी। तो वो जो हो रहा था ना, वहां पे बैठे थे, वो मैं नहीं कहूँगा कि कौन सही कौन गलत है, मगर वो कुश्ती पीछे जा रही थी।
किस वजह से?
क्योंकि जब आप बैठते हैं कि रेसलिंग पे ऐसे एलिगेशन लगते हैं कि भैया सही पारदर्शिता नहीं हो रही, कोई मोलेस्टेशन का ये हो गया, कोई दूसरा हो गया, तो क्या होता है, वो चीज़ पीछे जाती है। कोई भी विवाद होता है, वो चीज़ आगे नहीं आती, वो विवाद से चीज़ हाईलाइट होकर पीछे जाती है। जैसे पहले कुछ मीडिया ने भी रेसलिंग को डिफरेंट लिया। पहले बोलते थे कि भैया 2 पहलवान बुला लाओ, 2 पहलवानों कर लाओ। तो क्या था कि पहलवान का अर्थ पता क्या होता है? पहलवान प्रथम आह्वान माने हर चीज में। जो इंसान शारीरिक रूप से, मानसिक रूप से, अनुशासन रूप से प्रथम होता है, वो पहलवान होता है। विद द पर्सन इज अ फिजिकली मेंटली डिसिप्लिन फर्स्ट, ही और सी इज रेसलर। तो मुझे अनुराग जी से ही मेरी बात हुई, जो हमारे खेल मंत्री थे। बाकी ये सब हुआ, क्या करना चाहिए, ये तो ये वो है। अब मैं चुपचाप सुन रहा था, देख रहा था दोनों साइड, क्योंकि मैंने ब्रिजभूषण जी के साथ काम किया। ही वाज वेरी गुड। मैं क्योंकि कुश्ती के दौरान कुश्ती को बढ़ावा देने के
Severe floods are wreaking havoc across Poland, with the worst flooding since 1997 hitting the country hard. Szczekowice-Dziedzica is one of the worst affected cities. Floodwaters have engulfed large parts of the region. More rain is on the way, with accumulations expected to exceed 700 centimeters in some areas, surpassing the devastating records of 1997. Authorities are on high alert as Poland braces for further flooding in the days to come.
Indian government all set to implement One Nation, One Poll in its tenure only. From the ramparts of Red Fort also, Prime Minister Narendra Modi spoke about the One Nation, One Poll and how it will save the resources. Right now, government speaking to all the opposition-led states for the unanimous support on One Nation, One Poll. Right now, you're watching Republic TV. Stay tuned for the other side. More breaking updates exclusive only on Republic. Right now, slipping into a short break.
Amity University is organizing an international conference on semiconductor technologies, materials to chips, with over 200 speakers and delegates from top organizations and global academic institutions from 11 countries. This is another initiative by Amity, aligned with the Government of India's semiconductor mission.
ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಮ್ಮಿಟ್ಗಳ ಇತಿಹಾಸದಲ್ಲೇ ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ಮೈಲುಗಲ್ಲು ಸೃಷ್ಟಿಸೋಕೆ ವೇದಿಕೆ ಸಿದ್ಧವಾಗಿದೆ. ರಿಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ಕನ್ನಡ ಮಹಾ ಸಂಗಮ. ಇದು ಕನಸಿನ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ದಿಗ್ಗಜರ ಸಮಾಗಮ ಅತಿ ಶೀಘ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good afternoon, viewers. You're watching Republic TV and I'm Rakshita Mishra with you on Live and Breaking from the second assassination attempt on Donald Trump in just a matter of 60 days ahead of the presidential election. We'll get you a lowdown on that and the latest inputs that Republic Bangla has gathered on the RG Kaur rape and murder cover-up. We'll get you the details, but first up, the headlines at 2 p.m.
Presented by Royal Global University, Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch pano.
CBI remand note reveals clincher details. Ghosh downplayed this crime and peddled a suicide theory. As the CBI exposes cover-up, focus shifts to police's role. Sources say the SHO's phone records are being probed. Mamata government reaches out to protesting doctors, says arbitrarily that this will be the fifth and the final meeting. Top government sources have informed that One Nation, One Election will likely be implemented in this tenure. As campaigning enters its final leg in Jammu and Kashmir, Amit Shah to lead 3 mega rallies today. Trump narrowly escapes yet another assassination attempt in his golf club in Florida. Suspect Ryan Routh has been arrested. An AK-47, 2 backpacks and a GoPro recovered.
Presented by Royal Global University, Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch pano.
And viewers, we start with another Me Too allegation that has now surfaced. Now this against Johnny Master, who is in fact a very popular choreographer. He has worked mostly in Tamil and Telugu film industry. In the Kollywood film industry, in fact, a rape case now has been registered against renowned choreographer Johnny Master. Another case was filed by a female choreographer who has been working with him. And again, these are serious charges that have come to light. It's reportedly a 0 FIR that has been filed against Johnny Master. And now one more allegation, viewers. Another case of Me Too has come up in the southern film industry. Johnny Master accused of sexually abusing a female choreographer, 21-year-old female choreographer. And this is just another complaint that has come up. Me Too striking Kollywood. My colleague Aneri is joining us live on the broadcast for more. Aneri, this of course another shocker coming in. Johnny Master, popular choreographer in Kollywood, and an FIR has been registered against him. Tell us the details, please.
Well, that's right. What we have been seeing is that a case has been registered against Tollywood famous choreographer Johnny Master. Well, this is following a complaint which was registered by a 21-year-old female choreographer, where she has leveled allegations that Johnny Master had sexually assaulted her several times, and that is the reason why we see that a case has been registered under various sections, and also a rape case has been booked against the choreographer Johnny Master. Well, we'll have to see what comes out of this. But yes, one more case of Me Too coming out from Tollywood, where we see that a female choreographer has come out and filed a complaint at the Raidurgam police station, where they have registered a case, and FIR also has been booked against Johnny Master in this particular case. And also at the same time, we have accessed the FIR, where the sections are 376 2N, 506 and 323 of IPC have been booked against Johnny Master. Well, we'll have to see what sort of further investigation will be taken up. But police officials say that they are thoroughly investigating into this matter, and FIR also has been booked, is what they have to say.
All right, thank you so much, Neri, for joining us with the details coming in on that story. Viewers, Me Too striking Kollywood, and big allegations, serious allegations against a popular choreographer, that is Johnny Master. Pictures of him on the screens, and we'll get you more details on that story as we get you the latest on the Me Too muck in the southern film industry. Now, viewers, we shift our focus to Uttar Pradesh. Now, police in Uttar Pradesh's Bhadohi district have registered a fresh FIR now against Samajwadi Party MLA Zahid Beg. In fact, viewers, we're getting in some breaking news coming in. We got visuals coming.
ईश्वर पादर और नाथ सेमी की इस पवित्र भूमि ने कई सालों तक भारत को मजबूत रखने का, एक रखने का साहस भी दिखाया है, हौसला भी दिखाया है, और इसके लिए बलिदान भी दिए। आज जम्मू कश्मीर का एक क्षेत्र अगर तिरंगे से सुशोभित है, तो मैं इस भूमि के हमारे पूर्वजों को इसके लिए सत नमन करूंगा। भी तो हमें वो दिन भी देखे, विभाजन के दिन देखे, 90 में आतंकवाद के दिन देखे। चंद्रकांत शर्मा हो या परिहार बंधु हो, वो सभी ने कुर्बानियां दी। मैं आज इस क्षेत्र के शहीद सभी भाइयों को याद कर आपके बीच में वादा कर जाता हूं, आतंकवाद को इतना नीचे दफन करेंगे कि कभी बाहर ना। मैंने जानबूझकर कहा था, मेरी पहाड़ियों में सभा जरूर लगाना। अभी 90 की तरह प्रयास हो रहे हैं यहां आतंकवाद को फिर से मजबूत करने की। एनसी कांग्रेस ने कुछ वादे भी ऐसे किए हैं, उनकी सरकार आएगी तो इन आतंकवादियों को छोड़ देंगे। मैं आज मां के स्थान के सामने आप लोगों को कहकर जाता हूं, ये नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार है, किसी की हिम्मत नहीं है भारत की भूमि पर आतंकवाद को फंसाना। हमने वीडीजी और एसपीओ के तंत्र को मजबूत करने का काम किया है। 303 की पुरानी भारी राइफलों की जगह इनको एसएलआर से लैस कर रहे हैं और इसके साथ साथ एक ऐसी सुरक्षा ग्रिड भी खड़ी कर रहे हैं, जितने लोगों को आने की इच्छा हो कहीं से भी आ जाए, सबका अंत यही पहाड़ियों में करने का काम हमारी सेना और हमारे जवान करेंगे। भाइयों बहनों, ये जो चुनाव है, ये चुनाव स्पष्ट रूप से दो ताकतों के बीच में, एक और एनसी और कांग्रेस है और दूसरी ओर भारतीय जनता पार्टी है। एनसी और कांग्रेस कहती है कि अगर हमारी सरकार बनी तो हम धारा 370 को वापस लाएंगे। आप मुझे बताओ भाइयों बहनों, धारा 370 वापस आनी चाहिए क्या? गुर्जर भाई भी बताएं, आनी चाहिए क्या? ये आपको जो आरक्षण मिला है ना, पहाड़ियों को, गुर्जर भाइयों को, वो आरक्षण धारा 370 के रहते मिल नहीं सकता। मगर आप चिंता मत करो, मैं कश्मीर का माहौल देख रहा हूं, ना फारूक अब्दुल्ला की सरकार बन रही है, ना राहुल बाबा की सरकार बन रही है। आप चिंता करने की जरूरत नहीं। मैं आपको बताकर जाता हूं, मोदी जी ने धारा 370 जो हटाई, वो अब इतिहास का पन्ना हो गई है। भारत के संविधान में धारा 370 के लिए कोई जगह नहीं है, कोई नहीं। ये पंडित प्रेमनाथ डोगरा की भूमि है। अब कभी भी जम्मू कश्मीर में 2 प्रधान, 2 विधान, 2 झंडे कभी नहीं हो सकते। झंडा एक ही होगा, हमारा प्यारा तिरंगा होगा और कोई नहीं। भाइयों बहनों, वो कह रहे हैं कि अगर हमारी सरकार आई तो हम आरक्षण पर पुनः विचार करेंगे। वो पुनः विचार शब्द को जहां से में मत आइए, उनकी सरकार आई तो आरक्षण को हटा देंगे। जब पहाड़ियों को आरक्षण देने की बात आई, हमारे गुर्जर भाइयों को उकसाने का काम किया कि आप में से हिस्सा जाएगा। मैंने कहा था, गुर्जर भाइयों से वादा किया था, पहाड़ियों को आरक्षण जरूर मिलेगा, मगर गुर्जरों का आरक्षण तनिक मात्र कम नहीं होगा। और आज गुर्जरों का आरक्षण जस का तस रखकर पहाड़ियों को आरक्षण देने का काम नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार ने किया है। नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार, मैं आज ये दूर सुदूर पहाड़ पर बसने वाले सभी अभिभावकों को कहने आया हूं कि वो दिन लग गए कि आपके बच्चों को ग्रेजुएशन नहीं किया जाता था, करने की संभावना नहीं थी। अरे ग्रेजुएशन छोड़िए साहब, ट्राइबल रिजर्वेशन है आपके पास, पहाड़ियों के पास, गुर्जरों के पास। आपके बच्चे कलेक्टर और डीएसपी बनकर देश भर में काम कर सकते हैं। ये अधिकार नरेंद्र मोदी जी। भाइयों बहनों, उन्होंने कहा है कि हम हमारे परिवारों की सरकार चलाएंगे। नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने ये 3 परिवारों का यहां जो परंपरा था उसको समाप्त कर पंचायती राज प्रस्तापित किया। ग्राम पंचायत, ब्लॉक के चुनाव, जिले के चुनाव हुए और हमारे बच्चे, हमारे युवा आज उभरते हुए नेता बने हैं। कल विधानसभा और लोकसभा में यहां का प्रतिनिधित्व करेंगे। भाइयों बहनों, एक और वो आतंक से लैस जम्मू कश्मीर बनाना चाहते हैं, दूसरी ओर मोदी जी विकसित जम्मू कश्मीर बनाना चाहते हैं। एक और वो माताओं बहनों को धारा 370 हटने से जो अधिकार मिला है वो अधिकार छीनना चाहते हैं। हम न केवल माताएं बहनों को तो अधिकार मिलना ही चाहिए, उसके साथ साथ गुर्जर, पहाड़ी, दलित और ओबीसी को भी आरक्षण का अधिकार देना चाहते हैं। मित्रों, ओबीसी को भी देना चाहते हैं। मैं आज मेरे मित्रों और यहां के वरिष्ठ नेता सुनील शर्मा के लिए वोट मांगने आया हूं। आप बहुत कम लोगों को मालूम होगा, मैं जब धारा 370 हट गई और डिलिमिटेशन का काम चल रहा था, ये आपके अपने बेटे सुनील ने जम्मू कश्मीर के डिलिमिटेशन को न्यायिक करने के लिए भाजपा की ओर से बहुत अच्छे से सिफारिशें की। और आज मैं कहकर जाता हूं, सुनील शर्मा को विधायक आप बनाइए, उनको बड़ा आदमी बनाने का काम हम करेंगे। हम इस क्षेत्र में जिस प्रकार का जनप्रतिनिधि चाहिए, डॉक्टर जितेंद्र सिंह जी मोदी जी की ऑफिस में ही विराजमान है। अच्छा है या नहीं है भाई? जोर से बोलो, है या नहीं है? अब साथ में यहां से विधायक भी चुनकर दे दो, आपका सारा काम ये दोनों की जोड़ी कर देगी, ये मैं वादा करता हूं। आप हमारे हाथ मजबूत करिए, हम विनी जी और एसपीओ को मजबूत करेंगे और आतंकवाद को पाताल तक दफन करने का काम करेंगे। आप हमारे हाथ मजबूत करिए, यहां नीलम की खदानें जो भ्रष्टाचार के कारण कभी खुली ही नहीं, इन नीलम की खदानें खुलेगी, राज्य सरकार का खजाना भी बढ़ेगा और पादर के युवाओं को नौकरियां भी मिलेगी, रोजगार भी। पादर संस्कार रोड, ये नामियार ऐसे ही नहीं आए हैं। सुनील को जिताने के लिए उनको मालूम है जीत जाएगा का रोड भी बनेगा, लद्दाख का भी भला होगा और जम्मू का भी भला। टूरिज्म को विकसित करने के लिए पीर पंजाल की इस और जम्मू क्षेत्र में कभी काम नहीं किया गया है। मैं आज कहकर जाता हूं, भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बनाइए, सुनील को जिता दीजिए। पूंछ राजौरी में पहलगांव से भी अच्छा पर्यटन का स्थान बनाने का काम भारतीय जनता पार्टी करेगी। तवी नदी पर रिवर फ्रंट बनाया जाएगा और ढेर सारे काम मैं बाद में बताऊंगा टूरिज्म के क्षेत्र में किए जाएंगे। करथई का हाइड्रो प्रोजेक्ट आज तय मानकर चलिए, सुनील को जिता दीजिए। डॉक्टर साहब को जिताया है, 3 महीने के अंदर इसका काम हम शुरू करने का काम। हमने पैरामिलिट्री फोर्सेस के अंदर रिजर्वेशन आरक्षण 3 प्रकार का किया है, एससी, एसटी और पहाड़ी क्षेत्रों के लोगों के लिए भी आरक्षण किया है। तो यहां के जो गुर्जर और पहाड़ी लोगों को जो आरक्षण मिला है, इसके अलावे सीमांत और पहाड़ी क्षेत्र के आरक्षण में भी आपको ज्यादा हिस्सा मिलेगा और पैरामिलिट्री फोर्सेस का यही पहाड़ियों से रिक्रूटमेंट करने का काम भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी करेगी। मित्रों, ये लोग दो झंडे फिर से लाना चाहते हैं। पादर वाले बताए मुझे, आप सहमत हो क्या? अरे जोर से बोलो, सहमत हो क्या? दो दरबार फिर से लाना चाहते हैं, सहमत है क्या? और दो संविधान फिर से लाना चाहते हैं, आप सहमत है क्या? भाइयों और बहनों, एक कांग्रेस और नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस का गठबंधन ये हमेशा से आतंकवाद का पोषक रहा। जब जब घाटी में, जम्मू कश्मीर में कांग्रेस और नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस की सरकार आई, इसको आतंकवाद को बढ़ावा दिया है। याद करिए 90 के दशक को। मैं आज यहां से पूछना चाहता हूं फारूक अब्दुल्ला जी को, आप मुख्यमंत्री थे, राजीव गांधी के साथ समझौता कर कर चुन कर आए। जब हमारी पूरी कश्मीर घाटी, हमारी ये पहाड़ियां आतंकवाद से, खून से लथपथ हो गई, आप कहां थे? कहां थे? आए तो पूछना जरूर। मैं बताता हूं, वो लंदन में गर्मियों का वैकेशन करने चल गए थे। मित्रों, लंदन में गर्मियों का वैकेशन, जिन्होंने, जिस गठबंधन ने नेहरू परिवार, गांधी परिवार और अब्दुल्ला परिवार, जिन्होंने यहां पर आतंकवाद फैलाया, वो फिर से आपके आशीर्वाद लेना चाहते। उन्होंने जम्मू कश्मीर के महाराजा को न केवल अपमानित किया, उनके मृत्यु तक वापिस नहीं आने दिया। मुझे अभी किसी ने महाराजा करण सिंह के युवा दिनों का एक वीडियो भेजा है, जिसमें करण सिंह जी कहते हैं, मेरे पिताजी को जम्मू कश्मीर से निकाल दिया गया, आने नहीं दिया गया और केवल उनकी अस्थियां जम्मू में वापिस आई, अस्थियां जम्मू में। जिन्होंने महाराजा का इतना अपमान किया, कश्मीरी पंडितों को बेदखल किया, आतंकवाद फैलाया, आरक्षण को रोक कर रखा, माताओं बहनों के आरक्षण को भी रोक कर रखा, वो एनसी कांग्रेस को फिर से लाना चाहते हैं आप? जोर से बोलिए, चाहते हैं क्या? नहीं लाना है तो आपके लिए एक ही विकल्प है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी को यहां से जिताना है। और भाइयों बहनों, कभी कोई हारने वाली पार्टी के साथ बैठता है क्या? बैठता है? बैठना चाहिए। और ये लोग क्या समझते हैं जम्मू कश्मीर की सरकार, जनता को? ये कहते हैं हम धारा 370 वापिस ला देंगे। भाई मुझे बताओ, दिल्ली में किसकी सरकार है? अरे जोर से बोलो, किसकी है? तो मुझे बताओ अब्दुल्ला साहब, अब 370 कहां से वापिस लाओगे? ये कहते हैं हम गुर्जर पहाड़ियों का आरक्षण ले लेंगे। अरे दिल्ली में किसकी सरकार है? मैं कह कर जाता हूं, न आतंकवाद वापिस आएगा, न 370 वापिस आएगी, न गुर्जर और पहाड़ियों का आरक्षण हम जाने देंगे। मेरी बात। और उमर अब्दुल्ला साहब, मैं आपको दिल्ली से देखता रहता हूं, कभी आप कहते हैं मैं चुनाव नहीं लड़ूंगा, क्योंकि कहां से जीतोगे इसका विश्वास नहीं। कभी गंदरबल से लड़ने की बात करते हो, सामने कोई युवा खड़ा हो जाता है तो कहते अब मैं 2 सीटों से लड़ूंगा। जहां से लड़ना हो लड़ो। उमर अब्दुल्ला जी, आपकी हार इस बार निश्चित है। घाटी की जनता आपको भाइयों बहनों, मैंने अभी एक एनसी के प्रत्याशी का निवेदन सुना है। 4 तारीख के बाद हम आपका हिसाब किताब करेंगे। भैया ठिकाना बता देना कहां करना है हिसाब किताब, हम उपस्थित हो जाएंगे। वो दिन लग गए जब आप पहाड़ियों को धमकाते थे, डराते थे, हमारे गुर्जर भाइयों को पैसों के आधार पर बिकने वाले बताते थे। अब ना आप गुर्जरों का अपमान कर सकते हो, ना पहाड़ियों का, ना किसी को डरा सकते हो। मैं आपको विश्वास दिलाता हूं, किसी की भी हिम्मत नहीं है, बदला क्या बाद में भाषण करने की किसी की हिम्मत नहीं रहेगी, ऐसे परिणाम आए। भाइयों बहनों, एक कांग्रेस और राहुल बाबा दोनों जम्मू कश्मीर को फिर से एक बार आतंकी आग में झोंकना चाहते हैं। हम आज कह रहे हैं, ढेर सारे वादे हमने यहां पर करे बगैर काम किया है। गवर्नमेंट डिग्री कॉलेज बनाया, पाटर में आईटीआई बनाया, 3 उच्चतर माध्यमिक शिक्षा बनाई, पाटर में उप जिला अस्पताल बनाया और पाटर नागसेनी लद्दाख के संस्कार को जोड़ने वाली सड़क का भी हमने निर्माण करने का निर्णय किया है। और आज मैं कहकर जाता हूं, हमारी जम्मू कश्मीर सरकार बनने के बाद मचेल माता यात्रा स्थान को राज्य सरकार बहुत अच्छे तरीके से विकसित कर भारत के पर्यटन के नक्शे पर रखने जा रहे हैं। भाइयों बहनों, यहां पर हाइड्रो पावर का तोहफा भी आपको मिलेगा। पाडर में और किश्तवाड़ में पहला, जोर से ताली बजाना जरा, पहला इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज हम बनाने वाले हैं। 130 नए टावर्स लगाए जाएंगे जो सुरक्षा बल और आपको कनेक्टिविटी देंगे। अभी मोदी जी ने कैबिनेट में प्रस्ताव किया है कि 100 की आबादी वाले क्षेत्र को भी 100 और उससे कम आबादी वाले क्षेत्रों को भी रोड से जोड़ने का काम नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार। मुझे मालूम है पूरे देश में इसका सबसे बड़ा फायदा होने वाला है, तो मेरे किश्तवाड़ के क्षेत्र में होने वाला है। किश्तवाड़ के क्षेत्र में आपकी नाशपाती को हम जियो टैग देने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं। गुच्ची और चिलगोजे को पूरे विश्व के बाजार में पहुंचाने के लिए एक कोऑपरेटिव का संस्थान भी हम यहां पर बनाएंगे। और रिवर ड्राफ्टिंग और एडवेंचर टूरिज्म, ये दोनों के यहां ट्रेनिंग के स्कूल बनाएंगे, जिससे रिवर ड्राफ्टिंग और एडवेंचर टूरिज्म का एक बहुत बड़ा सेंटर बन पाए। भाई और बहनों, हमने संकल्प पत्र में तय किया है, बहुत बड़ी संख्या में माताएं बहनें आई हैं। हर घर में सबसे वरिष्ठ माता बहन को 1 साल का 18,000 रुपए का चेक नरेंद्र मोदी जी भेजेंगे। एक दीपावली में और एक रक्षाबंधन में उज्ज्वला का गैस का सिलेंडर फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट देंगे। छोटे से छोटे किसान को अब 6,000 की जगह 10,000 मिलेंगे। बिजली के बिल में 50% कटौती करेंगे। अब आपके बच्चों को मेट्रो में बिठाने के लिए दिल्ली जाने की जरूरत नहीं है। जम्मू और श्रीनगर में भी मेट्रो बनने वाला है, आप चिंता मत। हर साल आतंकवाद की आग में टूटे 100 मंदिरों का जीर्णोद्धार करेंगे, तवी रिवर फ्रंट बनाएंगे, रंजीत सागर डैम में झील विकास प्राधिकरण बनाकर वाटर स्पोर्ट्स की शुरुआत करेंगे और जितने भी लोगों को नुकसान हुआ है वो सभी के पुनर्वसन का काम एक भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार करेगी।
Director, the taste of success.
In the next couple of minutes, we're going to go down into the tunnel shaft 20 meters below where the hostages were murdered. The tunnel shaft was in a children's room, in a house. Those are the walls of this children's room with Snow White and Mickey Mouse on the wall, and a tunnel shaft where hostages were murdered downstairs, 20 meters below the ground. Hamas used those letters in the tunnel, and there was a hiding floor. All he needed to do is to break the floor and then go out through the children's room, inside to the street, and go back into the tunnel. This is how Hamas built this tunnel.
The shaft goes down about 20 meters into the ground, using 4 separate letters. There, it connects to a narrow tunnel with no rooms that is so low you can't stand up straight in it. The tunnel is about 100.
Good afternoon and thank you for tuning in. You're watching Live and Breaking at 2 p.m. I'm Suesha Samant, getting you all the top stories we're tracking for you this Monday afternoon. First, a quick check of the headlines. CBI remand note reveals clincher details. Ghosh downplayed the crime and peddled a suicide theory. CBI exposes cover-up, focus shifts to police's role. Sources say SHO's phone records are being probed. Mamata government reaches out to protesting doctors, says arbitrarily that this will be the 5th and the final meet. Top government sources have informed that one nation, one election will likely be implemented in this tenure. As campaigning enters its final leg in Jammu and Kashmir, Amit Shah to lead 3 mega rallies today. Trump narrowly escapes yet another assassination attempt in his golf club in Florida. Suspect Ryan Ruth arrested, and AK-47, 2 backpacks and a GoPro recovered. And while the police in Uttar Pradesh's Bhadohi district has registered a fresh FIR against Samajwadi Party MLA Zahid Beg and his wife, this is in connection with the death of a 17-year-old girl who was found hanging in a storeroom of the legislator's house on the 9th of September. Republic has accessed exclusive pictures of that room where the girl allegedly committed suicide. Let's stay with those pictures as I also bring in my colleague Ajay Dubey, who joins us live from Bhadohi. But before that, a ground report that he has filed. Let's take a look.
जाहिद बेग के घर के अंदर की एक्सक्लूसिव तस्वीरें हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं। घर के अंदर ये वो सीढ़ी है और इसी सीढ़ी से होकर रास्ता जाता है जहां वो कमरा है जहां उस लड़की ने सुसाइड किया। आपको उस कमरे के बाहर का हिस्सा दिखाते हैं। देखिए ये दरवाज़ा है, दरवाज़ा अंदर से बंद है और अंदर की तस्वीरें आपको दिखाते हैं। दरवाज़ा जो दिखाई दे रहा है उसी कमरे में बताया जा रहा है कि ये पूरा घटनाक्रम घटा है और जिस तरीके से लड़की ने सुसाइड किया, समर्थक बता रहे हैं विधायक की कि सबसे पहले विधायक ने खुद एसपी को फ़ोन करके ये जानकारी दी। एसपी पे जानकारी देने के बाद लोकल सीओ यहाँ पर पहुंचते हैं और दरवाजा सीओ की मौजूदगी में खोला जाता है, जिसके बाद अंदर मृत अवस्था में लड़की मिलती है। ये अंदर की तस्वीरें हम आपको तस्वीरें दिखा रहे हैं कि कहां वो पूरा घटनाक्रम घटा।
यहाँ के जो लोकल एमएलए हैं उनके घर में उनके यहाँ जो एक लड़की 17 वर्षीय बालिका काम करती थी 6-7 साल से, और आज ऐसी सूचना मिली कि छत पर एक कमरे में उसने फांसी लगा ली है। तो सूचना पाते ही जो है पुलिस और फॉरेंसिक की टीम वहाँ पे पहुँची थी। शव को जो है कब्जे में लिया गया। उच्च अधिकारियों ने भी मौके का मुआयना किया और पोस्टमार्टम की कार्रवाई की जा रही है। हर बिंदु पे जांच की जा रही है। यहाँ के जो लोकल
And Ajay joining us live on the broadcast with further details of the SP leader's role and what has been found so far as far as the investigation is concerned. Over to you, Ajay.
See, the police still is investigating this issue, and this thing happened 4 days before in the Bhadohi town. But the important thing is that the family members of the dead girl, they are in support of MLA. They are saying that the relationship between their daughter and MLA family was very good. She never complained about anything. She never said that she is beaten or misbehaved or anything like that. They are saying they are also not informed, not aware what happened, because 2 days before that event, that girl was at their house and she did not tell anything incorrect about the MLA family and the other things. Police have not registered 2 FIRs and still doing conversation, still asking questions to the son of MLA and his wife. They both are absent now. The police is still looking for them. Police is looking for their location, and we have been to their house. We have been to that spot where that girl did suicide, and we discussed this issue with the daughter, with the family of the girl, and they all are in favor of MLA. So this is what is happening right now in Bhadohi.
All right, Ajay, many thanks for getting us those details. Of course, we'll continue to track this case closely. And we now get you a mega exclusive. Yes, Republic has accessed CBI remand copy in the RG Kar case, where the CBI remand note nails the role of former principal of RG Kar Sandeep Ghosh. The note that mentions clearly that despite having information about the incident, he did not reach the hospital immediately. He tried to downplay the entire investigation. Not just that, he did not have the FIR registered on time and pushed the suicide theory. Here's an explainer to what the CBI investigation reveals so far.
CBI investigation in the RJ rape and murder case is a cover-up angle, and the tampering with evidence for which the role of Sandeep Ghosh as well as the Tala police station officer Abhijit Mondal is under the scanner. In fact, the duo have now been sent into custody until 17th of this month. Let's run you through these graphics that has details of the CBI remand copy that we've accessed. So, the CBI in its remand copy has mentioned that Sandeep Ghosh was informed about the crime at 9:58 a.m. on 9th of August. In fact, you'd remember that it was Dr. Sumitra Roy who had informed the senior hospital staff at 9:30 a.m. about this crime which had happened in the seminar hall of the hospital, and it was minutes after that that Sandeep Ghosh was in touch with the Tala police station as well as his legal team. So at minutes after he was informed, Sandeep Ghosh was in touch with not just the SHO Abhijit Mandal but also his legal team at around 1:40 p.m. So despite the principal having been informed about this crime of such serious nature, he did not rush to the hospital immediately. He did not reach the hospital immediately, and this while he was already in touch with the police officers as well as his legal team. Let's take a look at the other highlights from the CBI remand copy. So there was, CBI in its remand copy has particularly mentioned that there was a 14-hour delay in filing the FIR. So the question being raised at this stage is to, despite the hospital having been told about this crime at 9:40 or 9:30 a.m. Why was there an undue delay in getting that FIR registered? In fact, Sandeep Ghosh did not make a formal complaint immediately, and he tried to push that suicide angle by the vice principal of the college. So even that complaint that was lodged at the Tala police station was not by Sandeep Ghosh, but by the vice principal of the Arjikar college. He did not get the FIR registered immediately, as we told you. He pushed the suicide theory despite the body being found in a semi-naked state. So despite Abhaya's body that was found in a semi-naked position in the seminar hall, there was an unnatural death case that was lodged, and not what was apparent from the scene at the seminar hall of the Arjikar hospital. He attempted to downplay the rape and murder as per the CBI remand copy, which is why CBI has said that it wants custodial interrogation of Sandeep Ghosh along with Abhijit Mondal, the SHO of the Tala police station. In fact, note that the mystery, the 40-minute mystery still remains. This is the time period between 9:30 a.m. to 10:10 a.m. Despite the hospital having been told about this crime at 9:30 a.m., the first call that went to the Tala police station was at 10:10 a.m. He directed the staff to send the body to the morgue hurriedly. This is another claim which has also been made by the family of Abhaya, that the cremation was in a hurried manner, and that unnatural death case was registered after 14 hours. So first, there was an undue delay on part of Sandeep Ghosh. He did not even reach the hospital immediately. And that FIR was registered after a gap, a formal FIR was registered after a gap of 14 hours.
Moving on, as Republic brings exclusive news breaks in the Arjikar case, revealing that Mamata Banerjee's aide promoted a suicide narrative. The latest revelations intensify scrutiny and allegations, while on the other hand, West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee had invited a delegation of junior doctors for a meeting at her residence today at 5 p.m. Cutting across to Kishale, joining us live from the Bangla newsroom to take us through the details of this particular meet, Kishale, because Mamata Banerjee has said that this is the fifth and the final meet. What is one to make of this particular statement, given the fact that the doctors are still not convinced to how Mamata has been assuring them so far?
Well, Suesha, the letter which has been sent by the Chief Secretary to the junior doctors very clearly mentions this is the fifth time we are calling you, and this is the last time. So this is in a way a threat to the doctors that if they don't come today, then they don't have to come again. That's what it means in a way. On the other hand, a time has been given to them. They have to reach the Chief Minister's residence by 4:45 p.m. today, and from 5 p.m. the meeting will begin. On the other hand, also there are certain clauses. It is mentioned boldly that no videography will be allowed and no live streaming will be allowed as well. So all those clauses has been given to the doctors. Right now the doctors are in a GB meeting, general body meeting, where they are discussing on this letter that has been sent to them, and then they will be holding a press conference and they will decide whether they'll go for this meeting or not. We are getting to know from our sources that the doctors are willing to accept all clauses in order to sit with the Chief Minister and resolve this standlock. But on the part of the government, on the part of the Chief Minister, whether she also has that same intention or not is a question or is a doubt that still prevails, because we saw last time as well the doctors went to her house, they went and accepted all her clauses that there will be no video recording, there will be no live streaming, but still then they were told the time is over, it's overtime now you have to leave the premises. So they were insulted in a way. Now again today they have been called, they have been in a way threatened, and it was written very clearly that either you come today or this is the last time. So right now we are waiting for the doctors to give out the decision of whether they'll be going or not, and if they're going, then what will be the demands or how will they conduct the meeting. Suesha.
Kishale, do stay on with us, because we understand the junior doctors have declared that they will not back down, and they are emphasizing that today's meeting is extremely important in terms of the outcome. They've demanded the meeting be live streamed or recorded with videographers present on both sides, if not live. The meeting that represents the demands of junior doctors across the nation. However, Mamata Banerjee, who is not agreeing to these demands. Let's listen in to what the doctors are saying.
You say that they know this is the final time they're calling you. let's see what they do. I think because our demands are very justified, and if they want to scare us, we'll not be afraid of their taunts.
So WBJF will agree to this demand, this call?
I think they will not, because I know my seniors. We saw yesterday that they have gone to the chief minister, and they basically pleaded her, but they kept their spine straight. I don't think we'll bend down again. Let's see. It will be a subject to discussion amongst everyone, and let's see what the discussion comes up to be.
जैसे पहला भी बात था कि ये जो लड़ाई है हमारी, ये केवल डॉक्टर्स की लड़ाई नहीं है, ये कॉमन पीपल की भी लड़ाई है। इसलिए हम लोगों ने डिमांड किया था कि ये चीज़ लाइव हो। अगर लाइव नहीं हो रही है तो दोनों पार्टी अपना वीडियोग्राफर लें, वो कंप्लीट जो भी मीटिंग हो रहा है उसका वीडियो। इसका क्या रीज़न है कि जो भी डॉक्टर्स जा रहे हैं रिप्रेजेंट करने के लिए, वो पूरे इंडिया को रिप्रेजेंट कर रहे हैं इस केस पे। तो बाकी जो इंडिया के लोग जो इस मूवमेंट में हमारे साथ हैं, हमारे साथ खड़े हुए हैं, उनको जानने का पूरा ये हक है कि अंदर क्या हो रहा है, नहीं हो रहा है, प्रॉपर ट्रांसपेरेंसी के लिए। इसलिए हमारा डिमांड था कि ये चीज़ लाइव हो, और मतलब अगर लाइव नहीं हो पा रहा है तो वीडियोग्राफी एटलीस्ट जरूर हो। अभी जैसा आया है कि ये 5th और फाइनल है, हम लोग एक बार आपस में डिस्कस करते हैं, जो भी वेस्ट बंगाल जूनियर डॉक्टर फ्रंट के भी मेंबर्स हैं, उसके बाद जो हमारा डिसीजन होगा वो हम आपको जरूर बताएंगे।
Kishan, I want to come back to you because fact is the doctors are not willing to back down. On the other end, government hospitals and people by and large are suffering because the doctors are not at work. Now, it is the Chief Minister's responsibility to solve this crisis, to arrive at a breakthrough, which the government has not been able to do so far. On the other hand, she puts an ultimatum saying that this is the 5th and the last meeting. What if today also they do not meet a common ground?
Well, exactly. I'll also add one correction here that though the junior doctors are not really working because they are taking part in this protest, all the senior doctors are working overtime in order to substitute for their juniors. And right now, the junior doctors and the senior doctors have claimed that no services have been stopped anyway. So, in a way, Mamata Banerjee or the state government claiming that 27 lives lost because of the junior doctors is a farce. That is what the junior doctors are saying. On the other hand, it is of course a fact that if the junior doctors are not working, if they are not a part of that whole medical workforce, then there are disruptions in the service. Now, it is the part of the Chief Minister, as well as the Health Minister, as well as the Home Minister, as well as the Police Minister, all of them in one person, Mamata Banerjee.
Real-time 24/7 system of security for all healthcare professionals in the state of West Bengal. And we want an executive order to that effect published in the official Gazette notification so that registration of FIR is taken care of by the police within 1 hour of receipt of an individual or institutional complaint with regards to any kind of violence, threat, intimidation against a healthcare professional across the state of West Bengal. We also demand the immediate removal of all the corrupted executive and penal and ethical committee members of the West Bengal State Medical Council and the West Bengal Health Recruitment Board, along with removal of everyone who's in charge of West Bengal dental, nursing and pharmacy councils. And we demand the issuance of a notice of holding fresh elections under an appropriate and suitably chosen election commissioner who will oversee all the elections and will give the report to some suitable body which will supervise the entire process. Without free and fair elections in the state of West Bengal, we cannot have a system that has accountability, that the public can trust in. Right now, the public has lost complete faith, they have lost complete trust in the entire healthcare system, entire healthcare administration of the state. If a person, a doctor, a lady doctor can be a victim of such a heinous crime inside a busy working government hospital inside the city of Calcutta, just imagine what could be the fate of another patient or another common person who is there, right there in the city of Kolkata, anywhere in the west of West Bengal. I think this is something that calls everyone, there is a call for action, and I think everyone should be aggrieved against this kind of a crime. So, thank you. I'll now extend my invitation to Dr. Siddharth. Dr. Siddharth. Amar now. Dr. Adhish Basu. I represent PTW.
जी, मैं डॉक्टर सिद्धार्थ तारा हूँ, प्रोग्रेसिव मेडिकोज एंड साइंटिस्ट फोरम से। सबसे पहले मैं एक चीज़ को एड्रेस करना चाहता हूँ कि जो आरजी कर में हुआ उस रात को, उस चीज़ को लेकर दो गलत धारणाएं समाज में फैली हुई हैं। पहली बात कि वो एक सिंपल रेप और मर्डर केस था, जो एकदम गलत है, और दूसरी कि ये बस डॉक्टर्स की सेफ्टी का मामला है, ये भी गलत है पॉइंट। ये सिंपल और रेप और मर्डर केस नहीं था, ये बात है सिस्टमिक करप्शन की, जिसके चलते ऐसी स्थिति वहाँ पे पैदा हुई। इतने खच्चर हालत में हमारे अस्पताल और उनकी सिक्योरिटी रही कि जिस वजह से क्राइम हो पाया, और उसी करप्शन के चलते जो इस क्राइम का कवर अप किया गया। स्टेट मशीनरी के हर लेवल पे एक इकोसिस्टम रहा है ऑफिशियल्स का, जिनको पैट्रोनेज मिली है लोकल पावर से, जिसके चलते इसका कवर अप हो पाया। इट इज नॉट ए सिंपल रेप एंड मर्डर केस। अगर ये सिंपल केस होता तो इसका इतना कवर अप नहीं किया जाता। एंड इट इज अबाउट द राइट टू अर्न लिविंग फॉर एवरी वुमन हु गोज आउट ऑफ हर होम, कि अब इज्जत से दो रोटी कमा के वो घर पे आ सके, भले ही वो डॉक्टर हो, सफाई कर्मचारी हो, जो भी हो। हमारे समाज में इतना वो होना चाहिए। तीसरी बात है कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने आरजीकर केस में जो हुआ, और जो उसके बाद जो 15 अगस्त की रात को जो सुबह को जो अटैक हुआ था, उसकी तो कॉग्निजेंस ली है, लेकिन जो कवर अप हुआ है वो अपने आप में एक बहुत बड़ा केस है। उसके ऊपर एक टाइम बाउंड जुडिशियल इंक्वायरी बाय सिटिंग जज होनी चाहिए। जो भी हमारे जो वेस्ट बंगाल के जूनियर डॉक्टर्स प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं, उसमें से हर एक बंदा एक विसल ब्लोअर है, और उनको बचाने के लिए ज़रूरी है कि हॉस्पिटल एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन में, स्टेट लोकल लॉ इन्फोर्समेंट में, जो स्टेट मशीनरी में जो भी ऑफिशियल्स कंप्लिसिट थे इसके कवर अप में, उनको वहाँ से निकाला जाए। अदरवाइज ये डॉक्टर्स वहाँ सेफ नहीं रहेंगे। जैसे व्यापम हुआ, वैसे यहाँ पे भी दिक्कत आएगी। अगर हम इस चीज़ को आज भुला देते हैं तो हो सकता है 2 साल बाद जिन लोगों ने विसल ब्लो की है उनकी डेथ, उनको टारगेटिंग किलिंग की जाए। इसीलिए हम चाहते हैं कि पूरा देश इस चीज़ को लेके साथ में आए कि ये सिर्फ बंगाल में ही नहीं हो रही है ऐसी चीज़ें। ऐसे इंस्टीट्यूशनल करप्शन और पॉलिटिकल पैट्रोनेज के साथ पूरे इंडिया में ऐसा चीज़ हो रहा है। हमारे कॉलेजेस में ऐसे डीन्स एंड डायरेक्टर्स आ रहे हैं जिनको खुली छूट दे दी गई है। पूरा एक रेन ऑफ टेरर है उनकी, एक फीफडम बना दिया गया, आपको जो करना है करो। वहाँ पे स्टूडेंट यूनियंस के इलेक्शन नहीं होने दिए जा रहे हैं, आरडीए के इलेक्शन नहीं होने जा रहे हैं, इलेक्टेड के बजाय अपॉइंटेड आरडीएस खड़ी कर दी जाती हैं। वेस्ट बंगाल जूनियर डॉक्टर्स फोरम जो अभी बनाया गया है, ये पहली शुरुआत है जहाँ पे ये ऑर्गेनिकली उठ के आए हैं इस एट्रॉसिटी के बाद। हम उनके साथ खड़े हैं, मैं इतना कहना चाहूँगा। एक इंस्टीट्यूशनल और एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव अकाउंटेबिलिटी फिक्स होनी चाहिए, तभी जाके कुछ हो पाएगा।
Now we can throw questions on us.
ये बता पा रहे कि जो आपने डिमांड बहुत सारी गिनाई, की डिमांड आप क्या मांग कर रहे हैं? पश्चिम बंगाल सरकार से मांग कर रहे हैं या किससे मांग कर रहे हैं? जो 2-3 प्रमुख डिमांड है, कुल कितनी डिमांड है, और आपके फोरम का नाम पर किससे बता पा?
असली डिमांड्स हमारे जो है सभी असली डिमांड्स है, कोई नौकरी डिमांड तो हमारा नहीं है। पहले चीज़ यही है। दूसरा चीज़ यही है कि हमारा जो डिमांड्स है, पहले सीबीआई से, पहले जो डिमांड है वो सीबीआई से है कि ट्रांसपेरेंट एंड इम्पार्शियल इन्वेस्टिगेशन के लिए, रैपिड इन्वेस्टिगेशन के लिए। दूसरी मांग हमारे है गवर्नमेंट ऑफ वेस्ट बंगाल से, क्योंकि जिस सिस्टमिक फेलियर एंड करप्शन के लिए ये घटना घटी, उसका जो जिन डिपार्टमेंटल ऑफिशियल्स का इन्वॉल्वमेंट दिखा गया है, पुलिस एंड हेल्थ का, वो सभी डिपार्टमेंटल हेड्स को इमीडिएट रिमूव करना पड़ेगा, अपसारित करना पड़ेगा। तीसरी बात ये है जो पुलिस कमिश्नर जो है और जो डिप्टी कमिश्नर नॉर्थ और डिप्टी कमिश्नर सेंट्रल, इसका डायरेक्ट कॉन्नाइवेंस है इस घटना से, कवर अप से, एविडेंस टैम्परिंग से। सो इसको भी रिमूव करना है और पनिशमेंट देना पड़ेगा। दूसरी बात यह है कि ये गवर्नमेंट जो गलत बता रहा है, गलत संख्या बता रहा है, गलत इंफॉर्मेशन दे रहा है जूनियर डॉक्टर्स के बारे में, इसके सीजवार के कारण ये मौत हुई। कभी 20 बोल रहा है, कभी 23 बोला रहा है, कभी 24 बोला जा रहा है। इसको गवर्नमेंट को वाइट पेपर देना पड़ेगा। कितने मौत हुई, इस साल कितने मौत हुई अगस्त महीने में, पिछले साल कितने थी, उसके पहले कितने थी, तो कंपैरेटिव डेटा आना चाहिए, ये बोलना चाहते हैं। हमारा अगला जो डिमांड है, ये जूनियर डॉक्टर्स लोग जो मांग रहे हैं और उनका मांग पूरा करना है। आज ही शाम को फिर तीसरी बार के लिए बुलाया गया चीफ मिनिस्टर्स का रेसिडेंस में 5 बजे।
Amity University is organizing an international conference on semiconductor technologies, materials to chips, with over 200 speakers and delegates from top organizations and global academic institutions from 11 countries. This is another initiative by Amity, aligned with the Government of India's semiconductor mission.
रेसलिंग से मुझे जुड़ने का मौका मिला था। मैं रेसलिंग फेडरेशन ऑफ इंडिया का पहला ब्रांड एम्बेसडर था 2014-15 में। तो अभी रेसलिंग बहुत फेमस थी, कई 2-3 साल से, मतलब पिछले साल तो बहुत फेमस रही। ब्रिजभूषण जी का हुआ, फिर जो हमारे जो रेसलर्स हैं, जो युवा रेसलर्स हैं, उनका कुछ हुआ। तो वो रेसलिंग पीछे आ रही थी। तो वो जो हो रहा था ना, वहां पे बैठे थे वो, मैं नहीं कहूँगा कि कौन सही कौन गलत है, मगर वो कुश्ती पीछे जा रही थी।
किस वजह से?
क्योंकि जब आप बैठते हैं कि रेसलिंग पे ऐसे एलिगेशन लगते हैं कि भैया सही पारदर्शिता नहीं हो रही, कोई मोलेस्टेशन का ये हो गया, कोई दूसरा हो गया, तो क्या होता है, वो चीज़ पीछे जाती है। कोई भी विवाद होता है, वो चीज़ आगे नहीं आती, वो विवाद से चीज़ हाईलाइट होकर पीछे जाती है। जैसे पहले कुछ मीडिया ने भी रेसलिंग को डिफरेंट लिया। पहले बोलते थे कि भैया 2 पहलवान बुला लाओ, 2 पहलवान कर लाओ। तो क्या था कि पहलवान का अर्थ पता क्या होता है? पहलवान प्रथम आह्वान माने हर चीज में। जो इंसान शारीरिक रूप से, मानसिक रूप से, अनुशासन रूप से प्रथम होता है, वो पहलवान होता है। विद द पर्सन इज फिजिकली मेंटली डिसिप्लिन फर्स्ट, ही और सी इज रेसलर। तो मुझे अनुराग जी से ही मेरी बात हुई, जो हमारे खेल मंत्री थे। बाकी ये सब हुआ यार, क्या करना चाहिए, ये तो ये वो है। अब मैं चुपचाप सुन रहा था, देख रहा था दोनों साइड, क्योंकि मैंने ब्रिजभूषण जी के साथ काम किया। ही वाज वेरी गुड। मैं क्योंकि कुश्ती के दौरान कुश्ती को बढ़ावा देने के लिए मुझे उससे अच्छा प्रेसिडेंट नहीं लगा अब तक का। अच्छा। मैंने बहुत प्रेसिडेंट देखे हैं, सबका अपना अलग अलग वो था। फिर बाकी ये बच्चे हैं, जैसे बजरंग है, साक्षी है, विनेश है, मेरे सामने आई, मतलब ये जिनकी मैंने ग्रोथ देखी है। तो ये छोटे भाई बहन है। तो फिर मैंने सोचा कि मैं किसके लिए बोलूं, क्या बोलूं, मुझे खुद नहीं पता। मैं एमेच्योर रेसलिंग से काफी दूर हूं।
You know, the actual problem is a criminal nexus run by few doctors who are very close to the current ruling political dispensation, which is running a criminal nexus across the state health sector on different institutions of health sector, like the health department, like the medical colleges, like the West Bengal Medical Council, the health university, the health recruitment board, like the Medical Service Corporation Limited. Everywhere in the health sector, it's a syndicate, and because of this syndicate, this could happen. This heinous crime could happen.
Director, the taste of success.
Amity University is organizing an international conference on semiconductor technologies, materials to chips, with over 200 speakers and delegates from top organizations and global academic institutions from 11 countries. This is another initiative by Amity, aligned with the Government of India's semiconductor mission.
Capsule, you can see it turning a little bit with the drogue parachutes. And there are the 4 main chutes now deployed. They'll slowly open up to their full deployment here in just a few seconds.
Incredible views of the Polaris Dawn crew return. We can see the Polaris Dawn crew nestled in their seats there on the left-hand side of your screen as they anticipate their splashdown.
200, we're bracing.
Copy, 200 embraced.
Bracing.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Whatever it may be also utilized for political purposes, like the political current leaders of and spokespersons of current political regime. They are utilizing it. They are posting videos and audios, manufactured, engineered and doctored videos and audio clips, and based on that, police is arresting the peaceful protesters. These things are going on in the state of West Bengal. We vehemently condemn this.
Thank you.
Any more questions, please?
Doctor, you mentioned among your various demands the removal of the Director of Health Services, Director of
Yes.
and so on. Now these are officials who have at the moment not been accused of any crime. So how can someone be removed without doing anything wrong? Because we told to done something wrong.
It was the highest health officials who actually, you know, it's first of all, it's a vicarious liability of the higher level officials. The second thing, you know, the order for demolition of the crime's place of occurrence was given by the Director of Medical Education with the consent of the Health Secretary. So actually it was, you know, the destruction, an attempt to destroy the evidences. So they should be brought under the scanner of the investigation, and they should be removed from their posts. They have lost all credibility and any moral right to be on their post.
And furthermore, one point is there, that this existing criminal and corruption nexus, which is in existence for a couple of years, innumerable number of correspondents from the responsible organization have been sent to this administration, and very surprisingly and unfortunately they maintained their sad silence. Had the administration acted in time, such corruption nexus cannot be flourished in this way, and may our Abhaya or Tilottama, the precious life of this institutional murder, can be avoided. So we think that if these persons are in the chair, the investigation can be influenced in any way, because there are multiple audio clips, video clips, published news. The people perceive that there are multiple evidences that tampering of evidences have been done. So not to allow further and not to frustrate the investigation for the ultimate justice for Abhaya, this should be done temporarily till the investigation is complete.
One point I would like to
Yeah, sure.
लड़कियों के साथ पूरे देश में हो रहा है, मणिपुर की लड़कियों के उत्तराखंड में हुआ, कानपुर में हुआ, वहाँ पे
Yes, we are against all these crimes. We are against all these crimes. We are against all these. We are protesting. Not we are against all such heinous crimes. May it be Hathras, may it be Unnao, may it be Manipur. We are against Kathua. We are against all such heinous crimes. But this particular crime is a state-sponsored crime. It's a crime. Is the inevitable outcome of this, health syndicate, this criminal nexus run by the people close to the current ruling political dispensation and the health and police administration.
ये जो आपने क्वेश्चन पूछा ये सब कनेक्टेड है क्योंकि इन सारे क्राइम्स, इन सारे रेप्स को उन लोगों ने किया था जिनके ऊपर पॉलिटिकल पैट्रोनेज है. ये नॉर्मल क्राइम्स नहीं थे. बिल्कुल था. एंड रिगार्डिंग जो क्वेश्चन आपने किया था पहले कि जूनियर डॉक्टर से बात की बात.
We are today we will concentrate on this particular issues only.
But the thing regarding that the conversation with the junior doctors, Chief Minister Sahiba वहाँ पे protest site पे गई, but she addressed the people of Bengal, but not the people protesting there. There is a difference between talking to the doctors and talking with the doctors. West Bengal government needs to talk with the doctors to resolve this issue. And the main point is justice for Abhaya.
You cannot justify this unique crime with many other examples because this is unique in its character as on-duty lady doctor was raped and killed in her own hospital. This has no other second instance. There is no other second instance in the entire world. वो तो हम भी पूछ रहा है.
तो हम भी पूछ रहे हैं ना.
हम भी पूछ रहा है.
सीबीआई ने क्या किया वो तो हमको
हम भी पूछ रहा है.
वो हमारा भी सवाल.
हाँ जी.
Let's not go into who's politics. We are not. कोलकाता जैसे शहर में ऐसी घटना इतिहास में कभी नहीं हुई.
Political battle.
Yes, please. Please, one by one. Yes.
Why have so many people in the health department not been removed? Do you think this is a deliberate attempt to divert the investigation and also frustrate the same? That is
Cover up. Exactly. You are right. Actually, this is a deliberate attempt to cover up the incidents, to shield the actual perpetrators, and from the highest level of the administration. The guy that was arrested by the CBI, one police officer, the day before yesterday. And few days back, on 9th of September, the Chief Minister herself on camera said from Nabanno, the State Secretariat, that why did not the private hospitals admit him when he was malingering some illness and trying to get admitted in those hospitals. So, it's from the highest level of the administration, the cover-up attempt is there. It is evident as broad daylight. Yes? Thank you.
Okay.
So our junior, we have a printed press release. Please collect one copy from us, from the table. And our junior doctors will be addressing you soon.
All right, so there you have the doctors, senior doctors holding a press briefing and saying that the Chief Minister, Mamata Banerjee, is not talking to the doctors, that they're demanding a transparency in this investigation, in this cover-up at the RG Kaur Medical College, waiting for justice raising their voices against the hospital administration, all those who are complicit in this cover-up, and of course appealing to the government, to the Health, Home and Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee. This is the final meeting that is going to happen, viewers, at 5 p.m. today. Mamata Banerjee said that this is the fifth and the final meeting. And the key demands, if we can talk about, is the transparent and rapid CBI investigation, addressing the systemic failure in Bengal, removing all the heads involved in this cover-up, senior police officials, removing the DCP, removing the commissioner, fulfilling the junior doctors and the RDAs, the Resident Doctor Association's demands, also ensuring transparent meeting process. So they've also, in fact, raised the demand for dissolving the medical council. And remember, there have been many individuals whose names have surfaced in this entire cover-up, who have been associated with the former principal Sandeep Ghosh, who is in CBI custody. They have also appealed, they've also demanded for protection of the protesters. We've seen the crackdown on. In fact, viewers, we'll just get you an explainer on that. We'll tell you and make you understand that how former RG Corps principal Sandeep Ghosh had in fact tried to cover up this entire incident that happened on the 9th of August. Take a look.
Investigation in the RJ rape and murder case is a cover-up angle, and the tampering with evidence for which the role of Sandeep Ghosh as well as the Tala police station officer Abhijit Mondal is under the scanner. In fact, the duo have now been sent into custody until 17th of this month. Let's run you through these graphics that has details of the CBI remand copy that we've accessed. So the CBI in its remand copy has mentioned that Sandeep Ghosh was informed about the crime at 9:58 a.m. on 9th of August. In fact, you'd remember that it was Dr. Sumitra Roy who had informed the senior hospital staff at 9:30 a.m. about this crime which had happened in the seminar hall of the hospital. And it was minutes after that that Sandeep Ghosh was in touch with the Tala police station as well as his legal team. So at minutes after he was informed, Sandeep Ghosh was in touch with not just the SHO Abhijit Mandal but also his legal team at around 1:40 p.m. So despite the principal having been informed about this crime of such serious nature, he did not rush to the hospital immediately. He did not reach the hospital immediately, and this while he was already in touch with the police officers as well as his legal team. Let's take a look at the other highlights from the CBI remand copy. So there was, CBI in its remand copy has particularly mentioned that there was a 14-hour delay in filing the FIR. So the question being raised at this stage is to, despite the hospital having been told about this crime at 9:40 or 9:30 a.m., why was there an undue delay in getting that FIR registered? In fact, Sandeep Ghosh did not make a formal complaint immediately, and he tried to push that suicide angle by the vice principal of the college. So even that complaint that was lodged at the Tala police station was not by Sandeep Ghosh but by the vice principal of the RJ college. He did not get the FIR registered immediately, as we told you. He pushed the suicide theory despite the body being found in a semi-naked state. So despite Abhaya's body that was found in semi-naked position in the seminar hall, there was an unnatural death case that was lodged and not what was apparent from the scene at the seminar hall of the RJ hospital. He attempted to downplay the rape and murder as per the CBI remand copy, which is why CBI has said that it wants custodial interrogation of Sandeep Ghosh along with Abhijit Mondal, the SHO of the Tala police station. In fact, note that the mystery, the 40-minute mystery still remains. This is the time period between 9:30 a.m. to 10:10 a.m. Despite the hospital having been told about this crime at 9:30 a.m., the first call that went to the Tala police station was at 10:10 a.m. He directed the staff to send the body to the morgue hurriedly. This is another claim which has also been made by the family of Abhaya, that the cremation was in a hurried manner, and that unnatural death case was registered after 14 hours. So first, there was an undue delay on part of Sandeep Ghosh. He did not even reach the hospital immediately. And that FIR was registered after a gap, a formal FIR was registered after a gap of 14 hours.
And my colleague Kishalai is joining us live from our Bangla newsroom in Kolkata. Now, Kishalai, just ahead of that meeting, which Mamata Banerjee calls the fifth and the final meeting, the senior doctors have made it very clear that they remain persistent in their pursuit of justice and their demands, and they have pointed out once again the multiple lapses that have come to light, and that Mamata Banerjee and her administration cannot escape that. And there is the demand for multiple things, be it the transparency in the probe, be it removal of police commissioners and also people at RG Court.
Well, the junior doctors and the senior doctors, the joint forum, held a press conference a while back, and we were hearing that press conference. And this press conference was happening parallelly while the GB meeting or the general body meeting of the doctors was happening in Kolkata, where they were deciding whether they will be going for today's meeting or not. That decision is yet to come, and we will be looking into that. Now, the doctors forum, including the junior doctors and the senior doctors, they put forward 8 or 9 demands, including that the CBI must carry on transparent and rapid investigation, including that the fact the West Bengal government, including the fact that all the corrupt officials, including the police officials, the CP, the DCP, all of them needs to be removed, and also the Medical Council of West Bengal should be dissolved as soon as possible, and no action should be taken on peaceful protesters, and that the meeting with the Chief Minister should happen in a transparent way. Now, whether all that is accepted by the government is a matter, but the most important and crucial thing right now is whether this meeting will happen or not at 5 p.m. today. Now, the letter that has been sent by the Chief Secretary of West Bengal to the junior doctors clearly is in a tone of threatening. Now, the Chief Secretary writes, this is the 5th and final time we are calling you for the meeting. Now, 5th and final time means that there won't be any more chances given to the junior doctors. What if the junior doctors don't go today? Then what happens? Will there be action on them? Consequences on them? These are questions. Also, the Chief Secretary has given a timeline of 4:45 p.m. when the junior doctors need to reach the Chief Minister's residence. The junior doctors are still now in that meeting. Now, whether they'll be going or not is a question, because they also wanted transparency in the meeting. But in the letter, it is very specifically mentioned that there won't be any live streaming or video recording. But also, it is mentioned that there will be a minute-to-minute update about the meeting in a piece of paper where both the parties will be signing at the end. Now, whether that will be accepted by the doctors or not is a question. Last time we saw the doctors were insulted and almost driven out of the Chief Minister's house. That meeting is right now on. On the other hand, the press conference of the junior and senior doctors gave out some very important points about this whole matter. Rakshita.
Right. Thank you so much, Kishalai, for joining us. We'll keep a track to the developers coming in, as it's just a few, almost 2 hours, a little less than 2 hours to go for that meeting. All eyes will be on that. We will continue to keep a track and keep coming back to you. But right now, viewers, we are getting our exclusive conversation from Manipur right now. The Chief Minister of the state, N. Biren Singh, in an exclusive conversation with Republic TV, has confirmed the arrest of a KNAB cadre with the proof of arms supply that will be handed over to the NIA. He reiterated the involvement of external forces in the ongoing tensions in Manipur. Take a listen in.
So one KNAB cadet has been arrested from very close to the Indo-Myanmar border. How do you react to this?
No, I really appreciate the Assam Rifles who arrested KNAB cadres from Myanmar, and also the media report says that this particular KNAB personnel cadre was supplying arms and ammunition to the militant operating in the Manipur. So it clearly shows that I, from the very beginning, claiming that the crisis in Manipur is not a mere law and order. It is with the hand of the outsider. So it has proved. I appreciate the Assam Rifles.
So now, since it has been proved that a foreign hand is involved, are you going to take up the matter with the higher authorities?
Definitely this case will be handed over to the NIA, and I have already requested to the ministry, and they will definitely take up.
So one KNAB cadet has been arrested from very close to the Indo-Myanmar border. How do you react to this?
No, I really appreciate the Assam Rifles who arrested KNB cadres from Myanmar, and also the media report says that this particular KNB personnel cadre was supplying arms and ammunition to the militants operating in the Manipur. So it clearly shows that I, from the very beginning, claiming that the crisis in Manipur is not a mere law and order. It is with the hand of the outsider. So it has proved. I appreciate the Assam Rifles.
So now, since it has been proved that a foreign hand is involved, are you going to take up the matter with the higher authorities?
Definitely, this case will be handed over to the NIA, and I have already requested to the ministry, and they will definitely take up.
Shifting focus to Delhi now, with Arvind Kejriwal's resignation deadline approaching, key Aam Aadmi Party figures are gathering. Raghav Chadha, following Manish Sisodia, has arrived at Kejriwal's residence, and a crucial PAC meeting is scheduled for this evening. So the Aam Aadmi Party is in a huddle, and there's a suspense over who will be the next Chief Minister of Delhi. Remember, Arvind Kejriwal has been granted conditional bail by the Supreme Court in the liquor gate, but he has announced just yesterday that he will be resigning in a matter of 48 hours. And now, of course, parleys are going on at Chief Minister residence and civil lines, and Manish Sisodia is also meeting Arvind Kejriwal. Now, Raghav Chadha is also is the latest one to join this meeting.
मुख्यमंत्री जी ने जनता के बीच में रखा है। कल इतवार था, आज ईद की छुट्टी है, लिहाजा कल यानी कि मंगलवार को जो पहला वर्किंग डे आता है उसमें मुख्यमंत्री अपने इस्तीफे को दे देंगे, और इस्तीफा जैसे ही मंजूर होगा उसके बाद विधायक दल की जो है बैठक होगी। विधायक दल अपना एक नेता चुनेंगे, जो नेता चुना जाएगा वो अपना स्टेक टू पावर, जो अपना क्लेम है, वो उपराज्यपाल के माध्यम से राष्ट्रपति को अपना क्लेम देंगे। क्योंकि कोई ऐसी दिक्कत नहीं है, हमारे 60 विधायक हैं, तो जाहिर सी बात है उनको बुलावा आएगा, और जब वो बुलावा आएगा तो फिर वो जो है अपनी शपथ लेंगे। तो इस तरीके का है, और मुझे लगता है कि ज़्यादा दिन नहीं, एक हफ्ते के अंदर ये सारी की सारी प्रक्रिया हो जानी चाहिए। मोटे तौर पे टाइमलाइन ये है कि कल ये फैसला मुख्यमंत्री जी ने जनता के बीच में रखा है। कल इतवार था, आज ईद की छुट्टी है, लिहाजा कल यानी कि मंगलवार को जो पहला वर्किंग डे आता है उसमें मुख्यमंत्री अपने इस्तीफे को दे देंगे, और इस्तीफा जैसे ही मंजूर होगा उसके बाद विधायक दल की जो है बैठक होगी। विधायक दल अपना एक नेता चुनेंगे, जो नेता चुना जाएगा वो अपना स्टेक टू पावर, जो अपना क्लेम है, वो उपराज्यपाल के माध्यम से राष्ट्रपति को अपना क्लेम देंगे। क्योंकि कोई ऐसी दिक्कत नहीं है, हमारे 60 विधायक हैं, तो जाहिर सी बात है उनको बुलावा आएगा, और जब वो बुलावा आएगा तो फिर वो जो है अपनी शपथ लेंगे। तो इस तरीके का है, और मुझे लगता है कि ज़्यादा दिन नहीं, एक हफ्ते के अंदर ये सारी की सारी प्रक्रिया हो जानी चाहिए।
All right, my colleague Samya tracking our development from the National Capital joins us live on the broadcast now. Just 24 hours left for Arvind Kejriwal to decide on the party's supremo, along with the key figures of the Aam Aadmi Party are in a huddle right now. What is the latest you're picking up? Any names that you have picked on who are the front runners in the race?
Yes, well, Rakshita, right now we are standing outside Arvind Kejriwal's residence, and if we talk about Aam Aadmi Party in particular, last 3 days have been very crucial for this party, because last 3 days have been all about marathon meetings. Since day before yesterday, discussions on Kejriwal resigning from his post had started, because as per our sources, a very crucial meeting took place at Manish Sisodia's residence day before yesterday, which was attended by the who's in who of Aam Aadmi Party. Apparently, Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann was also present in that meeting. Now we talk about the latest developments. At the present, Raghav Chadha and Manish Sisodia had visited Arvind Kejriwal at his residence earlier today. They were here for over an hour. And now what we are picking up is that there is going to be an important PAC meeting here today, which will be attended by 11 members. All the top leaderships are going to be present here. Now, if we talk about the front runners, who are the front runners for the chief ministerial post of the national capital, we are picking up three names because just like Arvind Kejriwal, Manish Sisodia has also announced that he is waiting for people's verdict. Only after that he will be joining his office back. So we can see Atishi, Saurabh Bhardwaj and Raghav Chadha being the front runners for the chief ministerial post. Back to you.
All right. Thanks so much, Soumya, for joining us with those updates coming in. We'll keep a close eye on those developments coming in. Right now, viewers, we are tracking more political reactions on this story as speculations are rife over who will be the next chief minister of Delhi. Listen into the reactions.
Mr. Arvind Kejriwal is a fountainhead of corruption. With all these corruption charges against him being the kingpin of this liquor scam, he is afraid to go to the people. So, with this resignation drama, he's trying to, in this drama of deceit, I would call it, he's trying to dupe and cheat the people by going to them and trying to win over them in a very surreptitious way.
The Honorable Supreme Court of India had also indicated in their order that he ought to resign on the ground of morality. But if you remember, various courts of this country have found Mr. Kejriwal to be the kingpin of the liquor scam. The bail condition which has been imposed on him by the Honorable Supreme Court of India is very strict, very stringent. It disallows him from functioning as a CM particularly because it does not allow him to sign any files. It does not allow him to enter the CM's secretariat. ऐसा लगता है जैसे वो अपनी बेल कंडीशन की विवशता पर एक नैतिकता का आवरण डाल रहे हैं और ये राजनीतिक स्वांग रच रहे हैं.
सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने जो उनको जमानत दी है वो कंडीशनल है. फाइलों पे दस्तखत नहीं कर सकते, फाइलों के फैसले नहीं कर सकते. तो अगर वो फाइलों के फैसले नहीं करेंगे, फाइलों पर दस्तखत नहीं करेंगे तो वो मुख्यमंत्री कैसे रह सकते हैं? फिर तो फाइलों का अंबार लग जाएगा. इसलिए उनकी मजबूरी है कि वो इस्तीफ़ा दें. 2 दिन के लिए शायद वो ये तय नहीं कर पा रहे कि कौन मुख्यमंत्री बने. कहा जाता है कि वो अपनी पत्नी को बनाना चाहते हैं. जिसको भी बनाना चाहते हों, इसीलिए गालिबन वो 2 दिन का टाइम ले रहे हैं, वरना तो उन्हें इस्तीफ़ा दे ही देना चाहिए था.
All right, viewers, Mamata Banerjee has called for a junior doctors meeting today at around 5 p.m. We will be keeping a track of all the latest developments coming in from Kolkata and the cover-up expose. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
Amity University is organizing an international conference on semiconductor technologies, materials to chips, with over 200 speakers and delegates from top organizations and global academic institutions from 11 countries. This is another initiative by Amity, aligned with the Government of India's semiconductor mission.
ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಮ್ಮಿಟ್ಗಳ ಇತಿಹಾಸದಲ್ಲೇ ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ಮೈಲುಗಲ್ಲು ಸೃಷ್ಟಿಸೋಕೆ ವೇದಿಕೆ ಸಿದ್ಧವಾಗಿದೆ. ರಿಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ಕನ್ನಡ ಮಹಾಸಂಗಮ ಇದು ಕನಸಿನ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ದಿಗ್ಗಜರ ಸಮಾಗಮ ಅತಿ ಶೀಘ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ.
Capsule, you can see it turning a little bit with the drug parachutes. And there are the 4 main chutes now deployed. They'll slowly open up to their full deployment here in just a few seconds.
Now, viewers, in Karnataka's Mangaluru, Dakshin Kannada, the Bajrang Dal organized a protest following a recent clash in Monday. The demonstration has led to the deployment of heavy security personnel in the area. Here's a report.
The Bajrang Dal called for a massive demonstration in Karnataka's Mangaluru on Monday. Protesters broke down barricades amid heavy security deployed across the city.
Some issue that is happening amongst a few people, and I cannot disclose what the issue is, and we just wanted to make sure that everything remains peaceful. In that regard, we have made sufficient bandobast and we have ensured that peace is prevailed in Badpal as well as Dakshin Kannada district, and we'll continue to do so in the future also.
The protest follows recent clashes during the Nagamangala Ganesh procession in Mandya. The situation in Mangaluru remains volatile, with heightened tensions resulting in massive police deployment to maintain order in the region.
Floods are wreaking havoc across Poland. Now, this is the worst flooding since 1997, which has hit the country quite hard. Take a look at this report to know the latest.
Severe floods are wreaking havoc across Poland, with the worst flooding since 1997 hitting the country hard. Szczekowice-Dziedzica is one of the worst affected cities. Floodwaters have engulfed large parts of the region. More rain is on the way, with accumulations expected to exceed 700 centimeters in some areas, surpassing the devastating records of 1997. Authorities are on high alert as Poland braces for further flooding in the days to come.
And viewers, it's time for a very short break. But remember, Republic TV's relentless coverage from Bengal continues. Mamata Banerjee has called for a meeting with the junior doctors. In the press conference, senior and junior doctors came together and continued with their demands of transparency in the meeting. We'll tell you more details on that. Stay tuned.
Director, the taste of success.
रेसलिंग से मुझे जुड़ने का मौका मिला था। मैं रेसलिंग फेडरेशन ऑफ इंडिया का पहला ब्रांड एम्बेसडर था 2014-15 में। तो भी रेसलिंग बहुत फेमस थी, कई 2-3 साल से, मतलब पिछले साल तो बहुत फेमस रही। ब्रिजभूषण जी का हुआ, फिर जो हमारे जो रेसलर्स हैं, जो युवा रेसलर्स हैं, उनका कुछ हुआ। तो वो रेसलिंग पीछे आ रही थी। तो वो जो हो रहा था ना, वहां पे बैठे थे वो, मैं इनको कहूँगा कि कौन सही कौन गलत है, मगर वो कुश्ती पीछे जा रही थी।
किस वजह से?
क्योंकि जब आप बैठते हैं कि रेसलिंग पे ऐसे एलिगेशन लगते हैं कि भैया सही पारदर्शिता नहीं हो रही, कोई मोलेस्टेशन का ये हो गया, कोई दूसरा हो गया, तो क्या होता है, वो चीज़ पीछे जाती है। कोई भी विवाद होता है, वो चीज़ आगे नहीं आती, वो विवाद से चीज़ हाईलाइट होकर पीछे जाती है। जैसे पहले कुछ मीडिया ने भी रेसलिंग को डिफरेंट लिया, पहले बोलते थे कि भैया 2 पहलवान बुला लाओ, 2 पहलवानों कर लाओ। तो क्या था कि पहलवान का अर्थ पता क्या होता है? पहलवान प्रथम आह्वान माने हर चीज में। जो इंसान शारीरिक रूप से, मानसिक रूप से, अनुशासन रूप से प्रथम होता है, वो पहलवान होता है। विद द पर्सन इज फिजिकली मेंटली डिसिप्लिन फर्स्ट, ही और सी इज रेसलर। तो मुझे अनुराग जी से ही मेरी बात हुई, जो हमारे खेल मंत्री थे।
The junior doctors protesting in Bengal against Mamata are outright naming her and have demanded that top officials who were part of the cover-up in the Abhaya investigation should be sacked. This after it was revealed by Republic Bangla that Sandeep Ghosh tried to downplay the Abhaya rape and murder case, and in fact he tried to peddle the suicide theory. More on this story after the headlines.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
CBI remand note reveals clincher details. Sandeep Ghosh downplayed the crime and peddled a suicide narrative.
These
of the government. As a responsible executive, you have to take disciplinary action against him, and that has not been started yet, as far as we know.
Mamata government reaches out to protesting doctors as she calls for meet at 5 p.m. today. Doctors meanwhile remain stern on their demands.
आज जम्मू कश्मीर का एक क्षेत्र अगर तिरंगे से सुशोभित है तो मैं इस भूमि के हमारे पूर्वजों को इसके लिए सख्त नमन करूं.
With the last leg of campaigning in Jammu and Kashmir, Union Home Minister Amit Shah roars in Jammu, slams Congress and National Conference for backing terrorism.
जम्मू कश्मीर में दो प्रधान, दो विधान, दो झंडे कभी नहीं हो सकते. झंडा एक ही होगा, हमारा प्यारा तिरंगा होगा और कोई.
From Kishtwar, Amit Shah sends a strong message, says Article 370 will never be restored.
So now since it has been proved that a foreign hand is involved, are you going to take up the matter with the higher authorities?
Definitely this case will be handed over to the NIA, and I have already requested to the ministry, and they will definitely take up.
Republic news break confirmed. Manipur Chief Minister N. Biren Singh confirms foreign hand in violence. Donald Trump narrowly escapes yet another assassination attempt in his golf club in Florida. Suspect Ryan Ruth arrested. An AK-47, 2 backpacks and a GoPro recovered.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
In a mega exclusive, Republic has accessed CBI remand copy in RG rape and murder investigation. The CBI remand note nails the role of former principal of RG Sandeep Ghosh, and the note mentions that despite having information about the incident, he did not reach the hospital immediately. Not only this, Ghosh did not insist on registration of FIR. Furthermore, he tried to downplay the incident and even peddled the suicide theory instead. So the role of Mamata's man is confirmed in the cover-up in Abhaya rape and murder investigation, which was initially initiated by the Bengal government, the Kolkata police. In fact, there are demands now from the doctors that top officials of the police, of the Bengal police, Kolkata police, should be sacked for their role. They have demanded that there should be an addressal of the system in the hospital, state-run hospitals in Bengal. There should be 24/7 security. I am being joined by my colleague Kishale from Republic Bangla. Kishale, can you get us some more details and break this down for us, the CBI remand note and what it mentions and what it means?
Well, exactly, the exclusive copy of remand note is in the hand of Republic TV, and I'll be explaining that as well. Also, we are getting live feed from the junior doctors press conference that was supposed to be held today. So we may cut into that also in a while. On the other hand, CBI has, in the remand note, the CBI has exclusively mentioned how the whole matter, the whole investigation was in a way in the very beginning manipulated, and CBI mentions the timeline about how in the very beginning the report of the finding the Abhaya's body was with the hospital at 9:03 a.m. in the morning, but then the call went to the police station at 10:10 a.m. So what happened in that whole time, what was happening inside is a question. Also, the FIR was not lodged by the hospital in the very beginning, and there was an inordinate delay in lodging the FIR. Why was that? Whether that was to manipulate the whole matter is a question that is also what the CBI is looking into. On the other hand, there are points in the remand copy of Abhijit Mondol, the OC of Tala police station. It is mentioned very well that in spite of being the OC, he did not go to the crime spot in the very beginning. He did not secure.
All right, we have some breaking news coming in. We are cutting across to the press conference from the doctors.
The basis of existence of humanity at large. Since the very day of the incident, we, the protesting junior doctors of West Bengal, have witnessed an extreme administrative failure on part of the hospital authorities and the Kolkata police at large. The greater shame lay in the fact that an active process was initiated from the very beginning to tamper all evidences and protect the real culprits. Shuddered by the heinous nature of the crime and feeling terribly insecure inside our hospital premises, we, the junior doctors of West Bengal, withdrew ourselves from emergency and elective services since 9th of August. On the day of the incident, there have been many questions raised against the police and hospital authorities. Why was the incident declared as a case of suicide to parents initially? Why was the crime scene not adequately cordoned off? Why was the entire CCTV footage not handed over to the CBI by the special investigation team? Why was no proper documentation done in the form of challan after the magistrate's inquest? Why was there a hurry to cremate the dead body? Why was the FIR lodged after 14 hours? Why was the bereaved family allegedly offered money by DC North? These are some of the very pertinent questions being raised by the victims' parents and some even in the Honorable Supreme Court. This directly questions the intention of the hospital and police authorities on the day of the incident. Adding to that, a highly suspicious renovation work started in the same department adjacent to the crime scene within 3 days, even in presence of police. The order for which has been signed by the highest officials of the health department. This further highlighted the suspicion of evidence tampering. In suspicion of the involvement of the ex-principal of Arjikar Medical College in the incident, the protesters raised voices for his suspension from services to which the health department did not pay heed. Instead, his plea for resignation was not accepted and he was being appointed as the principal of Calcutta National Medical College within 5 hours, much to the horror of all concerned. In the very early hours of the 15th of August 2024, when all the people of West Bengal were out on the streets at midnight, standing in solidarity with Abhaya, an unruly mob attacked and ransacked the campus of Arjikar Medical College, demolishing the emergency section and attempting to vandalize the crime scene. Through all this, the Kolkata police stood as mute spectators under full media coverage, while the doctors had to vouch for their own protection out of the clutches of these hooligans. In his baffling statement, the State Police Commissioner blamed the media for an unfair representation of the situation and denied all accountability for the attack. We are thankful that our brothers and sisters in arms in all national medical colleges joined hands with us, taking a stand against this gruesome and despicable turn of events. The Honorable Supreme Court took due cognizance of this matter of national urgency and in the due hearings ordered the formation of the National Task Force in a bid to revamp the deplorable state of security in all government hospitals. Central security forces were dispatched in Arjikar Medical College in view of the inefficiency of the state police to ensure protection, and CBI was handed over the reins of an already misled and mistimed investigative process to expedite closure. The junior doctors of West Bengal have waited in bated breath for last 37 days since the crime against Abhaya, out in the streets in rain and heat, in vain, as neither has adequate security measures been reinforced in government hospitals, nor has any report been disclosed by the CBI to us in view of the crime perpetuated on our colleague. Further, many of the names surfacing in the investigative process are reportedly politically backed doctors and common men who have unrestricted access to all medical colleges in West Bengal, and with their acquaintances they have carried on a reign of active terror in all medical colleges of West Bengal. These miscreants have ties with the top tiers of the health administrative system and have been charged with multiple allegations of insinuating unfair house-staffship counseling methods, gross irregularities and malpractices in conduct of examinations in most medical colleges, verbally and physically threatening anyone who stood in the way or did not align with their pervasive policies. It is therefore imperative that this unholy nexus be weeded out to ensure a truly safe atmosphere for us resident doctors to work under. And a mere show of extra design of CCTVs or police personnel does little to allay our sense of deep distrust and insecurity that we feel towards the current system as a whole. The suspension orders of certain of these individuals from their posts were mere eyewashes on part of the authorities without adequate mention of the reason for their suspension. Our protests have increased in intensity with time and have been supported hugely by people from all strata of the society. Numerous rallies, conventions and demonstrations have been organized all over the state and the nation in protest. Not only the doctors community, people from every strata of the society have come forward in the streets, in every district of West Bengal. Virtually, it has transformed into a mass movement. Everybody in Bengal has been shouting in unison in demand of justice. For full understanding of this august gathering, we reiterate our 5-point demands once more. 1. Justice for Abhaya. We know this is not a matter concerning the state government, but we want the concerned authorities, CBI, Supreme Court, to expedite the investigation process and punish the culprits without any delay. 2. Removal of the DME, DHS and Health Secretary as their signatures are present in the order for construction work in the immediate auspices of the crime scene when it should have been completely cordoned off. We also think that they are responsible for this enormous corruption in the healthcare system for which Sandeep Ghosh was also arrested. Recently, CBI has arrested him in relation to the rape and murder case of Abhaya, thus reaffirming this active involvement in the heinous crime. 3. Action against incompetent and complacent police authorities. Removal of Mr. Vinit Goyal, Commissioner of Kolkata Police, for his administrative failure and evidence tampering, disciplinary action against DC North for his incompetence and offering money to victims' parents, and DC Central for trying to hide the identity of a suspected person present inside the crime scene.
All right, Kishalay is joining us from Republic Bangla. Kishalay, if you could elaborate on what the doctors are saying now, the points that they have raised.
Well, the doctors were specifically mentioning about the failure of the Kolkata police in order to, while handling the case in the very beginning and in order to dispense justice. How the Kolkata police, including police officials like Kolkata Police Commissioner Vinit Goyal or DC Central Indira Mukherjee or DC North Abhishek Gupta, all of their names, all of their posts were mentioned, and how the whole matter was completely turned into a botched up investigation.
We have the feed, we have the briefing back. We are going back to it. Just stay with us.
In government medical colleges, from rural to district hospitals, is not available anywhere. Neither the general public nor those referring patients have this information. The experience during COVID showed that the administrative will and effective referral system can be established in government healthcare. We demand the implementation of a centrally monitored real-time bed vacancy and occupancy information system in all government hospitals to stop patient harassment, and incidents of public outrage against doctors and healthcare workers. Professional counselors must be appointed for interactions between doctors and patients or their families and public dealings. To address sexual harassment and abuse of female workers in hospitals or healthcare settings, a preventive environment against sexual harassment needs to be created among doctors, nurses and healthcare workers. For this purpose, a gender audit must be conducted in all state hospitals, health centers, medical colleges by the government. An internal complaints committee must be formed and properly managed in every hospital and healthcare center according to POSH 2013, 2013 POSH Act. Number 5 main demand, one of the main demands, end threat culture prevalent in all facets of government healthcare facilities. Issue an order to constitute all resident doctors association bodies in every medical college as a legal entity. Conduct student union elections in each college. Order that the college council and patient welfare committee include representatives from the students union and RDA. Take disciplinary action against those in each college who have been accused of making threats. Ensure proper and transparent house staffship counseling and debar stray vacancy backdoor entry. Dissolution of non-elected student units. Numerous attempts have been made to politically exploit our movement but have been successfully defied from our side. Many false narratives and rumors have been spread regarding our movement but could never dampen our spirit. We stand firm, rooted to our cause in finding justice, despite all threats posed at us and our movement. We have gone for 2 rounds of Shastro Bhavan Abhijan and demonstration. We have gone for Lal Bazar Abhijan for giving deputation of resignation to the Commissioner of Police, Kolkata, along with a symbolic spine. Presently, we are sitting in front of Shastro Bhavan for the last 6 days to make the state government fulfill our just demands. We were looking forward to a hopefully fruitful meeting with the Chief Minister to end this deadlock, but 2 such attempts have failed on the ground of transparency. We have also mailed to the Honorable President of India as constitutional head of the country to address the current situation and our 5-point demands. We are patiently waiting for the next Supreme Court hearing on the 17th of September 2024. We appeal to the entire nation to join the protest for the retrieval of humanity. We implore everybody to resonate with our 5-point demands of justice for Abhaya. Together, we hope that we can be united in the face of injustice, cowardice, and malice, and reclaim back the basic tenets of liberty, autonomy, and justice. Thank you.
I will now request Dr. Anisha from Arjikor Medical College to read the Hindi version of this press release. One thing about her is that she had traveled all the way from Kolkata despite being sick just to raise her voice against this crime.
9 अगस्त को आर्जिकर मेडिकल कॉलेज कोलकाता के अपने ही चेस्ट मेडिसिन विभाग के सेमिनार रूम में ड्यूटी के दौरान एक सेकेंड ईयर की पोस्ट ग्रेजुएट ट्रेनी के साथ हुई बर्बर और अमानवीय बलात्कार और हत्या की घटना ने पूरे देश को झकझोर कर रख दिया है। इस घटना की क्रूरता ने मानवता की जड़ों को हिला दिया है। घटना के दिन से ही हम पश्चिम बंगाल के जूनियर डॉक्टरों ने अस्पताल प्रशासन और कोलकाता पुलिस की अत्यधिक प्रशासनिक विफलता का सामना किया है। इससे भी बड़ी शर्म की बात यह है कि शुरुआत से ही साक्ष्यों के साथ छेड़छाड़ करने और असली अपराधियों को बचाने की प्रक्रिया शुरू की गई। अपने आसपास की प्रकृति से सहमे और अपने ही अस्पताल परिसर में बेहद असुरक्षित महसूस करते हुए हम जूनियर डॉक्टरों ने 9 अगस्त से इमरजेंसी और इलेक्टिव सर्विसेज से खुद को अलग कर लिया है। घटना के दिन पुलिस और अस्पताल अधिकारियों के खिलाफ कई सवाल एसआईटी द्वारा उठाए गए। संपूर्ण सीसीटीवी फुटेज सीबीआई को क्यों नहीं सौंपी गई? मैजिस्ट्रेट की जांच के बाद चालान के रूप में उचित लिखित प्रमाण क्यों नहीं किया गया? शव का अंतिम संस्कार करने की इतनी जल्दी क्यों थी? दर्ज की गई। शोकाकुल परिवार को डीसी नॉर्थ द्वारा कथित तौर पर पैसे की पेशकश क्यों की? ये कुछ बहुत ही प्रासंगिक प्रश्न है जो पीड़िता के माता पिता और कुछ ने माननीय सर्वोच्च न्यायालय घटना अस्पताल और पुलिस अधिकारियों की मंशा पर सीधे सवाल आता है। इस
रेसलिंग से मुझे जुड़ने का मौका मिला था। मैं रेसलिंग फेडरेशन ऑफ इंडिया का पहला ब्रांड एम्बेसडर था 2014-15 में। तो भी रेसलिंग बहुत फेमस थी, कई 2-3 साल से, मतलब पिछले साल तो बहुत फेमस रही। ब्रिजभूषण जी का हुआ, फिर जो हमारे जो रेसलर्स हैं, जो युवा रेसलर्स हैं, उनका कुछ हुआ। तो वो रेसलिंग पीछे आ रही थी। तो वो जो हो रहा था ना, वहां पे बैठे थे वो, मैं नहीं कहूंगा कि कौन सही कौन गलत है, मगर वो कुश्ती पीछे जा रही थी।
किस वजह से?
क्योंकि जब आप बैठते हैं कि रेसलिंग पे ऐसे एलिगेशन लगते हैं कि भैया सही पारदर्शिता नहीं हो रही, कोई मोलेस्टेशन का ये हो गया, कोई दूसरा हो गया, तो क्या होता है, वो चीज़ पीछे जाती है। कोई भी विवाद होता है वो चीज़ आगे नहीं आती, वो विवाद से चीज़ हाईलाइट होकर पीछे जाती है। जैसे पहले कुछ मीडिया ने भी रेसलिंग को डिफरेंट लिया। पहले बोलते थे कि भैया 2 पहलवान बुला लाओ, 2 पहलवानों कर लाओ। तो क्या था कि पहलवान का अर्थ पता क्या होता है? पहलवान प्रथम आह्वान माने हर चीज में। जो इंसान शारीरिक रूप से, मानसिक रूप से, अनुशासन रूप से प्रथम होता है वो पहलवान होता है। विद द पर्सन इज फिजिकली मेंटली डिसिप्लिन फर्स्ट, ही और सी इज रेसलर। तो मुझे अनुराग जी से ही मेरी बात हुई, जो हमारे खेल मंत्री थे। बाकी ये सब हुआ, क्या करना चाहिए, ये तो ये वो है। अब मैं चुपचाप सुन रहा था, देख रहा था दोनों साइड, क्योंकि मैंने ब्रिजभूषण जी के साथ काम किया। ही वाज वेरी गुड। मैं क्योंकि कुश्ती के दौरान कुश्ती को बढ़ावा देने के लिए मुझे उससे अच्छा प्रेसिडेंट नहीं लगा अब तक का। अच्छा। मैंने बहुत प्रेसिडेंट देखे हैं, सबका अपना अलग अलग वो था। फिर बाकी ये बच्चे हैं, जैसे बजरंग है, साक्षी है, विनेश है, मेरे सामने आई, मतलब ये इनकी मैंने ग्रोथ देखी है। तो
कॉलेजों के साथी डॉक्टर हमारे साथ खड़े हुए, इन भयानक घटनाओं के खिलाफ एकजुट हुए। माननीय सर्वोच्च न्यायालय ने इस राष्ट्रीय महत्व के मामले को संज्ञान में लिया और सुनवाई के दौरान सभी सरकारी अस्पतालों की सुरक्षा व्यवस्था को पुनः स्थापित करने के लिए एक नेशनल टास्क फोर्स का गठन करने का आदेश दिया। आरजीकर मेडिकल कॉलेज अस्पताल में केंद्रीय सुरक्षा बल CISF की तैनाती की गई, क्योंकि राज्य पुलिस सुरक्षा सुनिश्चित करने में विफल रही और पहले से ही भटकाए सीबीआई को सौंपा गया। पिछले 47 दिनों से अभया के खिलाफ हुए अपराध के बाद से पश्चिम बंगाल के जूनियर डॉक्टर बारिश और गर्मी में सड़कों पर न्याय का इंतजार कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि न तो सरकारी अस्पतालों में पर्याप्त सुरक्षा उपायों को सुदृढ़ किया गया है, न ही हमारे सहयोगी पर हुए अपराध के संबंध में सीबीआई ने कोई रिपोर्ट प्रदान की है। इसके अलावा जांच प्रक्रिया में सामने आ रहे कई नाम कथित रूप से राजनीतिक समर्थन प्राप्त डॉक्टर और आम लोग हैं, जिन्हें पश्चिम बंगाल के सभी मेडिकल कॉलेजों में बिना किसी प्रतिबंध के प्रवेश प्राप्त है। अपने सहयोगियों के साथ उन्होंने पश्चिम बंगाल के सभी मेडिकल कॉलेजों में सक्रिय आतंक का शासन कायम किया है। इन लोगों का बंगाल के स्वास्थ्य प्रशासनिक प्रणाली के शीर्ष स्तरों के साथ संबंध है और उन पर परीक्षा में कदाचार और अधिकांश मेडिकल कॉलेजों में अनुचित हस्तक्षेप काउंसलिंग पद्धति अपनाने का आरोप है। जो भी उनके खिलाफ खड़ा हुआ है या उनकी व्यापक नीतियों के साथ संरेखित नहीं हुआ, उसे मौखिक और शारीरिक रूप से धमकाया गया। इसलिए यह अत्यावश्यक है कि इस गठजोड़ को खत्म किया जाए और ताकि हम जूनियर डॉक्टर्स के लिए एक स्वच्छ व सुरक्षित वातावरण सुनिश्चित कर सकें।
ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಮ್ಮಿಟ್ಗಳ ಇತಿಹಾಸದಲ್ಲೇ ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ಮೈಲುಗಲ್ಲು ಸೃಷ್ಟಿಸೋಕೆ ವೇದಿಕೆ ಸಿದ್ಧವಾಗಿದೆ. ರಿಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ಕನ್ನಡ ಮಹಾಸಂಗಮ ಇದು ಕನಸಿನ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ದಿಗ್ಗಜರ ಸಮಾಗಮ ಅತಿ ಶೀಘ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ.
Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
It's 4 p.m. and you're watching Live and Breaking with me, Shavan Sen. Ladies and gentlemen, after getting bail, Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal says that he is going to step down and it is the public which is going to decide whether at all he is going to be the Chief Minister once again. BJP calls it a Nautanki. Let's take you through the details we are tracking at this hour and also the headlines. Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano. CBI remand note reveals clincher details. Sandeep Ghosh downplayed the crime and peddled a suicide theory. Mamata government reaches out to protesting doctors, says arbitrarily that this will be the fifth and the final meet.
Of the government. As a responsible executive, you have to take disciplinary action against him, and that has not been started yet, as far as we know.
Senior doctors held a press conference today demanding transparency in the RG-Kar probe.
अगर तिरंगे से सुशोभित है तो मैं इस भूमि के हमारे पूर्वजों को इसके लिए सत नमन करूं।
In the last leg of campaigning in Jammu and Kashmir, Amit Shah roars in Jammu, slams Congress and NC backing terrorism.
मोदी जी ने धारा 370 जो हटाई वो अब इतिहास का पन्ना हो गई है। भारत के संविधान में धारा 370 के लिए कोई जगह नहीं है।
From Kishtwar, Amit Shah sends a strong message, says Article 370 will never be restored.
So now, since it has been proved that a foreign hand is involved, are you going to take up the matter with the higher authorities?
Definitely this case will be handed over to the NIA, and I have already requested to the ministry, and they will definitely take up.
Republic News Break confirmed. Manipur Chief Minister N. Biren Singh confirms foreign hand in violence. Trump narrowly escapes yet another assassination attempt in his golf club in Florida. Suspect Ryan Root arrested, an AK-47, 2 backpacks and a GoPro recovered.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
In a dramatic turn of events, Arvind Kejriwal on Sunday announced that he is going to step aside within the next 2 days. And he says that it is the people of Delhi which is going to decide the future of Arvind Kejriwal, whether at all he is going to be the Chief Minister once again. Not just him, but his colleague and the former Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, Manish Sisodia, too made a similar announcement saying that he is not going to sit once again as the Education Minister unless the people of this city basically decide. Now, who possibly could be the replacement? On your screens right now, the front runners. Sunita Kejriwal, remember, shot to limelight after the arrest of Arvind Kejriwal. Several statements that she has made, participated in various India rallies just ahead of the Lok Sabha elections. As far as Atishi is concerned, has always been seen as a close confidant of Manish Sisodia. A reliable person for Arvind Kejriwal could also be the other front runner, and Gopal Rai. He's been a minister in Arvind Kejriwal. It's another front runner coming in the name of Gopal Rai. The front runners, but once again, the BJP has sensed an opportunity by simply stating that perhaps Arvind Kejriwal is nervous because his entire image has been dented following the arrest in fact, thought coming in from Arvind Kejriwal, where it says that people of Delhi will decide whether I'm corrupt or not. And that's the position that was taken by Aam Aadmi Party chief Arvind Kejriwal. Earlier in the day, Aam Aadmi Party minister Saurabh Bhardwaj once again likened Arvind Kejriwal to Lord Ram, saying that it is the people who are going to decide the future of the Aam Aadmi Party government, in fact calling in for early elections.
मोटे तौर पे टाइमलाइन ये है कि कल ये फैसला मुख्यमंत्री जी ने जनता के बीच में रखा है। कल इतवार था, आज ईद की छुट्टी है, लिहाजा कल यानी कि मंगलवार को जो पहला वर्किंग डे आता है उसमें मुख्यमंत्री अपने इस्तीफे को दे देंगे और इस्तीफा जैसे ही मंजूर होगा उसके बाद विधायक दल की जो है बैठक होगी। विधायक दल अपना एक नेता चुनेंगे। जो नेता चुना जाएगा वो अपना स्टेक टू पावर, जो अपना क्लेम है, वो उपराज्यपाल के माध्यम से राष्ट्रपति को अपना क्लेम देंगे। क्योंकि कोई ऐसी दिक्कत नहीं है, हमारे 60 विधायक हैं, तो जाहिर सी बात है उनको बुलावा आएगा और जब वो बुलावा आएगा तो फिर वो जो है अपनी शपथ लेंगे। तो इस तरीके का है और मुझे लगता है कि ज़्यादा दिन नहीं, एक हफ्ते के अंदर ये सारी की सारी प्रक्रिया हो जानी चाहिए।
So how exactly has the really reacted to this? The Bharatiya Janata Party essentially says that they've lost the high moral ground, and the Congress, India Alliance member, the Congress has dubbed this as Nautanki. In fact, a senior Congress leader, Sandeep Dikshit, says that there is no question of Arvind Kejriwal really resigning because this he has done it in the past too, and has dubbed this entire thing as a fake narrative that is being built by Arvind Kejriwal. Listen in to what the BJP had to say, and then we'll also play out those reactions coming in from the Congress party too.
Mr. Arvind Kejriwal is a fountainhead of corruption. With all these corruption charges against him being the kingpin of this liquor scam, he is afraid to go to the people. So, with this resignation drama, he's trying to, in this drama of deceit, I would call it, he's trying to dupe and cheat the people by going to them and trying to win over them in a very surreptitious way.
Honorable Supreme Court of India had also indicated in their order that he ought to resign on the ground of morality. But if you remember, various courts of this country have found Mr. Kejriwal to be the kingpin of the liquor scam. The bail condition which has been imposed on him by the Honorable Supreme Court of India is very strict, very stringent. It disallows him from functioning as a CM particularly, because it does not allow him to sign any files. It does not allow him to enter the CM's secretariat. ऐसा लगता है जैसे वो अपनी बेल कंडीशन की विवशता पर एक नैतिकता का आवरण डाल रहे हैं और ये राजनीतिक स्वांग रच रहे हैं.
सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने जो उनको जमानत दी है वो कंडीशनल है. फाइलों पे दस्तखत नहीं कर सकते, फाइलों के फैसले नहीं कर सकते. तो अगर वो फाइलों के फैसले नहीं करेंगे, फाइलों पर दस्तखत नहीं करेंगे, तो वो मुख्यमंत्री कैसे रह सकते हैं? फिर तो फाइलों का अंबार लग जाएगा. इसलिए उनकी मजबूरी है कि वो इस्तीफ़ा दें. 2 दिन के लिए शायद वो ये तय नहीं कर पा रहे कि कौन मुख्यमंत्री बने. कहा जाता है कि वो अपनी पत्नी को बनाना चाहते हैं. जिसको भी बनाना चाहते हों, इसीलिए गालिबन वो 2 दिन का टाइम ले रहे हैं, वरना तो उन्हें इस्तीफा दे ही देना चाहिए था.
Let me also bring in my colleague Piyush, who's joining us from outside Chief Minister's residence, where in a short while from now there is a meeting that is expected to begin. Piyush, bring us up to speed as to what's really happening on the ground. When is the meeting that is expected to begin, and who are likely to attend?
So yes, good afternoon to you, Shravan, and good afternoon to all our viewers who are viewing us at the moment. And yes, there is going to be an important meeting that is going to be organized over here at the House, 6 Flagstaff Road, where right now the present Chief Minister of Delhi, Arvind Kejriwal, is residing. And this Political Affairs Committee is going to consist of 11 members. Now, the meeting which is going to be organized at around 5:30 is going to decide upon what is going to be the future course of action tomorrow. There is a possibility that tomorrow the Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal is going to be visiting the Lieutenant Governor V.K. Saxena, and from there on he will be tendering his resignation, and then there is going to be starting a process of who is going to be appointed the next Chief Minister. Now, from the time he has made this dramatic announcement of him resigning as the Chief Minister, there are 2 ways of looking into this announcement. While the Aam Aadmi Party and its Supremo is saying that they are taking a high moral ground of resigning and now making the public take the decision that will they appoint Arvind Kejriwal back as Chief Minister again, the Bharatiya Janata Party and other opposition parties, including the Delhi Congress, is saying that this is all a tactic of an astute politician, because he realizes that his powers are curtailed following him getting the bail, and because he does not have enough powers, it is all this been done in the shrewdness of resigning and then playing a game of a politician. Whatever side it is being taken, you are saying that today there is going to be an important meeting which is going to be organized over here, where there is going to be a process of Arvind Kejriwal resigning as the Delhi Chief Minister, and who's going to be next in line. It is all going to be decided in the meeting which is going to be held in just few hours from here on. Back to the studio.
Well, thank you very much, Piyush, for getting us the latest details. As Piyush now confirming, 11 leaders who will be participating in the meeting that is going to take place in a short while from now at the Chief Minister's residence, where there is a possibility that after the meeting that takes place, a name could be announced. Will it be the Chief Minister's wife, Atishi, or Gopal Rai? These are some of the names that are doing the rounds, and whether at all there could be a possible surprise coming in from the Aam Aadmi Party. Shift focus now to Manipur. Over the last few days, with multiple attacks that have taken place, starting with drone attacks and then the rockets that were essentially fired, there was intense speculation that whether at all there has been any foreign hand or not. With the kind of arms and ammunition that have been recovered by the Manipur police, several within the establishment indicated that there is a high possibility that foreign hand could be behind the attacks that have taken place. Now, with the arrest of KNA B. Kada, Manipur Chief Minister N. Biren Singh in an exclusive interview. This is for the first time that the Chief Minister has spoken on the issue, has now indicated that there has been a foreign hand, and something that he has been saying right from the time that the crisis began. In fact, they say that there is enough proof of arms supply, which the Chief Minister says will be handed over to the National Investigation Agency. He in fact reiterated the involvement of external forces in the ongoing tension in the state. Listen in to what Manipur Chief Minister N. Biren Singh had to tell my colleague Anirudh.
So one KNA-B cadet has been arrested from very close to the Indo-Myanmar border. How do you react to this?
No, I really appreciate some rifles who arrested KNA-B cadres from Myanmar, and also the media report says that this particular KNA-B personnel cadre was supplying arms and ammunition to the militant operating in the Manipur. So it clearly shows that I, from the very beginning, claiming that the crisis in Manipur is not a mere law and order. It is with the hand of the outsider. So it has proved. I appreciate the Assam Rifles.
So now, since it has been proved that a foreign hand is involved, are you going to take up the matter with the higher authorities?
Definitely this case will be handed over to the NIA, and I have already requested to the ministry, and they will definitely take up.
Well, the BJP-led NDA government has already indicated that they would be implementing the One Nation, One Poll within its current term, and they are confident of securing a cross-party support. Prime Minister Narendra Modi highlighted the initiative in his independence speech, advocating for the simultaneous elections to take place. In fact, the Prime Minister also indicated that this perhaps augurs well for the country. Former President Ramnath Kovind has recommended conducting simultaneous Lok Sabha and State Assembly elections, with the Law Commission potentially proposing synchronized polls for all government levels starting in 2029. Remember, that report was submitted just about a few months ago, indicating that this would also bring down the load on the state exchequer. Let's also listen into some of the reactions that are now coming in.
The Communist Party of India is not in favor of one nation, one election. We have reasons for that. In a country like ours, it is not possible, practical at all. And this issue is not a new issue. This issue was debated, discussed earlier also. After that only, the Constituent Assembly decided to have a permanent election commission. Why we have permanent election commission? And that too, that election commission draws all powers from the very Constitution. Election commission gets mandate from the very Constitution. And election commission has the mandate to conduct free and fair elections. Election commission has the mandate to provide level playing field to all political parties. So it is a permanent commission. It means India will have more frequent elections. This is number one. Number two, Indian Constitution makes it clear. India is union of states. Union of states. State legislative assemblies are there and parliament is there. And Constitution has fixed the tenure of Lok Sabha, tenure of state legislative assemblies. But when the elections are over, a government may lose its confidence on the floor of the House. Government has to resign. Then what happens? Or in a particular state, the Chief Minister, with the advice of Cabinet, can advise dissolution of Assembly. Then what happens? Union government cannot snatch away the powers of the state governments. Union government cannot snatch away the rights of the people. If people do not want a particular government, that particular government loses confidence.
सवाल ये है कि जिस सरकार में कई राज्यों के चुनाव एक साथ नहीं हो पा रहे हैं, 2 राज्यों के चुनाव घोषित होते हैं, 2 राज्यों के चुनाव घोषित नहीं होते हैं। आम आदमी पार्टी के नेता आदरणीय अरविंद केजरीवाल जी वो अपील करते हैं कि फरवरी की जगह नवंबर में चुनाव कर लिए जाए। तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी केवल राजनीतिक नफा नुकसान को देख के चुनाव की बात करती है, वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन की बात करती है, और ये सब मुहावरे हैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी के। समाजवादी पार्टी समझती है कि लोकतंत्र में जनता का जो आवाज़ होती है, जनता के फैसले होते हैं, लेकिन वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन भारतीय जनता पार्टी अगर उसको लेके आएगी तो उसको देखने के बाद, उस ड्राफ्ट को पढ़ने के बाद समाजवादी पार्टी इस पे कोई टिप्पणी करेगी।
मैं सिर्फ इतना कह सकता हूँ, भाजपा जो चारों तरफ से घिर गई है, सरकार महंगाई, बेरोजगारी, जाति जनगणना, देश के सामने बढ़ता हुआ चारों तरफ से एक माहौल, इससे ध्यान हटाने के लिए एक फिजूल की एक्सरसाइज कर रही है। क्या इस सरकार के पास दम और संख्या है कि अगर संविधान संशोधन की जरूरत पड़ी तो उसे पारित करा लेगी? राज्यसभा की संख्या देख लो, लोकसभा की संख्या देख लो।
देखिए, सैद्धांतिक तौर पर वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन को लेकर हमारी प्रतिबद्धता है और इस स्टैंड के साथ हमारी पार्टी है।
Getting in some more breaking news right now, Lieutenant Governor of New Delhi and the Chief Minister in all likelihood would be meeting tomorrow around 4:30 in the evening at the LG Secretariat, and that's a confirmation coming in. We'll try and also bring in our senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor for the latest. Just a quick recap of what we know so far. This comes at a time when you have Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, while addressing Aam Aadmi Party workers in the national capital on Sunday, announced that he is going to step down. In fact, he says that people of the national capital would be electing the next chief minister. The Aam Aadmi Party has already indicated that they are in favor of early elections. Remember, national capital is expected to go to polls next year in February, but the Aam Aadmi Party essentially demanding that the elections be called in early. They're also citing the same situation that has come up in the state of Haryana. Earlier in the day, you've had Delhi Minister Saurabh Bhardwaj indicating that if Haryana can actually hold the elections before the term ends, why can't the national capital? Let me also bring in my colleague and our senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor, who's joining us on this broadcast. Abhishek, a confirmation now coming in that the LG would be meeting the current Chief Minister tomorrow at 4:30 in the evening. Is this also an expectation that perhaps Arvind Kejriwal is going to submit his resignation sometime tomorrow?
Well, you see, that's what we are hearing from our sources in the LG Secretariat also, Shavan, that a time was sought by, or appointment was sought by the Delhi Chief Minister from the Lieutenant Governor's office, and it has been granted for 4:30 p.m. tomorrow. Remember, this is coming in the backdrop of Arvind Kejriwal's announcement that he's going to quit. He made that announcement yesterday. He said it's going to be done in 48 hours, and tomorrow evening would be completion of 48 hours. We also know that the Political Affairs Committee or an equivalent body of the Aam Aadmi Party is all set to meet at 5 p.m. in which deliberation is going to take place on announcement of Kejriwal as to of him resigning, in which case obviously there has to be a successor leader decided upon, and so this 11-member body, or at least we know that 11 members will be present in the meeting, including senior ministers of the Aam Aadmi Party government in Delhi, including Atishi and Saurabh Bhardwaj. Of course, Arvind Kejriwal has already offset the possibility of Manish Sisodia taking on the baton, because he said that he, along with Manish Sisodia, are going to sit out till the time a fresh mandate is taken by the Aam Aadmi Party. So I think if you connect the dots, possibly Arvind Kejriwal has sought the time and is going to meet the LG at 4:30 p.m. tomorrow to officially give his resignation to the Lieutenant Governor of Delhi, V.K. Saxena.
Well, in fact, in terms of the front runners to Abhishek, there is intense speculation whether at all it is going to be the Chief Minister's wife, Sunita Kejriwal, or close confidant of Manish Sisodia, Atishi, or for that matter, even Gopal Rai. Is there anything that you are picking up from the Aam Aadmi Party as to what perhaps would be the strategy ahead, if at all the Election Commission does not agree to call in for early elections?
Names that are there and pictures on the screen, Shawan. So let me explain one by one. Suni, the wife of Arvind Kejriwal, Sunita Kejriwal, is shown as number 2 in the star campaigners list since the general elections. So if she was not the Aam Aadmi Party leader, but since general elections, she's there right up after Arvind Kejriwal's name in the pecking order in terms of importance. So I think that gives you an idea of how Sunita Kejriwal has gained significance within the Aam Aadmi Party setup, and the kind of visibility she had or she has had over the last 6 months since Arvind Kejriwal was in prison gives us an idea, maybe or fuels this thought that maybe Sunita Kejriwal would be the next chief minister, and Arvind Kejriwal perhaps might follow the Lalu Prasad Yadav model. Having said that, Atishi, remember, also is a very important leader of the party. In fact, she holds the maximum number of portfolios in the present government in Delhi. And remember also when Arvind Kejriwal was in prison, and just last month, on 15th August, on the issue of hoisting or who would hoist the national flag on 15th of August, Arvind Kejriwal had passed on a message that Atishi should be doing that. So that really gives you an idea of the importance of Atishi in the calculus of leadership insofar as Aam Aadmi Party is concerned. Gopal Rai happens to be the senior most once you remove all others.
Breaking news now coming in from Kolkata. Now protesting doctors would be meeting Mamata Banerjee. In fact, this is expected to happen tomorrow. There is already an ultimatum that the Chief Minister has put out saying that this is going to be the final meet. Remember, so far, multiple attempts have actually been made by the protesting doctors to reach out to the Chief Minister. There are several demands that they have made. From 5-point demand, the protesting doctors have made an 8-point demand before the Chief Minister. But one of the biggest bone of contention essentially being the videography of the meeting. In fact, the Chief Minister in the past too has refused, saying that unless a permission is granted by the Supreme Court, she is not going to release the video of the meeting. The protesting doctors, on the other hand, have been saying that they are doing it in the interest of transparency. Let me also go across to my colleague Kishalay, who is joining us on this broadcast. Kishalay, it's quite bizarre where the Chief Minister, without even meeting the protesting doctors even once, barring certain ultimatums that she has given, now she has gone a step further. She says that this is the last time that she is going to meet them.
Well, exactly, Shawan. I'll just remind our viewers that whether this meeting will happen tomorrow or today is a question still unanswered, because the mail that the junior doctors have sent to the Chief Secretary, it is very well mentioned there that either there are 3 options given: either that whole meeting has to be live streamed or videographed, or if that is not possible, then there has to be a minute of the whole meeting that needs to be signed by both the parties, and both the parties will be noting down the minutes of the meeting, and then there will be a signature of both the parties while both of them agree to all the points that have been noted down. So that meeting might happen today itself at 5 p.m. The time was given is today itself, 5 p.m. So whether the Chief Secretary replies back to the students, and if they agree to the points given out by the students, then they will accept the meeting today itself at 5 p.m. and the junior doctors are waiting for that. So the junior doctors sent out this email sending very clearly.
So Kishala, there's some more breaking news now coming in. Kishala, I'm sorry to interrupt, but there's some more breaking news now coming in. This is with regards to the response coming in from the Doctors Association, where they say that there are changing circumstances after the arrest of Dr. Sandeep Ghosh, as well as the as well as the SHO of Tala Police Station. And there are three aspects that they are making it very clear. Point number one is with regards to the videography, where they are once again indicating that there should be separate photographers as well as videographers from both sides. If at all they do not agree, if the government does not agree, then the protesting doctors are now demanding minutes of the meeting that should be made public immediately after the meeting. And I'm quoting from the letter that has now been accessed by Republic TV. This is what the protesting doctors Kishila had to say. Minutes with full transcript of the meeting to be recorded, formulated by both the parties and duly signed by all attendees and handed over at the end of the meeting as stated by the Chief Minister previously. So somewhere down the line it appears that even the protesting doctors are trying to find a common ground. The Chief Minister, on the other hand, appears to be completely jittery, nervous in the response that she has given so far.
Well, exactly, Shawan, as I was putting out, and as you clearly put those points forward for our viewers, that the junior doctors have given three alternatives. The first alternative, as you rightly pointed out, Shawan, it is the videography of the meeting. If that videography of the meeting by a separate videographer by both parties. Now, they give out option. If not possible from your side, then the second option is the entire video file of the meeting to be handed over to the junior doctors immediately after the meeting. Now, even if that is not accepted or not possible by your side, then minutes with full transcript of the meeting by both the sides. They also mention here that in view of the recent developments, including the arrest of Sandeep Ghosh in the rape and murder case and arrest of Abhijit Mondol, now there is a need of, further need of transparency of this meeting, as the points they have demanded earlier, as the points they have raised earlier, Shawan, about Kolkata police being one of the key conspirators. They were always saying that Kolkata police officials were key conspirators in this matter in the very initial phase of the investigation. So after Abhijit Mondol's arrest, some of those points are really coming out as true, what the junior doctors have been always saying. So now they are saying that there is a need of transparency in light of the recent incidents. And we give out three options. Whatever option you can accept, please accept, and now tell us when and where should we come. So the junior doctors are really eager to meet the Chief Minister, and that meeting might happen today, 5 p.m.
Details, in fact, as we are picking up, there's a possibility that the meeting could actually take place tomorrow. This after the senior doctors who were protesting have also held a press conference in the national capital indicating that there are 8 demands that they are now putting forth. The standoff between Mamata Banerjee government and the protesting doctors continue. A bizarre ultimatum now being issued by the Chief Minister. We get you more details on the other side.
Director, the taste of success.
In the next couple of minutes, we're going to go down into the tunnel shaft 20 meters below where the hostages were murdered. The tunnel shaft was in a children's room, in a house. Those are the walls of this children's room with Snow White and Mickey Mouse on the wall, and a tunnel shaft where hostages were murdered downstairs, 20 meters below the ground. Hamas used those letters in the tunnel, and there was a hiding floor. All he needed to do is to break the floor and then go out through the children's room, inside to the street, and go back into the tunnel. This is how Hamas built this tunnel.
The shaft goes down about 20 meters into the ground, using 4 separate letters. There, It connects to a narrow tunnel with no rooms that is so low you can't stand up straight in it. The tunnel is about 120 meters long and ends in a blocked iron door. This short blocked part of the tunnel is where the hostages were held and murdered.
We know that between 2 to 6 terrorists were here with the hostages. We are gathering all the stuff here for forensics, for intelligence. We can see magazines, an AK-47 magazine, chargers, all used by the terrorists, Quran books, a hairbrush. We need to check who used it. But there were women here in the tunnel. This is their blood. This is the blood of Hirsch, Eden, Carmel, Uri, Almog, and Alex. They were heroes, and they were here in this tunnel for weeks or days, we will find out. But they were here in this tunnel in horrific conditions.
CBI remand note reveals clincher details. Ghosh downplayed the crimes and peddled a suicide theory. Mamata government reaches out to protesting doctors, says arbitrarily that this will be the fifth and the final meet.
As a responsible executive, you have to take disciplinary action against him, and that has not been started yet, as far as we know.
Senior doctors held a press conference today demanding transparency in RG car probe.
आज जम्मू कश्मीर का एक क्षेत्र अगर तिरंगे से सुशोभित है तो मैं इस भूमि के हमारे पूर्वजों को इसके लिए सत नमन करूं.
With last leg of campaigning in Jammu and Kashmir, Amit Shah roars in Jammu, slams Congress and NC for backing terrorism.
जी ने धारा 370 जो हटाई वो अब इतिहास का पन्ना हो गई है. भारत के संविधान में धारा 370 के लिए कोई जगह नहीं है.
From Kishtwar, Amit Shah sends a strong message, says Article 370 will never be restored.
So now, since it has been proved that a foreign hand is involved, are you going to take up the matter with the higher authorities?
Definitely this case will be handed over to the NIA, and I have already requested to the ministry, and they will definitely take up.
Public news break is confirmed. Manipur Chief Minister N. Biren Singh confirms foreign hand in violence.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
And breaking news coming in. Actor Kadambari Jetwani harassment case. The Andhra Pradesh government has suspended 3 senior IPS officers for alleged involvement. And the breaking news that's coming in is that there have been 3 IPS officers who've been suspended in the actor Kadambari Jetwani harassment case. 3 IPS officers have been suspended by the Andhra government for harassing her. The Andhra Pradesh government suspended him following an inquiry into allegations that were made by the Mumbai-based actress Kadambari Jethwani. These suspensions come after she allegedly accused them of harassment, allegedly instigated by a film producer and political leader apparently. The controversy centers around accusations that Jethwani and her family were unlawfully arrested and harassed. Former intelligence chief and others were suspended after an inquiry revealed their role in the harassment. According model actress Kadambari Jethwani, 28, studied at elite schools in Ahmedabad and moving to Mumbai for her job. She also starred in Kannada, Telugu, Malayalam and Punjabi films. The officers who had been suspended were accused of misusing his position and giving verbal orders for Jethwani's arrest before a formal crime had even been recorded. I want to go across to Aneri to get a sense of what's happened. Aneri, these are very serious charges, but because it seems that the police was complicit in harassing the actor.
Well, that's right. What we have been seeing is that now that the Andhra Pradesh government is the TDP-led NDA government in the state, we see that the actor few days back had come out and filed a complaint against some of the officers and also one of the industrialist's son, Jindal industrialist's son, who had apparently, they had decided to get married, but then that is what the sources have told us, that then the family members of the industrialist refused to marry, and that is why we see that this particular complaint now has come out by Jethwani, who has filed a complaint with the Andhra Pradesh police now after the change in government. Now after the investigation which has been taken up, of which 3 officers have been suspended and further investigation has also been taken up. Well, there are allegations that she was harassed. She was brought from Mumbai to Vijayawada. She was kept in a room. They were harassing her to take back the case which she had filed in Mumbai back then, and that is the reason why we see the involvement of YSRCP leader as well back then, because YSRCP was in power and they had brought Jethwani and her family members to Vijayawada. They had harassed there, which involves the police officers as well, and now the investigation has been taken up into this matter, and police officials, 3 officers have been suspended into this case, and further investigation has also been taken up. Jethwani had arrived a few days back for questioning in Vijayawada. She was questioned. She had met the DGP of Andhra Pradesh as well, and further investigation was also taken up into this matter.
All right. Thank you, Aneri, for giving us those details. These are very serious charges. They need to be closely looked at, because if the police starts indulging in this and it's an actor involved, it makes and gives very serious implications. Thank you for those details. All right, we're getting visuals that are coming in from Republic Banga, our sister channel, and what we're getting is visuals in Kolkata this time, viewers, where protests are underway in Kolkata. Doctors earlier, remember, continuing the protest against the RG car rape murder incident. Protesting doctors offered a final chance for talks with Mamata Banerjee. These are visuals of protest. Let me go across to Kishle. Kishle, give us more details.
Well, I'm breaking this news right now. The government has accepted the 3rd clause by the junior doctors. The doctors had given 3 clauses for meeting. Alternatively, first one was videography, second one was videography but giving out the videography later on, and third was to point down minutes of the meeting, and both of the parties will sign in that minutes. Now the government has accepted that last clause. Therefore, the chief secretary has mailed back to the junior doctors saying that the meeting will happen. So the meeting is going to happen in half an hour or so in a while at the chief minister's residence. It's a big breaking. The government accepts the 3rd clause of the junior doctors, and we see that the junior doctors are clapping and also erupting in joy because the government had to accept their 3rd demand. The doctors had given 3 alternative options for the meeting. First one was to videograph the meeting and give the videography immediately. Second one was to videograph the meeting but later to give the video file later on. And the third one was to note minutes of the meeting where both representatives of both the parties will be present, and both of them will be signing in the minutes, which will be recorded. The whole meeting has to be recorded in minutes on a piece of paper, and both the sides will be now signing those minutes, which will be written by both the sides. So it's a big breaking right now. So today that meeting most probably will happen in a while, and that meeting might just happen at 5 or 5:30 p.m. at the Chief Minister's residence. A big breaking right now, and we see that right now the doctors erupt in celebration as they see that the government finally had to accept their demand, and the government had to accept one of their clauses out of the 3 alternatives that they had to give. Pragya.
But Kishlay, I also want to get a sense, because the West Bengal Junior Doctors Front had also been leading the protests against the rape and murder of their colleague at the state-run KG RG Kar Medical College and Hospital. The doctors' agitation. All right, so the breaking news that's coming in that Kishlay has just given. Mamata Banerjee agrees to the doctors' demand on minutes of the meet. Around 5:30, that meeting could be possible. I want to go across once again to Kishlay, who's giving us that breaking news. Kishlay, give us more details.
Well, Rhythm, exactly Rhythm. I have this breaking news right now, and this is for our viewers. The doctor had given this particular clause where they said that the minutes with full transcript of the meeting to be recorded and formulated by both the parties, the doctor and the government, and both of them will bring their own minutes and transcript takers for the meeting, and duly signed by all attendees and handed over at the end of the meeting as stated by the Honorable Chief Minister. That is now accepted by the government. The meeting will happen at Kalighat, the Chief Minister's residence. The time was given at 5 p.m. but we see that right now the reply came, so that meeting might just go behind schedule for a while. So that meeting might happen at 6 or something. We are waiting for the doctors to leave for the meeting. So initially there was a letter that came from the Chief Secretary saying that the doctors are invited again for the 5th and last time. So it was mentioned in the letter that this is the last time that the doctors are being called for a meeting. And then the doctors replied that they will be going for a meeting if any of the 3 clauses that they gave out would be accepted. The first clause was videography of the meeting by videographer of both sides. If not possible, the second clause was entire video file of the meeting to be handed over to the junior doctors immediately. And third clause, if not possible, the first 2 clauses, if they are not possible, then the third clause was this minutes of the meeting to be handed over. And both the sides will have their representatives noting down the minutes, and both the sides will be signing each other's copy. So that is the clause that the government accepts. Mamata Banerjee had to accept. The third clause by the doctors erupt in a kind of celebration because finally the government had to accept what they have, whatever condition were given to them, and now the doctors will be heading Rhythm to the location where they are called for. The meeting will happen at Kalighat, Chief Minister's residence. The meeting was supposed to happen at 5, but right now they are running behind schedule because they had to send this email and get back the reply back and forth. Email had to come and go, and therefore the whole timing of the meeting is now pushed back a little bit. We have to wait for that. The doctors will start for that meeting in a while. Rhythm.
All right, those are clear details that are coming in as we are speaking right now. I want to thank Kishlay for those details. And I also want to now, Kishlay, all eyes are going to be on that final countdown meeting that's going to be there. The other top focus is now going to be Arvind Kejriwal, who's going to now say, and resignation deadline has started approaching. The key Aam Aadmi Party leaders are going to be gathering at his residence. Raghav Chadda, following Manish Sisodia, has also arrived at Kejriwal's crucial residence at a crucial PAC meeting that's scheduled for this evening. And let me also tell you what's expected. Big question is Manish Sisodia is to meet Arvind Kejriwal. Who's going to be succeeding Arvind Kejriwal? The possible successors are Sunita Kejriwal, his wife, Atishi, the Aam Aadmi Party minister, Gopal Rai, the Aam Aadmi Party minister. All of them who could possibly be succeeding till those allegations are over. And some deadlock is come out of the Aam Aadmi Party is in a huddle as to who will be succeeding Arvind Kejriwal as the Delhi Chief Minister. And also getting in a reaction from Aam Aadmi Party Minister Saurabh Bhardwaj, who informed that tomorrow a party meeting will be held where all MLAs in the top brass will decide on the CM face. Listen in.
मोटे तौर पे टाइमलाइन ये है कि कल ये फैसला मुख्यमंत्री जी ने जनता के बीच में रखा है। कल इतवार था, आज ईद की छुट्टी है, लिहाजा कल यानी कि मंगलवार को जो पहला वर्किंग डे आता है उसमें मुख्यमंत्री अपने इस्तीफे को दे देंगे और इस्तीफा जैसे ही मंजूर होगा उसके बाद विधायक दल की जो है बैठक होगी। विधायक दल अपना एक नेता चुनेंगे। जो नेता चुना जाएगा वो अपना स्टेक टू पावर, जो अपना क्लेम है, वो उपराज्यपाल के माध्यम से राष्ट्रपति को अपना क्लेम देंगे। क्योंकि कोई ऐसी दिक्कत नहीं है, हमारे 60 विधायक हैं, तो जाहिर सी बात है उनको बुलावा आएगा और जब वो बुलावा आएगा तो फिर वो जो है अपनी शपथ लेंगे। तो इस तरीके का है और मुझे लगता है कि ज़्यादा दिन नहीं, एक हफ्ते के अंदर ये सारी की सारी प्रक्रिया हो जानी चाहिए।
And track the latest political reactions on the story as speculation is rife over the next Chief Minister phase that's continuing to grow.
Mr. Arvind Kejriwal is a fountainhead of corruption. With all these corruption charges against him being the kingpin of this liquor scam, he is afraid to go to the people. So, with this resignation drama, he's trying to, in this drama of deceit I would call it, he's trying to dupe and cheat the people by going to them and trying to win over them in a very surreptitious way.
The Honorable Supreme Court of India had also indicated in their order that he ought to resign on the ground of morality. But if you remember, various courts of this country have found Mr. Kejriwal to be the kingpin of the liquor scam. The bail condition which has been imposed on him by the Honorable Supreme Court of India is very strict, very stringent. It disallows him from functioning as a CM particularly because it does not allow him to sign any files. It does not allow him to enter the CM secretariat. ऐसा लगता है जैसे वो अपनी बेल कंडीशन की विवशता पर एक नैतिकता का आवरण डाल रहे हैं और ये राजनीतिक स्वांग रच रहे हैं।
सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने जो उनको जमानत दी है वो कंडीशनल है। फाइलों पे दस्तखत नहीं कर सकते, फाइलों के फैसले नहीं कर सकते। तो अगर वो फाइलों के फैसले नहीं करेंगे, फाइलों पर दस्तखत नहीं करेंगे तो वो मुख्यमंत्री कैसे रह सकते हैं? फिर तो फाइलों का अंबार लग जाएगा। इसलिए उनकी मजबूरी है कि वो इस्तीफा दें। 2 दिन के लिए शायद वो ये तय नहीं कर पा रहे कि कौन मुख्यमंत्री बने। कहा जाता है कि वो अपनी पत्नी को बनाना चाहते हैं, जिसको भी बनाना चाहते हों, इसीलिए गालिबन वो 2 दिन का टाइम ले रहे हैं, वरना तो उन्हें इस्तीफा दे ही देना चाहिए था।
The other top focus, viewers, Manipur Chief Minister N. Biren Singh, in an exclusive conversation with Republic, has confirmed the arrest of KNAB cadre with proof of arms supply. It will be handed over to the NIA. He's also reiterated the involvement of external forces in the ongoing tensions in the state.
So one KNAB cadet has been arrested from very close to the Indo-Myanmar border. How do you react to this?
No, I really appreciate the Assam Rifles who arrested KNAB cadres from Myanmar, and also the media report says that this particular KNAB personnel cadre was supplying arms and ammunition to the militants operating in the Manipur. So it clearly shows that I, from the very beginning, claiming that the crisis in Manipur is not a mere law and order. It is with the hand of the outsider. So it has proved I appreciate the Assam Rifles.
So now, since it has been proved that a foreign hand is involved, are you going to take up the matter with the higher authorities?
Definitely, this case will be handed over to the NIA, and I have already requested to the ministry, and they will definitely take up.
Some news in brief now. Prime Minister Narendra Modi inaugurated the 4th Global Renewable Energy Investment Meet and Expo 2024 at Mahatma Mandir. The event aims to boost global investment in renewable energy, showcasing India's commitment to green energy development.
तो 40 करोड़ भारतीय भारत को तेजी से टॉप 3 इकोनॉमीज में पहुंचाने का संकल्प लेकर काम कर रहे हैं। इसलिए आज का ये इवेंट आइसोलेटेड इवेंट नहीं है, एक बड़े विजन, एक बड़े मिशन का हिस्सा है। ये 2047 तक भारत को डेवलप्ड नेशन बनाने के हमारे एक्शन प्लान का हिस्सा है।
Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister Mohan Yadav met with Rajasthan Chief Minister Bhajan Lal Sharma in Gandhinagar. Yadav is in the city to attend the 4th Global Renewable Energy Investors Meet and Expo, underscoring efforts to boost collaboration on renewable energy initiatives.
गुजरात मॉडल है एक तरह से विकास के सभी क्षेत्रों में, खास करके ऊर्जा के क्षेत्र में। और ऊर्जा में भी अब नवकरणीय ऊर्जा को जिस प्रकार से माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी देश में एक अभियान की तरह, एक आंदोलन की तरह ले रहे हैं, उसी का आज एक पार्ट हमारे यहाँ गुजरात में आज एक दिन का पूरा कार्यक्रम है, जिस कार्यक्रम में नवकरणीय ऊर्जा के अलग अलग प्रयोग, जिसके माध्यम से कार्बन उत्सर्जन कम करना, सूर्य आधारित अलग अलग प्रकार की व्यवस्थाओं पे, सोलर एनर्जी, विंड एनर्जी, हाइड्रल पावर, इन सब सेक्टर में जो प्रोत्साहन देने का माननीय मोदी जी का प्रयास है।
Union Minister Prahlad Joshi praised Prime Minister Modi's vision for renewable energy, highlighting India's not only the 5th largest but also the world's fastest growing economy under his leadership.
The visionary leader who has propelled India to a leading position in global renewable energy sector, whose leadership has been pivotal in achieving India's renewable energy goals, is Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji.
A BJP fact-finding committee consisting of former ministers Ashwath Narayan, Bairathe Baswaraj, Narayan Gowda and retired officers are visiting Nagamangal to investigate communal riots. The committee is gathering in detailed information on the incident. The RAF has been deployed in Mangaluru after workers from the Vishwa Hindu Parishad at Bajrang Dal staged a protest. The demonstration was sparked by a controversial social media post leading to heightened security in the area. Saurabh Bhardwaj stated Arvind Kejriwal has resigned on the grounds of morality, comparing his decision to Lord Ram. Bhardwaj emphasized Kejriwal's steps mirrors the value of sacrifice and integrity similar to those embodied by Lord Ram.
अरविंद केजरीवाल अकेले लड़के उससे बाहर आए हैं और उन्होंने इनके सारे षड्यंत्र कल फेल कर दिए जब उन्होंने कहा कि मैं जनता की अदालत में जाऊंगा, जनता के सामने अग्नि परीक्षा दूंगा। अगर जनता कहेगी कि हमारा मुख्यमंत्री ईमानदार है तो मैं इस कुर्सी पे बैठूंगा, वरना नहीं बैठूंगा।
Junior doctors in Kolkata continued their protest for the 6th consecutive night at Swasthya Bhavan in the Salt Lake area. Their demand remains unmet as tensions between the doctors and the state government persist with no signs of resolution. Doctors have staged a have staged a protest by forming a human chain. The demonstration was held to condemn the recent rape and murder incident at Kolkata's RG Kar Medical College, expressing their solidarity and demand for justice. Our top focus is going to be on that crucial meeting that Mamata Banerjee has with the doctors. All eyes on that. Stay tuned to Republic TV as we continue with the top stories of the day.
Republic has cracked open the cover-up angle in the Abhaya rape and murder investigation. The CBI remand note accessed exclusively by Republic exposes that Sandeep Ghosh tried to downplay the crime and also peddled the suicide theory. More on that in this story and some more stories from across the country on Across the Republic at 6 p.m. with me, Pragya Bakshi Sharma.
This is Republic Kuchina Studio, your one-stop destination for all the breaking news updates. I am Shivangi Shukla. Let's get started.
सर आपको बचपन में रूमेटॉइड आर्थराइटिस हुआ, ये ऐसी कंडीशन होती है जहाँ पर किसी का चलना उठना बहुत दिक्कत की बात होती है। वहाँ से आप स्पोर्ट्स में जाते हैं, रेसलिंग में जाते हैं और आज आप फिट इंडिया एम्बेसडर बन जाते हैं। ये ज़रा हमें बताएं कि ये कैसा रहा जर्नी।
देखिए क्या है कि मोस्टली मैं एक बहुत हम्बल फैमिली से आया हूँ। मेरा जन्म हुआ हरियाणा में, एक छोटा सा गांव पड़ता हमारा मदीना, अब थोड़ा बड़ा हो गया गांव। तो जब मैं पैदा हुआ तो आम बच्चों की तुलना में थोड़ा कमज़ोर था। फिर जब मैं 3-3.5 साल का हुआ तो मुझे पैरों में दर्द स्टार्ट हो गया। फिर ये धीरे धीरे दर्द यहाँ तक आया, घुटनों तक आया, घुटनों से फिर वो आगे आया। तो फिर धीरे धीरे एक टाइम ऐसा आ गया था कि मैं अपने हाथ से अपना मुंह धो सकता था। फिर खाना कम हो गया, फिर स्टोव पे आ गया, फिर घर वालों ने यहाँ दिखाया, वहाँ दिखाया, इधर उधर। तो क्या था कि फिर वो जर्नी ऐसी थी कि डॉक्टर ये बोलते हैं कि ये बीमारी 99.9% क्योरेबल नहीं है, रूमेटिक आर्थराइटिस। मैं कहता हूँ कि बीमारी 200% क्योरेबल है। कोई ऐसी बीमारी है ही नहीं कि जो क्योरेबल नहीं है, या कोई ऐसी बीमारी है ही नहीं कि जो क्योरेबल नहीं है, ठीक नहीं हो सकती। बाकी वो हमारे माइंड के ऊपर है कि हमारे रूटीन के ऊपर है। जैसे कैंसर है, शुगर है, बीपी है, टीबी है, आर्थराइटिस है, जॉइंटिस है, ये बीमारी नहीं होती, लाइफस्टाइल डिजीज होती है। जब हम उल्लू बनते हैं तो बीमारी ऊपर आ जाती है। उल्लू का मतलब पता है क्या होता है? रात भर जागना। फिर जब हम ठीक ठाक होते हैं तो चली जाती हैं। और आजकल के जो बच्चे हैं वो उल्लू ही हैं। वो कहेंगे कि जो नए बच्चे हैं, आई एम पार्टी एनिमल। फिर वो पार्टी एनिमल 40 के बाद चलते फिरते फिर केमिस्ट बन जाते हैं। 4 बजे खानी है, 7 बजे खानी है, 8 बजे खानी है। तो फिर मेरी माँ ने हार नहीं मानी। जहाँ से वो दिन में मुझे 12-13 बार मसाज करती थी, कभी तिल के तेल से, कभी मस्टर्ड ऑयल से, कभी देसी घी से, कभी आयुर्वेदिक ऑयल से।
और डॉक्टर कहते हैं कि इस बीमारी में मसाज नहीं करना चाहिए, तो फिर वो उस हिसाब से नेचुरोपैथी से।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Presented by Royal Global University, Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
CBI remand note reveals clincher details. Ghosh downplayed the crime and peddled a suicide theory. Mamata government reaches out to protesting doctors, says arbitrarily that this will be the fifth and the final meet.
Of the government, as a responsible executive, you have to take disciplinary action against him, and that has not been started yet, as far as we know.
Senior doctors held a press conference today demanding transparency in the Arjikar probe.
जम्मू कश्मीर का एक क्षेत्र अगर तिरंगे से सुशोभित है तो मैं इस भूमि के हमारे पूर्वजों को इसके लिए सत नमन करूं।
On the last day of campaigning for the first phase of polls in Jammu and Kashmir, Amit Shah roars in Jammu, slams Congress and NC for backing terrorism.
मोदी जी ने धारा 370 जो हटाई वो अब इतिहास का पन्ना हो गई है। भारत के संविधान में धारा 370 के लिए कोई जगह नहीं है।
From Kishtwar, Amit Shah sends a strong message, says Article 370 will never be restored.
From the very beginning, claiming that the crisis in Manipur is not a mere law and order, it is with the hand of the outsider. So it has proved. I appreciate the Assam Rifles.
Republic News Break confirmed Manipur Chief Minister N. Biren Singh tells us foreign hand in violence is true.
Presented by Royal Global University, Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
All right, welcome friends. Let's begin the 5 p.m. live in breaking with some live reporting, in fact, from the ground. And let's cut straight to the venue where Arvind Kejriwal is closeted with top leadership of the Aam Aadmi Party to deliberate upon his announcement, which he made yesterday, that over the next 48 hours he would be quitting. Remember, 24 hours already done, and this very crucial meeting of what is called the Political Affairs Committee of the Aam Aadmi Party is taking place. It was supposed to take place at 5 p.m. and I'm told Riyanka is going to join us live, and Piyush, in fact, is joining us live. Piyush, if you are getting me, can you share with us whether this meeting, which was to start at 5 p.m. has started? Where exactly is it taking place? Is it taking place at the Aam Aadmi Party office? Is it taking place at the residence of one of the leaders? Because remember, Arvind Kejriwal has a lot of conditions insofar as his bail by the Supreme Court is concerned. And is this meeting going to deliberate on the next Chief Minister after Arvind Kejriwal tenders his resignation? I believe these are pictures of the venue where the meeting is to take place, leaders arriving. Piyush, if you are getting me, please tell us what's happening there.
Yes, good evening to you, Abhishek, and good evening to all our viewers who are viewing us at the moment. And right now, you can just see that action is over here at the 6 Flagstaff Road, where a group of ministers that constitute the Political Affairs Committee of Aam Aadmi Party are arriving. So far, Kailash Gehlot, Atishi, Raghav Chadha and ND Gupta have arrived, and there are some more ministers who are going to be arriving. Now, as you rightly mentioned, that this meeting is very crucial because over here it is going to be decided that what exactly the next course of action of Delhi Chief Minister presently is going to be. Now, tomorrow is also going to be a crucial day because tomorrow at around 4:30 p.m. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal is going to be meeting the Lieutenant Governor V.K. Saxena, and from there he is going to be tendering his resignation. But more importantly, this meeting which is going to be held at 6 Flagstaff Road, the images of which are being shown to you by my video journalist Vijay Parvez, is important because today, at least to the group of ministers who are going to be attending this meeting, it is going to be communicated that who is going to be the next Chief Minister of Delhi. And will Arvind Kejriwal give the reins to either his wife, Sunita Kejriwal? Will Arvind Kejriwal give the reins of Chief Minister to Atishi, another prominent minister, Kailash Gehlot or Gopal Rai? Now, there are several speculations that are making the names, but who is going to be the next Chief Minister is going to be first decided in the meeting that is going to be held over here in few minutes from here on. And tomorrow, most probably, is going to be told to us after the Delhi Chief Minister is going to tender his resignation to the Lieutenant Governor V.K. Saxena. Back to the studio.
Piyush, if you can also tell us who all have already arrived at this venue from where you are reporting, the residence of Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal?
So, Abhishek, there are a group of 11 ministers or 11 members of Political Affairs Committee. So far, there have been 4 members who have come. The prominent being Kailash Gehlot, who is the present Transport Minister of of the Delhi government, Atishi, the Education Minister, ND Gupta, the Rajya Sabha Member of Parliament, and Raghav Chadha. So these 4 members of Aam Aadmi Party have already arrived. We expect that some more members are going to arrive before this crucial meeting of the Political Affairs Committee of Aam Aadmi Party is going to start. Back to the studio.
Piyush, let's continue the conversation. You mentioned about the possibility of the likes of Kailash Gehlot and Atishi and Gopal Rai, among others, to be considered. What are the chances that Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's wife Sunita could also be considered for the job once Arvind Kejriwal resigns?
Well, when you are covering Arvind Kejriwal, the Delhi Chief Minister, it is very difficult to read his mind, and this only shows the kind of astute politician which he already is. And thereby, it is very difficult to comprehend that of the 3 names that have already been announced by you, perhaps there may be another trick which may be there from the sleeve of Arvind Kejriwal, who may or may not announce the name of Sunita Kejriwal as his next successor. Now, the name of Sunita Kejriwal is definitely making rounds because it is important to note over here, Abhishek, that when Arvind Kejriwal was in jail for 6 months, it was Sunita Kejriwal who was taking the charge and who was leading the party. In fact, it was she who till just some time back was also leading the charge in Haryana Assembly Polls, a state where Aam Aadmi Party is contesting all 90 seats. So you rightly mentioned that while the 3 names namely Atishi, Gopal Rai and Kailash Gehlot are making the rounds, it may be a possibility that perhaps there may be a big surprise and Sunita Kejriwal
যদি
ফলপ্রসূ না হয় তাহলে গোটা বাংলার মানুষের সঙ্গে কথা বলে তারা সিদ্ধান্ত নেবেন। কি বলছে? কি বলছে?
So right now, live visuals from the protesting spot of doctors at Shastro Bhavan, and the doctors are protesting, and also some of them will be visiting the Chief Minister in a while at 5 p.m. The meeting was scheduled, the meeting was delayed, and now the doctors are getting ready. Many of them are getting ready. That's Shontu, full frame, reporting from the spot of the doctors' protest. I'll try to translate what he's saying.
প্রশ্ন করে এইটাই উত্তর। এই মুহূর্তে কালীঘাটে, এই মুহূর্তে দেখে নিই কালীঘাটে হচ্ছে নাকি। আমাদের সঙ্গে প্রজ্ঞা এবং বিট্টু রয়েছে। প্রজ্ঞা এই মুহূর্তে
So that's what he's saying, that right now the doctors are waiting till they can visit, till they are preparing to visit the chief minister, and in a while they will be starting for the chief minister's residence. We know a while back the chief minister, the chief secretary sent them a letter accepting their third clause that the minutes of whole meeting with the chief minister will be recorded by both the parties, and that clause has been accepted by the government, and the chief minister is waiting, as we are getting to know from our sources. The chief minister is waiting to meet the doctors. On the other hand, the doctors are preparing their final draft of the demands that they will be carrying with them, and that very important and crucial meeting will happen in a while, and it's important because it might be the meeting that will solve the standlock or the stalemate that's happening for 35 days now. Junior doctors are protesting on the streets, cease of work. So that is what is happening, Abhishek, and big breaking is that finally the meeting might just happen today, and we are also showing visuals from the spot where the meeting will happen at Kalighat. So at one hand, the visuals from Kalighat, where security arrangement has been increased, security arrangements have been made in front of the chief minister's house. On the other hand, the doctors at Shastro Bhavan are still now protesting, raising slogans. Some of their representatives will be visiting the chief minister in a while. They'll be starting in a bus. We saw last time the whole meeting was cancelled in a way because the doctors' demands were not accepted. Later on, even though the doctors accepted many of the demands, many of the clauses by the government, still then they were in a way insulted according to the doctors and driven out of the chief minister's house. Now again they will be visiting the same location, and there is a hope that the stalemate might just be solved, and after that the junior doctors might just join back their duties at several hospitals from where they have come in. So that is a very important update or very important sequence of events that we are looking at, Abhishek.
Vishal, since you mentioned the backdrop of the last meeting, what are the chances that this time there won't be discord? For example, has an understanding been reached about the live broadcast of the meeting, the number of people, doctors who would be part of the delegation, etc., so that there is no breakdown of talks this time?
Well, very importantly, I'll remind our viewers that the chief secretary sent out a letter, and he very specifically reminded the doctors that today is the last day, and after this they won't be given another chance. Also, he mentioned that there will be no live streaming or video recording per se. The doctors accepted those demands. They replied in a way, they replied and gave three alternative options, saying first of all the video recording should happen. If that is not accepted, if that is not possible, then a copy of the video recording done by the government should be sent to them, and even if that is not possible, then a representative from both the sides should record minutes of the whole meeting, and that should be signed by both parties. Now, while the third clause is accepted by the government, now the doctors are preparing to leave for the meeting site, which is at the chief minister's residence, but we never know, because the last time also we saw at the last minute the doctors accepted the clauses of the government, but suddenly the chief minister and the state minister of health Chandrima Bhattacharya told them that it's time is over now, you leave or we have to just push you out. That's what the doctors said. So we never know what's going to happen at the end, but hopefully today the meeting might just happen, and very important crucial developments might just happen, which would probably solve the stalemate or the standlock between the doctors and the government today.
Right. Thank you so much, Kishila, with those updates, and we'll of course keep coming back to you once the crucial talks begin. So far as the Mamata government is concerned, this is the last chance the doctors have. That's what the chief secretary has communicated. Hopefully the deadlock would be breached. We of course are going to keep close track of those developments there. Moving on to some other stories from across the country in Bharat in 2 minutes. In Bengaluru, Vishwa Hindu Parishad and Bajrang Dal members protested due to a social media post prompting police deployment. Karnataka Minister and Congress leader MC Sudhakar commented that Bengaluru frequently experiences communal tensions, attributing political activity to these issues. He noted that controlling every individual is challenging and that miscreants from any religion can contribute to such problems. West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee has called for a meeting with junior doctors at a residence today. The doctors have requested that the meeting be live streamed to maintain public transparency. The doctors assert that their demands are justified and have not yielded to the government pressure. They are open to compromise but insist their concerns must be addressed for the meeting to be productive.
You say that they know this is the final time they're calling you. Let's see what they do. Nothing, because our demands are very justified, and if they want to scare us, we'll not be afraid of their taunts. We saw yesterday that they have gone to the chief minister and they basically pleaded her, but they kept their spine straight. I don't think we'll bend down again. Let's see. It will be a subject to discussion amongst everyone.
Ahead of PM Modi's visit to Jammu and Kashmir, IGP VK Birdi stated that extensive security measures have been implemented, including multi-tier arrangements and traffic advisories. The J&K police are on high alert to prevent any disturbances and ensure peace during the visit.
देखिए, इलेक्शन के दौरान ऐसे वीवीआईपी विजिट्स बिल्कुल आते रहते हैं और जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस ने उससे संबंधित जितने भी जो स्टैंडिंग ऑपरेटिंग प्रोसीजर है, जो अपने जो गाइडलाइंस के हिसाब से है, मल्टी टीयर जो उसकी सिक्योरिटी का पूरा इंतजाम किया गया है.
National Conference Vice President Omar Abdullah expressed hope that a significant number of votes will go to the National Conference candidates in the upcoming elections, expecting their success in the region. All right, the India-US military alliance is getting stronger by the day, going by the number of joint military exercises that the two nations hold. There is one ongoing, which is called Yuddhabhyas 2024. Have a look at what's really happening at the front there between India and the United States armies.
Mighty soldiers at work. High technology military equipment. Relentless drills. Exercise Yuddhabhyas 2024 is currently underway. Troops of the Indian Army and US military are training together to bolster interoperability and enhance synergy between forces of both nations in the 20th edition of the joint military exercise. This grand military exercise has kicked off with the utmost grandeur at the foreign training node Mahajan Field Firing Ranges in Rajasthan. India-US defense ties seem stronger than ever. Notably, India's Defense Minister Rajnath Singh also paid a visit to the United States last month.
All right, moving on. Today is the last day of campaigning for the first phase of elections in Jammu and Kashmir. Remember, this is the first election after the abrogation of Article 370 and 35A. The first election after the state was changed to a union territory. The first election only focused on Jammu and Kashmir, with Ladakh having been removed from the erstwhile state. The campaign attained a feverish pitch. Let's look at some of those colors from the ground.
Farooq Saab, till yesterday, Jamaat-e-Islami would call elections haram. And today, all of a sudden, it is becoming halal. They are the ones who have been supporting the separatist or calling boycott elections. Now they are all as an independent saying they want to restore the ban or they want to release the political prisoners. How do you see the move?
It is all
at the behest of the political party ruling in Delhi. They are feeding them, they are funding them, they are giving them all the support that they needed. They are part of them.
Do you see now that the parties like Apni Party or for the matter that AIP led by Engineer Rashid, they are welcoming on the one side Jamaat, then the separatist elements like Sarda, this Barkati. Why was this a need now coming on the floor to have these elements on ground? Till yesterday they were boycotted.
Because their interest is to divide Muslim vote here. And inshallah they will fail in it. Because people know who is behind them and what is the idea of those who are behind them.
National Conference and Congress in alliance trying to, as per the manifesto, trying to secure and save the people of Jammu and Kashmir, when the BJP in turn says they are there to spread more terrorism.
I think BJP should see we were never part of terrorism. Terrorism came from across the border. They are the ones who killed our people. My own party workers, the smallest party worker, was shot dead because he was National Conference. That man they took to Kandahar, one shouldn't forget, he shot my first cousin. He shot our MLA, Shafi Saab. He shot, and one of the incidents one should never forget, when he put a boy on the bridge and put bombs on him, and from the other side, he pressed a button. That boy was blown up to create fright. He's the one they took to Kandahar. They should apply for, answer the country for that. They are the ones who are promoting terrorism and frightening people. That terrorism, they are responsible. Borders are under them. It is for them to do and see nobody crosses. And they blame us. We are not the ones. They are the ones.
Prime Minister says the time has come when Jammu and Kashmir needs to be free from dynasty politics, but at the same time, India needs to be free from the dynasty politics, where he's mentioning about the Congress and the National Conference Alliance.
I think the dynasty will hit them hard anyway. Tell me, and tell the Prime Minister, how many are in his party who are from the dynasty? He doesn't count them because they are part of them. He mentions us. And I want to tell them that we will beat you. We'll beat you at this game. And inshallah, we'll win and show you that people are not going to listen to your rubbish.
शगुन, इस बार चुनाव की अगर बात की जाए, आप पर पार्टी ने भरोसा जताया है, एक ऐसे परिवार से आती हैं जिन्होंने आतंक का दर्द झेला है, क्या प्राथमिकताएं रहेंगी?
जी, हमारी पहली प्राथमिकता तो किश्तवाड़ की सुरक्षा रहेगी, यहाँ का अमन और चैन रहेगा, क्योंकि जिन लोगों ने हमारे साथ जो हादसा किया है, मैं बिल्कुल नहीं चाहूँगी कि ये हादसा किसी और के साथ हो। मैं बिल्कुल नहीं चाहूँगी जिस तरह से हमारे सिर से इन्होंने पिता का साया छीना है वो किसी और के साथ हो। इसलिए प्राथमिकता जो है हमारी वो सुरक्षा रहेगी। जितने भी ये आतंकवादियों के सरबराह यहाँ किश्तवाड़ में घूम रहे हैं, इन सबको जेलों में बंद होना चाहिए। हमारे सबसे पहला टारगेट यही होगा।
विरोधी दल की अगर बात की जाए तो नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस जो है वो ऑपोजिशन में है। नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस अपना जो मैनिफेस्टो है उसमें धारा 370 को वापस लाने की बात करता है, उसमें जेल में जो बंद कैदी हैं उन्हें छुड़ाने की बात करता है।
जी, नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस का हमेशा से ही ऐसी स्टेटमेंट्स रही हैं, वो हमेशा से ही माहौल को ख़राब करने की कोशिश करते आ रहे हैं और आगे भी उनकी यही कोशिशें जारी रहेंगी। क्योंकि अगर उन्होंने काम किया होता तो हमें ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों में विकास दिखता, हमें वहाँ पे स्कूल कॉलेजेस दिखते, हमें वहाँ पे हॉस्पिटल्स दिखते, लेकिन वहाँ पे उन्होंने कोई काम नहीं किया। इवन वहाँ पे अभी तक रोड नहीं पहुँची। आप देख रहे होंगे जहाँ आजकल 4 लेन हाईवेज, ब्रिजेस, मेट्रोज़ की बात होती है, हमारे ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों में रोड नहीं है। अफसोस होता है मुझे इस नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस की सरकार पर कि इन्होंने हमारी गरीब आवाम को हमेशा लूटा है।
अगर बात की जाए उमर अब्दुल्ला की, उमर अब्दुल्ला ये कहते हैं कि अफजल गुरु को फांसी नहीं होनी चाहिए, उन आतंकियों को फांसी नहीं होनी चाहिए जिन्होंने देश के लोगों को मारा। उन आतंकियों में वो भी शामिल थे जिन्होंने आपके पिताजी और आपके चाचा की जान ली। कैसा लगता है ऐसी स्टेटमेंट्स जब आप सुनती हैं?
जी, ऐसी स्टेटमेंट एक सम्मानित व्यक्ति अगर देते हैं तो ये बहुत ही निंदनीय है और उनको इस तरह की बातें करनी ही नहीं चाहिए। क्या उनकी सियासत आतंकवाद के बलबूते पे चलती है? तो अगर आतंकवादियों को ही छुड़वाना है तो वो आतंकवादियों की सरपरस्ती में रहें, वो आम जनता के लीडर क्यों बनने चले हैं?
Republic is leading the investigation in the Abhaya rape and murder case. It was Mamata's aide, her man Sandeep Ghosh, who tried to downplay the crime. This has been revealed in the CBI remand note, and that he also tried to peddle the suicide theory. More on this story at 6 p.m. on Across the Republic with me, Pragya Bakshi Sharma.
Director, the taste of success.
रेसलिंग से मुझे जुड़ने का मौका मिला था। मैं रेसलिंग फेडरेशन ऑफ इंडिया का पहला ब्रांड एम्बेसडर था 2014-15 में। तो अभी रेसलिंग बहुत फेमस थी, कई कुछ 2-3 साल से, मतलब पिछले साल तो बहुत फेमस रही। ब्रिजभूषण जी का हुआ, फिर जो हमारे जो रेसलर्स हैं, जो युवा रेसलर्स हैं, उनका कुछ हुआ। तो वो रेसलिंग पीछे आ रही थी। तो वो जो हो रहा था ना, वहां पे बैठे थे वो, मैं नहीं कहूँगा कि कौन सही कौन गलत है, मगर वो कुश्ती पीछे जा रही थी।
किस वजह से?
क्योंकि जब आप बैठते हैं कि रेसलिंग पे ऐसे एलिगेशन लगते हैं कि भैया सही पारदर्शिता नहीं हो रही, कोई मोलेस्टेशन का ये हो गया, कोई दूसरा हो गया, तो क्या होता है, वो चीज़ पीछे जाती है। कोई भी विवाद होता है, वो चीज़ आगे नहीं आती, वो विवाद से चीज़ हाईलाइट होकर पीछे जाती है। जैसे पहले कुछ मीडिया ने भी रेसलिंग को डिफरेंट लिया। पहले बोलते थे कि भैया 2 पहलवान बुला लाओ, 2 पहलवानों कर लाओ। तो क्या था कि पहलवान का अर्थ पता क्या होता है? पहलवान प्रथम, आवान माने हर चीज में। जो इंसान शारीरिक रूप से, मानसिक रूप से, अनुशासन रूप से प्रथम होता है, वो पहलवान होता है। विद द पर्सन इज फिजिकली मेंटली डिसिप्लिन फर्स्ट, ही और सी इज रेसलर। तो मुझे अनुराग जी से ही मेरी बात हुई, जो हमारे खेल मंत्री थे। बाकी ये सब हुआ यार, क्या करना चाहिए, ये तो ये वो है। अब मैं चुपचाप सुन रहा था, देख रहा था दोनों साइड, क्योंकि मैंने ब्रिजभूषण जी के साथ काम किया। ही वाज वेरी गुड। मैं क्योंकि कुश्ती के दौरान कुश्ती को बढ़ावा देने के लिए मुझे उससे अच्छा प्रेसिडेंट नहीं लगा अब तक का। अच्छा। मैंने बहुत प्रेसिडेंट देखे हैं, सबका अपना अलग अलग वो था। फिर बाकी ये बच्चे हैं, जैसे बजरंग है, साक्षी है, विनेश है, मेरे सामने आई, मतलब ये इनकी मैंने ग्रोथ देखी है। तो ये छोटे भाई बहन है। तो फिर मैंने सोचा कि मैं किसके लिए बोलूं, क्या बोलूं, मुझे खुद नहीं पता। मैं एमेच्योर रेसलिंग से काफी दूर हूं। तो फिर किसी ने, बहुत समझदारों ने बोला कि आपको रेसलिंग करना चाहिए, क्योंकि काफी पेरेंट्स अपनी बच्चियों को इनको रेसलिंग में डाल रहे हैं।
अच्छा।
मतलब वो थोड़ा सा वो कर रहे हैं कि भाई रेसलिंग इतना सेफ नहीं है या ये नहीं है। तो मौका मिला, फिर मैंने 7 साल बाद रेसलिंग किया।
आप मानते रेसलिंग में प्रॉब्लम्स है?
देखिए, आप पूरा नाम क्या लिखते हैं?
रक्षिता मिश्रा। रक्षिता मिश्रा।
देखिए रक्षिता जी, पता है क्या है कि प्रॉब्लम हर जगह और प्रॉब्लम कहीं भी नहीं है। वो कहते हैं मानो तो गंगा माँ, ना मानो तो बहता पानी। क्या होता है कि गाछ है कैसी, वो चश्मा हरा होना चाहिए, सब कुछ हरा हरा दिखाई देगा। तो कई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, और कुछ ऐसी जगह है जहां पे प्रॉब्लम है। मैं ये कहूँगा कि प्रॉब्लम है या नहीं है। जब मैं एक्चुअली एमेच्योर रेसलिंग करता था ना, आज तो देखो कोई मेडल आता तो वो करोड़पति बन जाता है। हम जब, मुझे आज भी याद है, जब मैं 2005 में सीनियर वर्ल्ड रेसलिंग चैंपियनशिप में जा रहा था, मेरे पास वीजा फी के पैसे नहीं होते थे। हम सुबह से शाम तक वीजा फी का इंतजाम करते थे। 500 रुपये आपसे मांग रहे हैं, 500 उनसे मांग रहे हैं। उस टाइम यूरोप की वीजा फीस होती थी 3,500-4 हज़ार रुपये। बाहर जाते नहीं थे। मेडल छोड़ दो, टारगेट ये होता था इंडिया रिप्रेजेंट कर लिया, नौकरी मिल जाएगी, बहुत बड़ी बात है। और किसी को इंग्लिश नहीं आती थी, कुछ नहीं आता था। अब तो कोई ओलंपिक में मेडल आए, सरकार ने भंडार खोल रखे, खजाने खोल रखे, आप 100 करोड़ का इंसान बन सकता है, कितने ही कर लो। तो फिर मैंने रेसलिंग किया।
Revival of cricket in Kashmir is taking after 4 decades.
Mighty soldiers at work. High technology military equipment. Relentless drills. Exercise Yuddhabhyas 2024 is currently underway. Troops of the Indian Army and US military are training together to bolster interoperability and enhance synergy between forces of both nations in the 20th edition of the joint military exercise. This grand military exercise has kicked off with the utmost grandeur at the foreign training node Mahajan Field Firing Ranges in Rajasthan. India-US defense ties seem stronger than ever. Notably, India's Defence Minister Rajnath Singh also paid a visit to the United States last month.
মুখ্যমন্ত্রী আমাদের কথা অবশ্যই শুনবেন এবং অ্যাকশন নেবেন। এই মুহূর্তে ছবি দেখানোর চেষ্টা করি। পিঙ্কি সেই ছবি তুলে ধরছিল আমাদের অপর প্রতিনিধি। এই মুহূর্তে সেই ছবি আমরা দেখতে পাচ্ছি। স্লোগান, মানুষের স্লোগান, বাসকে ঘিরে মানুষের স্লোগান এই মুহূর্তে চোখে পড়ার মতো। আমি ছবি দেখানোর চেষ্টা করছি সেই ছবি। চেষ্টা করবো বাসকে ঘিরে ধরে স্লোগান, বাসে যারা রয়েছে তাদেরকে কার্যত যোদ্ধার মতো আশীর্বাদ করছে।
সমস্ত পূর্ব শর্ত ছেড়ে দিয়েই আমরা যাচ্ছি এবং সমস্ত পূর্ব শর্ত ছেড়ে আমরা আগের দিন কার্যত ঘাটঘাটটাকে ফিরে এসেছি। তাও অচলাবস্থা কাটানোর ব্যাপারে আমরা উদ্যোগী, তার জন্যই আমরা বৈঠকে যাচ্ছি। তিনি আমাদের দাবি মানবেন তবে আমাদের আন্দোলন উঠবে। এখন মানবেন না মানবেন, অচলাবস্থা কাটাবেন, সবটাই ওনার হাতে।
এই বৈঠকের সময় আপনারা কি তিনটে স্লোগান করছেন? কতজন যাচ্ছেন? আপনারা কতজন?
Well, the junior doctors are moving towards Kalighat, the residence of Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, and they have decided that they will attend the meeting. The government of West Bengal have written them a letter, and the doctors now, they are saying on Republic Bangla Boom that they want to give a message to the government that they are ready. They are ready to cooperate with the government, as the government is calling them to meet the chief minister, so they are going, but they will not compromise. They have 5-point demands and they will not get back from those demands. In the meeting, they will reiterate those demands in front of the chief minister, and if the government decides to respond to the demands of the junior doctors, the protesters, then there may be some breakthrough. Otherwise, if the government decides not to respond to the demands positively, then nothing can happen. No breakthrough could be reached.
আমরা মানুষের এই যে ভালোবাসা, এই ভালোবাসাকে আমরা অত্যন্ত কৃতজ্ঞ। মানুষ আমাদের দাবিগুলোকে তারা বুঝতে পেরেছেন, তারা মনে করেছেন এগুলো তাদের দাবি, এটা জনগণের দাবি, জনস্বার্থের দাবি।
So the doctors are now saying that they are really overwhelmed at the support from the common mass of West Bengal, and they are saying that the love, the affection, the common people of West Bengal are extending towards them, that is overwhelming. And as the doctors are making, they are pushing forward this 5-point demands. This overwhelming love and affection coming from the mass proves that their demands are justified, and that's why they will fight for these demands till the end.
আমরা যে কজন আগের দিন গেছিলাম তারাই যাচ্ছি, আমরা যে কজন গেছিলাম সে কজনই যাচ্ছি। সংখ্যাটা
those who went to Chief Minister's residence the earlier day for the meeting, which meeting could not happen, all of them are going to Chief Minister's residence today once again. 30 to 35 representatives from the junior doctors were sent to Chief Minister's residence the earlier day, but on that day, you know that the meeting could not happen because the government of West Bengal, the administration, even the Chief Minister was not ready to allow any live streaming or any videography by the doctors of the whole meeting, and that's why the meeting could not happen. Today, once again, the junior doctors are sending their representatives to meet the Chief Minister Kalighat, and the doctors are saying that those who went the earlier day to meet the Chief Minister. Only those representatives are being sent to Kalighat, the personal residence of Chief Minister once again. They will meet the Chief Minister, they will meet the officers accompanying her, and they will place their 5-point demands in front of the government, and they will not compromise on any of the 5 points they are pushing forward for last 1 month.
সঞ্জয় যদি বাসের সামনেটা দেখায় মানুষ পুরো ভিড় করে রয়েছে স্লোগান দিচ্ছেন আর কনভয় রেডি ছবি দেখানোর চেষ্টা করব আর থেকে আসি
The convoy is ready at the spot, from the spot of the dharna which is going on near Shastha Bhavan. From there the convoy is about to move forward to Chief Minister's place. The convoy is ready. The doctors, the representatives of the junior doctors have boarded the bus, and the bus is now moving. The bus is about to move towards Chief Minister's residence, and with proper security and pilot car and all, the escort van is also ready. The convoy is about to leave the spot. Spot means the spot where the dharna is going on for last few days near Shastha Bhavan. You can see the place. The pilot car being given by police is ready in front of the bus in which the representatives of the junior doctors have boarded, and at any moment this convoy will start from this place in Salt Lake towards Kalighat. The place where this convoy is ready now, where the dharna is going on for last few days, that is in the Salt Lake area, where the Shastha Bhavan is situated, and from this Salt Lake this convoy will first go to Eastern Metropolitan Bypass, and through bypass it will move forward towards Kalighat, where there is the residence of Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee. At any moment the convoy will start moving. Once again the junior doctors are responding positively towards the call given by the government of West Bengal. You know that today the Chief Secretary of West Bengal sent a mail to the junior doctors, and in that mail the Chief Secretary clearly wrote it that this is the last chance in front of the doctors. We are not sure that whether this should be the language in a letter written by the Chief Secretary to the protesting junior doctors, that this is the last chance, this is the last initiative being taken. If the junior doctors want to respond to it, then well, if not, then the government will take its own course, take its own decision. Junior doctors are saying that, keeping aside all such points, they are responding positively to the call being given by the government, because they want a breakthrough. They want this impasse to end. They do not want to continue with this impasse unnecessarily. But for reaching the breakthrough, the government also has to do something. The government has also to nod positively towards the demands being put forward by the doctors. So as the meeting could not happen, and on several occasions, you have already seen that at Nabarno Sabhaghar, when the first meeting was arranged, that meeting could not happen because live streaming of the meeting was not being allowed by the government. Then again another meeting was called at Chief Minister's residence. There also it could not happen because not only live streaming but the videography of the event will also not be done, it was being said by the government. So the doctors left the place of the Chief Minister. Today once again they are going, and the government is not ready to buzz a little bit from its position, because the government has said that this time also no videography will be allowed, this time also no live streaming will be allowed. But the doctors on their part have sent a mail to the Chief Secretary in which they have written that they are taking with them 2 transcript takers on their part, because they will note down the minutes of the meeting. And before boarding into this bus for going to the meeting, they have addressed the media also. The junior doctors in that address has said that they are taking 2 professional stenographers with them. They will be there inside the meeting and they will throughout take the notes of the meeting, and after that the minutes will be shared from on the part of the doctors with the government, and on the part of the government which minutes will be taken, that will also be shared with the doctors, and both the parties, all the representatives of both the parties will be the signatories to those minutes. So this is not still clear that whether these 2 stenographers who are accompanying these junior doctors will be allowed inside the meeting or not. Though in the mail the junior doctors have clearly written that they are taking some transcript takers with them for getting the note of the minutes vividly on the part of the protesters. In the reply mail, the Chief Secretary has written that there will be minute sharings between the 2 sides and all the representatives will be allowed to sign on the minutes. But whether these 2 transcript takers, whether these 2 professional stenographers whom the doctors are taking with them will be allowed inside the meeting or not, that is not clear from the mail of the Chief Secretary. So this is yet to see. We have to see whether they are being allowed inside or this is becoming another issue, whether this is going to become another big issue, whether this is going to become another flashpoint which is going to continue this impasse even more. That is yet to be seen, because in the reply mail the Chief Secretary has not written anything clearly that whether they are going to allow the 2 professional stenographers inside the meeting whom the junior doctors are taking with them for noting down the minutes. Back to the studio.
Doctors to meet Mamta Banerjee, and they also need to, at this final countdown, the doctors are also trying to see what and which of their demands are going to be met. There's a to and fro between Mamta Banerjee and the doctors. Back and forth continues. Fresh mail has been sent to Mamta Banerjee. A big sense of trying to get an entire meeting that could possibly end the impasse. But doctors and Mamta Banerjee are to meet. Doctors are going to take stenographers along, we are being told. And breaking news coming, they're going to try and record the minutes of the meeting, which was earlier rejected as a demand by the Mamta Banerjee government. Possibly out of the 10 demands, 3 to 4 have been agreed to. The We Want Justice chants continue as the delegation of doctors is going to meet Mamta Banerjee and the Chief Secretary of the state. The government is now denying permission to record the meeting, but extremely crucial that is what they would like to do. I also want to go across once again to Kishlay to also get a sense, Ishan Dev, to get a sense of when the meeting will begin, how long it will continue for, and if any word is coming from what could possibly be the compromise, if possible, between the 2 sides.
Well, the doctors have made it quite clear that they are not going to compromise on their 5-point demands. The demands, you know, you have already shown those demands through graphical representation. One of the major demands are the removal of DME, the removal of DHS, the removal of the CP of Kolkata Police, and also the removal of DC North, Deputy Commissioner North of Kolkata, and ensuring the security of the junior doctors and all other health personnel in West Bengal. So these are the major demands, and from their 5-point demands, they will not back down. They will not compromise even one demand from these 5 points they are pushing forward for last 1 month. This is being said by the doctors. They before boarding the bus, for going to Chief Minister's place. They have met the media and they have once again officially and clearly uttered these words that they are not going to compromise on their 5-point demands. So as the Chief Secretary has written to them once again, as the Chief Secretary is again and again is insisting them to come to Chief Minister's place and to sit in a meeting with her to end the impasse. So they are going to positively respond to this call, and that's why they are going to meet the Chief Minister. But at the meeting, they are not going there with a view to compromise on their demands. Rather, they are going there to let the Chief Minister hear their demands in person. This is being said by the doctors before they are starting for Chief Minister's place. So no compromise will be on the demands they are pushing forward for last 1 month. This is the last statement by the junior doctors before boarding the bus for going to Chief Minister's place. And they are, as I was also saying you, that they are taking 2 professional stenographers with them for taking down the minutes of the meeting which will be there between the representatives of the doctors and the Chief Minister. But whether that 2 professional stenographers will be allowed inside the meeting or not, that is not yet clear, because the Chief Secretary in his mail has written that the minutes will be shared with the doctors. But whether that minutes will be taken on the part by the government or the administration only, or the doctors will be also allowed to take their stenographers inside, that is not clear from the letter. So before this convoy reaches Chief Minister's place, and before the representatives of the junior doctors and the 2 stenographers accompanying them, they are being allowed inside Chief Minister's residence. We cannot say whether this meeting is going to happen or it is going to be a successful meeting. We have to wait for that. Back to the studio.
Absolutely. And Ishandev, as you continue to stay with us, the breaking news that we continue getting and trying to get is whether the doctors can record the entire meeting, whether the state is ready to give those minutes of the meeting, Ishandev, and video recording is one of the sticking points that they have. There's also details of how there seems to be a clean sheet that is given to some. There is a lot of deadlock that continues as the doctors are to meet Mamta Banerjee. The delegation is heading to the Chief Minister's residence from the Swasthya Bhavan, where we've all been seeing the protest continue, where they say we want justice. I also want to get in a sense about the CBI remand, the remand copy, the police remand copy, and Ishandev, how the details in that have actually shocked everyone.
Would you please repeat your question once specifically?
Yes. Ishandev, what is the sense that you are getting when we are trying to see this impasse? The documents that are there clearly show, ahead of the crucial Supreme Court hearing in the RG car murder case, that they are still trying to see how the CBI says there are allegations against Arnab Ghosh, who introduced the theory of suicide.
Well, there are many missing links in the investigation report which was being prepared by the police here before CBI took up the case in their own hand as per the instruction of the court. And why there was so much delay in lodging an FIR, why the police came to the spot, the place of occurrence, so late, while the police station is situated just 1.2 kilometers away from the RG Medical College and Hospital. Why it was not written as a murder or rape case? Why the mention of murder was not written in the first occasion when the FIR was lodged at first? All these questions are there, and you can see now that the bus has started moving. The bus where the representatives of the doctors and their accompanying boarded, that has started. The pilot cars are moving, the escort vans are moving, and amid tight security, the bus has started from the spot of dharna towards Chief Minister's residence. So from the dharna spot at Shastha Bhavan, Salt Lake, the representatives of the protesting junior doctors have started now. They are moving towards Kalighat, which is in the South Calcutta. And the Salt Lake is the part of East Calcutta. So from Salt Lake, within 20 minutes to half an hour, within 20 minutes to half an hour, this convoy will reach Chief Minister's place, and after that, sharply after that, the meeting will start, we hope, as the doctors have kept aside their conditions for the meeting one after another. So the government will also be, to some extent, soft towards the representatives of the doctors. This is expected because on the part of the junior doctors there was the condition of the live streaming of the event, but the government is not ready to allow, so the live streaming is not happening. The doctors said that they will videograph the whole meeting, but the chief secretary in his mail clearly said that no, the government will not any videography on the part of the doctors. The doctors kept aside that condition also. Now only minutes sharing between the two sides has been decided upon, and the doctors are saying that they are taking 2 transcript takers, 2 professional stenographers with them, who will take note of the whole minutes of the meeting. But these stenographers will be allowed inside the residence of the Chief Minister or not, that is another issue that could appear as another flashpoint. And till this whole team is allowed inside Chief Minister's residence at Kalighat, we cannot say whether this meeting is going to happen or this is going to be successful. And I would once again like to tell you that before boarding the bus for going to the meeting, the doctors made the media, and officially they once again have said that as the government urges upon the meeting repeatedly, so they are showing a positive gesture. They are responding to it positively. They are going to meet the Chief Minister at her residence, but they are not going to compromise on their 5-point demands. In the meeting, the contention on the part of the doctors will be only and only on the 5-point demands. They will reiterate their demands in front of the Chief Minister in person, and they will make this demand that the Chief Minister has to respond positively to their demands only. Otherwise, there could be no breakthrough reached. This is the last statement on the part of the representatives of the junior doctors before they boarded the bus for starting towards Kalighat. Back to the studio.
All right, thank you for those details. This is the top focus that viewers, we're going to continue to be tracking. Ishandev, transparent, rapid CBI investigation, the doctors' key demands. The demands want transparent investigation, and they also say transparency has to be there in the meeting called this evening. They have to address the systematic failure in Bengal. They've also said action, the medical council must be dissolved. There should be no action taken on peaceful protesters. Remove all those involved in the cover-up. One of the very important points that have been stated. Senior police officials and the DCP should be immediately removed. The 4th demand, key demand. And finally, fulfill the junior doctors' demands as well. They want a transparent meeting process. Viewers, the other top focus, Manipur Chief Minister N. Biren Singh, in an exclusive conversation with Republic, confirmed the arrest of KNA-B cadre with proof of arms supply. It will be handed over to the NIA. He's also reiterated the involvement of external forces in the ongoing tensions in the state.
So one KNA-B cadet has been arrested from very close to the Indo-Myanmar border. How do you react to this?
No, I really appreciate some rifles who arrested KNA-B cadres from Myanmar And also the media report says that this particular cannabis personnel cadre was supplying arms and ammunition to the militants operating in the Manipur. So it clearly shows that I, from the very beginning, claiming that the crisis in Manipur is not a mere law and order. It is with the hand of the outsider. So it has proved. I appreciate the Assam Rifles.
So now since it has been proved that a foreign hand is involved, are you going to take up the matter with the higher authorities?
Definitely this case will be handed over to the NIA, and I have already requested to the ministry, and they will definitely take up.
Viewers, at the top of focus, the highly anticipated One Nation, One Election could become a reality very soon. Sources in the central government have informed Republic that the NDA plans to table the bill soon. The One Nation, One Election has been one of the BJP's key promises in its Lok Sabha election manifestos. Take a look at this report for all the details.
चुनाव एक साथ होने चाहिए। पंचायत से लेकर पार्लियामेंट तक चुनाव अगर एक साथ होते हैं, विधानसभा और लोकसभा के चुनाव एक साथ होते हैं तो काफी खर्च में भी बचत होगी और वारंवार जो चुनावी आचार संहिता आती है इसके कारण विकास की बाधा भी समाप्त होगी।
A fresh storm is brewing in the political corridors of Bharat. Sources say that the NDA government will be implementing the One Nation, One Poll law in this tenure as part of Modi 3.0's 100-day blueprint. After the Prime Minister's strong pitch.
आज कोई भी योजना को चुनाव के साथ जोड़ देना आसान हो गया है, क्योंकि हर 3 महीने 6 महीने कहीं न कहीं चुनाव चल रहा है। कोई भी योजना जाहिर करोगे आप तो मीडिया में देखेंगे, चुनाव आया तो फलाना हो गया, चुनाव आया तो फलाना हो गया। हर काम को चुनाव के रंग से रंग दिया गया है। सभी राजनीतिक दलों ने अपने विचार रखे हैं। एक कमेटी ने बहुत बढ़िया अपना रिपोर्ट तैयार किया है। वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन के लिए देश को आगे आना होगा।
The NDA government is confident of receiving the required nod across party lines. Back in March, a top-level panel led by former President Ramnath Kovind submitted a report to President Murmu. The 18,626-page report outlined the benefits of this long-pending reform. The Indy has upped the ante.
The Communist Party of India is not in favor of one nation, one election. We have reasons for that. In a country like ours, it is not possible, practical at all. And this issue is not a new issue. This issue was debated, discussed earlier also. After that only, the Constituent Assembly decided to have a permanent election commission.
कैसे कर पाएंगे फैसला? जिन राज्यों के अंदर सरकारों का टाइम खत्म हो गया वहाँ तो इनको कराने ही पड़ेंगे। और वो समय तब था, मुझे लगता है, जब प्रधानमंत्री को लगता था 350 सीटें आएंगी। अब तो 240 सीटों वाली सरकार चला रहे हैं। ये भी हो सकता है वन नेशन वन पोल के चक्कर में इनकी 240 भी ना रहे। तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि अभी ये जो है इसकी तरफ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं।
जिस तरह से संवैधानिक संस्थाएं उनको इन्होंने कुचल डाला है, तो ये पार्लियामेंट्री सिस्टम है, प्रेसिडेंशियल सिस्टम नहीं है। और ये भिन्नताओं का देश है, डाइवर्स कल्चर है, तो हमें स्वीकार नहीं है। हमें पार्लियामेंट्री सिस्टम के हिसाब से यह स्वीकार नहीं, वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन।
Even as the political face-off escalates, will this crucial bill reap its intended impact?
Clincher cover-up evidence. Mamta must answer now. Was Mamta protecting Ghosh? All this and more on Across the Republic at 6 p.m.
ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಮ್ಮಿಟ್ಗಳ ಇತಿಹಾಸದಲ್ಲೇ ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ಮೈಲುಗಲ್ಲು ಸೃಷ್ಟಿಸೋಕೆ ವೇದಿಕೆ ಸಿದ್ಧವಾಗಿದೆ. ರಿಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ಕನ್ನಡ ಮಹಾ ಸಂಗಮ. ಇದು ಕನಸಿನ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ದಿಗ್ಗಜರ ಸಮಾಗಮ ಅತಿ ಶೀಘ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ.
capsule. You can see it turning a little bit with the drogue parachutes. And there are the 4 main chutes now deployed. They'll slowly open up to their full deployment here in just a few seconds.
Incredible views of the Polaris Dawn crew return. We can see the Polaris Dawn crew nestled in their seats there on the left-hand side of your screen as they anticipate their splashdown.
200, we're bracing.
Copy, 200 embraced.
Bracing for splashdown. That will be the final call we hear from Jared until contact with the ocean surface. Standing by for a splashdown of the Polaris Dawn crew. And there you can see.
Surface copies, we see splash.
As you can see on your screen, and by the cheers behind us, the Polaris Dawn crew has successfully splashed down.
Welcome back to planet Earth, Polaris.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
India is likely to witness its biggest electoral reform after government sources have told Republic that one nation, one poll could be in the agenda. Another story that we are covering from the national capital is the resignation of Arvind Kejriwal as the Chief Minister. This after Supreme Court curtailed his powers as the CM after he got bail in the Liquorgate case. Another story coming in from Manipur on your screens, where the CM has spoken exclusively to Republic and he has said that there is a foreign involvement in the tensions in the state. Another story that we are covering today is from Kolkata, Bengal, where Mamata's aide is under lens. This after the CBI remand note exclusively accessed by Republic has exposed that he peddled the suicide theory. Mamata's man peddled the suicide theory in the Abhaya rape and murder case. All these stories and more after the headlines.
Presented by Royal Global University, Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
CBI remand note exposes the role of Mamata's man in the cover-up in Abhaya rape and murder case. Mamata calls for final talks. She gives a deadline to the doctors, says this is the 5th and the final invite to them for talks as they continue the protests.
Of the government. As a responsible executive, you have to take disciplinary action against him, and that has not been started yet, as far as we know.
Doctors call for judicial inquiry in cover-up angle as Mamata extends invite to meet. Centre to bring bill on one nation, one election during its current term.
I, from the very beginning, claiming that the crisis in Manipur is not a mere law and order. It is with the hand of the outsider. So it has proved. I appreciate the Assam Rifles.
Public news break confirmed. Manipur CM N. Biren Singh confirms foreign hand in violence in the state.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
The Abhaya rape and murder case is seeing mounting anger, with junior doctors unwavering in their demands. The CBI has intensified its probe, zeroing in on Sandeep Ghosh and key police officials in an alleged cover-up. The 37-day fight for justice continues as India demands accountability in the gruesome crime. Here's a report on everything that has unfolded today.
Anger over the Archikar rape and murder probe continues to mount. Junior doctors are firm on their demands.
আমাদের যে আন্দোলন চলছিল সেই আন্দোলনের যে ধারা যে স্পিরিট সেই স্পিরিট অনুযায়ী দাবি সেই স্পিরিট অনুযায়ী চলবে আমাদের যে 5 দফা দাবি আস্তে আস্তে আমাদের যে 5 দফা দাবি সেই 5 দফা দাবি নিয়ে আমরা যে কোনো জায়গাতে আলোচনায় বসতে চাই আলোচনায় বসা নিয়ে আমাদের মধ্যে কোনো দ্বিমত নেই আমরা অতি দ্রুততায় এই আলোচনায় বসতে চাই এবং অতি দ্রুততার সাথে কাজে ফিরতে চাই
Mamata is running out of time to adhere to these demands. The CBI has meanwhile cracked the whip on Sandeep Ghosh and other key suspects. Sources indicate that Tala police station SHO Abhijit Mondal is in hot water over phone records. Records of him talking to the Commissioner of Police several times on the day of the murder has raised eyebrows. Meanwhile, CBI's remand note clearly mentions that despite knowledge, Sandeep Ghosh did not insist the registration of an FIR.
A new theory of suicide was introduced, which is not possible as per the external injury visible on the body of the victim being underdressed by lower part. Important to point out here, right from the day this story has been reported by Republic TV, we've been saying that there has been a deliberate attempt, particularly by the hospital authorities, to pass this off as a suicide case. This is exactly what Abhaya's parents also had to say, that the first call that was received by them, the hospital authorities told them that her daughter had died by suicide. Now that is the claim that was made by Abhaya's parents. Now this has been corroborated in the remand copy of the Central Bureau of Investigation.
The cover-up mystery is deeper than what meets the eye.
It was at 9:30 a.m. on 9th of August that Dr. Sumitra Roy, who was on duty, found Abhaya's body on the 3rd floor, which is the seminar hall. The first call was made from the hospital to the Tala police station, and the diary entry was made by the police officer, and that is when the police officers left for the Arjikar hospital. Exactly 20 minutes that the police officers took to reach the hospital. In fact, that being said, note that the SHO of the Tala police station, Abhijit Mondal, has now been arrested by the Central Bureau of Investigation. However, the mystery of this 40 minutes, which is the time period between 9:30 a.m. to 10:10 a.m. still remains.
37 days on, the fight for Abhaya continues. One gruesome murder and a massive cover-up conspiracy. How much longer will India have to wait before the perpetrators meet their fate?
It's a story Republic is investigating closely. Moving on to a news from Manipur now. Chief Minister N. Biren Singh has spoken exclusively to Republic and he has confirmed that the arrest of a KNAB cadre with proof of arms supply will be handed over to the NIA. He reiterated the involvement of external forces in the ongoing tensions in the state. Here's a story.
Speaking exclusively to Republic, Manipur CM Biren Singh has stated that NIA is set to take over the case of Kuki insurgent arrest.
No, I really appreciate the Assam Rifles who arrested the KNAB cadres from Myanmar, and also the media report says that this particular KNAB personnel cadre was supplying arms and ammunition to the militant operating in the Manipur. So it clearly shows that I, from the very beginning, claiming that the crisis in Manipur is not a mere law and order. It is with the hand of the outsider.
This comes after a suspected cadre of the Kuki National Army Burma, KNAB, was apprehended in the Chandel district by Assam Rifles and then handed over to the Manipur police. The individual, identified as Thangliang Kap, hails from Kampat, Myanmar. According to intelligence sources, Thangliang Kap was conducting a recce of the jungle route. The intel says that it was allegedly in preparation for supplying arms.
If we talk about the entire ongoing ethnic situation in the Manipur, but this small step is a giant leap, and this is a major breakthrough in this entire investigation. We have the Chief Minister of Manipur coming on record confirming that he is a KNAB cadre who has been arrested very close to the Indo-Myanmar border. In fact, he has been arrested from Chandel district.
The arrest marked the first concrete evidence of KNA Burma's involvement in the ongoing violence in Manipur.
Now, India is likely to witness or undergo its biggest electoral reform. This is likely expected to, in fact, it is expected to save a lot of wastefulness of resources, wastefulness of finances even. Taking you through the details of what One Nation, One Poll really means, it is an agenda that was promised in 2014 when Prime Minister Modi was first sworn in as the PM. The government had formed a committee under the chairmanship of former President Ramnath Kovind, who had submitted its report. The panel has recommended simultaneous elections for the Lok Sabha and the state assemblies as a first step, which would then be followed by synchronized local body elections. Let's break the nitty-gritties of the One Nation, One Election policy that seems to be on the cards of the Modi 3.0 government. On your screens are the details of One Nation, One Poll. Moving on to another point, Indians to vote in Lok Sabha and state polls simultaneously. So this is basically the main point of the policy, that it means all Indians will vote in the Lok Sabha and the state assembly elections to pick central and state representatives in the same year, if not at the same time. Moving on to the next point, simultaneous elections were held till 1967. Now, we have seen this in the past. Till 1967, that is post-independence, elections, general elections were held simultaneously with the state legislative assembly elections. While the practice continued till 1967, due to the dissolution of some state assemblies in 1968 and 1969, the system of simultaneous elections was discontinued. So yes, it is an idea which is not completely new to the country. Now, since 2014, the Modi government has been espousing simultaneous elections, stating that it will reduce wastage of public money and will ensure the smooth flow of development work, which otherwise gets disrupted when the Model Code of Conduct is in force. According to reports, the mammoth 60,000 crores were spent in election expenditure during the 2019 Lok Sabha election. The ones favoring the one nation, one election policy say that the policy will increase the efficiency of the administration. Furthermore, it is also expected to bring about consistency, continuity in the policies and the programs of the government. The committee submitted its report on 14th March 2024 after inviting suggestions from various stakeholders, including political parties, experts on law, including former Chief Justices of India and former Chief Justices of High Courts, former Chief Election Commissioners of India, and State Election Commissioners were invited for interaction in person with the committee. A public notice was also issued in the newspapers and social media to invite suggestions and comments from citizens and organizations. The panel has drawn conclusions regarding the viability of this policy after extensive rounds of consultation. However, the entire exercise remains easier said than done. Critics say holding just one mega election would be a complex exercise. It's a big country, and in just one ballot, one box, it's a complex exercise. Or, in fact, the opposition has time and again said that such an exercise undermines the federal structure of Bharat. Moving on to the same story, we are bringing you a comprehensive, detailed report on what one nation, one election will entail. Let's have a look.
चुनाव एक साथ होने चाहिए। पंचायत से लेकर पार्लियामेंट तक चुनाव अगर एक साथ होते हैं, विधानसभा और लोकसभा के चुनाव एक साथ होते हैं, तो काफी खर्च में भी बचत होगी और वारंवार जो चुनावी आचार संहिता आती है, इसके कारण विकास की बाधा भी समाप्त होगी।
A fresh storm is brewing in the political corridors of Bharat. Sources say that the NDA government will be implementing the One Nation, One Poll law in this tenure as part of Modi 3.0's 100-day blueprint. After the Prime Minister's strong pitch.
आज कोई भी योजना को चुनाव के साथ जोड़ देना आसान हो गया है, क्योंकि हर 3 महीने 6 महीने कहीं न कहीं चुनाव चल रहा है। कोई भी योजना जाहिर करोगे आप तो मीडिया में देखेंगे, चुनाव आया तो फलाना हो गया, चुनाव आया तो फलाना हो गया। हर काम को चुनाव के रंग से रंग दिया गया है। सभी राजनीतिक दलों ने अपने विचार रखे हैं। एक कमेटी ने बहुत बढ़िया अपना रिपोर्ट तैयार किया है। वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन के लिए देश को आगे आना होगा।
The NDA government is confident of receiving the required nod across party lines. Back in March, a top-level panel led by former President Ramnath Kovind submitted a report to President Murmu. The 18,626-page report outlined the benefits of this long-pending reform. The Indy has upped the ante.
The Communist Party of India is not in favor of one nation, one election. We have reasons for that. In a country like ours, it is not possible, practical at all. And this issue is not a new issue. This issue was debated, discussed earlier also. After that only, the Constituent Assembly decided to have a permanent election commission.
कैसे कर पाएंगे फैसला? जिन राज्यों के अंदर सरकारों का टाइम खत्म हो गया, वहाँ तो इनको कराने ही पड़ेंगे। और वो समय तब था, मुझे लगता है, जब प्रधानमंत्री को लगता था 350 सीटें आएंगी। अब तो 240 सीटों वाली सरकार चला रहे हैं। ये भी हो सकता है वन नेशन वन पोल के चक्कर में इनकी 240 भी ना रहे। तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि अभी ये जो है इसकी तरफ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं।
जिस तरह से संवैधानिक संस्थाएं उनको इन्होंने कुचल डाला है, तो ये पार्लियामेंट्री सिस्टम है, प्रेसिडेंशियल सिस्टम नहीं है। और ये भिन्नताओं का देश है, डाइवर्स कल्चर है, तो हमें स्वीकार नहीं है। हमें पार्लियामेंट्री सिस्टम के हिसाब से यह स्वीकार नहीं, वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन।
Even as the political face-off escalates, will this crucial bill reap its intended impact?
Arvind Kejriwal has announced his resignation as Delhi Chief Minister. AAP leaders are in a huddle at his residence as speculations grow over his successor. Here's a report.
Days after he walked out of Tihar, hours after he announced his resignation.
दोस्तों, 2 दिन के बाद, आज से 2 दिन के बाद मैं सीएम की कुर्सी से इस्तीफा देने जा रहा हूं। और मैं तब तक सीएम की कुर्सी पे नहीं बैठूंगा जब तक जनता अपना फैसला ना सुना दे। आज से कुछ महीने बाद चुनाव है। मैं जनता को निवेदन करना चाहता हूं, अपील करना चाहता हूं, अगर आपको लगता है केजरीवाल ईमानदार है, मेरे पक्ष में वोट दे देना।
Speculation is rife over who will take over as the next chief minister. AAP is in a complete huddle. Top leaders have rushed to Kejriwal's residence. Another key meeting is scheduled for later this evening.
लिहाजा कल यानी कि मंगलवार को जो पहला वर्किंग डे आता है उसमें मुख्यमंत्री अपने इस्तीफे को दे देंगे और इस्तीफा जैसे ही मंजूर होगा उसके बाद विधायक दल की जो है बैठक होगी। विधायक दल अपना एक नेता चुनेंगे। जो नेता चुना जाएगा वो अपना स्टेक टू पावर, जो अपना क्लेम है, वो उपराज्यपाल के माध्यम से राष्ट्रपति को अपना क्लेम देंगे। क्योंकि कोई ऐसी दिक्कत नहीं है, हमारे 60 विधायक हैं, तो जाहिर सी बात है उनको बुलावा आएगा और जब वो बुलावा आएगा तो फिर वो जो है अपनी शपथ लेंगे।
And if he adheres to the deadline, AAP Supremo Arvind Kejriwal will step down as Delhi Chief Minister on Tuesday. The BJP has its principal opposition in the national capital cornered.
The bail condition which has been imposed on him by the Honorable Supreme Court of India is very strict, very stringent. It disallows him from functioning as a CM particularly because it does not allow him to sign any files. It does not allow him to enter the CM's secretariat. ऐसा लगता है जैसे वो अपनी बेल कंडीशन की विवशता पर एक नैतिकता का आवरण डाल रहे हैं और ये राजनीतिक स्वांग रच रहे हैं।
For them, this saga is nothing but a quote-unquote PR stunt.
Mr. Arvind Kejriwal is a fountainhead of corruption. With all these corruption charges against him being the kingpin of this liquor scam, he is afraid to go to the people. So, with this resignation drama, he's trying to, in this drama of deceit I would call it, he's trying to dupe and cheat the people by going to them and trying to win over them in a very surreptitious way.
The government that vowed to run its affairs from prison.
अरविंद केजरीवाल जी दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री थे, दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री हैं और दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री रहेंगे। हमने शुरू से स्पष्ट किया है कि अगर जरूरत पड़ेगी तो अरविंद केजरीवाल जी जेल से सरकार चलाएंगे। कोई भी ऐसा कानून नहीं है जो उन्हें जेल से सरकार चलाने से प्रोहिबिट करता है।
Now stands at the horns of a dilemma. And the big question is, who will take over after Kejriwal?
Coming up after a short break is that a scuffle has broken out between two groups during Ganesh Visarjan in Karnataka's Gadak. We will get you more on this story after a short commercial break.
अपने आप को उतना पुश नहीं कर सका। मेंटली मैं रेडी था, लेकिन फिजिकली कहीं ना कहीं मैं रोक रहा था खुद को। जो लेग वर्क होना चाहिए रनवे में वो इतना अच्छा नहीं था, और उसको बचाने के लिए मैं काफी एफर्ट लगाने की कोशिश कर रहा, लेकिन उतना एफर्ट लग नहीं पा रहा था। तो बिल्कुल वो जो सेकंड वाली थ्रो थी वो जस्ट नदीम ने जब थ्रो किया उसके थोड़ी बाद में ही थी। उस टाइम मैं बहुत ही पॉजिटिव था, और उसके तुरंत बाद मैंने वो अपनी थ्रो वो अच्छी निकाली। लेकिन उसके बाद से फिर जैसे ही और टाइम बढ़ता चला गया तो वही है, फिर से वो चीज कहीं ना कहीं फिजिकली वो रुकावट आने लग गई। तो मैंने मेंटली बहुत ज्यादा पुश किया, लेकिन जब तक लेग वर्क अच्छा नहीं है, टेक्निक अच्छी नहीं है, तो कितना भी जोर लगा लो वो खराब ही हो जाता है।
A violent scuffle erupted between two groups during Ganesh Visarjan celebrations in Gadak city of Karnataka earlier today. Let's have a look at this report.
A scuffle broke out between two groups during the Ganesh Visarjan in Tangakut circle of Gadak city in Karnataka. The incident occurred around 3 a.m. during the immersion procession of two Ganesh idols. Tensions flared up as disagreements over the lighting of firecrackers ignited the conflict. The initial scuffle between the groups quickly turned into a major disturbance. The situation, initially a minor altercation, rapidly escalated into a major disturbance as the groups clashed. Bedgiri CP Dheeraj Shinde along with KSRP and DR police responded to the escalating conflict. The police resorted to a lathi charge against the agitated groups. This incident comes on the heels of back-to-back attacks on Ganesh processions. From petrol bombs hurled in Mandya, communal slogans raised in Lucknow, stone pelting in Gujarat's Surat and Kutch, violent clashes in Madhya Pradesh's Ratlam, and the recent incident that took place under the jurisdiction of the Gadak city police station. Authorities continue to manage the aftermath and investigate the causes behind these clashes.
Police burst into lathi charge during a Ganesha procession in the city of Gadag. Two groups were celebrating a Ganesha procession of the same community, and riot started happening. Innocent persons were beaten up by police, it is said, and Adarsha Samiti members were bursting crackers, but Mahamandal members were opposing it, and clashes started happening. At the end, police inevitably broke into lathi charge. It is said that around 10 people got injured during the incident.
अपने आप को उतना पुश नहीं कर सका। मेंटली मैं रेडी था, लेकिन फिजिकली कहीं ना कहीं मैं रोक रहा था खुद को। जो लेग वर्क होना चाहिए रनवे में वो इतना अच्छा नहीं था, और उसको बचाने के लिए मैं काफी एफर्ट लगाने की कोशिश कर रहा, लेकिन उतना एफर्ट लग नहीं पा रहा था। तो बिल्कुल वो जो सेकंड वाली थ्रो थी वो जस्ट नदीम ने जब थ्रो किया उसके थोड़ी बाद में ही थी। उस टाइम मैं बहुत ही पॉजिटिव था, और उसके तुरंत बाद मैंने वो अपनी थ्रो वो अच्छी निकाली। लेकिन उसके बाद से फिर जैसे ही और टाइम बढ़ता चला गया तो वही है, फिर से वो चीज कहीं ना कहीं फिजिकली वो रुकावट आने लग गई। तो मैंने मेंटली बहुत ज्यादा पुश किया, लेकिन जब तक लेग वर्क अच्छा नहीं है, टेक्निक अच्छी नहीं है, तो कितना भी जोर लगा लो वो खराब ही हो जाता है।
As Mamata calls for fifth round of talks, doctors head to her residence to meet her. All eyes on the results of the key meet. In less than 24 hours from now, Arvind Kejriwal to resign as Chief Minister of Delhi. Aam Aadmi Party in a huddle over the next Chief Minister.
It is a political move by the Honourable Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal that stems from any kind of morality. Because if morality was the ground, then this resignation would have been tendered 177 days ago.
Meanwhile, BJP hits out at Kejriwal, calls his resignation move a political pretense by giving a cover of morality.
I, from the very beginning, claiming that the crisis in Manipur is not a mere law and order. It is with the hand of the outsider. So it has proved. I appreciate the Assam Rifles.
Manipur Chief Minister confirms Republic Newsbreak as he confirms role of foreign hand in Manipur violence.
मोदी जी ने धारा 370 जो हटाई वो अब इतिहास का पन्ना हो गई है। भारत के संविधान में धारा 370 के लिए कोई जगह नहीं है।
From Kishtwar, Home Minister Amit Shah sends a strong message, says Article 370 will never be restored. Hello and welcome. You're watching Live and Breaking at 6:30 with me, Shavan Sen. We are putting a focus on what's really happening in Kolkata. The deadlock between the protesting doctors and the Chief Minister still continues. In fact, earlier in the day, there's an ultimatum that has now been given by the Chief Minister that this is going to be the final attempt that she's going to make to reach out to the protesting doctors. What you see right now on your screens, these are images now coming in from Kolkata, where the doctors are en route to meet the Chief Minister. In fact, there's an 8-point demand that has essentially been made by the doctors. They spoke to the media earlier in the day, once again raising concerns about one, the manner in which the investigation has been carried out. They have been demanding that there should be a transparent, rapid CBI investigation. The second is to address the systemic failure in Bengal, particularly to do with the doctors and their safety. The third is to remove all those who have been involved in a cover-up. That they are putting in perspective with the 2 fresh arrests that have been made. Senior officials, DCP's removal is what they've demanded. They've also said that fulfill junior doctors' demands. These are some of the demands that they have made. With regards to the manner in which the meeting is supposed to happen, remember the deadlock was over the videography. Whether at all the videography of the meeting can once again be released to the doctors after the meeting. Now remember, the Chief Minister, when she spoke to the protesting doctors last time, she indicated that since the matter is sub judice, unless a permission really comes in from the Supreme Court, she is not going to share any details or any video of the meeting. Now you've had the doctors once again writing to the Chief Minister's office indicating that at least the minutes of the meeting, the transcript of the minutes of the meeting should be signed by both parties and should be handed over to them after the meeting gets over. It turns out that some of these demands that have been made by the protesting doctors have been agreed upon by the Chief Minister and her government. What you see right now is those latest images coming in of the protesting doctors. Roughly about 30 doctors were basically en route to the Chief Minister's office for the meeting to essentially take place. I'll just quickly take you through some of the demands that they have made. At least 5 demands I've just taken you through. What are the rest that they're talking about? They've basically asked for dissolving the medical council, and they've also said protect peaceful protesters and not to take any action against the doctors. These are some of the demands that have been made. Now, there's a reply that has been sent by the junior doctors, and this is an email that was sent to Bengal Chief Secretary Manoj Pant earlier in the day, inviting them for the talks at the Chief Minister's residence in South Kolkata's Kalighat is where we are being told where the meeting is likely to take place. Now, this is in the backdrop of the big development that has taken place on Saturday when 2 arrests were made. The former principal of RG Kaur Hospital, Dr. Sandeep Ghosh, in the remand, the CBI basically maintains that they've essentially, the details that are coming in from the CBI remand is that there was a deliberate attempt that was made by Sandeep Ghosh to mislead the entire investigation. Well, in a mega Republic exclusive, we've accessed the CBI remand copy in the RG Kaur murder case. The CBI, in its remand note, nails the role of the former principal of RG Kaur, Dr. Sandeep Ghosh. And the note essentially mentions that despite having information about the incident around 9:58 in the morning, he did not reach the hospital immediately. Not only this, Ghosh did not insist on registration of the FIR. He tried to downplay the incident and peddle the suicide theory instead. Take a look at this report. Well, in fact, before we play out the detailed report, I'll just quickly take you through some of the details of the remand. This was when Dr. Sandeep Ghosh was arrested and produced before the court. There are about 8 points that have been highlighted in the remand, starting with the fact that this was around 9:58 in the morning is when Dr. Sandeep Ghosh was actually informed. It turns out that rather than insisting that FIR should be registered, he was actually in touch with his advocate. Around 1:40 in the afternoon is when he has spoken to the advocate, and it turns out that this was regarding the case. Interestingly, Dr. Sandeep Ghosh did not even reach the hospital, did not even meet the family members, and the fact that immediately after he received the information that a dead body was basically found at the seminar room, what Dr. Sandeep Ghosh immediately did was to make a call to the officer in charge of Tala police station, that is Abhijit Mondal. Abhijit Mondal, ladies and gentlemen, has already been arrested by the Central Bureau of Investigation on Saturday, and in the remand, CBI indicates that Dr. Sandeep Ghosh was in touch with Abhijit Mondal, and that perhaps led to certain tampering of evidence. If that is the case, the CBI is basically looking at who exactly had provided those instructions to Dr. Sandeep Ghosh and whose instructions was he really following. Now that's the angle that they are basically looking at.
CBI investigation in the RG Kaur rape and murder case is a cover-up angle, and the tampering with evidence for which the role of Sandeep Ghosh as well as the Tala police station officer Abhijit Mondal is under the scanner. In fact, the duo have now been sent into custody until 17th of this month. Let's run you through these graphics that has details of the CBI remand copy that we've accessed. So, the CBI in its remand copy has mentioned that Sandeep Ghosh was informed about the crime at 9:58 a.m. on 9th of August. In fact, you'd remember that it was Dr. Sumitra Roy who had informed the senior hospital staff at 9:30 a.m. about this crime which had happened in the seminar hall of the hospital. And it was minutes after that that Sandeep Ghosh was in touch with the Tala police station as well as his legal team. So at minutes after he was informed, Sandeep Ghosh was in touch with not just the SHO Abhijit Mondal but also his legal team at around 1:40 p.m. So despite the principal having been informed about this crime of such serious nature, he did not rush to the hospital immediately. He did not reach the hospital immediately, and this while he was already in touch with the police officers as well as his legal team. Let's take a look at the other highlights from the CBI remand copy. So there was CBI in its remand copy
जो मौजूद थे हर एक से मुख्यमंत्री जी ने 1-to-1 चर्चा की।
तो क्या आकलन है आप लोगों का, कौन आप लोगों को लग रहा है कि बेहतर उम्मीदवार हो सकेगा, आप लोगों की क्या आकलन के पीछे?
क्योंकि 1-to-1 मीटिंग हुई है इसलिए किसी को भी दूसरे के आकलन का कोई अंदाजा नहीं है, हर एक को सिर्फ अपना ही आकलन मालूम है, इसलिए नामों के ऊपर कोई भी बात जो है वो मात्र स्पेकुलेशन होगी।
इसको आराम से लेके जाना, ठीक है।
In fact, now Delhi Minister Saurabh Bhardwaj indicating that there was a 1-to-1 meeting that Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal has essentially had with all the leaders. This after the announcement that has been made by Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal that he would be stepping down. In fact, we're getting in more details that around 4:30 in the evening is when Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal would be meeting the Lieutenant Governor. In fact, Lieutenant Governor's office has now confirmed that Arvind Kejriwal has sought for time. So it appears that around 4:30 tomorrow evening is when he is going to step down. Meanwhile, a lot of speculations with regards to who exactly will be taking over from Arvind Kejriwal. Will it be Sunita Kejriwal, Arvind Kejriwal's wife, who had stepped in when Arvind Kejriwal was taken into custody? Remember, she was extremely vocal during the Lok Sabha elections. In fact, she had addressed multiple rallies and was also participating in the Indie block rally that had taken place. Atishi, remember, is the other front runner whose name has been doing the rounds, considered to be an extremely close confidant of the former Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, Manish Sisodia. And of course, yet another reliable hand is that of Gopal Rai. The BJP, on the other hand, has essentially hit out by simply stating that this is nothing but making an attempt to take high moral ground.
Meeting is ongoing at CM's residence. PAC meeting is ongoing where major leaders of Aam Aadmi Party are present. What do you think would be their next strategy? We have seen he has also sought permission from LG to meet him at 4:30 tomorrow. And we have seen on what grounds he's out. Right, so there are certain restrictions still imposed on him, as well as we've also seen he won't be able to attend or meet any of the chief ministerial duties for which he is resigning. Can this be a political move right before a few months of Delhi elections?
It is a political move. It is not a move by the Honorable Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal that stems from any kind of morality. Because if morality was the ground, then this resignation would have been tendered 177 days ago. In fact, even the Honorable Supreme Court of India had to sort of indicate in its order that he ought to resign. But that time, Mr. Kejriwal chose to cause a complete policy paralysis in Delhi. He chose to create a constitutional crisis in Delhi. Today, as you know, that various courts of the country have held him to be the kingpin of the liquor scam. And because of his active involvement in the scam, one of the very stringent and strict bail conditions imposed on him by the Honorable Supreme Court is that neither can he enter the CM Secretariat, nor can he sign any files. I think in order to sort of camouflage this incapacitation of his, he has now tried to put a garb of morality and tried to resign. Unfortunately, one thing which will remain constant, irrespective of whether Mr. Kejriwal is the chief minister or any other member of the Aam Aadmi Party becomes the chief minister, something that will remain constant is the dire state that Delhi is in right now. They've enjoyed power here for a decade. People of Delhi are very smart. They know that electricity, water, sewage, drainage and roads all come within the ambit of the Aam Aadmi Party. But if you see, they have ruled here for a decade, enjoyed the fruits of power, but not done anything for development of the city.
Well, in fact, one last question. Yesterday, while hearing to what Arvind Kejriwal has said, he has in fact demanded early elections. He has demanded elections to be held along with Maharashtra, which would be around in the month of November, while Delhi elections are scheduled for February. What might be the reason? What might be the, I would say, larger conspiracy behind this?
All I know is that Mr. Kejriwal makes very dichotomous statements. So he made this tall claim of tendering a resignation after 2 days, which I still don't understand why 2 days. I think maybe there is some kind of a internal war going on, some kind of a succession war within his party perhaps. But also I wanted to know, if you're very serious about preponing the elections, then why does he not ask for dissolution of the assembly? He unequivocally, categorically said, I am resigning, but the Vidhan Sabha will not be dissolved. If he's actually serious, then he should resign, the entire Mantri Mandal should resign, and he should ask for dissolution of the assembly. We can have the polls early.
Let me also bring in my colleague Piyush, who's joining us from outside the Chief Minister's residence. Piyush, Saurabh Bharadwaj spoke to the media a short while back. What more are you picking up in terms of whether at all will there be any announcement from the Aam Aadmi Party in a short while from now?
So like any other politician, Saurabh Bharadwaj kept the cards close to his chest, Shravan, and at least for today, at least we can expect that there's going to be no announcement of the Chief Minister, though there was a discussion in this regard in the Political Affairs Committee meeting that was held just a few minutes back over here at Six Flagstaff Road, where the present Chief Minister of Delhi, Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, held a meeting. Now, what is going to be expected tomorrow is that tomorrow there's going to be another important meeting with the Council of Ministers, especially the MLAs, where again there's going to be a discussion that who next is going to be the Chief Minister of Delhi when the Chief Minister is going to step down. But yes, today there was a discussion one-to-one with each member of the PSC, and we expect that from now onwards, the process of Chief Minister tendering his resignation and the process of the next election of Chief Minister has started. Back in the studio.
Well, thank you very much, Piyush, for getting us the latest details. All focus would be in the meeting that is scheduled tomorrow around 4:30 tomorrow evening. Shift to focus now to the other big story that we've been tracking very closely. In fact, there are now indications coming in from the Bharatiya Janata Party that they are on mission mode with regards to implementation of One Nation, One Poll. Remember, just about a few days ago, you've had the committee submitting a report which was submitted to the government, the committee that was headed by former President Ramnath Kovind, which came to a conclusion after much deliberation that One Nation, One Poll is very much feasible. Simultaneous elections could be carried out. Remember, this was a promise that was made by Prime Minister Narendra Modi from the ramparts of the Red Fort.
चुनाव एक साथ होने चाहिए। पंचायत से लेकर पार्लियामेंट तक चुनाव अगर एक साथ होते हैं, विधानसभा और लोकसभा के चुनाव एक साथ होते हैं, तो काफी खर्च में भी बचत होगी और वारंवार जो चुनावी आचार संहिता आती है, इसके कारण विकास की बाधा भी समाप्त होगी।
A fresh storm is brewing in the political corridors of Bharat. Sources say that the NDA government will be implementing the One Nation, One Poll law in this tenure as part of Modi 3.0's 100-day blueprint. After the Prime Minister's strong pitch,
आज कोई भी योजना को चुनाव के साथ जोड़ देना आसान हो गया है, क्योंकि हर 3 महीने 6 महीने कहीं न कहीं चुनाव चल रहा है। कोई भी योजना जाहिर करोगे आप तो मीडिया में देखेंगे, चुनाव आया तो फलाना हो गया, चुनाव आया तो फलाना हो गया। हर काम को चुनाव के रंग से रंग दिया गया है। सभी राजनीतिक दलों ने अपने विचार रखे हैं। एक कमेटी ने बहुत बढ़िया अपना रिपोर्ट तैयार किया है। वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन के लिए देश को आगे आना होगा।
The NDA government is confident of receiving the required nod across party lines. Back in March, a top-level panel led by former President Ramnath Kovind submitted a report to President Murmu. The 18,626-page report outlined the benefits of this long-pending reform. The NDA has upped the ante.
The Communist Party of India is not in favor of one nation, one election. We have reasons for that. In a country like ours, it is not possible, practical at all. And this issue is not a new issue. This issue was debated, discussed earlier also. After that only, the Constituent Assembly decided to have a permanent election commission.
कैसे कर पाएंगे फैसला? जिन राज्यों के अंदर सरकारों का टाइम खत्म हो गया वहाँ तो इनको कराने ही पड़ेंगे जी। और वो समय तब था, मुझे लगता है, जब प्रधानमंत्री को लगता था 350 सीटें आएंगी। अब तो 240 सीटों वाली सरकार चला रहे हैं। ये भी हो सकता है वन नेशन वन पोल के चक्कर में इनकी 240 भी ना रहे। तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि अभी ये जो है इसकी तरफ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं।
जिस तरह से संवैधानिक संस्थाएं उनको इन्होंने कुचल डाला, तो ये पार्लियामेंट्री सिस्टम है, प्रेसिडेंशियल सिस्टम नहीं है। और ये भिन्नताओं का देश है, डाइवर्स कल्चर है, तो हमें स्वीकार नहीं है। हमें पार्लियामेंट्री सिस्टम के हिसाब से यह स्वीकार नहीं, वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन।
Even as the political face-off escalates, will this crucial bill reap its intended impact?
Well, the big cover-up in the RG Core matter. Right from day one, we've been saying that there has been a cover-up on the part of the RG Core hospital authorities. Now, it is confirmed. CBI says that Dr. Sandeep Ghosh deliberately peddled the suicide theory. That's the big debate at 8 p.m. tonight.
RG car cover-up explodes. Grave charges of lapses against Sandeep Ghosh. Sensational revelations in remand note. All this and more at 7 p.m. today on This Is Exclusive.
Amity University is organizing an international conference on semiconductor technologies, materials to chips, with over 200 speakers and delegates from top organizations and global academic institutions from 11 countries. This is another initiative by Amity, aligned with the Government of India's semiconductor mission.
Capsule, you can see it turning a little bit with the drogue parachutes. And there are the 4 main chutes now deployed. They'll slowly open up to their full deployment here in just a few seconds.
Incredible views of the Polaris Dawn crew return. We can see the Polaris Dawn crew nestled in their seats there on the left-hand side of your screen as they anticipate their splashdown.
200, we're bracing.
Copy, 200 embraced.
Bracing for splashdown. That will be the final call we hear from Jared until contact with the ocean surface. Standing by for a splashdown of the Polaris Dawn crew.
And there you can
Status copy, CC spot.
see, as you can see on your screen, and by the cheers behind us, the Polaris Dawn crew has successfully splashed down. Welcome back to planet Earth, Polaris Dawn. Such excitement, our second. It's pretty cool to see that they are coming out, standing up on their own 2 feet and walking off.
SpaceX, Dragon, this is the final call. Sign up.
Some dance moves. That's pretty great. I think that move should be added to the required choreography. We heard Jared get one last call out on the loops before egressing himself. And the final Polaris Dawn crew member egressing Dragon Resilience.
This is Republic Cucina Studio, your one-stop destination for all the breaking news updates. I am Shivangi Shukla. Let's get started.
Director, the taste of success.
Amity University is organizing an international conference on semiconductor technologies, materials to chips, with over 200 speakers and delegates from top organizations and global academic institutions from 11 countries. This is another initiative by Amity, aligned with the Government of India's semiconductor mission.
रेसलिंग से मुझे जुड़ने का मौका मिला था। मैं रेसलिंग फेडरेशन ऑफ इंडिया का पहला ब्रांड एम्बेसडर था 2014-15 में। तो अभी रेसलिंग बहुत फेमस थी, कई 2-3 साल से, मतलब पिछले साल तो बहुत फेमस रही। ब्रिजभूषण जी का हुआ, फिर जो हमारे जो रेसलर्स हैं, जो युवा रेसलर्स हैं, उनका कुछ हुआ। तो वो रेसलिंग पीछे आ रही थी। तो वो जो हो रहा था ना, वहां पे बैठे थे, वो मैं नहीं कहूँगा कि कौन सही कौन गलत है, मगर वो कुश्ती पीछे जा रही थी।
किस वजह से?
क्योंकि जब आप बैठते हैं कि रेसलिंग पे ऐसे एलिगेशन लगते हैं कि भैया सही पारदर्शिता नहीं हो रही, कोई मोलेस्टेशन का ये हो गया, कोई दूसरा हो गया, तो क्या होता है, वो चीज़ पीछे जाती है। कोई भी विवाद होता है, वो चीज़ आगे नहीं आती, वो विवाद से चीज़ हाईलाइट होकर पीछे जाती है। जैसे पहले कुछ मीडिया ने भी रेसलिंग को डिफरेंट लिया, पहले बोलते थे कि भैया 2 पहलवान बुला लाओ, 2 पहलवानों कर लाओ। तो क्या था कि पहलवान का अर्थ पता क्या होता है? पहलवान प्रथम आह्वान माने हर चीज में, जो इंसान शारीरिक रूप से, मानसिक रूप से, अनुशासन रूप से प्रथम होता है, वो पहलवान होता है। विद द पर्सन इज अ फिजिकली मेंटली डिसिप्लिन फर्स्ट, ही और सी इज रेसलर। तो मुझे अनुराग जी से ही मेरी बात हुई, जो हमारे खेल मंत्री थे। बाकी ये सब हुआ, क्या करना चाहिए, ये तो ये वो है। अब मैं चुपचाप सुन रहा था, देख रहा था दोनों साइड, क्योंकि मैंने ब्रिजभूषण जी के साथ काम किया, ही वाज वेरी गुड। मैं क्योंकि कुश्ती के दौरान कुश्ती को बढ़ावा देने के लिए मुझे उससे अच्छा प्रेसिडेंट नहीं लगा अब तक का। अच्छा। मैंने बहुत प्रेसिडेंट देखे हैं, सबका अपना अलग अलग वो था। फिर बाकी ये बच्चे हैं, जैसे बजरंग है, साक्षी है, विनेश है, मेरे सामने आई, मतलब ये इनकी मैंने ग्रोथ देखी है। तो ये छोटे भाई बहन है। तो फिर मैंने सोचा कि मैं किसके लिए बोलूँ, क्या बोलूँ, मुझे खुद नहीं पता। मैं एमेच्योर रेसलिंग से काफ़ी दूर हूँ। तो फिर किसी ने, बहुत समझदारों ने बोला कि आपको रेसलिंग करना चाहिए, क्योंकि काफ़ी पेरेंट्स अपनी बच्चियों को इनको रेसलिंग में डाल रहे हैं। अच्छा। मतलब वो थोड़ा सा वो कर रहे हैं कि भाई रेसलिंग इतना सेफ नहीं है या ये नहीं है। तो मौका मिला, फिर मैंने 7 साल बाद रेसलिंग किया।
Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good evening. Welcome to Republic TV. On This Is Exclusive, I'm Ridhima and Bhardwaj. Viewers, we're going to be asking several questions. These remand copy papers that are going to be also given in the Supreme Court tomorrow clearly show cremation of Abhaya was done in a hurried manner. Why? And why did Sandeep Ghosh allow it? They're also showing the police and how they behaved in this. Delays were caused to seizure of clothes, to videography. Again, why? Several questions that need to be answered. Answers have to now be given. We're all going to be looking at that crucial meeting today for which the countdown has begun between the doctors and Mamata Banerjee. First up, a look at our headlines.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
CBI remand note reveals clincher details. Ghosh downplayed the crime and peddled a suicide theory.
Of the government. As a responsible executive, you have to take disciplinary action against him, and that has not been started yet, as far as we know.
Senior doctors held a press conference today demanding transparency in RG car probe. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal has sought time to meet LG. Kejriwal is likely to resign tomorrow. Prime Minister Narendra Modi flags off India's first Vande metro from Bhuj to Ahmedabad.
इनका एक क्षेत्र अगर तिरंगे से शोभित है तो मैं इस भूमि के हमारे पूर्वजों को इसके लिए सत नमन करता हूं.
With last leg of campaigning in Jammu and Kashmir, Amit Shah roars in Jammu, slams Congress and NC for backing terrorism.
From the very beginning, claiming that the crisis in Manipur is not a mere law and order. It is with the hand of the outsider. So it has proved. I appreciate the Assam Rifles.
Confirmed Manipur Chief Minister N. Biren Singh confirms foreign hand in violence.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
And there's breaking news that's coming in right now. And Congress is now skipping any mention of 3770 in the manifesto for Jammu and Kashmir Assembly polls. It must be noted that the NC's manifesto mentions restoration of Article 370. However, they have not mentioned or made any comment. It's a surprise that there seems to be no mention of Article 370 in Congress's manifesto. Congress distances itself from National Conference #1 announcement of bringing back 370 if voted to power. Let me go across to Zeenat, who's joining us live on the story. Zeenat, a very clear distancing from the stand taken by the NC to not even mention 370 in their manifesto.
Absolutely, we are seeing that there is some kind of gap that has been created between the two alliance partners in Jammu and Kashmir to keep the BJP away at the time when the National Conference manifesto has clearly mentioned for the party that it is important for the National Conference to restore the Article 370, which is one of the main key issues as far as the National Conference manifesto is concerned. Similarly, their alliance partner Congress has not given any clear stand on the restoration of Article 370. When asked about their stand on Article 370's restoration, they said, yes, the rights of the people of Jammu and Kashmir are important in the form of giving them electricity rights, sand mining, tenant farmers and other things. But asking about the restoration of 370, Congress preferred remaining mum when they talked about the restoration of their state or giving the statehood back. If they form the government, then only there will be a the common minimum program on which the two alliance partners will work. Whether National Conference knows about it, because now the Congress has made it quite clear that they are there with him as far as the statehood is concerned, the rights of the people of Jammu and Kashmir in the form of electricity, because NC has also asked the people that vote for them and they will provide the free electricity somewhere in the 200 units per month. And similarly, the sand mining and other things that the Jammu and Kashmir people of J&K are presently lacking. But when it comes to the restoration of Article 370, for which the entire election campaign is going on, we have been seeing the National Conference on the forefront, going door to door, doing their campaigns, addressing the huge rallies, and wherever the National Conference president, vice president, or the other leaders or the candidates who are contesting for the upcoming polls, they are only mentioning about the restoration of Article 370 to have what they have lost in 2019 on 5th of August. But when it comes to Congress in Jammu and Kashmir, they preferred remaining mum. They doesn't seem to talk more about the restoration of Article 370 when they put their weight more on the restoration of statehood and giving the rights to the people of Jammu and Kashmir in the form of electricity, sand mining, tenant farming, and those who are the landless farmers.
Okay, Zeenat, I also want to go across to that exclusive conversation you've had with NC leader Farooq Abdullah. He's asking for restoration of Article 370. He's stating, demanding restoration of 370. Let's listen to that exclusive conversation.
Farooq Saab, till yesterday, Jamaat-e-Islami would call elections haram. And today, all of a sudden, it is becoming halal. They are the ones who have been supporting the separatists or calling boycott elections. Now they are all as an independent saying they want to restore the ban or they want to release the political prisoners. How do you see the move?
It is all at the behest of the political party ruling in Delhi. They are feeding them, they are funding them, they are giving them all the support that they needed. They are part of them.
Do you see now that the parties like Apni Party or for the matter that AIP led by Engineer Rashid, they are welcoming on the one side Jamaat, then the separatist elements like Sarta, this Barkati. Why was this a need now coming on the floor to have these elements on ground? Till yesterday they were boycotted.
Because their interest is to divide Muslim vote here. And inshallah they will fail in it. Because people know who is behind them and what is the idea of those who are behind them.
National Conference and Congress in alliance, trying to, as per the manifesto, trying to secure and save the people of Jammu and Kashmir, when the BJP in turn says they are there to spread more terrorism.
I think BJP should see we were never part of terrorism. Terrorism came from across the border. They are the ones who killed our people. My own party workers, smallest party worker, was shot dead because he was National Conference. That man they took to Kandahar, one shouldn't forget, he shot my first cousin. He shot our MLA, Shafi Saab. He shot, and one of the incidents one should never forget, when he put a boy on the bridge and put bombs on him, and from the other side, he pressed a button. That boy was blown up to create fright. He's the one they took to Kandahar. They should apply for, answer the country for that. They are the ones who are promoting terrorism and frightening people. That terrorism, they are responsible. Borders are under them. It is for them to do and see nobody crosses. And they blame us. We are not the ones. They are the ones.
Prime Minister says the time has come when Jammu and Kashmir needs to be free from dynasty politics, but at the same time, India needs to be free from the dynasty politics, where he's mentioning about the Congress and the National Conference Alliance.
I think the dynasty will hit them hard anyway. Tell me, and tell the Prime Minister, how many are in his party who are from the dynasty? He doesn't count them because they are part of them. He mentions us. And I want to tell them that we will beat you. We'll beat you at this game. and inshallah we'll win and show you that people are not going to listen to your rubbish.
We move across to news that's once again coming in from Kolkata. Sensational revelations have been made against Sandeep Ghosh. Viewers, in the RG car case, the CBI remand note now claims Ghosh allowed cremation in a hurried manner despite protest from parents. We're going to show you a reaction of the parents, but before that, I'm going to be giving you details of the CBI exclusive remand copy with us. As you can see, it says he allowed cremation in a hurried manner while the family members specifically demanded a second autopsy. There was also an unnecessary delay of 2 days was caused in the seizure of belongings of accused Sanjay Roy. All right, let me first go across to visuals that are now coming in, and big story here continues that Mamata Banerjee now meeting the doctors at her residence. These doctors have demanded that the entire detailed conversation she has with them should be videographed, something that was not that had not been accepted by her. And now these are visuals of the doctors in that meeting. We're getting those exclusive visuals we've been showing since morning. I would also like to go across to Pinky. Pinky, if you can hear me, what's happening there currently? Pinky, what's happening there right now?
देखिए, सीएम ममता बनर्जी के साथ अभी जो डॉक्टर्स, जूनियर डॉक्टर्स का जो डेलीगेशन टीम आया है, वो टीम का जो मीटिंग स्टार्ट हो गया है। आप जानते हैं कि डॉक्टर्स का 30 से भी ज़्यादा डॉक्टर्स आए हैं पूरे जो स्टेट में। वेस्ट बंगाल के बहुत सारे जो मेडिकल कॉलेजेस हैं, उस कॉलेज से हर एक जूनियर डॉक्टर्स इस डेलीगेशन टीम में है। 30 से भी ज़्यादा डेलीगेशन टीम में डॉक्टर्स हैं और 6:15 बज के सीएम के साथ मीटिंग करने के लिए वो डॉक्टर्स सब आ पहुँचे हैं और वो मीटिंग स्टार्ट भी हो गया है। आपको बता दूँ, आज शाम से ही कुछ हरकतें ऐसा कुछ विजुअल्स ऐसा ही था। कभी सीएस चीफ सेक्रेटरी मेल कर रहा था, कभी दूसरी तरफ से डॉक्टर्स की तरफ से भी मेल जा रहा था। एकदम लास्ट में ये तय हुआ कि डॉक्टर्स का जो टीम है, वो टीम जो डॉक्टर्स का टीम है, वो टीम के साथ दो ट्रांसक्रिप्ट राइटर रहेगा और उसके साथ जो एंड टू एंड जो वीडियो रिकॉर्ड होगा सरकार की तरफ से, वो वीडियो का मिनट्स ले आएगा। क्योंकि जो मीटिंग अभी हो रहा है सीएम के साथ डॉक्टर्स का, उसका लाइव स्ट्रीमिंग का परमिशन नहीं दिया गया है। इसके और वीडियोग्राफी जूनियर डॉक्टर्स की तरफ से करना चाहे थे, उसका भी परमिशन नहीं आया है। इसीलिए सरकार की तरफ से एक वीडियोग्राफी किया जाएगा और उसका ट्रांसपेरेंसी रहने के लिए दोनों तरफ से मिनट्स के ऊपर साइन किया जाएगा। और जो डॉक्टर्स है, उन्होंने ट्रांसक्रिप्ट राइटर भी लाया है ताकि दोनों तरफ से ट्रांसपेरेंसी रहे। और आपको ये भी बता दूं, आज 5 दफा जो उन लोगों का जो मानना है वो लेके आज बैठक होगा। एक तो फर्स्ट है जस्टिस फॉर अभया, वो फर्स्ट है। इसके बावजूद हेल्थ सिस्टम में आप जानते हैं कि हेल्थ सिस्टम को लेके बहुत सारा स्कैम सामने आया है। सिर्फ यही नहीं, डॉक्टर्स, नर्स, जो पीजीटी स्टाफ से लेके जो हेल्थ सिस्टम से जुड़ा हुआ है, उन लोगों का सेफ्टी एंड सिक्योरिटी लेके जब बात होगा, इसके बावजूद सीसीटीवी लेके बात होगा, बायोमेट्रिक लेके, और बहुत सारा इशू सामने लाने वाले हैं। जो स्कैम है हेल्थ डिपार्टमेंट का, वो स्कैम के बारे में भी बात होगा। और आपको ये भी बता दूं, कुछ स्पेसिफिक ऑफिसर्स का उन लोगों ने डॉक्टर्स ने रेजिग्नेशन मांग की है। उसमें है डीएचई डीएमई, हेल्थ डिपार्टमेंट का डीएचई डीएमई, इन दोनों का रेजिग्नेशन मांग किया है। और जो सीपी है विनीत गोयल, कोलकाता पुलिस का सीपी विनीत गोयल, उनके भी रेजिग्नेशन मांग किया है डॉक्टर्स। सो अभी देखा जाए कि ये जो बैठक है, ये जो मीटिंग अभी हो रहा है सीएम रेसिडेंस में, उसकी तरफ से कौन कौन मांग पूरा होता है और कौन कौन सा मांग पूरा नहीं होता, क्योंकि डॉक्टर्स ने साफ कह दिया है स्वास्थ्य भवन के सामने और हेल्थ डिपार्टमेंट के सामने। आप जानते हैं कि आज 6 दिन हो रहा है जब डॉक्टर्स बैठे हुए हैं और सीज वॉक में है। ये सीज वॉक क्या उठेगा, ये सीज वॉक क्या उठ जाएगा आज मीटिंग के बाद, ये क्वेश्चन सब रहता है। और ये क्वेश्चन भी रहता है कि इनके तरफ से जो मांगे किया गया है वो मांगे क्या पूरा करेंगे, क्योंकि आप जानते हैं कि पहले दिन से जब से ये 9 तारीख अभया किलिंग के हादसा सामने आया है, उसके बाद ही 12 तारीख से जो डॉक्टर्स मांग कर रहे थे कि सीपी को रेजिग्नेशन देना चाहिए। क्योंकि ये जो पूरा क्राइम सीन है, पूरा क्राइम सीन में एविडेंस टैंपर किया गया है। एविडेंस टैंपर में पुलिस खुद इसमें शामिल है। ये भी एलिगेशन दिया था जूनियर डॉक्टर ने। सिर्फ यही नहीं, जूनियर डॉक्टर्स को मानना ये है कि सीपी विनीत गोयल के प्रेजेंस में ये एविडेंस टैंपर किया हुआ है। और जब ये लेके हलचल चल रही है तब भी सीएम ने सीपी का रेजिग्नेशन नहीं किया, सीपी को नहीं हटाया गया। इसको लेके भी बहुत सारा एजिटेशन हुआ है। अब देखना यही है कि आज जो 5 दफा मांगे हैं ये डॉक्टर्स का, उसमें भी सीपी विनीत गोयल का रेजिग्नेशन है। ये जो मांग है ये पूरा करते हैं कि नहीं सीएम ममता बनर्जी, और इसके बावजूद और भी जो सारे मांग है वो मांगे पूरा करते हैं कि नहीं। अभी भी जो लास्ट अपडेट आ रहा है कि ये जो मीटिंग स्टार्ट हो गया है और पूरा मीटिंग का वीडियोग्राफी करेगा सरकार की तरफ से, सीएम की तरफ से, सरकार की तरफ से पूरा वीडियोग्राफी होगा और वीडियोग्राफी जो मिनट्स है वो शेयर किया जाएगा डॉक्टर्स लोगों के साथ, ताकि ट्रांसपेरेंसी दोनों तरफ से रहे। और आपको ये भी बता दूं कि उन्होंने साफ ये भी कहा है कि ये मीटिंग खत्म होने के साथ साथ उन लोगों को मिनट्स हैंडओवर किया जाए, नहीं तो ये लोग ये जो डॉक्टर्स लोग हैं, जो डॉक्टर्स का टीम है वो मानेंगे नहीं, क्योंकि उन्होंने जो मेल किया था चीफ सेक्रेटरी मनोज पांत को, वहाँ पर साफ लिखा हुआ था कि ये जो ट्रांसक्रिप्ट राइटर दोनों जा रहे हैं और पूरा मीटिंग खत्म होने के बाद साथ उन लोगों को पूरा मिनट्स दे दिया जाए, ताकि कहीं से भी, दोनों तरफ से कहीं से भी कोई वीडियो एडिट का ऑप्शन ना रहे। ये मांग पूरी किया गया है और मीटिंग अभी चल रहा है। 30 डॉक्टर्स हैं और आपको ये भी बता दूं कि स्वास्थ्य भवन के सामने अभी भी प्रोटेस्ट भी जारी है। उन्होंने ये भी कहा है कि ये मीटिंग हो जाने के बाद वो लोग लौटेंगे प्रोटेस्ट एरिया में, वहाँ पर जाके मास्क से बात करेंगे, एक बैठक करेंगे खुद के लिए, जीबी मीटिंग करेंगे, जनरल बॉडी मीटिंग, उसके बाद वो डिसीजन लेंगे, डॉक्टर्स डिसीजन लेंगे ये सीज वर्क उठेंगे या नहीं।
Bilkul. Pinky, we'll keep coming back to you because as the protest continues, that meeting is happening. It's a very crucial understanding of what has to happen today. Viewers, we also want to show you sensational revelations that are with Republic TV as we continue going back to my colleague Pinky, which show that Sandeep Ghosh had interfered with the probe. The CBI remand copy claims Ghosh allowed cremation in a hurried manner despite protests from the parents. I also want to show some the reaction that we have with the parents, an exclusive one. And let me first go across to what the parents said, after which we shall show you what's in the remand copy. Abhaya's parents spoke exclusively to Republic TV and they said CBI has said in its remand note is exactly what they went through the police station to get permission to see their daughter's dead body. Listen in.
করেছে, তদন্তে গাফিলতি করেছে এবং সিবিআই তাকে মান্যতা দিয়েই তাকে গ্রেফতার করবে এবং দেখা যাচ্ছে যে উনি দেরিতে এসেছেন, উনি চূড়ান্ত গাফিলতি করেছেন। কি বলবেন?
সেটা এই অভিযোগটা আমরা প্রথম থেকে যেহেতু আমাদের সাধারণ বুদ্ধিতে যেটুকু আমরা বুঝতে পেরেছিলাম প্রথম 12টা 10 মিনিট ওখানে ঢোকার পরে, সেটাই সিবিআই সেটাকে দেখেছে এবং সেইভাবে বিচার করে তাদের অ্যারেস্ট করেছে।
এবং সন্দীপ ঘোষের সঙ্গে টানা যোগাযোগ রেখেছেন, সন্দীপ ঘোষের সঙ্গে ঘটনার পর থেকে সেই তথ্য প্রমাণও এসেছে।
সেটা তো ওদের কাছে নিশ্চয়ই প্রমাণ এসছে বলেই ওরা বলেছিলেন, তো বলতে।
এবং আমরা পরেও চলে গেছিলাম টালা থানায় বডি প্রিজার্ভ করার জন্য, তখনও পুলিশ আমাদের হেল্প করেনি, তখন আমাদের প্রেশার দিয়েছে।
মানুষ
বডি যাতে আমরা তাড়াতাড়ি, মানে তখন তো বাড়িতে এসেই গেছে, আমরা টালা থানায় আমরা পুলিশকে বারবার বলেছি আমাদের মেয়ের বডি প্রিজার্ভ করতে চাই, আমরা পোড়াতে চাই না, আজকে দাহ করতে চাই না, শোনেনি আমাদের কথা।
আপনারা বলেছেন?
হ্যাঁ,
এবং সেটাই বলছে যে ওসি চেষ্টা করছেন যে দ্রুত সৎকার করে দেয়। তার কতটা চাপ দিয়েছিল আপনাদের?
চাপ
200-300 পুলিশ আমাদের বাড়ির এখানে,
300 পুলিশের সঙ্গে আমরা 2-3টে লোক কি করবো? 200-300 পুলিশের সঙ্গে
ছিলাম, আমাদের বাড়ির পাশের একজন ছিলেন, আমাদের ড্রাইভার ছিল, আমরা 4 জন ছিলাম।
মেন্টাল বিষয়ের সৃষ্টি করে।
কেন?
সেটা তো ওরাই ভালো বলতে পারবে, ওদের কি উদ্দেশ্য ছিল, এখনো তো সেটা উদ্দেশ্য তো পরিষ্কার হয়নি। না অন্য ব্যাপারে আমরা গেছি না, এটা আমরা বলবো না। এটা
এবং যে সিন অফ ক্রাইম বদলে যাওয়ার পেছনে টালা থানার ওসির একটা গুরুত্বপূর্ণ ভূমিকা ছিল, সন্দীপ ঘোষের সঙ্গে যোগসাজশ করে, এবং সেটাই ধীরে ধীরে
সেটা হোক। আরো
থেকেই বলেছি ক্রাইম সিন পাল্টানোই হয়েছে, ওখানে ঘটেই নি কিছু, দেখলেই বোঝা যাচ্ছে পুরো সাজিয়ে। কার ভূমিকা ছিল জানি না,
সেটা পুলিশ সিবিআই তদন্ত করে নিশ্চয়ই বের করবে। এটা সিবিআই এর উপরে
প্রশাসন, তারপর স্বাস্থ্য দপ্তর
এবং কলেজ
কর্তৃপক্ষ সবার ভূমিকা ছিল ওখানে। পুলিশ বেশি অ্যাক্টিভ ছিল।
এটাকে পাল্টে দেওয়া,
হ্যাঁ একদম।
ঘটনা ঘটলো, একটা ক্ষতবিক্ষত চিকিৎসকের দেহ পাগলে, সেখানে দেখা তিনি লিখলেন যে জিডিতে যে একমাত্র সংজ্ঞাহীন অবস্থায় একজনকে পাওয়া গেছে, এটা তো গুরুতর অপরাধ।
সংজ্ঞাহীন যদি পাওয়া যাবে তাহলে আমাদের 3 ঘন্টা তাদের কাকে দেখতে দেওয়া হলো না কেন, এবং তাকে চিকিৎসার ব্যবস্থা করা হলো না কেন? আমাদের এই প্রশ্ন থাকবে তখন।
উনি তো সেইভাবেই জিডি করেছেন,
তখন আমাদের এই প্রশ্নটাই থাকবে ওনার যেই জিডির তাহলে উনি চাইছি, ওনারাই হয়তো মানে মেরেছেন পরে, যাতে প্রমাণ লোপাট না হয় করতে পারে।
5টার সময় মুখ্যমন্ত্রী জুনিয়র ডাক্তারদের ডেকেছে, কি মনে হয়?
দুই পক্ষেরই শুভবুদ্ধির উদয় হোক, এবং এই যে স্নায়ু যুদ্ধ চলছে শেষ হোক। আজকে বাচ্চাগুলো মানে আমার ছেলে মেয়ের মতনই, তারা আমার পাশে এসে দাঁড়িয়ে এরকম কষ্ট করছে, আমাদের সত্যি এটা আমাদেরও কষ্ট দিচ্ছে।
আগামীকাল সুপ্রিম কোর্টের
কিছু একটা সমাধান বেরোক ছাত্রদের মানে যে আলোচনার মধ্যে,
সঙ্গে মুখ্যমন্ত্রী ওদের সঙ্গে আলোচনায় বসে
ওদের যে দাবি আছে দাবি দেওয়া সমাধান করে নিন,
আমরা এটাই চাই।
না সেটা আমরা,
ওরা যেটা চাইবে ওদের
ছাত্রদের উপরে, ছাত্রদের আন্দোলন ছাত্রদের উপরে পুরো দায়িত্ব দেওয়া হয়।
আগামীকাল সুপ্রিম কোর্টের রায় কি আশা করছেন?
সুপ্রিম কোর্টের উপর আমাদের 100% ভরসা আছে, এবং সিবিআই এর উপর ভরসা আছে। আশা করছি আমরা একটা ন্যায় বিচার পাবো।
একটা গুরুত্বপূর্ণ ঘটনা ঘটলো আরজিকরের মধ্যে, সেখানকার ওসি দেরিতে আসছেন, এবং সন্দীপ ঘোষের সঙ্গে
সেটা তো একটা জিনিস আমরা তো বারবার বলছি, রক্ষকই ভক্ষক যেখানে। আমরা প্রথমে বিপদে পড়লে পুলিশের কাছেই যাব, গেছিলাম কিন্তু কোনো সমাধান পাইনি, এই জন্যই আমরা বাধ্য হয়ে হাইকোর্টে মামলা করে সিবিআই কে।
এবার কি পুলিশ কমিশনারের গ্রেপ্তারের দাবি জানাবেন?
না আমরা কোনো কমেন্টস করব না।
আপনি কি লাইসেন্স চান?
এটা আমরা বলবো, ছাত্ররাই যা বলার বলবো।
বারবার বৈঠক থাকতে যাচ্ছে, আপনি
না, এটা আমরা দুঃখ পাচ্ছি, যতবার বেশি হচ্ছে আমরা দুঃখ পাচ্ছি।
Even as we have clincher evidence of how the investigation was botched up, we stay with those visuals of the protest in Kolkata. Pinky, I want to go across to you once again. 30 doctors in that meeting with Mamta Banerjee. They say this is the 5th and the final meeting. There are lots of demands they have, and even as the meeting continues, they're going to come back. They're going to brief everyone here about what's happened, and only then there's a possibility the impasse could be reached. What are you picking up at the Chief Minister's residence, where the visuals on the screen show the meeting taking place? Pinky?
देखिए कुछ ही वक्त गुजरा है जब मीटिंग सीएम के साथ ये बहुत इंतज़ार किया हुआ मीटिंग स्टार्ट हुआ है। आप जानते हैं कि इसके पहले से भी नौबन्नों एंड इसके कालीघाट में सीएम रेसिडेंस में जो मीटिंग के बाद हुआ था वो नहीं हुआ। वो जब लाइव स्ट्रीमिंग के जो दावा कर रहे थे स्टूडेंट्स और जो डॉक्टर्स, वो मांग पूरी नहीं किया गया था, इसीलिए वो बैठक भी नहीं हुआ। मगर आज आप जानते हैं कि आज मेल आया था एक नवन्ना से, अर्थात जो चीफ सेक्रेटरी है उनके तरफ से, एंड वहाँ पर लिखा हुआ था कि कोई भी लाइव स्ट्रीमिंग और वीडियोग्राफी अलाउ नहीं किया जाएगा। डॉक्टर्स की तरफ से कोई भी वीडियोग्राफी अलाउ नहीं किया जाएगा, लाइव स्ट्रीमिंग, ये जो बैठक का जो लाइव स्ट्रीमिंग होगा वो भी अलाउ नहीं किया जाएगा। तभी ये क्वेश्चन उठने लगी थी कि अब क्या होगा, क्योंकि अभी क्या डिसीजन लेंगे डॉक्टर्स ने रिप्लाई मेल में साफ कह दिया कि उन लोगों के पास 3 ऑप्शन है, वो 3 ऑप्शन दे रहे हैं डॉक्टर्स सीएम और सरकार को। एक, या तो ये पूरा वीडियोग्राफी दोनों तरफ से हो, डॉक्टर्स भी एक वीडियोग्राफी करे और सरकार की तरफ से भी एक वीडियोग्राफी हो। अगर ये नहीं माना जाए तो दूसरा ऑप्शन ये था कि वीडियोग्राफी एक ही तरफ से हो, सरकार की तरफ से हो, लेकिन मीटिंग खत्म होने के साथ साथ वो जो फुटेज है मीटिंग का, वो फुटेज डॉक्टर्स को हैंड ओवर किया जाए। और तीसरा ये था कि अगर ये दोनों ही पॉसिबल नहीं हुआ तो जो सरकार की तरफ से जो वीडियोग्राफी होगा उसका मिनट्स दोनों तरफ से साइन होगा, ताकि जो ट्रांसपेरेंसी वो रहे। अभी वो मीटिंग शुरू हुआ है, जो थर्ड पॉइंट है वो मान के ही मीटिंग स्टार्ट हो गया है।
All right. Thank you, Pinky, for those details. We keep coming back to you. And viewers, the top focus is really going to be on the 5th and the final countdown meeting that's happening with the doctors and Mamta Banerjee. Will there finally be some consensus? Let's take a look at that. We'll continue tracking that story. Stay on with us as my colleague Abhishek joins you on the right side of the story.
रेसलिंग से मुझे जुड़ने का मौका मिला था। मैं रेसलिंग फेडरेशन ऑफ इंडिया का पहला ब्रांड एम्बेसडर था 2014-15 में। तो भी रेसलिंग बहुत फेमस थी, कोई 2-3 साल से, मतलब पिछले साल तो बहुत फेमस रही। ब्रिजभूषण जी का हुआ, फिर जो हमारे जो रेसलर्स हैं, जो युवा रेसलर्स हैं, उनका कुछ हुआ। तो वो रेसलिंग पीछे आ रही थी। तो वो जो हो रहा था ना, वहां पे बैठे थे वो, मैं कहूँगा कि कौन सही कौन गलत है, मगर वो कुश्ती पीछे जा रही थी।
किस वजह से?
क्योंकि जब आप बैठते हैं कि रेसलिंग पे ऐसे एलिगेशन लगते हैं कि भैया सही पारदर्शिता नहीं हो रही, कोई मोलेस्टेशन का ये हो गया, कोई दूसरा हो गया, तो क्या होता है, वो चीज़ पीछे जाती है। कोई भी विवाद होता है वो चीज़ आगे नहीं आती, वो विवाद से चीज़ हाईलाइट होकर पीछे जाती है। जैसे पहले कुछ मीडिया ने भी रेसलिंग को डिफरेंट लिया, पहले बोलते थे कि भैया 2 पहलवान बुला लाओ, 2 पहलवानों कर लाओ। तो क्या था कि पहलवान का अर्थ पता क्या होता है? पहलवान प्रथम आह्वान माने हर चीज में। जो इंसान शारीरिक रूप से, मानसिक रूप से, अनुशासन रूप से प्रथम होता है, वो पहलवान होता है। विद द पर्सन इज फिजिकली मेंटली डिसिप्लिन फर्स्ट, ही और सी इज रेसलर। तो मुझे अनुराग जी से ही मेरी बात हुई, जो हमारे खेल मंत्री थे। बाकी ये सब हुआ यार, क्या करना चाहिए, ये वो है। अब मैं चुपचाप सुन रहा था, देख रहा था दोनों साइड, क्योंकि मैंने ब्रिजभूषण जी के साथ काम किया, ही वाज वेरी गुड। मैं क्योंकि कुश्ती के दौरान कुश्ती को बढ़ावा देने के लिए मुझे उससे अच्छा प्रेसिडेंट नहीं लगा अब तक का। अच्छा। मैंने बहुत प्रेसिडेंट देखे हैं, सबका अपना अलग अलग वो था। फिर बाकी ये बच्चे हैं, जैसे बजरंग है, साक्षी है, विनेश है, मेरे सामने आई, मतलब ये इनकी मैंने ग्रोथ देखी है। तो ये छोटे भाई बहन है। तो फिर मैंने सोचा कि मैं किसके लिए बोलूं, क्या बोलूं, मुझे खुद नहीं पता। मैं एमेच्योर रेसलिंग से काफी दूर हूं। तो फिर किसी ने, बहुत समझदारों ने बोला कि आपको रेसलिंग करना चाहिए, क्योंकि काफी पेरेंट्स अपनी बच्चियों को इनको रेसलिंग में डाल रहे हैं। अच्छा। मतलब वो थोड़ा सा वो कर रहे हैं कि भाई रेसलिंग इतना सेफ नहीं है या ये नहीं है। तो मौका मिला, फिर मैंने 7 साल बाद रेसलिंग किया।
आप मानते रेसलिंग में प्रॉब्लम है?
देखिए, आप पूरा नाम क्या लिखते हैं?
रक्षिता मिश्रा।
रक्षिता मिश्रा। देखिए रक्षिता जी, पता है क्या है कि प्रॉब्लम हर जगह और प्रॉब्लम कहीं भी नहीं है। वो कहते हैं मानो तो गंगा माह, ना मानो तो बहता पानी। क्या होता है कि घास से कैसी हो, चश्मा हरा होना चाहिए, सब कुछ हरा हरा दिखाई देगा। तो कई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, और कुछ ऐसी जगह जहां पे प्रॉब्लम है। मैं ये कहूँगा कि प्रॉब्लम है या नहीं है। जब मैं एक्चुअली में जो रेसलिंग करता था ना, आज तो देखो कोई मेडल आता तो वो करोड़पति बन जाता है। हम जब, मुझे आज भी याद है, जब मैं 2005 में सीनियर वर्ल्ड रेसलिंग चैंपियनशिप में जा रहा था, मेरे पास वीजा फी के पैसे नहीं होते थे। हम सुबह से शाम तक वीजा फी का इंतजाम करते थे। 500 रुपये आपसे मांग रहे हैं, 500 उनसे मांग रहे हैं। उस टाइम यूरोप की वीजा फीस होती थी 3,500-4 हज़ार रुपये। बाहर जाते नहीं थे। मेडल छोड़ दो, टारगेट ये होता था इंडिया रिप्रेजेंट कर लिया, नौकरी मिल जाएगी, बहुत बड़ी बात है। और किसी को इंग्लिश नहीं आती थी, कुछ नहीं आता था। अब तो कोई ओलंपिक में मेडल है, सरकार ने भंडार खोल रखे, खजाने खोल रखे, आप 100 करोड़ का इंसान बन सकता है, कितने ही कर लो। तो फिर मैंने रेसलिंग किया।
Welcome back, friends. Another day passes with an expose on the manner in which the Mamata government carried out a cover-up of the rape and murder of Abhaya. In fact, under pressure, Mamata Banerjee is in talks with junior doctors, protesting junior doctors at a residence in Kolkata as we speak. We're going to focus on that. Let me get you the headlines first.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch pano.
As Mamata calls for fifth round of talks, doctors at a residence for the meet. All eyes on the results of key meet. In less than 24 hours from now, Arvind Kejriwal to resign as Chief Minister of Delhi, up in a huddle over the next Chief Minister.
It is a political move by the Honourable Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal that stems from any kind of morality. Because if morality was the ground, then this resignation would have been tendered 177 days ago.
Meanwhile, the BJP hits out at Kejriwal, calls his resignation a move aimed at political pretense by giving a cover of morality.
Very beginning claiming that the crisis in Manipur is not a mere law and order, it is with the hand of the outsider. So it has proved. I appreciate the Assam Rifles.
Manipur Chief Minister confirms Republic Newsbreak as he brings out the role of foreign hand in Manipur violence.
मोदी जी ने धारा 370 जो हटाई, वो अब इतिहास का पन्ना हो गई है। भारत के संविधान में धारा 370 के लिए कोई जगह नहीं है।
From Kishtwar, Amit Shah sends a strong message. Says Article 370 will never be restored on the first phase end of campaign in Jammu and Kashmir.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch pano.
Right, let's take you straight to Kolkata, where at the Chief Minister's residence, the junior doctors are in talks with Mamata Banerjee. Remember, it's been more than a month of protests in the campaign for justice for Abhaya. And from the doctors to the mass citizenry, not just in Kolkata, but across Bengal, not just Bengal, but across the country, those protests have been going on. And with every day bringing out one expose or the other on the manner in which the health department, the RG car management led by Sandeep Ghosh, and of course, the larger establishment in Kolkata carried out the cover-up. The doctors now having a dialogue on their demands. This is after 5 attempts earlier. And today the Chief Secretary had said that this is the last time possible. Ultimately, a mutual agreement happened on the conditions under which the dialogue has to take place. Now that's happening. These are pictures of from earlier when the delegation of the protesting doctors arrived at Mamata Banerjee's residence, and the meet is underway. I'm told Pinky joins us live from Kolkata. In fact, we'll connect to her in a bit. She's in fact outside the Chief Minister's residence in Kolkata, from where we are going to bring to you details on what's going inside. And these are pictures from earlier when the doctors arrived for the meeting. And on the other side, you're seeing pictures of the protests, which of course have been going on for more than a month. Doctors earlier had wanted a live broadcast of the meeting, which was not agreed to by the Mamata Banerjee government. And let's, in the meanwhile, take a look at how former RGCR principal Sandeep Ghosh tried to cover up the entire incident that happened on August 9. Take a look.
CBI investigation in the RGCR rape and murder case is a cover-up angle, and the tampering with evidence for which the role of Sandeep Ghosh as well as the Tala police station officer Abhijit Mondal is under the scanner. In fact, the duo have now been sent into custody until 17th of this month. Let's run you through these graphics that has details of the CBI remand copy that we've accessed. So the CBI in its remand copy has mentioned that Sandeep Ghosh was informed about the crime at 9:58 a.m. on 9th of August. In fact, you'd remember that it was Dr. Sumitra Roy who had informed the senior hospital staff at 9:30 a.m. about this crime which had happened in the seminar hall of the hospital. And it was minutes after that Sandeep Ghosh was in touch with the Tala police station as well as his legal team. So at minutes after he was informed, Sandeep Ghosh was in touch with not just the SHO Abhijit Mondal but also his legal team at around 1:40 p.m. So despite the principal having been informed about this crime of such serious nature, he did not rush to the hospital immediately. He did not reach the hospital immediately, and this while he was already in touch with the police officers as well as his legal team. Let's take a look at the other highlights from the CBI remand copy. So there was, CBI in its remand copy has particularly mentioned that there was a 14-hour delay in filing the FIR. So the question being raised at this stage is to, despite the hospital having been told about this crime at 9:30 a.m., why was there an undue delay in getting that FIR registered? In fact, Sandeep Ghosh did not make a formal complaint immediately, and he tried to push that suicide angle by the vice principal of the college. So even that complaint that was lodged at the Tala police station was not by Sandeep Ghosh but by the vice principal of the RGCR college. He did not get the FIR registered immediately, as we told you. He pushed the suicide theory despite the body being found in a semi-naked state. So despite Abhaya's body that was found in semi-naked position in the seminar hall, there was an unnatural death case that was lodged and not what was apparent from the scene at the seminar hall of the RGCR hospital. He attempted to downplay the rape and murder as per the CBI remand copy, which is why CBI has said that it wants custodial interrogation of Sandeep Ghosh along with the Abhijit Mondal, the SHO of the Tala police station. In fact, note that the mystery, the 40-minute mystery still remains. This is the time period between 9:30 a.m. to 10:10 a.m. Despite the hospital having been told about this crime at 9:30 a.m., the first call that went to the Tala police station was at 10:10 a.m. He directed the staff to send the body to the morgue hurriedly. This is another claim which has also been made by the family of Abhaya, that the cremation was in a hurried manner, and that unnatural death case was registered after 14 hours. So first, there was an undue delay on part of Sandeep Ghosh. He did not even reach the hospital immediately. And that FIR was registered after a gap, a formal FIR was registered after a gap of 14 hours.
All right, Pinky, I'm told, is joining us live now from outside the Chief Minister's residence in Kolkata. Pinky, coming straight to you, given the fact that the meeting is happening on a day when two more crucial exposes have happened about the role of Sandeep Ghosh and the Tala police station SHO. First up, what I would want to know is the meeting being videographed? And if yes, by when we would have those videos coming out?
देखिए, जो मीटिंग अभी चल रहा है सीएम और जूनियर डॉक्टर्स के बीच, वो वीडियोग्राफी दोनों तरफ से नहीं हो रहा है। लाइव स्ट्रीमिंग नहीं होगा और दोनों तरफ से वीडियोग्राफी नहीं होगा, बल्कि सरकार की तरफ से एक वीडियोग्राफी टीम रेडी किया गया है जो पूरा मीटिंग का वीडियोग्राफी करेगा। और आपको ये भी बता दूं, यस,
go ahead.
बल्कि जूनियर डॉक्टर्स दो ट्रांसक्रिप्ट राइटर लेके आया है। ये ट्रांसक्रिप्ट राइटर का काम होगा जब ये मीटिंग खत्म हो जाए तब ये मीटिंग का जो एंड टू एंड मिनट्स है वो मिनट्स ले लेना। और ये जो मेल डॉक्टर्स की तरफ से चीफ सेक्रेटरी को आज किया गया था उसमें साफ ये लिखा था कि जब ये मीटिंग खत्म होगा, मीटिंग खत्म होने के साथ साथ ही ये जो मिनट्स है उन लोगों को हैंडओवर करना पड़ेगा। और ये वीडियो फुटेज अभी बाहर आने का कोई चांस नहीं है, बल्कि सीएम की तरफ से ये बताया गया है कि ये जो मीटिंग का फुटेज है ये फुटेज मिनट्स दोनों तरफ से रखा जाएगा और कभी जरूरत पड़ा तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट को सबमिट किया जाएगा। और आपको ये भी बता दूं 1 घंटा के ऊपर हो गया है अभी ये मीटिंग चल रहा है जूनियर डॉक्टर्स की तरफ से और सीएम के सीएम है। चीफ मिनिस्टर्स के पास चीफ सेक्रेटरी मनोज पंत भी ये मीटिंग में शामिल है। आपको ये बता दूं कि ये जूनियर डॉक्टर्स जो है इन लोगों का मांग क्या है। आप जानते हैं कि इन लोगों के 5 दफा मांग में ये लोग स्टिक किया गया है। जूनियर डॉक्टर्स ने साफ बता दिया है कि जो जस्टिस फॉर अभय इन लोगों का फर्स्ट और इम्पोर्टेंट डिमांड है और जो मांगे है उसमें है हेल्थ डिपार्टमेंट का जो स्कैम है वो रोकना पड़ेगा। सीपी विनीत गोयल जो कोलकाता पुलिस कमिश्नर है उनका रेजिग्नेशन के भी मांग इस लिस्ट में है। और आपको ये भी बता दूं कि हेल्थ डिपार्टमेंट का 2 ऑफिसर्स है उन लोगों की भी रेजिग्नेशन मांग किया गया है। और डीसी नॉर्थ, डीसी सेंट्रल ये जो ऑफिसर्स कोलकाता पुलिस का है उन लोगों को भी जो इंक्वायरी डिपार्टमेंट इंक्वायरी करना पड़ेगा ये भी मांग इसमें किया गया है। इसके बावजूद भी और भी जो इम्पोर्टेंट पॉइंट्स इस लिस्ट में है वो है जूनियर डॉक्टर्स, पीजीटी, टेक्निकल स्टाफ, नर्सेस और हर एक जो हेल्थ डिपार्टमेंट के साथ जुड़ा हुआ है, मेडिकल के साथ जुड़ा हुआ है, मेडिकल कॉलेज के साथ जुड़ा हुआ है, उन लोगों का सेफ्टी और सिक्योरिटी इस लिस्ट में फोरमोस्ट इम्पोर्टेंट है अभी भी जो अभी जाना जा रहा है।
ठीक पिंकी, एक सवाल और आपसे पूछेंगे जल्दी से। इतने मिसट्रस्ट में मीटिंग हो रही है एक दूसरे के ऊपर, क्या आपको लगता है कि जैसे ही ये मीटिंग खत्म होगी तुरंत दोनों साइड से ब्रीफिंग होगी, मीडिया को बताया जाएगा क्या बात हुई अंदर?
हाँ, ये बताया जाएगा जूनियर डॉक्टर्स की तरफ से बताया जाएगा। और आपको ये क्लियर कर दूं कि ये मीटिंग खत्म होने के बाद ही सीज वर्क खत्म नहीं होगा, क्योंकि डॉक्टर्स साफ जूनियर डॉक्टर्स का जो एसोसिएशन है वो साफ बता दिया है प्रेस रिलीज में कि ये मीटिंग होने के बाद वो प्रोटेस्ट एरिया में लौटेंगे और प्रोटेस्ट एरिया में जो वहाँ पर प्रोटेस्टर्स है, जो और भी मेडिकल कॉलेज का स्टूडेंट्स है और जो मास जो इस मूवमेंट में शामिल हुआ है उनसे बात करेंगे। उसके बाद ही सीज वर्क उठेगा। और इसके पहले ये लोग ये जो मीटिंग हो रहा है ये मीटिंग खत्म होने के बाद जूनियर डॉक्टर्स की तरफ से भी एक प्रेस मीट किया जाएगा जिनमें वो बताएंगे कि क्या क्या बात हुआ, क्या क्या डिमांड उन्होंने रखा और क्या क्या डिमांड पूरा करने के दावा सीएम ममता बनर्जी ने किया है। बल्कि ये आप कह सकते हैं कि और अभी भी बहुत इंतजार करना पड़ेगा क्योंकि ये मीटिंग बहुत लंबा होने वाला है। क्योंकि आप जानते हैं कि सीपी को हटाने के बारे में पहले से बहुत दिन के पहले से ही मांग उठ रहा था जूनियर डॉक्टर्स की तरफ से, क्योंकि डायरेक्ट कंप्लेन था कि ये सीपी विनीत गोयल एविडेंस टैंपर किया है। लेकिन उस जगह से सीएम ने अभी तक विनीत गोयल को हटाया नहीं। अब इससे ही साफ होता है कि ये जो मीटिंग है वो लेंथी होने वाला है। डॉक्टर्स की तरफ से सवाल किया जाएगा। और आपको ये भी बता दूं हेल्थ डिपार्टमेंट का जो स्कैम है उसको भी लेके बात हो सकता है। ये मीटिंग आज इतना इम्पोर्टेंट क्यों है ये भी आपको बता दूं। 17 तारीख कल ही सुप्रीम कोर्ट में सबमिशन है। उस सबमिशन के पहले सुप्रीम कोर्ट के सबमिशन के पहले ये जो मीटिंग है ये बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट होने वाला है, क्योंकि सीएम की तरफ से भी और डॉक्टर्स की तरफ से भी जो बातें चल रहा है उसके ऊपर कल आप जानते हैं कि कल सुप्रीम कोर्ट का सबमिशन है, उसमें दोनों तरफ से ही सबमिशन दिया जाएगा कि सीज वो क्या उठ रहा है कि नहीं, ये मर्डर केस में क्या क्या स्टेप गवर्नमेंट ने लिया है, बहुत सारा सवाल कल उठने वाला है। इसके पहले दोनों तरफ से ही ये बात होना और मीटिंग होना बहुत ज़रूरी था। और ये मीटिंग अभी हो रहा है, अभी 1 घंटा हो गया है, ये मीटिंग सीएम रेसिडेंट के अंदर चल रहा है।
Right. Thank you so much, Pinky, with those updates. Important because this meeting is important because tomorrow Supreme Court is all set to take up the matter again, and clearly Mamata government under pressure to show to the judges that it has been having a dialogue with the doctors, hopefully, but things move forward in the Justice for Abaya campaign with that meeting. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, these will be the first assembly elections to be conducted after Jammu and Kashmir's special status was revoked with the abrogation of Article 370 by the Modi government in 2019. How Jammu and Kashmir votes in this election will dictate the Union Territory's future for many years to come. This is also the first assembly election after the exercise of delimitation was completed in Jammu and Kashmir in 2022. Republic is on the ground, and Srinagar Bureau Chief Zeenat spoke to Farooq Abdullah earlier in the day. Listen into that conversation.
Farooq Saab, till yesterday, Jamaat Islami would call elections haram. And today, all of a sudden, it is becoming halal. They are the ones who have been supporting the separatists or calling boycott elections. Now they are all as an independent saying they want to restore the ban or they want to release the political prisoners. How do you see the move?
It is all at the behest of the political party ruling in Delhi. They are feeding them, they are funding them, they are giving them all the support that they needed. They are part of them.
Do you see now that the parties like Apni Party or for the matter that AIP led by Engineer Rashid, they are welcoming on the one side Jamaat, then the separatist elements like Sarta, this Barkati. Why was this a need now coming on the floor to have these elements on ground? Till yesterday they were boycotted.
Because their interest is to divide Muslim vote here. And inshallah they will fail in it. Because people know who is behind them and what is the idea of those who are behind them.
National Conference and Congress in alliance trying to, as per the manifesto, trying to secure and save the people of Jammu and Kashmir when the BJP in turn says they are there to spread more terrorism.
I think BJP should see we were never part of terrorism. Terrorism came from across the border. They are the ones who killed our people. My own party workers, the smallest party worker, was shot dead because he was National Conference. That man they took to Kandahar, one shouldn't forget, he shot my first cousin. He shot our MLA, Shafi Saab. He shot, and one of the incidents one should never forget, when he put a boy on the bridge and put bombs on him, and from the other side, he pressed a button. That boy was blown up to create fright. He's the one they took to Kandahar. They should apply for, answer the country for that. They are the ones who are promoting terrorism and frightening people. That terrorism, they are responsible. Borders are under them. It is for them to do and see nobody crosses. And they blame us. We are not the ones. They are the ones.
Prime Minister says the time has come when Jammu and Kashmir needs to be free from dynasty politics, but at the same time, India needs to be free from the dynasty politics, where he's mentioning about the Congress and the National Conference Alliance.
I think the dynasty will hit them hard anyway. Tell me, and tell the Prime Minister, how many are in his party who are from the dynasty? He doesn't count them because they are part of them. He mentions us, and I want to tell them that we will beat you. We'll beat you at this game. And inshallah, we'll win and show you that people are not going to listen to your rubbish.
This show is going to be an important and a very interesting election that's panning out in Jammu and Kashmir. But moving on, this is all we could pack in this bulletin. Short break, and Shravan is coming on the other side with a debate on RG car and the development that have taken place through the day. Also, join me at 9 p.m. as I discuss the moral high ground that Arvind Kejriwal has taken to resign as Chief Minister that he's going to do tomorrow. Join me at 9.
Mega discussion at Kejriwal's residence. Who will succeed Delhi Chief Minister? Kejriwal's election ploy aid AAP's prospects. Debating
ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಮ್ಮಿಟ್ಗಳ ಇತಿಹಾಸದಲ್ಲೇ ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ಮೈಲುಗಲ್ಲು ಸೃಷ್ಟಿಸೋಕೆ ವೇದಿಕೆ ಸಿದ್ಧವಾಗಿದೆ. ರಿಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ಕನ್ನಡ ಮಹಾ ಸಂಗಮ. ಇದು ಕನಸಿನ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ದಿಗ್ಗಜರ ಸಮಾಗಮ ಅತಿ ಶೀಘ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ.
सर आपको बचपन में रूमेटॉइड आर्थराइटिस हुआ, ये ऐसी कंडीशन होती है जहाँ पर किसी का चलना उठना बहुत दिक्कत की बात होती है. वहाँ से आप स्पोर्ट्स में जाते हैं, रेसलिंग में जाते हैं और आज आप फिट इंडिया एम्बेसडर बन जाते हैं. ये ज़रा हमें बताएं कि ये कैसा रहा जर्नी.
देखिए क्या है कि मोस्टली मैं एक बहुत हम्बल फैमिली से आया हूँ. मेरा जन्म हुआ हरियाणा में, एक छोटा सा गांव पड़ता हमारा मदीना. अब थोड़ा बड़ा हो गया गांव. तो जब मैं पैदा हुआ तो आम बच्चों की तुलना में थोड़ा कमज़ोर था. फिर जब मैं 3-3.5 साल का हुआ तो मुझे पैरों में दर्द स्टार्ट हो गया. फिर ये धीरे धीरे दर्द यहाँ तक आया, घुटनों तक आया, घुटनों से फिर वो आगे आया. तो फिर धीरे धीरे एक टाइम ऐसा आ गया था कि मैं अपने हाथ से अपना मुंह धो सकता था. फिर खाना कम हो गया, फिर स्टोव पे आ गया, फिर घर वालों ने यहाँ दिखाया, वहाँ दिखाया, इधर उधर. तो क्या था कि फिर वो जर्नी ऐसी थी कि डॉक्टर ये बोलते हैं कि ये बीमारी 99.9% क्योरेबल नहीं है, रूमेटिक आर्थराइटिस. मैं कहता हूँ कि बीमारी 200% क्योरेबल है. कोई ऐसी बीमारी है ही नहीं कि जो क्योरेबल नहीं है, या कोई ऐसी बीमारी है ही नहीं कि जो क्योरेबल नहीं है, ठीक नहीं हो सकती. बाकी वो हमारे माइंड के ऊपर है कि हमारे रूटीन के ऊपर है. जैसे कैंसर है, शुगर है, बीपी है, टीबी है, आर्थराइटिस है, जॉइंटिस है. ये बीमारी नहीं होती, लाइफस्टाइल डिजीज होती है. जब हम उल्लू बनते हैं तो बीमारी ऊपर आ जाती है. उल्लू का मतलब पता है क्या होता है? रात भर जागना. फिर जब हम ठीक ठाक होते हैं तो चली जाती हैं. और आजकल के तो जो बच्चे हैं वो उल्लू ही हैं. वो कहेंगे कि जो नए बच्चे हैं, आई एम पार्टी एनिमल. फिर वो पार्टी एनिमल 40 के बाद चलते फिरते फिर केमिस्ट बन जाते हैं. 4 बजे खानी है, 7 बजे खानी है, 8 बजे खानी है. तो फिर मेरी माँ ने हार नहीं मानी. जहाँ से वो दिन में मुझे 12-13 बार मसाज करती थी. कभी तिल के तेल से, कभी मस्टर्ड ऑयल से, कभी देसी घी से, कभी आयुर्वेदिक ऑयल से. और डॉक्टर कहते कि इस बीमारी मसाज नहीं करना चाहिए. तो फिर वो उस हिसाब से नेचुरोपैथी से, आयुर्वेदा से, नॉर्मल वो करने से फिर ये थोड़ा मैं ठीक हुआ. और वहाँ पे रेसलिंग बहुत फेमस है. फिर धीरे धीरे हरियाणा में ना रेसलिंग बहुत फेमस है. मैंने गांव में मिट्टी कुर्सी देखी, पहलवानों थोड़ा घी मिल रहा, दूध मिल रहे, पैसे मिल रहे. तो मैंने तो काश यार मैं भी पहलवान होता, रेसलर होता. और एक रेसलर की रिस्पेक्ट बहुत है, क्योंकि क्रिकेट का बैट आता था 20-30-40 रुपए का. बैडमिंटन, टेनिस तो आज भी नहीं है वहाँ पे इतना. थोड़ा बहुत जो शहरों में बच्चे खेलते, गाँव में इतना नहीं है. और लंगोट आता था 5 रुपए का. कभी माँ ने सील दिया, कभी बहन ने सील दिया. तो एक शरीर अच्छा हो जाए, नॉर्मल अच्छा हो जाए, उसकी उस
Amity University is organizing an international conference on semiconductor technologies, materials to chips, with over 200 speakers and delegates from top organizations and global academic institutions from 11 countries. This is another initiative by Amity, aligned with the Government of India's semiconductor mission.
मैं अपने आप को उतना पुश नहीं कर सका। मेंटली मैं रेडी था, लेकिन फिजिकली कहीं ना कहीं मैं रोक रहा था खुद को। जो लेग वर्क होना चाहिए रनवे में वो इतना अच्छा नहीं था, और उसको बचाने के लिए मैं काफी एफर्ट लगाने की कोशिश कर रहा, लेकिन उतना एफर्ट लग नहीं पा रहा था। तो बिल्कुल वो जो सेकंड वाली थ्रो थी वो जस्ट नदीम ने जब थ्रो किया उसके थोड़ी बाद में ही थी। उस टाइम मैं बहुत ही पॉजिटिव था, और उसके तुरंत बाद मैंने वो अपनी थ्रो वो अच्छी निकाली। लेकिन उसके बाद से फिर जैसे ही और टाइम बढ़ता चला गया तो वही है, फिर से वो चीज कहीं ना कहीं फिजिकली वो रुकावट आने लग गई। तो मैंने मेंटली बहुत ज्यादा पुश किया, लेकिन जब तक लेग वर्क अच्छा नहीं है, टेक्निक अच्छी नहीं है, तो कितना भी जोर लगा लो वो खराब ही हो जाता है।
Arrest of ex-RG Car principal Sandeep Ghosh, Republic exposes new document in cover-up bid. Does CBI's new evidence prove the cover-up angle? Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
Director, the taste of success.
Amity University is organizing an international conference on semiconductor technologies, materials to chips, with over 200 speakers and delegates from top organizations and global academic institutions from 11 countries. This is another initiative by Amity, aligned with the Government of India's semiconductor mission.
सर, आपको बचपन में रूमेटॉइड आर्थराइटिस हुआ। ये ऐसी कंडीशन होती है जहाँ पर किसी का चलना उठना बहुत दिक्कत की बात होती है। वहाँ से आप स्पोर्ट्स में जाते हैं, रेसलिंग में जाते हैं, और आज आप फिट इंडिया एम्बेसडर बन जाते हैं। ये ज़रा हमें बताएं कि ये कैसा रहा जर्नी।
देखिए क्या है कि मोस्टली मैं एक बहुत हम्बल फैमिली से आया हूँ। मेरा जन्म हुआ हरियाणा में, एक छोटा सा गांव पड़ता हमारा मदीना, अब थोड़ा बड़ा हो गया गांव। तो जब मैं पैदा हुआ तो आम बच्चों की तुलना में थोड़ा कमज़ोर था। फिर जब मैं 3-3.5 साल का हुआ तो मुझे पैरों में दर्द स्टार्ट हो गया। फिर ये धीरे धीरे दर्द यहाँ तक आया, घुटनों तक आया, घुटनों से फिर वो आगे आया। तो फिर धीरे धीरे एक टाइम ऐसा आ गया था कि मैं अपने हाथ से अपना मुंह धो सकता था। फिर खाना कम हो गया, फिर स्टोव पे आ गया, फिर घर वालों ने यहाँ दिखाया, वहाँ दिखाया, इधर उधर। तो क्या था कि फिर वो जर्नी ऐसी थी कि डॉक्टर ये बोलते हैं कि ये बीमारी 99.9% क्योरेबल नहीं है, रूमेटिक आर्थराइटिस। मैं कहता हूँ कि बीमारी 200% क्योरेबल है। कोई ऐसी बीमारी है ही नहीं कि जो क्योरेबल नहीं है, या कोई ऐसी बीमारी है ही नहीं कि जो क्योरेबल नहीं है, ठीक नहीं हो सकती। बाकी वो हमारे माइंड के ऊपर है कि हमारे रूटीन के ऊपर है। जैसे कैंसर है, शुगर है, बीपी है, टीबी है, आर्थराइटिस है, जॉइंटिस है, ये बीमारी नहीं होती, लाइफस्टाइल डिजीज होती है। जब हम उल्लू बनते हैं तो बीमारी ऊपर आ जाती है। उल्लू का मतलब पता है क्या होता है? रात भर जागना। फिर जब हम ठीक ठाक होते हैं तो चली जाती हैं। और आजकल के तो जो बच्चे हैं वो उल्लू ही हैं। वो कहेंगे कि जो नए बच्चे हैं, आई एम पार्टी एनिमल। फिर वो पार्टी एनिमल 40 के बाद चलते फिरते फिर केमिस्ट बन जाते हैं। 4 बजे खानी है, 7 बजे खानी है, 8 बजे खानी है। तो फिर मेरी माँ ने हार नहीं मानी। जहाँ से वो दिन में मुझे 12-13 बार मसाज करती थी, कभी तिल के तेल से, कभी मस्टर्ड ऑयल से, कभी देसी घी से, कभी आयुर्वेदिक ऑयल से। और डॉक्टर कहते कि इस बीमारी मसाज नहीं करना चाहिए। तो फिर वो उस हिसाब से नेचुरोपैथी से, आयुर्वेदा से, नॉर्मल वो करने से
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic. From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for the debate.
Good evening, viewers, and you're watching the debate with me, Shavan Sen. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a super prime time max with 3 debates that are coming to you tonight. First, debate number 1 at 8 p.m. We've been saying this right from day one. Is there an operation cover-up? It is now confirmed that from the very first beginning, when the case surfaced, there was an attempt to pass this off as a suicide case. Why exactly did Mamata's aide really save those who were accused in this case? That's debate number 1 tonight. Debate number 2, yet another attempt that was made by many that the foreign hand was our figment of imagination. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, Manipur Chief Minister has come on record to say that yes, there is a foreign hand. That's debate number 2 coming up at 8:30 p.m. and at 9 p.m. Is this a drama, as the BJP really calls in, with the Chief Minister now saying that he's willing to resign? Questions being raised, why did he not do it earlier? That's at 9 p.m. Let's take a look at the headlines we're tracking at this hour. Republic accesses clincher CBI remand copy. It is now confirmed former principal of RG Corps was indeed pushing the suicide theory. After relentless calls for transparency, doctors agree with meet with Mamata. They are being accompanied by stenographers. After the Mamata administration agreed to their demand of recording the minutes of meeting, junior doctors say every comment at the meeting will be recorded and made available to the public.
I, from the very beginning, claiming that the crisis in Manipur is not a mere law and order. It is with the hand of the outsider. So it has proved. I appreciate the Assam Rifles.
In a big exclusive conversation with Republic Manipur Chief Minister N. Biren Singh has confirmed the foreign hand in Manipur violence. Says case has been handed to the NIA. After a key huddle in Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's residence, all eyes are now on who the next Chief Minister face is going to be. Top sources say Atishi, Gopal Rai, Manish Sisodia are being considered as front runners. The Chief Minister is also set to meet the Delhi Lieutenant Governor tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, for tonight, debate number 1, viewers, we come back to the Kolkata RG Corps horror. Tonight, I come with more documents, ladies and gentlemen, that not only shows to a larger conclusive extent that there is merit to the alleged cover-up and the allegation of the Kolkata police in the Abhaya case, but also that Kolkata police has more questions to answer than we initially thought. The matter is of the manner in which the case was reported from the start. Republic has been leading the entire investigation in the alleged cover-up bid in the Abhaya case, and we have told you right from the start